Warning, this story is going to be very dark. The Tatooine night offered no mercy. Twin suns had set hours ago, but the heat lingered in the slave quarters of Mos Espa like a predator unwilling to release its prey. In a cramped hovel barely large enough for one person, Shmi Skywalker screamed. "Push! Push now!" The midwife, an old Toydarian named Vila Huodwato Adet, hovered anxiously, her wings beating irregular patterns. She'd delivered dozens of slave children over the decades, but something felt wrong about this birth. The force itself seemed to recoil from this place. Shmi's scream tore through the thin walls. Her hands gripped the sides of the salvaged medical cot, knuckles white, tendons standing out like cables. Sweat poured down her face, mixing with tears she refused to acknowledge. "I see the head. One more." The first child emerged with a wail that sounded almost triumphant. A boy, healthy and strong, his tiny fists already clenching as if ready to fight the galaxy itself. His cry was pure life, pure defiance. "A boy." Vela's voice carried relief and something else, surprise. "Strong lungs, healthy color. You have a son, Shmi." Shmi reached for the infant with trembling hands, but her body convulsed again. Another contraction, harder than the first. "Wait, there's another." Vela's voice pitched higher, edged with something that might have been fear. The second birth was wrong from the beginning. Where the first child had emerged crying with life, the second came in silence. No wail. No movement. Just a wet, terrible silence that made Vela's wings falter mid-beat. "No." The midwife's whisper was barely audible. The second boy was smaller, his skin already mottled with dark patches that looked like bruises but weren't. His chest didn't move. His lips were blue. But his eyes, when they opened, were alive with something terrible. Something aware. He couldn't breathe. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his tiny body convulsing. Shmi watched in horror as his skin began to darken further, tissue dying in real time. His fingers curled into claws, and she felt it, a pulse in the force so powerful it made her teeth ache, despite having no training to understand what she was sensing. "He's cursed." Vila backed away, wings buzzing frantically. "The Dark Mother has touched him." "Shmi, he's... Save him." Shmi's voice cracked. "Please. I can't, his lungs aren't working. His body is." Vila trailed off, horror etched in every line of her aged face. "The force is killing him. I've never seen." "Then get out." Shmi snatched the dying infant, cradling both children against her chest. "Get out." Vila fled. Alone with her sons, Shmi looked down at the two faces. The first boy, she would name him Anakin, after her grandfather had fallen asleep, exhausted from his entry into the world. Perfect. Peaceful. Beautiful. The second boy's eyes were locked on her, wide and aware in a way no newborns should be. His mouth still opened and closed soundlessly, his chest spasming. He was dying. She could see it happening, cell by cell. No. Shmi had been a slave her entire life. She knew how to make do with scraps, how to cobble together solutions from things others discarded. Around the hovel were pieces she'd been collecting, parts from damaged pod racers Watto had abandoned, medical equipment too old to sell, breathing apparatuses from dead miners. She laid both babies on the cot and began to work. Her hands moved with desperate precision. A breathing mask designed for Rhodians, modified with sealing gel to fit the infant's face. Tubes connected to a portable oxygen concentrator she'd repaired 3 times already. A chest compression device that would mechanically force his lungs to expand and contract. All of it jury-rigged, all of it held together with prayer and determination. The second boy's eyes never left her face as she worked. When she finally activated the apparatus, the mechanical hiss filled the room. The infant's chest expanded artificially, oxygen forcing its way into failing lungs. The blue tint in his lips faded slightly. His heart rate stabilized. But the dark patches on his skin remained. And his eyes, those aware, watching eyes, held something that made Shmai's breath catch. He knows. I hesitated. She had hesitated, just for a moment, before deciding to save him. And somehow, this newborn knew. You'll live, she whispered, holding both sons. Both of you will live. But as she looked at the second boy's face half covered by the breathing mask, his body already dependent on machinery, she felt something she would never admit aloud. Fear. 4 years passed like sand through fingers, swift and leaving nothing behind but grit. Anakin Skywalker ran through the streets of Mos Espa like he owned them, his laughter ringing off sandstone walls. Other slave children followed him, drawn by his natural charisma, his infectious joy, his absolute certainty that life would get better. Come on! Anakin shouted, his blonde hair wild in the desert wind. I bet I can climb to the top of the cantina before you can count to 50. Behind him, the other children cheered and began counting. Anakin scaled the rough wall with the fearlessness of youth, not seeing the danger, only the adventure. In the shadow of an alley, his brother watched. Vader Shmai had never given him another name, had called him only the second boy until the nickname stuck, stood perfectly still. His breathing mask clicked and hissed rhythmically, a sound that had become as familiar as a heartbeat to those who lived nearby. At 4 years old, his body had not healed. If anything, the necrosis had spread. Dark patches covered his arms, his neck, parts of his face visible around the mask. His fingers were twisted, 2 of them now entirely cybernetic after the organic digits had died and fallen off. The other children didn't count when Vader was near. They turned away or found sudden reasons to be elsewhere. Their parents pulled them close and whispered warnings. The cursed one! Don't look at him! Watto's broken slave! Vader heard every word. Catalogued every face. Remembered. Anakin reached the top of the cantina and spread his arms wide, triumphant. I did it! Did you see? He looked down at the crowd of children, his smile bright as Tatooine's sun's. Then his gaze found the alley. Found his brother. Anakin's smile faltered for just a moment, so brief most wouldn't notice before he forced it back into place. Vader! Did you see me climb? Vader said nothing. His mask prevented easy speech, the words came out filtered, mechanical, wrong. I saw. The words were flat. Empty of the emotion Anakin tried to project. Come play with us. Anakin called, and he meant it. He always meant it. Their mother had taught him to be kind, to include his brother. But Vader could see the relief in his eyes when the mechanical breathing and twisted form usually drove the other children away. He wants me to say no. He wants to be the center. He wants to be loved without the reminder of what I am. No. Vader's filtered voice carried no inflection. You play. Anakin hesitated, torn between duty and desire. Desire won. It always did. Okay. But later we can. He trailed off, already turning back to his friends, already forgetting. Vader watched his brother descend the wall to applause and admiration. Watched him be lifted onto shoulders. Watched him shine. Then he turned and walked back toward Watto's shop, his mechanical breathing the only sound in the empty alley. Watto's junk shop smelled of ozone, grease, and desperation. The Toydarian hovered near the front, arguing with a customer about the price of a hyperdrive motivator. In the back, surrounded by broken equipment and discarded parts, Vader worked. His twisted fingers moved across a circuit board with surprising precision. The cybernetic digits were actually more useful than the organic ones had been. No nerve pain, perfect steadiness, magnetic tips that held components in place. He'd designed the replacements himself, cobbling them together from servo motors and sensor arrays. Useless piece of bantha shit, Watto's voice carried from the front. Can't even do labor. Only good for fixing things nobody else wants to touch. Vader didn't react. He'd learned early that showing emotion was weakness. Instead, he focused on the device in front of him, a moisture vaporator control unit that had been deemed unsalvageable. 3 other mechanics had failed to repair it. Vader had identified the problem in minutes. The issue wasn't the obvious burned-out relay. That was intentional damage sabotage. Someone had deliberately destroyed this unit to collect insurance, then tried to sell the broken equipment. If Vader just fixed the relay, it would work for a day then fail catastrophically. Interesting. He bypassed the relay entirely, rerouting power through secondary pathways and installing a redundancy failsafe from a completely different device. When he was finished, the vaporator would work better than new and the sabotage would be invisible. The customer would never know their equipment had been tampered with. Watto would make the sale. And Vader would have proven his worth. Value. Everything is about value. Anakin has value because he is beautiful and charming. I have value because I am useful. I can work with useful. Boy. Watto's buzzing approached. You done with that unit? Yes. Vader held up the repaired device. Watto snatched it, examined it with the skeptical eye of someone who expected failure. His wings stopped mid-beat when the device powered up cleanly, all diagnostics green. How did you? The other mechanics said it was impossible. They were wrong. Vader's filtered voice made it impossible to tell if that was judgment or simple fact. Watto stared at him for a long moment, and Vader could see the calculation happening. This slave was valuable despite his deformities. Valuable enough to keep alive, to feed, to maintain. I am useful. Therefore I survive. It's enough. Fine. Good work. Watto tossed him a small piece of dried meat, barely enough for a meal, but more than Vader usually got. There's a pile of broken pod racing servos in the corner. See what you can salvage. Vader took the meat and moved to the next task. Through the shop window, he could see Anakin playing outside, surrounded by friends, his laughter carrying on the wind. He has love. I have survival. We both have what we need. But even at 4 years old, Vader knew he was lying to himself. That night, in their shared hovel, Shmi tried. She always tried. Vader, sweetheart, come here. She patted the space beside her on the worn sleeping mat. Anakin was already curled against her side, half asleep and warm. Vader approached slowly, his breathing apparatus clicking rhythmically. He sat on the mat's edge, maintaining distance. Shmi reached out to stroke his hair, the parts not covered by mask straps, and Vader felt her hand tremble. Just slightly. Just enough. She's afraid to touch me. You did good work today, Shmi said softly. Watto told me you fixed something 3 mechanics couldn't. I'm proud of you. Thank you. The filtered voice made gratitude sound like a threat. Both my boys are so talented. She pulled Anakin closer, and he mumbled in his sleep, pressing against her warmth. Anakin is going to be the fastest pod racer on Tatooine, and you're so clever with machines. So smart. Vader watched her hold Anakin. Watched the unconscious way she relaxed with him, the natural comfort. When she touched Vader, her muscles were tense, ready to pull away. You should sleep, Vader said. Tomorrow is Bonta Eve preparation. You need sleep too, honey. I will. Soon. He wouldn't. Sleep was difficult with the breathing apparatus, and when he did sleep, he dreamed. Dark dreams full of power and violence that left him feeling more energized than rest ever had. Shmi's eyes held something like relief when he stood and moved to his corner of the hovel. She kissed Anakin's forehead, whispering something Vader couldn't hear. Something loving. She glanced at Vader, and he knew she was trying to decide if she should offer the same affection. The hesitation lasted 3 seconds. Then she turned back to Anakin. Vader sat in his corner, surrounded by salvaged parts and tools, and began working on his breathing apparatus. The current model was inefficient. He could improve it. Make himself less dependent on external oxygen, more self-sufficient. As he worked, he listened to Shmai's breathing slow, to Anakin's soft snores. His brother murmured something in his sleep, probably dreaming of freedom, of flying, of being a hero. Vader dreamed too, when sleep finally claimed him despite the discomfort. He dreamed of power. Of standing over those who called him cursed and watching them beg. Of taking everything from those who had everything, making them feel what it was like to be broken. But mostly, he dreamed of his brother's face. And in the dream, Vader was wearing it. 5 years later, everything changed. Anakin Skywalker, age 9, burst into the hovel with his usual explosive energy. Mom! Mom! I won! I actually won the Bonta Eve Classic! Shmai dropped the moisture vaporator component she'd been repairing and pulled him into a fierce hug. I knew you could do it. My brave boy! Vader watched from his corner, where he'd been calibrating a power coupling. His breathing mask had been upgraded 3 times since childhood, each version more sophisticated, more integrated with his failing biology. Parts of his chest were now mechanical. His right arm from elbow down was completely cybernetic. The necrosis had continued its relentless march, and Vader had simply replaced what died. The Jedi is still here, Anakin continued breathlessly. Qui-Gon Jinn. He wants to take me to Coruscant. To train me as a Jedi. Shmai's face went through a dozen emotions in seconds: joy, fear, hope, despair. What? He says I'm special. That I have more, what did he call them, midi-chlorians than anyone he's ever seen. He says I could be trained. Anakin's eyes were bright with possibility. Mom, I could be free. I could come back and free you too. Vader's hands stilled on the power coupling. Of course. The Jedi wants to take you. Shmai's voice was careful. Yes. Well, Qui-Gon had to make a bet with Watto because he doesn't have enough money to buy both of. Anakin stopped abruptly, his eyes darting to Vader. Both of you, Vader finished, his mechanical voice flat. Silence filled the hovel like poison gas. Vader, Anakin started. The Jedi sensed your power, Vader said. Not mine. He said something about your apparatus interfering with readings. He couldn't sense. He sensed enough to know I wasn't worth the effort. That's not. It's accurate. Vader set down the power coupling with mechanical precision. You are valuable. I am useful. The Jedi wants valuable. Shmai's face crumpled. Vader, sweetheart, that's not how it is. Isn't it? For the first time in years, emotion crept into Vader's filtered voice. Not anger, something colder. A choice was required. The Jedi chose Anakin. It's logical. Stop it, Anakin said, and he actually sounded hurt. Don't talk like that. You're my brother. Yes. Vader stood, his mechanical parts whirring softly. Your brother who will remain here. Enslaved. While you go to Coruscant and become a hero. I'll come back for you. Anakin's protest was immediate, desperate. I promise. Once I'm a Jedi, I'll have money and power and you won't come back. Vader's statement carried the weight of absolute certainty. You'll be trained. You'll find a new life. You'll forget. I would never forget you. Vader walked to the hovel's single window and looked out at Mos Espa's streets. You forget me every day, Anakin. When you play with your friends. When you talk about your dreams. When you wake up and don't see me in the corner until I speak. He turned his head slightly, the breathing mask catching the dim light. Forgetting me in Coruscant will be easier than forgetting me here. That's not fair, Anakin whispered. No, Vader agreed. It's not. Shmai moved between them, her hands outstretched as if she could bridge the gap. Please, both of you. This is a chance for Anakin to be free. Vader, you understand that, don't you? Your brother deserves freedom. And I don't? But Vader didn't say it. Instead, yes. Anakin deserves freedom. We'll find a way, Shmi promised, though her voice lacked conviction. Somehow, we'll. The door slammed open. Watto hovered there, flanked by two beings Vader immediately identified as dangerous: a tall human male with long hair and calm eyes, the Jedi, and a younger human with a Padawan braid, the apprentice. All right, the deal's done, Watto announced. The boy's free. Skywalker, he pointed at Anakin. You leave with the Jedi at dawn. Qui-Gon Jinn's gaze swept the hovel, landing briefly on Vader before moving past. The Jedi's force senses couldn't penetrate the mechanical interference of the breathing apparatus and cybernetics. To him, Vader was simply not there. A blind spot. Good. Anakin, Qui-Gon said gently, I know this is difficult. Saying goodbye to your family. But the Jedi Council needs to meet you before you're too old to begin training. What about? Anakin gestured toward Vader. Qui-Gon finally looked directly at Vader, and for a moment, his serene expression faltered. I'm sorry. I could only secure freedom for one. The boy with the greatest force potential. That's you, Anakin. But he's my brother. And he'll be here when you return as a Jedi. Qui-Gon's tone suggested the matter was settled. He turned to Shmi. May the Force be with you all. After they left, the hovel fell into suffocating silence. Anakin stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to leave you, Vader. I don't want. Go. Vader's voice held no emotion now. The filters had returned it to mechanical emptiness. You have a chance. Take it. Promise me you'll be okay. What a useless thing to promise. I promise. Shmi sobbed quietly, caught between joy for one son and grief for the other. She reached for Vader, and this time when her hand touched his shoulder, there was no trembling. Only resignation. That night, Vader didn't sleep. He sat in his corner, working on a device he'd been building for months, a small tracking beacon disguised as a tool calibrator. He could plant it on Anakin's things. Monitor his brother's location. Stay connected. No. He destroyed it instead. Ground the components to dust beneath his cybernetic heel. Anakin had been chosen. Vader had been left behind. These were facts. The galaxy had made its judgment about which twin mattered. The galaxy was wrong. At dawn, Vader watched from the hovel window as Anakin left with the Jedi. His brother looked back once, face streaked with tears, mouthing something that might have been "I'm sorry." Vader didn't respond. He simply watched until they disappeared into Mos Espa's morning crowds. Shmi came to stand beside him, and for the first time, she didn't try to touch him. They stood in silence, two slaves watching freedom walk away wearing the face of one who'd been chosen. He'll be happy, Shmi whispered. Yes. You'll be all right. Vader turned from the window. I will survive. It wasn't the same thing, but Shmi didn't correct him. She couldn't. Because they both had always known that between the Golden Child and the Broken One, the galaxy would always choose gold. That night, as twin suns set over Tatooine, Vader made a decision. He would survive. He would become valuable. He would make himself so powerful that the galaxy would have to choose him. Not because he was whole, but because they feared what would happen if they didn't. In the darkness of the hovel, Vader's mechanical breathing was the only sound. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. A rhythm like a promise. Like a threat. They will all learn to hear it coming. 3 days after Anakin left, Watto discovered Vader's value had doubled. The Toydarian's wings buzzed with agitation as he hovered over Vader's workstation. The Hutt's pleasure barge stabilizer, the one 5 mechanics said was impossible to fix. You did it in 2 hours. Vader didn't look up from the hyperdrive coupling he was calibrating. His mechanical fingers moved with surgical precision, each movement economical and exact. The diagnosis was incorrect. The stabilizer wasn't broken. The power distribution node was reversed. 2 hours versus 5 mechanics over 3 weeks. Watto grabbed Vader's shoulder, spinning him around. The boy's breathing mask reflected the shop's harsh lighting, hiding whatever expression might have been beneath. Why didn't you work this fast before? Because Anakin was here. Because Mother divided her attention. Because I could pretend I was normal by comparison. I had distractions, Vader said flatly. Now I don't. Watto studied him for a long moment, his bulbous eyes calculating. The golden boy is gone. Left you behind, et. Yes. And now you're proving you're worth keeping. Watto's tone shifted to something almost approving. Smart. You work like this, you eat better. Maybe even earn repairs for that suit of yours. Vader's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the tool he held. I require new oxygen canisters. The current ones are degrading. Fix the Senator's speeder by tomorrow, and you'll have them. Agreed. Watto flew away, already calculating profits. Vader returned to his work, but his mind churned behind the mask. This is the transaction. I provide value. He provides survival. It's cleaner than love. More honest than family. But late that night, alone in the hovel that felt too large now, Vader sat in the darkness and listened to his breathing apparatus. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The rhythm that had once been background noise now filled the silence Anakin left behind. No laughter. No stories about dreams of racing. No cheerful voice asking if Vader needed anything, guilt-laden but well-meaning. Just the mechanical sound of staying alive. Shmai entered quietly, carrying a small bowl of food. She'd been withdrawn since Anakin left, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. No more tears. Just resignation. You should eat, she said, setting the bowl beside him. Thank you. She sat across from him, and for the first time in years, she really looked at him. Not with fear or pity or guilt but as if seeing him clearly. You've been working late every night, she observed. Watto has many clients. I'm efficient now. Because Anakin's not here to. She stopped, seeming to realize what she was about to say. To distract me. Vader finished. Yes. Shmai flinched. That's not what I meant. It's accurate. Vader turned his masked face toward her. In the dim light, the breathing apparatus looked like something from a nightmare. Anakin required attention. Care. Reassurance. Without him, I can focus on survival. You're 9 years old, Shmai whispered. You shouldn't be talking about survival like it's a job. I'm 9 years old and require this. He gestured to his breathing apparatus and cybernetic arm, to remain alive. Survival is my job. I'm sorry. The words burst from her, raw and desperate. I'm sorry I couldn't save both of you. I'm sorry I chose Anakin. Vader's filtered voice held no accusation. Just fact. You made the logical choice. He had potential for freedom. I have potential for usefulness. Different currencies. You're my son. I'm your slave who requires expensive maintenance to avoid dying. Vader picked up the food bowl with his cybernetic hand. The Jedi chose correctly. Anakin will become something important. I will become profitable enough to justify the cost of keeping me alive. These are acceptable outcomes. Shmai's face crumpled, but Vader had already turned away, mechanically consuming the meager rations. He didn't see her leave, didn't hear her quiet sobs from the other room. He was already planning modifications to his respirator, calculating how to increase his value, strategizing survival. Emotion is inefficient. Anakin cried when he left. It changed nothing. I will not waste energy on what cannot be altered. But alone in the darkness, with only the sound of his mechanical breathing for company, Vader made a promise to himself. One day, the galaxy will choose me. Not because I'm whole. Not because I'm beloved. But because they'll have no other choice. 3 days after Anakin left, Watto discovered Vader's value had doubled. You. The Toydarian's wings buzzed with agitation as he hovered over Vader's workstation. The Hutt's pleasure barge stabilizer, the one 5 mechanics said was impossible to fix. You did it in 2 hours. Vader didn't look up from the hyperdrive coupling he was calibrating. His mechanical fingers moved with surgical precision, each movement economical and exact. The diagnosis was incorrect. The stabilizer wasn't broken. The power distribution node was reversed. 2 hours versus 5 mechanics over 3 weeks. Watto grabbed Vader's shoulder, spinning him around. The boy's breathing mask reflected the shop's harsh lighting, hiding whatever expression might have been beneath. Why didn't you work this fast before? Because Anakin was here. Because Mother divided her attention. Because I could pretend I was normal by comparison. I had distractions, Vader said flatly. Now I don't. Watto studied him for a long moment, his bulbous eyes calculating. The golden boy is gone. Left you behind, et. Yes. And now you're proving you're worth keeping. Watto's tone shifted to something almost approving. Smart. You work like this, you eat better. Maybe even earn repairs for that suit of yours. Vader's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the tool he held. I require new oxygen canisters. The current ones are degrading. Fix the Senator's speeder by tomorrow, and you'll have them. Agreed. Watto flew away, already calculating profits. Vader returned to his work, but his mind churned behind the mask. This is the transaction. I provide value. He provides survival. It's cleaner than love. More honest than family. But late that night, alone in the hovel that felt too large now, Vader sat in the darkness and listened to his breathing apparatus. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The rhythm that had once been background noise now filled the silence Anakin left behind. No laughter. No stories about dreams of racing. No cheerful voice asking if Vader needed anything, guilt-laden but well-meaning. Just the mechanical sound of staying alive. Shmai entered quietly, carrying a small bowl of food. She'd been withdrawn since Anakin left, her eyes red-rimmed but dry. No more tears. Just resignation. You should eat, she said, setting the bowl beside him. Thank you. She sat across from him, and for the first time in years, she really looked at him. Not with fear or pity or guilt but as if seeing him clearly. You've been working late every night, she observed. Watto has many clients. I'm efficient now. Because Anakin's not here to. She stopped, seeming to realize what she was about to say. To distract me. Vader finished. Yes. Shmai flinched. That's not what I meant. It's accurate. Vader turned his masked face toward her. In the dim light, the breathing apparatus looked like something from a nightmare. Anakin required attention. Care. Reassurance. Without him, I can focus on survival. You're 9 years old, Shmai whispered. You shouldn't be talking about survival like it's a job. I'm 9 years old and require this. He gestured to his breathing apparatus and cybernetic arm, to remain alive. Survival is my job. I'm sorry. The words burst from her, raw and desperate. I'm sorry I couldn't save both of you. I'm sorry I chose Anakin. Vader's filtered voice held no accusation. Just fact. You made the logical choice. He had potential for freedom. I have potential for usefulness. Different currencies. You're my son. I'm your slave who requires expensive maintenance to avoid dying. Vader picked up the food bowl with his cybernetic hand. The Jedi chose correctly. Anakin will become something important. I will become profitable enough to justify the cost of keeping me alive. These are acceptable outcomes. Shmai's face crumpled, but Vader had already turned away, mechanically consuming the meager rations. He didn't see her leave, didn't hear her quiet sobs from the other room. He was already planning modifications to his respirator, calculating how to increase his value, strategizing survival. Emotion is inefficient. Anakin cried when he left. It changed nothing. I will not waste energy on what cannot be altered. But alone in the darkness, with only the sound of his mechanical breathing for company, Vader made a promise to himself. One day, the galaxy will choose me. Not because I'm whole. Not because I'm beloved. But because they'll have no other choice. 2 months passed. Vader became a machine. He worked from dawn until long after dark, repairing equipment other mechanics declared impossible. His reputation spread through Mos Espa's underworld. If you had something broken that no one else could fix, bring it to Watto's crippled slave. The price was high, but he never failed. Watto, recognizing profit, began feeding Vader better. New oxygen canisters. Upgraded components for his cybernetics. Even a reinforced chest plate when the necrosis began affecting his ribcage. Not out of kindness, out of investment protection. Vader understood this perfectly. Preferred it, even. There was no pretense of affection, no guilt-laden attention that masked fear. Just clean transaction. But with every repair, every impossible fix, Vader was learning something more valuable than mechanical skill. He was learning people. Please, the Rodian merchant begged, his antennae quivering with desperation. This data core contains my entire business ledger. If I can't retrieve it, I'm ruined. 5 slicers told me the encryption is unbreakable. Vader held the damaged data core in his cybernetic hand, his sensors reading the intricate circuitry. The encryption isn't the problem. You had someone deliberately corrupt it. An employee, perhaps? Someone with access who wanted to erase records. The Rodian's green skin paled. How did you? The damage pattern is surgical. Precise. Not from physical trauma or data degradation, but deliberate instruction. Vader's masked face turned toward the merchant. You're not trying to recover data. You're trying to hide evidence of embezzlement before the Hutts audit your operation. Silence filled Watto's shop. I don't know what you're. I can recover the data, Vader interrupted. But it will cost more than you quoted. Significantly more. The Rodian's desperation transformed into calculation. They both knew what Vader was really saying, I can expose you, or I can help you. Choose. How much more? Triple. Plus I keep copies of the original records. That's blackmail. That's insurance, Vader corrected calmly. I provide a service. You pay appropriate compensation. The copies ensure you don't eliminate me as a witness later. We both survive. Mutually beneficial. The Rodian stared at this 9-year-old slave with his mechanical breathing and twisted body, and saw something that terrified him more than the Hutts. He saw someone who understood exactly how the galaxy worked. Deal, the Rodian whispered. After he left, Watto emerged from the back room where he'd been listening. You're getting clever, boy. Too clever maybe. I'm making you money. You're making yourself dangerous. But Watto's tone carried a note of grudging respect. That Rodian will tell others. They'll either avoid you or seek you out for jobs that need discretion. Both are profitable, but the second makes you a target. Then I'll need to become valuable enough that eliminating me costs more than tolerating me. Watto's laugh was wheezing and unpleasant. You think like a Hutt. It's disturbing in something your size. I think like someone who wants to survive in a galaxy that sees me as broken. But Vader didn't say that aloud. Instead, he returned to work, his mechanical fingers dancing across circuits and crystals, his mind cataloging every person who came through the shop. The desperate ones. The criminal ones. The powerful ones. The weak ones. All of them revealed themselves in what they asked him to fix and why. A corrupt politician's communication device that needed certain messages erased. A bounty hunter's weapon that had malfunctioned during a hit, needing modifications to bypass safety protocols. A grieving widow's personal datapad that contained her dead husband's messages, the only memories she had left. Vader learned to read people through their broken things. And slowly, methodically, he began collecting information. Names. Connections. Secrets. Vulnerabilities. All stored in his perfect mechanical memory, categorized and analyzed. Knowledge is another form of value. Perhaps more durable than technical skill. One evening, as he worked alone in the shop, someone entered who didn't fit the usual pattern. "You're Vader." The voice was female, cultured, and carried the subtle accent of someone from the core world slumming in the outer rim. Vader turned. The woman was human, tall, with dark hair and expensive clothing deliberately toned down to blend in. But her boots were high-quality leather, her belt buckle was artisan metalwork, and the slight bulge under her jacket suggested professional-grade weaponry. Not a merchant. Not a politician. Something else. "I am." His filtered voice gave away nothing. "They say you can fix anything. That you see problems others miss." She moved closer, and Vader noticed the way she walked, balanced, dangerous, someone who knew how to fight. "I have something that requires unique expertise. Watto handles payments. This isn't about money." She produced a small device, a Sith holocron, though Vader didn't recognize it as such. To him, it was simply alien technology, intricate and sophisticated beyond Republic standards. "This was my employer's. It stopped functioning. I need it operational without my employer knowing it was ever damaged." Vader took the holocron, his sensors immediately identifying materials and energy patterns he'd never encountered. "This isn't Republic technology. No. It's considerably older. And considerably more dangerous if mishandled. Why bring it to me?" The woman smiled, and it didn't reach her eyes. "Because you're a slave no one pays attention to. If you fail and it kills you, no one investigates. If you succeed, you get paid well and keep your mouth shut. Perfect deniability. She expects me to be expendable. Sees a broken slave child as disposable." Vader should have felt rage. Instead, he felt opportunity. "I'll need 3 days. And materials. You can fix it." "Yes." "How do you know? You haven't even examined it properly." "Because if I couldn't, you wouldn't have brought it here. You've already exhausted legitimate options." Vader set the holocron on his workbench. "You need someone desperate enough to take the risk and skilled enough to possibly succeed. I'm that person." The woman studied him with newfound interest. "What's your price?" "Information." "What kind?" "Tell me who your employer is. Tell me why this device matters. Tell me what it does." Vader's masked face revealed nothing, but his voice carried absolute certainty. "I'll fix it regardless. But information costs extra. That could get me killed." "Then don't tell me. I'll still repair it. But you'll wonder forever if I figured it out anyway and what I might do with that knowledge." The woman laughed genuinely this time. "You're 9. Age is irrelevant to competence." She considered for a long moment, then leaned in close. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "My employer is one of many who believe the Force is better served through strength than peace. This device contains teachings the Jedi would burn. Can you still fix it, knowing that?" "The Force." She's talking about the Force. About teachings opposed to what took Anakin away. "Yes," Vader said without hesitation. "Even knowing it might be used for purposes you don't understand." "I understand perfectly. You serve someone powerful who hides from the Jedi. This device is valuable enough to risk exposing yourself by having it repaired. Therefore, it contains knowledge worth more than safety. Vader's filtered voice dropped even lower. I don't care what it teaches. I care that you trust me with it. Trust is valuable. The woman straightened, something like respect in her eyes. 3 days. I'll return then. Don't disappoint me, boy. After she left, Vader stared at the holocron for a long time. He didn't know what it was. Didn't understand the faint darkness that seemed to pulse from it. Didn't recognize the Sith geometric patterns etched into its surface. But he felt something. A resonance. Like his mechanical heartbeat syncing with an external rhythm. This is important. This is dangerous. This is exactly what I need. He began working. The Tusken Raiders came on the third night. Vader had just finished repairing the holocron, a process that had required techniques he'd invented on the spot, intuitive leaps that made no logical sense but somehow worked when he heard the first scream. Raiders, someone shouted in Mos Espa streets. They're in the slave quarters. Vader's breathing hitched not from fear, but from cold calculation. Tusken attacks were rare in Mos Espa proper. They usually targeted moisture farms and isolated settlements. For them to come here meant something had driven them to desperation. Or drawn them deliberately. He grabbed the holocron, sealed it in a protective case, and moved toward the hovel where Shmai would be. His cybernetic leg gave him reasonable speed, but the sand-packed streets were difficult terrain for his modified body. Blaster fire echoed through the night. Screams. The distinctive howling of Tuskens on the hunt. I need to reach Mother. Get her somewhere defensible. Then. The thought cut off as a Gatorfii stick smashed into his back. Vader went down hard, his breathing apparatus crackling with impact damage. Oxygen flow stuttered. His chest seized as his lungs spasmed, unable to draw breath. No. Not now. Not like this. He rolled, cybernetic arm up in instinctive defense as another Tusken loomed over him. The Raider's masked face showed no emotion as the Gatorfii raised high, ready to crush the crippled child. Then Shmai was there, holding a vibroblade she'd stolen from Watto years ago. She drove it into the Tusken's side with desperate strength, and the Raider collapsed, howling. Vader! She grabbed his arm, trying to pull him up. We have to run. But Vader couldn't breathe. His apparatus was damaged, oxygen mixing with sand and dust. Each attempted breath was agony, his lungs burning. This is how I die. Killed by random raiders. Disposable. Forgotten. 2 more Tuskens appeared, and Shmai positioned herself between them and her son. Her vibroblade shook in her hands, but she didn't run. She's going to die for me. She who feared me. She who chose Anakin. She's going to die for the Broken One. The raiders advanced. Shmai stabbed at the first one, but the second circled around. Its Gatorfii descended toward her head. And stopped. Not slowed. Not deflected. Stopped, frozen in midair as if time itself had paused. The Tusken's scream was cut short as its own weapon reversed course and crushed its skull. The body dropped, and standing behind it was the woman from the shop. Only now, she wasn't hiding what she was. Her eyes burned with an inner fire, not metaphorically, but literally, orange flames dancing in her irises. She wore robes of deep crimson and black, and in her hand was a weapon Vader had only seen in holographic historical records. A lightsaber. But wrong. The blade wasn't blue or green like the Jedis. It was red as fresh blood. Interesting, the woman Darth Keers, though Vader didn't know her name yet, said as she bisected the remaining Tusken with casual efficiency. You broke the holocron's security without any Force training. Impressive for a child. Especially one barely alive. Shmai positioned herself protectively, despite the obvious futility. Stay away from him. Mother, don't. Vader tried to speak, but his damaged apparatus made the words barely intelligible. Keers walked forward, and Shmai swung the vibroblade. The Sith woman caught it with one hand, bare skin against the vibrating edge, and the blade shattered like glass. Your son has potential, Kiers said calmly. Potential I was sent to find. We've been monitoring this backwater world for force sensitives, and his signature is unusual. Clouded by machinery and pain, but powerful beneath. You're a Jedi. Shmai's voice held desperate hope. No. Kiers smiled, and it was terrible. I'm something the Jedi tried to erase from history. And I'm offering your son a choice. She knelt beside Vader, who was still struggling to breathe, his vision darkening at the edges. Her hand touched his damaged breathing apparatus, and he felt something energy, power, wrongness flow through her fingers into the machinery. The apparatus reactivated. Not perfectly, but enough. Vader gasped, oxygen flooding his starving lungs. There, Kiers said softly. Better. Now you can hear this clearly. She leaned close, her burning eyes inches from his masked face. You're dying, child. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. That body of yours is eating itself. The necrosis will spread until even machines can't keep you alive. A year. Maybe 2 if you're lucky. Then you'll drown in your own failing lungs. No. Shmai grabbed for Vader, but Kiers gestured and she froze, not dead, but paralyzed, her eyes wide with horror. But, Kiers continued, there is another way. A power the Jedi hide because they're afraid of it. The dark side of the Force can sustain you. Fuel you. Transform your weakness into strength. She stood, red blade humming beside her. Come with me to the Sith Empire. Learn what you truly are. Become powerful enough that no one will ever abandon you again. The Sith Empire. The dark side. Power. Vader's mind, even oxygen-deprived and in agony, calculated instantly. Stay here, certain death within 2 years. Maximum return, profitable slave for Watto. Go with her, unknown danger but potential survival. Unknown return, but she speaks of power. Of transformation. My mother, Vader wheezed through his damaged apparatus. Will be fine. The raiders will be dealt with. She'll even receive compensation anonymously, from someone who values her son's rare talents. Kiers extended her hand. But you must choose now. Because I'm not offering rescue. I'm offering warfare. You'll be trained among others who will try to kill you. You'll be tested in ways that make this, she gestured to his broken body, seem like comfort. Many don't survive. But those who do become something this galaxy fears. Fear. Not love. Not admiration. Fear. Vader looked at his mother, frozen and terrified. She had chosen Anakin when given the choice. She had feared him his entire life. She cared for him, yes, but with the guilty obligation of a mother who couldn't hide her revulsion. I owe her nothing. She owes me nothing. We're even. Then he looked at the woman with burning eyes and a crimson blade. She was dangerous. She was powerful. She was offering exactly what he needed. Not redemption. Not healing. Not to be made whole. She was offering to make his brokenness into a weapon. I accept, Vader said, his filtered voice steady despite his damaged apparatus. Kiers smiled predatory and approving. No hesitation. No questions about cost or consequence. Just immediate calculation of advantage. She released Shmai from her paralysis. Your son is wise beyond his years, woman. You should be proud. Shmai collapsed to her knees, reaching for Vader. Please. He's just a child. He's sick. He needs to survive, Kiers interrupted. And you can't give him that. I can. She looked down at Vader. Say goodbye. You won't see her again. Vader approached his mother slowly, his breathing apparatus clicking and hissing. Shmai pulled him into a desperate embrace, her tears soaking into his tattered clothes. I'm sorry, she whispered. For everything. For choosing Anakin. For being afraid. For not. You gave me life, Vader said quietly, the filtered voice somehow carrying emotion for the first time. Twice. Once at birth. Once by building my apparatus when you could have let me die. He pulled back, his masked face unreadable. That's more than the galaxy gave me. It's enough. Vader. Tell Anakin. He stopped. What was there to say? I hope you become everything they promised you'd be. I hope you never think of me. I hope we meet again so I can show you what I became. Tell him nothing, Vader finished. Let him believe I died here. It's cleaner. Shmai's face crumpled, but she nodded. Because she understood what Vader did, that the slave boy who'd been too broken to be chosen was already gone. Whatever came back from the Sith Empire wouldn't be her son anymore. Kyrs placed a hand on Vader's shoulder. My ship is waiting beyond the city. Can you walk? Yes. Then let's go. You have a new life waiting, child. One built not on what you were born as, but what you are willing to become. As they walked into the darkness of Tatooine's desert night away from Mos Espa, away from Shmai, away from everything Vader had known, the boy didn't look back. Behind his breathing mask, his eyes were fixed forward. Toward the ship that would take him to the unknown regions. Toward the Sith Empire. Toward power. And in the Force, though Vader couldn't yet feel it consciously, his presence began to change. The confusion and pain that had clouded it since birth started to crystallize into something sharp. Something cold. Something dangerous. On Coruscant, thousands of light years away, a 9-year-old Jedi Padawan named Anakin Skywalker woke from a nightmare, screaming about his brother drowning in darkness. Obi-Wan rushed to comfort him, assuring him it was just a dream. But in the unknown regions, aboard a ship heading toward the hidden throne world of Koragar, Vader felt something too. A connection. Distant. Familiar. His twin, reaching out through the Force, trying to find him. Vader didn't reach back. Instead, he closed that connection like sealing a wound. You're free, Anakin. I'm not. But soon, I'll be something better than free. I'll be powerful. And when we meet again, you'll understand that the galaxy chose wrong. The ship entered hyperspace, and Tatooine disappeared behind them. The boy who'd been abandoned began his transformation into something the galaxy would learn to fear. Darth Vader was leaving his past behind. And somewhere in the Force, destiny itself shuddered. Koragar was a world that made Tatooine look welcoming. The ship descended through perpetual storm clouds that crackled with dark side energy, lightning arcing between obsidian spires that jutted from the planet's surface like broken teeth. The architecture was ancient and deliberately intimidating, black stone carved with geometric patterns that hurt to look at, as if the angles themselves were wrong. Welcome to the heart of the Sith Empire, Darth Kyrs said as the ship touched down on a landing platform. Emperor Malakar's throne world. Where the strong rise and the weak become dust. Vader pressed his masked face against the viewport, his breathing apparatus clicking steadily. Below, he could see figures moving through courtyards, warriors training, robed masters observing, and occasionally, bodies being carried away on repulsor sleds. How many die here? Vader asked. Does it matter? Yes. Statistics inform probability of survival. Kyrs laughed. Practical. I like that. She stood, her crimson robe settling around her like blood in water. Approximately 60% of acolytes die in their first year. Another 20% are expelled for incompetence. The remaining 20% advance to shadow agent training. Acceptable odds. For you, perhaps. You're entering the trial with significant disadvantages. She gestured to his breathing apparatus and cybernetic arm. The other acolytes will target you immediately. They'll see weakness. Good, Vader said flatly. Kyrs raised an eyebrow. Explain. Underestimation is tactical advantage. They'll waste time mocking me instead of preparing for actual threats. By the time they recognize the danger, it will be too late. You've thought about this. I've thought about nothing else since leaving Tatooine. Vader stood, his mechanical parts whirring softly. You said survive 1 month and eliminate weak competitors. Define eliminate. Kill them. Break them. Drive them to such despair they leave voluntarily. Method doesn't matter. Results do. Keers moved to the boarding ramp. One more thing, there are no rules in the trial except one: never directly attack an overseer. Do that and you die instantly, painfully, and slowly. Everything else is permitted. Including sabotage, poisoning, manipulation. Especially those. We're Sith, child. Honor is a Jedi delusion. Here, you win by any means necessary. The ramp descended, and Vader took his first steps onto Koragar. The air was thick with ozone and something else, a pressure against his senses that made his breathing apparatus work harder. The dark side was concentrated here, so dense it was almost physical. This is power. This is what the Jedi hide. This is what Anakin will never understand. Keers led him through winding corridors carved from black stone. They passed training chambers where force lightning crackled, meditation cells where acolytes sat in painful poses for hours, and one room where something screamed until it abruptly stopped. Finally, they reached a massive chamber where 19 other children waited. All of them turned to stare at the newcomer. Vader's first tactical assessment took 3 seconds. Largest, human male, age 15, scarred knuckles brawler, relies on physical strength. Threat level, moderate in direct combat, low otherwise. Smartest looking, Twi'lek female, age 13, multiple datacrons on her belt, scholar type, probably competent with force techniques. Threat level high if given prep time. Most dangerous, Zabrak male, age 14, twin lightsaber practice scars on forearms, eyes track everyone's movements, trained assassin, possibly from criminal background. Threat level severe. The brawler spoke first. What is that? Keers, you brought us a broken toy. Laughter rippled through the gathered acolytes. Vader stood perfectly still, cataloging who laughed loudest, insecure, need group validation, who didn't laugh, confident or calculating, and who looked away, weak-willed, easily manipulated. This is Vader, Keers announced. Your 20th competitor. The trial begins now. She raised her hand, and a massive hourglass apparatus activated, crimson sand beginning to fall. You have 1 month. Survive. Prove your strength. Eliminate the weak. Those who remain will advance. Wait, the Twi'lek said. He's crippled. How is that fair to? Fair. An older Sith emerged from the shadows, male, human, with eyes that burned with barely contained power. His presence made the air heavy. You want fair? Then you've already failed. I am Overseer Vrath. For the next month, I will observe your pathetic attempts at survival. I will not intervene. I will not save you. I will simply document who lives and who doesn't. He walked slowly through the assembled acolytes, his gaze lingering on each. When he reached Vader, he stopped. The machine boy. I've read Keers's report. She claims you have potential despite your condition. Vrath grabbed Vader's breathing mask, jerking his head up. I think you'll die within the week. Prove me wrong. He released Vader with a shove that would have sent most children sprawling. Vader stumbled but stayed upright, his breathing apparatus hissing louder from the impact. Your quarters are through that door, Vrath continued, pointing to a corridor. 20 beds. 1 month. Begin. He and Keers departed, leaving the 20 acolytes alone. For a moment, no one moved. Then the brawler, his name was Kren, stepped toward Vader. I'm taking your bed, cripple. And your rations. And anything else you've got? Vader's filtered voice was calm. No. No. Kren's laugh was ugly. You think you can stop me? I know you won't risk it. Vader's masked face turned toward him. You're strong, but stupid. If you attack me directly, the others will let you tire yourself out, then eliminate you while you're weak. You need me alive as a target to distract from your own vulnerabilities. Kren's face reddened. You'll wait, Vader finished. Like everyone else. Because the smart play is to let others make the first move. To observe. To identify who's actually dangerous. He walked past Kren toward the dormitory. I'm not dangerous yet. So you'll leave me alone until I am. By then, you'll be dead. The Zabrak assassin Vex smiled slightly. I like this one. In the dormitory, Vader claimed the bed in the corner farthest from the door, best sight lines to observe everyone entering. He sat down and began examining the room systematically. 20 beds. 3 windows too high to escape through, probably monitored. 1 door surely locked at night. Environmental controls in northeast corner. Ventilation system access panel behind that bed. The Twi'lek girl Sila approached cautiously. You're really going to try? With that suit? Yes. That's brave. Or stupid. I haven't decided which. Neither. It's necessary. Vader's hands were already working on his breathing apparatus. Making adjustments. You'll die third. Sila blinked. Excuse me. Third. Kren will die first because he's obvious. Someone else, probably the Rodian near the window, will die second in what looks like an accident. You'll die third because you're intelligent enough to be a threat but not ruthless enough to prevent it. You'll hesitate when you need to kill, and someone will exploit that. You don't know that. I do. Vader's mask turned toward her. You approached me to assess if I'm dangerous. That shows tactical thinking. But you're trying to make conversation, build rapport, possibly form an alliance. That shows you still think like someone from civilization. Here, alliances are temporary and everyone is expendable. You haven't accepted that yet. Sila's lavender skin paled. You're 9 years old. Age is irrelevant. Survival isn't. He returned to his apparatus adjustments. If you want to live, stop talking to me. Every interaction identifies you as my potential ally, making you a target. She backed away slowly, uncertain whether she'd just been threatened or helped. That night, in the darkness of the dormitory, Vader lay awake and listened. 20 acolytes breathing. 19 competitors. 19 variables to account for. Kren snores deep sleeper, vulnerable at night. Sila's breathing is irregular, afraid, probably not sleeping. Vex's breathing is controlled, either meditating or pretending to sleep while staying alert. 13 others whose patterns I need to memorize. His cybernetic hand moved beneath his blanket, fingers dancing across a data pad he'd concealed in his belongings. He was mapping the facility from memory, noting structural details, marking potential vulnerabilities. The ventilation system connects all rooms. Large enough for a child to crawl through. Access panel screws are standard size, easily removed. Water supply comes from central reservoir. One contamination point could affect entire facility. Power conduits run through walls. Sabotage would be traceable but could create distractions. By dawn, Vader had 17 different plans for eliminating specific targets and 3 contingencies for when those plans failed. He hadn't slept at all. He didn't need to. His hatred kept him awake better than rest ever could. Day 3 of the trial. The acolytes had fallen into uneasy patterns. Most trained in the central courtyard, practicing force techniques under Overseer Vratha's contemptuous gaze. Some meditated in their quarters. A few formed tentative alliances that would last until betrayal became advantageous. Vader did none of these things. He spent his time in the facility's lower levels, maintenance corridors, storage rooms, mechanical spaces. Places the other acolytes ignored because they offered no obvious advantage. "What are you doing down here, machine boy?" Vratha's voice echoed through the dimly lit corridor. The overseer had appeared silently, his presence like a cold wind. Vader didn't turn from the power conduit he was examining. "Learning the facility. Every system has vulnerabilities. I'm cataloging them. And what will you do with this information?" "Whatever is necessary to survive." Vader's filtered voice held no emotion. "You said there are no rules except not attacking overseers. That means the facility itself is a weapon." Vrath moved closer, studying the 9-year-old who should have been cowering in fear. "Most acolytes focus on developing force abilities. Physical combat. Direct confrontation. Most acolytes die." "True." Vrath gestured to the conduit. "What have you learned?" This was a test. Vader knew it instantly. Show weakness and be despised. Show too much and become a priority target. The balance was critical. The power grid has a single point of failure in sub-level 3. The water filtration system draws from an unguarded reservoir. The ventilation connects every room, including yours. Vader finally turned his masked face toward the overseer. "But I won't use any of those. They're too obvious. The first rule of effective sabotage is that it must appear natural." "Elaborate." "If the power fails suddenly, everyone investigates. If someone finds deliberate sabotage, they know there's a saboteur and become defensive." Vader's cybernetic fingers traced the conduit's surface. "But if someone dies from equipment malfunction during training? That's unfortunate but not suspicious. If someone gets sick from contaminated food in just their portion? Bad luck. If an accident occurs because someone's gear was improperly maintained? Their own fault for carelessness." Vratha's burning eyes narrowed. "You've done this before. Tatooine teaches survival. The strong own everything. The slaves take what they can through methods the strong don't notice." Vader stepped away from the conduit. "I'm small. Broken. Weak in the Force compared to others. Direct confrontation means death. So I'll make their strengths into vulnerabilities. Show me." The challenge was clear. Vader's mask revealed nothing, but behind it, his mind raced. He wants proof. A demonstration. This is opportunity show competence without revealing full capability. Kren. The large human. He relies on physical strength and basic force enhancement. Vader began walking, and Vrath followed. He trains aggressively every morning, pushing himself to exhaustion. After training, he uses the communal refresher, then returns to the dormitory to collapse on his bed for an hour. Common knowledge. What's your point? His routine is predictable. Exploitable. They reached a storage room where training equipment was kept. Vader moved to a rack of weighted vests used for resistance training. Kren uses the heaviest vest, 20 kilos. He's proud of it. Vader's cybernetic hand opened a maintenance panel on the vest's distribution system. Inside were small weight packs that could be adjusted. With precision born from years of repair work, he removed 2 packs from the left side and added them to the right. 20 kilos, but now distributed asymmetrically. His right side carries 14 kilos, his left carries 6. The imbalance is too subtle to notice immediately, but during intense training, his right side will fatigue faster, Vrath finished. His form will deteriorate. If he's using force enhancement, the asymmetric load will make it harder to maintain balance. And when his form deteriorates during combat training, he'll compensate incorrectly, possibly injuring himself. At minimum, he'll look incompetent. The other acolytes will identify him as weak. Vader closed the panel, leaving no visible sign of tampering. No sabotage. No obvious interference. Just unfortunate equipment failure that could happen to anyone careless enough not to check their gear. Vrath stared at the 9-year-old slave boy who'd just engineered an assassination that might take days to even be recognized as intentional. "You're not trying to become strong," Vrath said slowly. "You're trying to make everyone else weak." "Yes." "Why?" For the first time, emotion crept into Vader's filtered voice. "Cold. Hard. Certain. Because the galaxy doesn't value strength. It values who survives. And I will survive everyone." Vrath regarded him for a long moment, then turned and walked away. Over his shoulder, he called back, "2 acolytes have died already. 18 remain. Place your bets on who's next." Vader returned to the dormitory to find it in chaos. The Rodian Veske was screaming, clutching his arm. The skin was blistered and peeling, as if acid had been splashed across it. Scylla was trying to help, using force healing techniques that seemed to make it worse. "What happened?" someone demanded. "Training droid malfunctioned." Veske shrieked. "It sprayed me with something." Vader moved closer, his breathing mask hiding any expression. His cybernetic sensors analyzed the injury. "Chemical burn. But not from training droid, those use electrical shock or kinetic impact. This is industrial solvent, probably from maintenance supplies." Someone had done exactly what Vader planned to do, used the environment as a weapon. But clumsily. Obviously. The kind of attack that created suspicion. Vex, the Zabrak assassin, was watching everyone's reactions. His gaze lingered on Vader. He's analyzing who looks guilty. Who looks surprised. Who looks satisfied. Vader approached Veske, ignoring Scylla's protests. "Hold still. What are you?" Vader's cybernetic hand moved to the injured area, sensors activating. "Industrial solvent, marked as cleaner grade NX7. Used for removing carbon scoring from metal. It's kept in the maintenance bay, sub-level 2. Someone took it, probably poured it into a container that looks like standard training equipment lubricant." Every acolyte stared at him. "How do you know that?" Kren demanded. "Because I've been mapping every supply in this facility. It's how I survive, by knowing what's where." Vader's filtered voice was flat, stating facts. This wasn't a malfunction. Someone tried to eliminate Veske through sabotage. Poorly. Obviously. The kind of attempt made by someone who thinks they're clever but isn't. Vex smiled. "Interesting. You're explaining exactly how it was done. Almost like you're the one who did it and are now deflecting by being helpful. There it is. The accusation. He's testing to see if I'm threat or opportunity. If I'd done it, Veske would be dead, not injured," Vader stated calmly. "This was amateurish. Inefficient. I don't do anything inefficiently." Bold claim for a cripple. Accurate claim for someone still alive. Vader turned back to Veske. "The solvent will continue burning through your skin layers unless neutralized. You need alkaline solution, water won't work. There's a medical kit in the southeast storage room with the right compound. Or you can keep screaming while it eats down to bone." Scylla helped Veske to his feet. As they left, she glanced back at Vader with something like respect mixed with fear. The remaining acolytes dispersed slowly, whispering among themselves. Now everyone was suspicious of everyone. The invisible rules had changed not just combat, but sabotage. Hidden threats. Paranoia. Good. Fear makes people sloppy. Paranoia makes them see threats everywhere. Both are exploitable. That night, Vader waited until all breathing patterns indicated sleep or meditation. Then he removed the ventilation grate with his cybernetic hand, silent, precise, and crawled into the ductwork. The Sith Academy's ventilation system was extensive, and Vader had memorized every junction. He moved through the darkness like a mechanical ghost, his breathing apparatus the only sound, but in the echoing ducts, it was impossible to locate. He emerged in the medical supply room. Not the one he'd directed Veske to, that one was legitimate. This was the restricted supply room, where more dangerous compounds were stored. Sedatives, stimulants, toxins. All labeled and organized. Vader didn't take anything obvious. Instead, he carefully extracted minute amounts from multiple containers too small to notice individually, but enough combined to create something useful. Then he climbed back through the ducts, replaced the grate, and lay in his bed analyzing the day's data. 17 acolytes remain. Veske is injured, easy target now. Kren will falter within 2 days if he keeps using the tampered vest. Scylla is making herself valuable through healing, threat level increasing. Vex suspects me but can't prove anything. That makes him dangerous but also predictable. He'll watch me, waiting for proof. I can use that. Unknown saboteur, amateurish but bold. Wild card. Need to identify and either eliminate or exploit. His cybernetic fingers moved in the darkness, assembling the stolen chemical compounds into something new. Something colorless, tasteless, and completely untraceable after metabolization. Something that would make a person's force abilities turn inward instead of outward, their own power burning them from inside until their heart simply stopped. It would look exactly like force exhaustion from overtraining. Which happened all the time at Sith academies. Efficient. Clean. Natural seeming. By the time Vader's breathing apparatus settled into its steady rhythm, signaling he was allowing himself rest, he'd already marked his next 3 targets and prepared contingencies for 5 different scenarios. In his mind, 17 acolytes were already dead. He was just waiting for their bodies to catch up to reality. Day 12 of the trial. 14 acolytes remained. Kren had been the first to fall, exactly as Vader predicted. During combat training, his asymmetric vest finally caused catastrophic form breakdown. He'd overcompensated with force enhancement, flooded his right side with power while his exhausted left side faltered, and torn his own rotator cuff so badly that Overseer Vrath declared him unfit for further training. Expelled. Failed. Veske, weakened by his chemical burn, had been eliminated during a live combat trial. Another acolyte, a human girl named Mara who'd formed an alliance with Vex, had simply overwhelmed him. No one mourned. No one even commented. The third death had been the amateur saboteur, a Quarren named Drell who'd grown overconfident after injuring Veske. He'd tried to poison the communal water supply, but Vader had quietly informed Overseer Vrath of the plan through a carefully placed anonymous note. Vrath had caught Drell in the act and made an example of him that took 3 hours and left the remaining acolytes significantly more cautious about large-scale sabotage. 3 down through direct or indirect intervention. Acceptable progress. But 11 remain, and the trial is approaching half completion. Time to accelerate. The morning assembly was tense. 14 exhausted. Paranoid children stood in the courtyard while Overseer Vrath circled them like a predator. "You're all pathetic," he announced cheerfully. 12 days and only 6 eliminations. At this rate, we'll advance 9 or 10 of you. Unacceptable. He stopped pacing, his burning eyes sweeping across them. New rule, by day 20, at least half of you must be eliminated. If you don't manage it yourselves, I'll do it for you. And trust me, you won't enjoy my methods. Fear rippled through the group. Vader felt it through the force, still unfocused, still raw, but growing. The pressure of the dark side concentrated on Koragar was forcing his force sensitivity to develop despite his mechanical interference. Additionally, Vrath continued, the meditation trials begin today. Each of you will spend 1 hour alone in a dark side nexus chamber, confronting your greatest fear. Those who break are eliminated. Those who survive prove minimal competence. A dark side nexus. Uncontrolled force energy that manifests psychological manifestations. It will show me my greatest fear. Vader already knew what that was. He'd known since age 4, watching Anakin leave with the Jedi while he stayed behind. Being forgotten. Being worthless. Being the one not chosen. But knowing your fear and conquering it were different things. The acolytes were taken one by one. Vader watched as Scylla entered first, returning 20 minutes later pale and shaking but intact. Vex went next, emerging with fresh cuts on his arms self-inflicted, judging by the pattern but eyes clear and focused. When Vader's turn came, he entered the Nexus chamber with steady steps. The room was perfectly circular, carved from black stone, with no visible light source. Yet somehow he could see, or perhaps his mind was simply filling in details that weren't there. This is a test of will. Of mental fortitude. The Force will probe for weakness. I need to. The thought died as the darkness shifted. A figure materialized across from him. Tall. Strong. Handsome. Wearing Jedi robes and carrying a lightsaber with absolute confidence. Anakin. But not age 9. This was Anakin as he would become grown, powerful, everything he was destined to be. You're still alive. The Vision's voice carried cruel amusement. I'd forgotten all about you. Not real. Manifestation of fear. Dark side manipulation. But Vader's breathing apparatus hissed faster despite his logic. Look at you, Vision, Anakin continued, circling. Still broken. Still weak. Still hiding behind machines just to survive. He laughed. Mother told me you died on Tatooine. I didn't even ask for details. Just accepted it. Felt guilty for maybe a week, then moved on. You're not real. I'm the truth you're afraid of. The Vision leaned close. That your entire existence doesn't matter. That the chosen one me went on to be a hero while you rotted as a slave. That no matter what you do, you'll always be the inferior twin. The mistake. The broken one that should have died at birth. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. You're scheming and killing to prove you're worthy of survival, the Vision pressed. But here's the truth, brother, you're not. The galaxy was better off when you were just a slave fixing broken equipment. At least then you weren't hurting anyone. He's trying to make me accept it. Accept worthlessness. Accept defeat. You think becoming Sith will make you special? You're just another broken thing trying to pretend you're whole. When we meet again and I'll defeat you without even trying. Because I'm the chosen one. And you're nothing. The Vision raised its lightsaber. Vader's breathing apparatus clicked and hissed. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The rhythm that had defined his life. The sound of machinery keeping his worthless, broken body alive. You're right, Vader said quietly. The Vision hesitated. I am inferior. I was the unwanted twin. I should have died. Vader's filtered voice grew stronger. The galaxy chose Anakin. Mother chose Anakin. The Jedi chose Anakin. Every single choice made by everyone who mattered rejected me. Finally accepting. But they were wrong. Vader stepped forward, and the Vision actually stepped back. Not wrong that you're stronger. Not wrong that you're the chosen one. Wrong that any of that matters. The Vision's form flickered. Because I'm going to survive. Not because I'm worthy. Not because I'm destined. Because I'm willing to do whatever it takes while you're constrained by morality, by honor, by Jedi codes that make you weak. Vader's mechanical hand rose, pointing at the Vision. You'll be the hero. I'll be the monster. And when we finally face each other, you'll hesitate because you'll still think I can be saved. I won't hesitate. Because I never wanted to be saved. I wanted to win. The Vision began dissolving. You're my greatest fear. Vader's mask reflected nothing, revealed nothing. You're my greatest motivation. Every time someone chose you over me, they gave me reason to become more dangerous. You're not my fear, brother. You're my fuel. The darkness shattered. Vader stood alone in the chamber, his breathing the only sound. The Nexus had tested him, found his fear, tried to break him with it. Instead, he'd turned it into weapon. When he emerged, Overseer Vrath was waiting. 43 minutes, the Overseer noted. Most emerge within 30 or break entirely. What did you see? My brother. The one who was chosen instead of me. And I told him the truth, that being chosen means nothing if you don't survive. Vrath's expression was unreadable. Then, slowly, he smiled, the kind of smile that suggested Vader had just confirmed something significant. You pass. Return to the dormitory. As Vader walked away, he heard Vrath mutter, Kiers was right. This one is different. That night, with only 5 days remaining in the trial, Vader made his move. The compound he'd created from stolen chemicals was ready. The targets were identified. The method was simple. Each targeted acolyte's food ration would receive a microscopic dose. Not enough to be noticed. Just enough that when they overexerted themselves in training tomorrow, which they would, because Vrath had made it clear more eliminations were required, their own force power would turn inward. Heart attacks. Force exhaustion. Tragic but natural consequences of pushing too hard. 5 targets. 5 deaths. 9 survivors total, well within acceptable parameters. Vader moved through the dormitory like a ghost, his breathing apparatus the only sound. The other acolytes were sleeping, exhausted from their own Nexus trials and the constant stress of survival. He reached the first target's ration pack. A hand caught his wrist. Vex, the Zabruk, had been waiting. Awake. Watching. I knew you were the dangerous one, Vex whispered, his grip iron strong. You're too calm. Too prepared. What are you doing? Vader's mask turned toward him. In the darkness, with only starlight through the windows, they were shadows confronting shadows. Surviving, Vader whispered back. By poisoning us. By eliminating competition efficiently. Exactly what we're supposed to do. Vex's eyes narrowed. Then, slowly, he smiled. Show me who you're targeting. Why? Because I've been watching you for 12 days. You haven't made a single wasted move. Every action serves a purpose. If you're planning something, it's probably brilliant. I want to know who's on your list so I know who to avoid tomorrow. He wants an alliance. Temporary. Until he can eliminate me safely. Vader calculated instantly. Refuse and Vex alerts everyone, creating chaos that eliminates advantage. Accept and Vex becomes temporary asset and known threat to eliminate later. 5 targets. All mid-tier threats. Strong enough to survive to this point, but not strong enough to resist subtle sabotage. Removing them consolidates power among the strongest survivors. Meaning you and me. And Sila, Mara, and 2 others whose names I don't remember because they're smart enough to avoid notice. Vex released Vader's wrist. Make it 6 targets. Add Brek the Trandos Han. He's been watching me, probably planning an ambush. Agreed. Equal partnership until final 10. Then we separate and handle our own survival. Deal. They shook on it, 2 children in the darkness, making a pact that both knew would end in betrayal. But for now, it served both their interests. Over the next hour, they worked together. Vader provided the chemical compound and technical expertise. Vex provided knowledge of which acolytes had which food preferences, who checked their rations carefully, who didn't. By dawn, 6 acolytes were marked for death and didn't know it. The next day's training was brutal. Overseer Vrath pushed them mercilessly, force enhancement exercises, combat trials, endurance tests designed to force maximum exertion. And one by one, the targeted acolytes began faltering. First, a human boy named Jarek collapsed during lightsaber practice. Medics declared it force exhaustion, his heart had simply stopped. Tragic but not uncommon in intensive training. Then Brek, the Trandos Han, fell during a force barrier exercise. His own power had somehow reversed, crushing his internal organs. Terrible luck. By midday, 4 of the 6 targets were dead. The remaining 2 were showing signs of strain but hadn't pushed hard enough to trigger the compound's effect yet. Vader watched from the side, his breathing apparatus clicking steadily, while Overseer Vrath examined the bodies with professional interest. Interesting, Vrath muttered. 4 failures in one day. All from force overexertion. All with similar symptoms. His burning eyes swept across the remaining acolytes. Almost like someone engineered circumstances where pushing too hard would be fatal. No one spoke. Everyone was terrified. Brilliant, Vrath concluded. This is exactly what Sith do, turn your enemy's strengths against them. Whoever managed this has proven they understand power better than the fools who died using it carelessly. He dismissed them, and Vader returned to the dormitory knowing he'd just been given overseer approval for mass murder. 10 acolytes remain. 5 days left. Comfortable margin. That night, Scylla approached him again, the Twi'lek who'd been kind once. It was you, wasn't it? She whispered. The deaths today. Vader could have denied it. Should have, strategically. But something in her voice, resignation, not accusation, made him answer honestly. Yes. I thought so. You warned me on the first day that I'd die third. I didn't. So I started watching you. Seeing how you move. What you notice. She sat beside him, careful not to touch. You're going to survive this trial, aren't you? Yes. And probably kill me before it's over. No. She looked surprised. Why not? Because you're intelligent enough to be useful and not ambitious enough to be threatening. You heal others, which makes you valuable. You don't seek power for its own sake, which makes you predictable. I can work with that. You're offering me an alliance. I'm stating that your survival benefits my survival. If that constitutes alliance, then yes. Scylla studied him with those large, intelligent eyes. What happened to you? How does a 9-year-old become this, calculating? Tatooine. Slavery. Being born broken while my brother was born perfect. Vader's filtered voice held no self-pity. Just facts. The galaxy showed me how it works. I learned the lesson. That's all. It's not all. You're not just surviving, you're enjoying this. Vader considered lying. Decided truth served better. Yes. For the first time in my life, I'm winning. Not because of what I am, but because of what I choose to do. That's not joy. That's satisfaction. Scylla was quiet for a long moment. Then, all right. Alliance. But promise me something. What? When this is over and we both survive, don't become the kind of Sith who kills just because they can. The galaxy has enough of those. She still thinks there's good in me. Still hopes I'll choose morality. Naive. But useful naivety. I promise I'll never kill without reason, Vader said carefully. Not agreeing to her request, but close enough to satisfy. She nodded, believing him, and returned to her bed. Vader lay in the darkness, listening to the breathing of 9 other acolytes. 9 survivors out of 20 who'd started. 9 variables remaining in his calculations. 5 days until the trial ended. And Vader had already planned exactly how each of those 5 days would unfold. They think they're competing with each other. They're not. They're competing with me. And I've already won. They just don't know they're dead yet. His breathing apparatus clicked and hissed in the darkness. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound of machinery keeping him alive. The sound 9 acolytes would learn to hear in their nightmares. The sound that would, one day, make an entire galaxy tremble. But for now, it was just a broken boy's breathing. Just survival. Just the beginning of Darth Vader's rise. Day 17 of the trial. 8 acolytes remained after 2 more had fallen to accidents over the past few days. The dormitory felt cavernous now, beds empty like missing teeth in a skull's grin. Vader sat cross-legged on his bed, ostensibly meditating, but actually running calculations. His breathing apparatus provided perfect cover. The rhythmic sound masked his awareness, made others think he was occupied when he was actually listening to every conversation. Getting desperate, Mara whispered to Vex across the room. Vrath said we need to be down to 5 by day 20. That's 3 days. 5 more need to die. Or be expelled, Vex corrected. Breaking someone's will counts too. Harder than killing them, though. Depends on the target. Vader's mask concealed his expression, but behind it, he was cataloging information. Mara and Vex had solidified their alliance predictable. Scylla remained neutral, making herself valuable through healing but avoiding conflicts. 2 others, a Chiss named Thrax and a human girl named Kyla, had formed a defensive pact out of mutual fear. And then there were the final 2, Gorvan, a massive Dawoodin who relied on brute strength, and Prynn, a Mirialan who'd survived through sheer paranoia and luck. Gorvan, physically powerful but strategically incompetent. Easy to manipulate through ego. Prynn, paranoid makes her unpredictable, but paranoia also makes her isolated. No allies means no one will investigate her death. Thrax and Kyla, defensive pact makes them resistant to direct approach. Need to break the alliance first. Mara and Vex, strongest remaining threats. Leave them for last, let them eliminate others while I work unseen. His plan crystallized in minutes. 5 targets. 3 days. Multiple methods. Time to accelerate. That afternoon, Overseer Vrath announced a new training exercise. You'll be working with Mark IV training droids, he said, gesturing to a dozen humanoid machines standing in the courtyard. These are programmed for advanced lightsaber combat. They adapt to your fighting style, exploiting weaknesses. You'll each face 1 droid for 10 minutes. Survive with minimal injury and you pass. Fail, and well, we'll see. The acolytes exchanged nervous glances. Mark IV droids were dangerous, designed to push Sith acolytes to their limits without quite killing them. Quite being the operative word. Vader watched as each acolyte was assigned a droid, noting which acolyte received which unit number. When his turn came, he approached droid 7 with measured steps. Begin. Vrath commanded. The droid activated, its photoreceptors glowing red. It raised its training blade Durasteel, not a lightsaber, but capable of breaking bones and attacked with mechanical precision. Vader defended clumsily. His cybernetic arm moved quickly enough, but his biological side was slow, weak. The droid identified this immediately, focusing attacks on his left side. A strike landed on his shoulder. Another on his ribs. Pain is irrelevant. I'm observing its programming. Attack patterns. Decision trees. Adaptation protocols. By the time his 10 minutes ended, Vader had taken a beating. He limped away, apparently defeated, while the droid deactivated. Pathetic, Gorvan sneered as he passed. The cripple can barely hold a blade. Vader said nothing. He simply watched as Gorvan faced his assigned droid Unit 3 and barely survived through pure physical power and rage-fueled force enhancement. That night, while others slept, Vader returned to the training courtyard. The droids stood in standby mode, dormant but ready. He approached Unit 3 Gorvan's droid and accessed its maintenance panel with his cybernetic hand. His fingers interfaced directly with the programming port. Combat parameters, moderate lethality, adaptive difficulty, safety protocols enabled. Vader's mind worked through the code like solving a mechanical puzzle. He couldn't delete the safety protocols that would be obvious. Instead, he made subtle alterations. Adaptation speed, increased by 300%. Now the droid will identify weaknesses within seconds instead of minutes. Targeting priority shifted from distributed strikes to exploit single weakness ruthlessly. Force user detection, enhanced sensitivity. Will recognize and counter force enhancement more effectively. The changes were minute. Individually, they'd seem like acceptable programming variations. Together, they turned Unit 3 from a challenging opponent into something lethal, but only against someone like Gorvan who relied on predictable tactics. Vader did the same to Unit 8 PRYNN's droid, but with different modifications. PRYNN was paranoid and defensive. Her droid would now interpret defensive postures as offensive threats, attacking more aggressively when she tried to protect herself. Her paranoia would become a liability. He closed the maintenance panels, leaving no trace of intrusion, and returned to the dormitory. 2 targets marked. Environmental kill. Officially training accidents. Day 18. Morning training began with the droids again. Overseer Vrath wanted to see improvement. Gorvan went first, eager to prove himself after yesterday's near failure. He faced Unit 3 with aggressive confidence, immediately using force enhancement to boost his strength. The droid activated and immediately adapted. Gorvan's first power strike was deflected with surgical precision. The droid identified his stance weakness, right leg overextended, and swept it. Gorvan stumbled. The droid's blade struck his knee with enough force to shatter the kneecap. Gorvan screamed, collapsing. The droid didn't stop. It had assessed him as a force-enhanced threat and was now programmed to eliminate that threat completely. Its blade rose for a killing strike. Overseer Vrath gestured, and the droid froze mid-strike. Interesting, Vrath said, walking over. Gorvan was writhing on the ground, his knee destroyed. The droid adapted faster than expected. Gorvan, you failed to counter basic adaptation. Your over-reliance on brute force made you predictable. It was malfunctioning. Gorvan gasped. Too fast. The droid performed exactly as designed, adapting to eliminate threats efficiently. Your failure was assuming strength alone would suffice. Vrath looked down without pity. You're expelled. Medics will take you to the medical wing. You're done here. As Gorvan was carried away, howling in pain and rage, the remaining 7 acolytes stared at the droid with new fear. 1 down. Officially a training failure. No investigation. PRYNN went next, visibly terrified. Vader watched as she faced Unit 8, her paranoia making her movements jerky and defensive. The modified droid interpreted every defensive motion as a threat. When PRYNN raised her blade to guard, it attacked viciously. When she retreated, it pursued relentlessly. Her paranoia told her to protect herself, and every protection triggered more aggression. Within 3 minutes, she was bleeding from a dozen cuts, barely conscious. Vrath called the match. PRYNN, you survived, but barely. Your defensive mindset made you prey instead of predator. Vrath's disappointment was evident. You're mentally broken. Expelled. As she was led away, sobbing and traumatized, Vader felt nothing. 2 down. 6 remain. Target achieved ahead of schedule. Scylla approached him after training, her voice low. Those droids weren't acting normally. Training droids adapt, Vader replied. It's their function. Not that fast. Not that aggressively. Her intelligent eyes studied him. You were in the courtyard last night. I couldn't sleep and saw you return. She knows. Or suspects. Decision point, eliminate her or secure her silence. Yes, Vader admitted quietly. I was studying the droids. Learning their programming. Did you? Does it matter? Gorvan and PRYNN were weak. They would have been eliminated eventually. I accelerated the inevitable. Scylla's face went through a dozen emotions. Horror. Understanding. Resignation. You promised you wouldn't kill without reason, she whispered. I didn't. The reason was survival. Theirs or mine? I chose mine. Vader's masked face turned toward her. You can report this to Overseer Vrath. He might believe you. Or he might see you as weak for needing authority to handle threats. Your choice. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, quietly, I won't tell. But I want to be clear, I'm not your ally because I approve. I'm your ally because I'm smart enough to be more afraid of you than of what you might do. Acceptable. She walked away, and Vader knew he'd secured her silence. Fear was more reliable than friendship anyway. Day 19. 6 acolytes. 1 day until Vrath's deadline. 1 more elimination needed minimum, but Vader had targets for 2 more. The next exercise was announced at dawn, a deep space survival trial. You'll each be placed in individual escape pods, Vrath explained. The pods will be ejected into space. You'll have 8 hours to repair your pod's damaged systems and return to the station. Your life support is functional barely. Your propulsion is disabled. Your tools are limited. Survive and return, or die in the void. Perfect. The acolytes were led to the hangar bay where 6 ancient escape pods waited. Vader noted that each pod was pre-damaged in different ways: power systems, navigation, hull integrity. This was a test of technical skill, problem solving, and force connection to navigate back. Thrax and Kylo were whispering frantically to each other, trying to strategize. Their defensive alliance was strong, but it wouldn't help them in separate pods in space. Vader approached his assigned pod Unit 4 and began his inspection. The damage was significant but reparable. However, Unit 2 assigned to Kylo had different damage. Life support was functional, but the oxygen recycler was compromised. It would work for 8 hours, but if something stressed it. He moved casually toward Unit 2 while other acolytes were inspecting their own pods. His cybernetic hand interfaced with the oxygen recycler's control panel, hidden beneath an access plate. Current output, 100% efficiency. 8-hour duration guaranteed. Vader made one tiny adjustment, increased the oxygen output by 2%. Such a small change that diagnostic systems wouldn't flag it as dangerous. But over 8 hours, that 2% overproduction would gradually deplete the recycler's chemical reserves faster than designed. New duration, 6 hours, 40 minutes. Then oxygen production stops. Occupant has approximately 10 minutes before consciousness loss, 20 minutes before death. He closed the panel and returned to his pod without anyone noticing. An hour later, all 6 pods were ejected into space. Inside Pod Unit 4, Vader worked methodically. The vacuum of space pressed against the pod's hull. Through the small viewport, he could see Koragar's dark surface far below and the station, a small collection of modules several kilometers away. His breathing apparatus worked overtime in the thin air, but he'd prepared for this. Years of living with failing lungs made oxygen management second nature. First, restore power to propulsion. The power relay is blown, needs replacement. His cybernetic hand was steady even in zero gravity. He opened panels, bypassed damaged circuits, rerouted power through secondary systems. The work was familiar, comforting even. Just another broken machine that needed fixing. Second, calibrate navigation. Without it, I'll drift. The navigation computer was corrupted, but not destroyed. He accessed the code directly, rewriting damaged sections from memory. His mind held vast technical databases accumulated from years of repairs on Tatooine. Within 3 hours, his pod was functional. Propulsion online. Navigation calibrated. He could return to the station now. But he didn't. Instead, he used the pod's sensors to locate the other pods. 5 signatures, spread across space in a loose formation. Kylo's pod, Unit 2. Drifting. Propulsion still offline. Good. She's struggling with repairs. Vader monitored her pod's telemetry through the shared emergency frequency all pods used. He could hear her breathing rapid, panicked. She was smart enough to fix the propulsion, but the stress of isolation in space was breaking her focus. And her oxygen recycler was now at hour 6. Time to add pressure. Vader activated his communication system, but not on the standard frequency. Instead, he used a narrowband signal that only Kyla's pod would receive and made it seem like it was coming from Thrax's pod. Kyla. He modulated his voice through filters to sound like Thrax. Kyla, I'm in trouble. My hull integrity is failing. I'm losing air fast. He added static, cut the transmission. Through the sensors, he watched Kyla's pod erupt with activity. She was frantically trying to respond, trying to reach Thrax. Her breathing accelerated. Panic setting in. Emotional stress increases oxygen consumption. Fear burns through reserves faster. Vader waited 10 minutes, then sent another partial transmission, losing consciousness. Help, more static. Silence. Kyla's biometric readings spiked. Hyperventilation. She was burning through her oxygen twice as fast now. At hour 6, 41 minutes, her oxygen recycler failed. Vader monitored as her panic turned to terror. She tried desperately to manually restart the recycler, but the chemical reserves were depleted. No amount of technical skill could create oxygen from nothing. Her breathing became gasps. Then wheezes. Her transmission came through, "Help, anyone, can't breathe, please." No one responded. Everyone was focused on their own survival. At hour 7, 3 minutes, Kyla's biometric readings flatlined. Target eliminated. Official cause, equipment failure during survival trial. Common occurrence. No investigation. Vader activated his propulsion and began the return journey to the station. When all pods returned or failed to, Overseer Vrath reviewed the results. 5 acolytes had survived and returned. Kyla had died in space, her pod retrieved with her body still inside, face frozen in terminal fear. Kyla's oxygen recycler failed catastrophically, Vrath announced, reading the diagnostic report. She suffocated approximately 1 hour before her propulsion repairs would have been complete. A mechanical failure compounded by poor time management. He looked at the surviving 5. Let this be a lesson, in the void, you have only yourself. Equipment fails. Allies can't reach you. Survival is individual. Thrax looked devastated. His defensive pact partner was dead, leaving him isolated. Vader noted how his shoulders slumped, how his eyes had lost focus. Perfect. Isolated. Vulnerable. Next target. The 5 survivors were dismissed. As they left, Darth Keers appeared beside Overseer Vrath. "The machine boy," she said quietly. His pod was the first functional. He had 3 hours to spare, yet he delayed his return. Why? Vrath pulled up sensor logs. He was monitoring the other pods. Observing. Or ensuring certain outcomes. Keers smiled slowly. 3 acolytes dead in 2 days. Training droid malfunctions that seemed too perfectly timed. An oxygen recycler failure that statistical analysis suggests was improbable. And somehow, the weakest acolyte physically has orchestrated his way to the final 5. You think he's sabotaging equipment? I think he's doing exactly what Sith should do, identifying enemy weaknesses and exploiting them with surgical precision. Keers' eyes gleamed. He never confronts anyone directly. Never uses the Force in obvious ways. Just makes arrangements so that circumstances eliminate threats. It's sophisticated for a 9-year-old. Should we stop him? Stop him? Keers laughed. Why? He's demonstrating advanced tactical thinking, technical mastery, and complete lack of moral hesitation. Those are exactly the qualities we're selecting for. If the others can't identify and counter his methods, they deserve to fail. She watched Vader's distant figure disappear into the dormitory. "I chose well," she murmured. "This one will be extraordinary." Day 20. Final day of the trial. 5 acolytes remained: Vader, Vex, Mara, Scylla, and Thrax. Overseer Vrath's deadline had been met. 5 survivors from the original 20. But Vader knew the unspoken rule: 5 was acceptable, but 4 or 3 would be better. The fewer who advanced, the more elite they appeared. Vex and Mara, strongest remaining alliance. Dangerous together. Need to break them. Scylla, too valuable to eliminate. Medical skills useful. Will propose she survives. Thrax, isolated, grieving, vulnerable. Easy target. Optimal outcome: Vex, Scylla, and I survive. Mara and Thrax eliminated. The morning meal was tense. 5 acolytes ate in silence, each aware that final eliminations might still occur. The food was standard rations, nutritious but bland, designed to fuel Force user metabolisms. Vader ate slowly, methodically, while his mind worked. The chemical compound he'd created weeks ago still had 1 dose remaining. He'd used it to kill 4 acolytes through induced Force exhaustion, making their own power burn them from inside. But 1 dose remained, and it would be noticed if inventory was checked after the trial ended. Use it or lose it. But on whom? And how to avoid suspicion? The answer came from observing Mara. She was eating quickly, aggressively, fueling herself for whatever final challenge might come. She was confident. Strong. And she'd been vocal about believing Vader was unworthy of advancing, too weak, too dependent on technology. She's the strongest. If she falls, it demonstrates that strength alone isn't enough. A lesson Overseer Vrath values. But simply poisoning her would be obvious now. Too many deaths, too much scrutiny. He needed a different approach. Frame someone else. Make her death appear to be the result of another acolyte's sabotage. Eliminate 2 threats with 1 action. Thrax was the perfect scapegoat. Already mentally fragile from losing Kyla. Already isolated. Already showing signs of breaking under pressure. Vader stood, taking his empty ration tray to the recycler. As he passed Thrax's seat, his cybernetic hand moved with mechanical precision, too fast for organic eyes to follow clearly. A tiny capsule of the chemical compound transferred from his palm to Thrax's water canister. Colorless. Tasteless. Will metabolize within hours, leaving no trace except the effect. Then Vader moved to the storage area where spare ration supplies were kept. He accessed the manifest computer and made a subtle alteration, logged that Thrax had accessed restricted medical compounds 3 days ago. Not enough to be noticed immediately, but enough to appear in records if investigated. Evidence planted. Now just wait. 2 hours later, the final training exercise began. Combat trials, Overseer Vrath announced. You'll fight in pairs. Winners advance. Losers are evaluated for potential expulsion. The pairings were announced. Vex vs Thrax. Mara vs Scylla. Vader would sit out the first round, facing the winner of Vex vs Thrax. Predictable. They're forcing confrontation between allies and enemies. Testing who breaks under pressure. Vex and Thrax faced each other in the training circle. Thrax looked haunted, his movements sluggish. Vex, sensing weakness, pressed the attack immediately. The fight was brutal and short. Thrax tried to defend, but his grief and isolation had eroded his will. Vex's training blade struck him repeatedly until Thrax collapsed, defeated but alive. Thrax, you're broken, Vrath declared. Expelled. As medics helped Thrax away, Vader noted the Chiss was crying silently. Good. A broken acolyte drew no suspicion. Mara vs Scylla was more interesting. Mara was aggressive, powerful, using force enhancement to boost every strike. Scylla was defensive, using barriers and evasion. It should have been Mara's victory within minutes. But as the fight continued, Mara began showing signs of strain. Her movements became jerky. Her force enhancement flickered. She gasped, clutching her chest. What? She stumbled, and Sila's training blade struck her shoulder, then her leg. Mara collapsed, her body convulsing. Her eyes rolled back. The medics rushed forward. Her heart rate is erratic, one shouted. Force exhaustion, she's burning out. Overseer Vrath moved closer, his burning eyes narrowing. How? She wasn't exerting nearly enough to cause this. Within minutes, Mara was dead. Her own force power had turned inward, consuming her from inside. The medics were baffled. It made no sense given the minimal exertion of the fight. Vrath ordered an immediate investigation. The medical examiner found traces of an exotic compound in Mara's system, one that caused force energy to feed back catastrophically. Security reviewed logs and found evidence that Thrax had accessed restricted medical compounds days ago. Thrax, already broken and expelled, was brought back for questioning. I don't even know what that compound is, he protested, confused and terrified. The logs show you accessed the secure medical bay 3 days ago, Vrath stated coldly. The compound found in Mara's system is stored there. You had opportunity. You had motive. She was stronger than you, a threat to your advancement. I never went there. I don't know how. Vrath gestured, and force lightning arced from his hand, striking Thrax briefly. The Chiss screamed. You attempted to murder a fellow acolyte through poison, Vrath declared. Not in honorable combat, but through cowardice. This is unacceptable. More lightning. You're not just expelled. You're terminated. Thrax's screams lasted 30 seconds. Then he was silent, his body smoking. The remaining 3 acolytes, Vader, Vex, and Sila, stood perfectly still, showing no reaction. 4 down through my action. 2 framed deaths, 2 equipment failures, 2 training accidents. 12 total dead from the original 20. 3 expelled earlier for incompetence. 5 of us graduate. But Vrath wasn't finished. 3 remain, he announced. Normally, this would be acceptable. But I suspect something. His burning eyes fixed on each of them. Too many convenient accidents. Too many perfect eliminations. Someone here is more intelligent than they're showing. He walked slowly in front of them. Vader. The broken machine boy who everyone underestimated. Who spent weeks mapping our facility, learning our systems, staying quiet while others died around him. Whose technical expertise could easily sabotage equipment. Vader's breathing apparatus was steady. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. Vex. The assassin from the streets. Who knows how to kill quietly, how to make deaths look accidental. Whose alliance with Mara was convenient until she became a threat. Vex's face remained impassive. Sila. The healer who knows exactly which poisons cause which effects. Who benefits from being seen as weak and non-threatening while everyone else dies. Sila's lavender skin had gone pale. One of you, perhaps all of you, has been orchestrating eliminations while maintaining perfect deniability. Vrath smiled coldly. Excellent work. Truly. This is precisely what Sith do. He turned away. You all pass. You've demonstrated intelligence, ruthlessness, and survival capability. The trial is complete. The 3 survivors were led to a different chamber, larger, grander, carved from black stone and decorated with ancient Sith symbols. At the far end, seated on a throne of obsidian, was Emperor Darth Malachar himself. He was ancient and powerful, his presence in the Force like a black hole, consuming, absolute, terrifying. His eyes burned with dark side energy that made Overseer Vrath's look like candle flames. 3 acolytes from 20, Malachar's voice echoed through the chamber. Acceptable. Darth Keers, Overseer Vrath, present your evaluations. Kiers stepped forward. The Zabruk, Vex, shows exceptional combat talent and ruthless efficiency. Recommended for shadow agent training, specialization, assassination. Vex bowed deeply. The Twi'lek, Scylla. Demonstrates strategic intelligence and valuable healing abilities. Recommended for shadow agent training, specialization, infiltration and support. Scylla bowed, her relief palpable. The human, Vader. Kiers paused, and something like pride entered her voice. Shows extraordinary technical mastery, strategic planning, and absolute lack of moral compunction. He engineered at least 6 deaths through equipment sabotage, environmental manipulation, and framing others, all while maintaining perfect deniability. He is 9 years old. Emperor Malachar leaned forward, his burning gaze fixing on Vader. Approach. Vader walked forward, his breathing apparatus clicking in the silent chamber. He stopped at the appropriate distance, neither cowering nor presuming. You killed 12 of your fellow acolytes, Malachar stated. Yes, Emperor. No point in denying what they clearly knew. You did so without ever engaging in direct combat. Yes, Emperor. Why? Because direct combat was disadvantageous. I'm physically weaker than most opponents. My suit restricts mobility. In fair fights, I lose. So I ensured no fight was fair. And the framing of Thrax? Making us execute him for your crime. He was broken and would have been expelled anyway. Using him as scapegoat ensured my method remained hidden while eliminating another competitor. Efficient. Malachar studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, and it was terrible. You lack power. You lack physical strength. You lack the force capability of others. But you compensate through intelligence and ruthlessness. He stood, and the chamber seemed to darken. Most Sith are weapons. But you're something different. You're a blade that cuts from shadows. An architect of others' destruction. He descended from his throne and placed a hand on Vader's shoulder. The touch burned with dark side energy, but Vader didn't flinch. You will be trained as shadow agent, but with special instruction. Your specialty will be infiltration, sabotage, and information warfare. You will learn to destroy entire organizations without ever revealing your presence. You will become the nightmare people don't know they should fear. Yes, Emperor. But first. Malachar's hand tightened, and Vader gasped as dark side energy flooded into him. Your body is failing. Dying. The necrosis spreads despite your machinery. Within 2 years, you'll be dead. Pain. Incredible pain. Vader's breathing apparatus screamed as his lungs seized. I will show you how to use the dark side to sustain yourself. To feed on your hatred and pain, transforming it into strength. Your body will still fail, but slowly. Giving you time to replace what dies with what endures. The energy stopped, and Vader collapsed to one knee, gasping. This is your path, become more machine than flesh, more shadow than substance. Never the strongest. Never the most powerful. But always the most dangerous, because no one will see you coming until it's too late. Vader looked up at the Emperor, and for the first time since leaving Tatooine, he felt something like gratitude. Thank you, Emperor. Thank me by surviving. By proving that the broken can become deadly. By showing this empire that power takes many forms. Malachar returned to his throne. Dismissed. Your training begins tomorrow. Outside the throne room, Darth Kiers waited. Impressive performance, she said as the 3 new shadow agent trainees emerged. All of you survived through different methods. Vex through combat. Scylla through value. Vader through schemes. Was it really that obvious? Vader asked. To those who know what to look for, yes. But that's the point, most don't know what to look for. They see a crippled child and dismiss you as harmless. By the time they realize their mistake, they're already dead. She began walking, and the three followed. Your training now becomes specialized. You'll learn advanced force techniques, combat styles suited to your strengths, and most importantly how to operate in Republic space without being detected. We're going into the Republic? Sila asked. Eventually. The Emperor has plans. The Sith Empire has hidden for generations, but we're preparing to emerge. We need agents in place first, learning Republic weaknesses, identifying targets, creating chaos that looks natural. Kiers glanced at Vader. And you'll be perfect for that. A broken child, seemingly helpless, who can infiltrate places warriors cannot. When do I start? Eager. Kiers smiled. Good. You start in 3 days. First, you'll receive medical treatment upgrading your suit, reinforcing your cybernetics, teaching you to channel dark side energy to sustain your failing organs. She stopped at a branching corridor. Go to your new quarters. Tomorrow, your real education begins. Today, rest. You've earned it. As the 3 new trainees separated to their assigned quarters, Vader found himself in a small but comfortable room vastly better than the dormitory. A real bed. A workstation with advanced tools. A window overlooking Koragar's dark landscape. He sat on the bed and removed his breathing mask for the first time in hours, gasping in the room's enriched oxygen atmosphere. His face was scarred, mottled with necrosis, barely recognizable as human anymore. But in the polished black stone of the wall, he saw his reflection. Not a broken slave boy. A survivor. A Sith. He thought of Anakin, somewhere in the Republic, training as a Jedi. Learning about honor and peace and the light side of the Force. You're becoming a hero, brother. And I'm becoming a monster. But when we meet again, you'll learn which one is more dangerous. Vader replaced his breathing mask, the familiar rhythm returning. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound that had once been a mark of weakness. Now, it was the sound of something deadly learning to hunt. The trial was over. Vader's transformation had just begun. And somewhere in the Force, destiny itself trembled because the timeline had changed, and a monster was being forged who was never supposed to exist. One who would, eventually, consume everything the galaxy thought it knew about power. But that was years away. For now, Vader closed his eyes and meditated on a single truth Tatooine had taught him. The galaxy chooses the strong and beautiful. But it's the broken and discarded who learn to truly survive. And survival always wins in the end. Age 10, 6 months post-trial. The medical chamber stank of bacta, ozone, and something organic that made Vader's enhanced olfactory sensors recoil. He lay strapped to a surgical table, his breathing mask removed, chest cavity exposed to reveal the grotesque reality beneath. Where a normal human child would have lungs, heart, and organs working in harmony, Vader had improvisation. His left lung was more mechanical than organic cybernetic tubes threading through dying tissue. His heart was reinforced with durasteel mesh to prevent the organ from collapsing under its own corrupted weight. His ribcage had been partially replaced with synthetic bone grafts. Dr. Savick, a given medical specialist whose mathematical mind made him the Empire's foremost expert in cybernetic integration, hovered over the exposed cavity with professional detachment. Remarkable, Savick's voice whistled through his triangular facial structure. You should have died at birth. The fact that you survived 9 years on Tatooine with slave-grade modifications is statistically improbable. Yet here I am. Vader's voice was weak without his respirator, but steady. Indeed. Now we'll make you properly functional. Savick's instruments moved with geometric precision. The Emperor has authorized extensive modifications. Your current suit is crude, functional but inefficient. We'll integrate advanced systems directly into your biology. Over the next 8 hours, Vader was systematically upgraded. His respirator was replaced with a Mark 7 military-grade system, smaller, more efficient, with hidden compartments in the filtration chambers. Savick demonstrated, twist the left intake valve 3 rotations counterclockwise, and it releases compressed neurotoxin. Odorless, colorless, fatal within 30 seconds. Twist right, and it disperses knockout gas. Your breathing becomes a weapon. His cybernetic right arm was replaced entirely, the old salvaged components giving way to a military-spec prosthetic with built-in tools. Retractable data interface spikes in the fingertips. Microsensors that could detect electronic signatures through walls. Hidden compartments in the forearm for lockpicks, slicing tools, even a small hold-out blaster. Your left arm remains organic for now, Savick noted, but we've implanted subdermal armor plating and neural enhancers. You'll have faster reflexes, better fine motor control. His legs received similar treatment: reinforced joints, enhanced servos, magnetic grips in his boots for climbing or securing to surfaces in zero gravity. But the most significant modification was internal. The Emperor himself designed this, Savick explained, holding up a small crystalline device. A dark side focusing array. We'll implant it near your heart. It will draw ambient dark side energy and channel it into your failing organs, sustaining them. You'll still need your suit, but you'll be less dependent on external oxygen. The dark side itself will help keep you alive. Will it hurt? Constantly. But you're Sith. Pain is fuel. The implantation took 3 hours. When Savick activated the device, Vader screamed not from surgical pain, but from the sensation of darkness flooding through his veins like liquid nitrogen. His dying organs spasmed, then stabilized, sustained by malevolent energy. Perfect, Savick declared. You're now approximately 40% more machine than when you arrived. Your life expectancy has increased from 2 years to indefinite, assuming proper maintenance and dark side exposure. Vader sat up slowly, his new systems calibrating. He flexed his cybernetic hand, smooth, responsive, powerful. His breathing came easier, though the rhythmic hiss of the respirator remained. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. But now it was by choice, not pure necessity. One final modification. Savick said, producing a small device. Subvocal communicator. Implanted in your throat. You can speak clearly through your mask now, or transmit directly to communication systems without speaking aloud. No one will know you're reporting intelligence unless they're scanning for it. By the time Vader left the medical wing, he was no longer the broken slave boy held together by desperation and scrap metal. He was a weapon, precision engineered and dark side fueled. His first stop was the training chambers, where Darth Keers waited. The upgrades suit you, she observed, circling him appraisingly. But technology alone doesn't make you Sith. Now, you learn the Force. Vader stood in the center of a dark stone chamber, empty except for 20 training remotes floating in a circle around him. Each remote had a small blaster, set to painful but non-lethal. Lesson 1, Keers announced from the observation platform above. The Force is not separate from you. It is you. Your pain. Your hatred. Your will to survive. Stop thinking of it as something external to access. Start understanding it as the manifestation of your rage. I don't feel rage right now. Then remember. Her voice turned sharp. Remember Shmai's fear when she looked at you. Remember Anakin leaving with the Jedi while you stayed behind. Remember every person who called you cursed, broken, worthless. Remember that the galaxy chose your brother and discarded you like waste. The memories flooded back. Not as abstract concepts, but as visceral experiences. The trembling in Shmai's hands when she touched him. Qui-Gon Jinn's eyes passing over him as if he didn't exist. Watto calling him a defective investment. Anakin's guilty relief when he could leave Vader behind. Something cold and terrible unfurled in Vader's chest. The dark side focusing array activated, feeding on his emotions, amplifying them. Good, Keers purred. Now catch! All 20 remotes opened fire simultaneously. Vader moved on instinct. His cybernetic hand snapped up, and he felt the force not as mystical energy, but as extension of his will. The first blaster bolt stopped centimeters from his palm, suspended in midair. Then it redirected, striking the remote that fired it. 19 more bolts came. Vader twisted, dodged, and for the first time consciously reached out with the force. Not to defend. Defense was weakness. To attack. 3 remotes crushed simultaneously, their casings crumpling like paper. 2 more collided midair from invisible force pushing them together. 5 more had their blasters redirected back at themselves. Within 30 seconds, all 20 remotes were destroyed. Vader stood in the center of the chamber, breathing hard, his new respirator hissing steadily. Around him was debris and smoke. Kiers descended from the observation platform, genuine approval in her burning eyes. 67% destruction rate on first attempt. Impressive. Most acolytes manage 20%. My hatred is efficient. Yes. But raw power isn't enough. You need control. Precision. The ability to use the force as a scalpel, not a hammer. She gestured, and a single training remote floated into the chamber. This remote has a self-destruct mechanism. Use the force to disarm it without triggering detonation. You have 10 seconds. The remote activated, a countdown hologram appearing above it. Vader reached out with the force, feeling the remote's internal systems. His technical knowledge merged with force sensitivity. He could sense the circuits, the trigger mechanism, the explosive charge. He found the deactivation pathway and forced it closed with telekinetic precision. The countdown stopped at 3 seconds. Excellent. Again. Over the next months, Vader's force training intensified. He learned force sense, reading intentions, detecting danger, identifying force sensitives. His cybernetic sensors enhanced this. He could feel both technological and force signatures simultaneously. Telekinesis, not just moving objects, but precision manipulation. Disassembling weapons from a distance. Crushing specific internal organs. Applying force to exact structural weak points. Force lightning. He struggled with this initially. His cybernetics interfered with electrical generation. But he learned to channel it through his organic left hand, creating focused arcs rather than Palpatine-style storms. Precise, surgical, lethal. Mind manipulation, the subtle art of suggestion and domination. Vader discovered he excelled here. His mechanical appearance made him seem non-threatening, allowing him to slip past mental defenses before crushing them. But his specialty became something darker, force drain. The ability to draw life energy from others, sustaining himself parasitically. Combined with his dark side focusing array, he could extend his survival indefinitely by feeding on the dying. You're a vampire, Kiers noted during one training session where Vader had drained a captured Republic soldier to death. Most Sith destroy. You consume. Waste not, Vader replied, his dying organs momentarily flush with stolen vitality. Age 11, the lightsaber. The forge chamber was scorching, heated by magma channels running beneath Koragar's crust. Master Artificer Darth Venom, an ancient Sith who'd constructed lightsabers for 3 generations of warriors, examined Vader with multifaceted eyes. You want a lightsaber? Venom's insectoid voice clicked. But you're still a child. Weak. Barely trained. I've completed Force Fundamentals. Shadow Agent Protocols. 37 training scenarios. Vader's filtered voice was steady despite the heat. I'm ready. Ready. Venom laughed, a horrible chittering sound. A lightsaber is not a tool, boy. It's an extension of your soul. Your hatred made solid. Your purpose crystallized. Tell me, what is your purpose? Survival. Wrong. Survival is reaction. Purpose is direction. Venom scuttled closer. Why do you want power? Vader considered lying, offering the expected Sith answers about domination and conquest. But something in Venom's ancient gaze suggested he'd detect deception. To prove the galaxy wrong. To make everyone who chose my brother over me understand their mistake. To become so dangerous that I'm never discarded again. Venom's mandibles clicked in approval. Honesty. Rare in Sith. Also tactically sound. You understand your motivation, which means you can weaponize it. He gestured to the forge. Then build. The crystal chooses the wielder. Let's see what chooses you. The chamber contained hundreds of kyber crystals, each emanating different force signatures. Vader moved among them, feeling their resonance. Most felt wrong, too aggressive, too chaotic, too pure. Then he found it. A small crystal, blood red like all Sith kyber, but with black veins running through it. When he touched it, the crystal pulsed with recognition. It was damaged, partially corrupted, barely functional. That one. Venom sounded surprised. It's broken. Cracked during the bleeding process. Most wouldn't consider it. It's perfect. Vader held the flawed crystal. Broken but functional. Scarred but surviving. It's me. Over the next 3 days, Vader constructed his lightsaber. Not following traditional Sith designs, those required strength he lacked. Instead, he engineered something unique. The hilt was shorter than standard, designed for his child-sized hands but with adjustable grips for when he grew. The internal mechanisms were hybrid, traditional kyber focusing combined with micro-power cells and specialized circuitry. He built redundancy into every system. If one component failed, another would compensate. The blade, when ignited, was crimson with black edges reflecting the damaged crystal's nature. But Vader's true innovation was the activation system. Standard lightsabers had simple switches. His required a specific cybernetic handshake. His prosthetic hand had to interface with the hilt's systems to activate. No one else could use his weapon. When he presented the completed lightsaber to Darth Venom, the ancient artificer examined it thoroughly. Unconventional. Over-engineered. Paranoid redundancies. Venom's mandibles clicked. But technically brilliant. The blade is weaker than standard. Your damaged crystal limits output, but it's stable and reliable. You've turned weakness into consistency. Will it kill? Oh yes. Just not as dramatically as others. You'll cut throats, not bisect battle droids. Venom handed it back. Appropriate for an assassin. Now learn to use it. Age 12 to 15, the Blade Dancer. Lightsaber training revealed uncomfortable truths. Vader was terrible at traditional combat. Form I, Shiicho, required physical strength he lacked. Form 2, Makashi, demanded grace his mechanical body couldn't achieve. Form 3, Sorsu, through Form 6 all presumed physical capabilities he didn't possess. His instructors despaired. You can't fight Jedi like this, Overseer Vrath declared after Vader lost his 15th training duel. You're too slow. Too mechanical. Too limited. But Darth Keers saw differently. Stop trying to fight like Sith, she commanded. You're not a warrior. You're an assassin. Assassins don't duel, they ambush. They exploit. They cheat. She began teaching him Form 7, Juyo, variants combined with techniques that had no names. Dirty fighting elevated to art form. Vader learned Gemso adaptation, using his cybernetic strength for sudden, overwhelming strikes, then immediately retreating before counterattack. Jarkai modification, wielding his lightsaber in his cybernetic hand while his organic hand threw concealed weapons, used the Force, or activated suit-based tools. Environmental exploitation, using the Force to throw objects, collapse structures, create hazards, turning every fight into a death trap. Anatomical precision, his technical knowledge translated to combat. He knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage with minimum effort. Severing tendons. Cutting nerve clusters. crippling rather than killing, then executing helpless opponents. By age 13, Vader had developed a personal combat style that instructors reluctantly admitted was effective: mechanical predation. He fought like his suit, methodical, efficient, brutal. No wasted movement. No honor. Just victory or death. His first live combat came at age 14. A Jedi Padawan, a Twi'lek girl named Sira, had been captured during a Republic scouting mission near Sith space. Emperor Malachar wanted information extracted, then wanted her dead. Vader was assigned the execution. Make it educational, Vrath instructed. Show us your training. Vader entered the cell where Sira was held. She was 14, his age, with hope still burning in her eyes despite imprisonment. She'd been trained to resist torture, to maintain Jedi calm. "You're just a boy," she said when she saw him. "Please, you don't have to do this. The Sith are manipulating you. Come with me. The Jedi can help you." Vader said nothing. He activated his lightsaber, the damaged blade igniting with its characteristic hiss, black-edged red light casting shadows across his mask. Sira had no weapon. No defense. Just the force and training that emphasized mercy. Vader attacked. Not honorably. Not fairly. He used the force to collapse part of the ceiling, creating dust and confusion. Then struck from behind, severing her leg below the knee. She fell, screaming. He kicked her lightsaber away. She'd force-pulled it from a guard earlier and stood over her. "The Jedi wanted my brother," Vader said quietly, his filtered voice emotionless. "Not me. I was too broken. Too dependent on machines. Not worth their time." He raised his blade. "Your order made its choice. Now you live with the consequences. Please." He struck. Clean. Efficient. Through the heart. Sira died instantly, her eyes wide with betrayal, not at Vader, but at the universe that had put a child in this position. Vader deactivated his blade and walked out without looking back. Behind his mask, he felt nothing. Not guilt. Not satisfaction. Just the cold certainty that he'd survived another day by eliminating a potential threat. That was the moment he truly became Sith. Age 14, First Republic mission. The Republic space station Vigilance orbited a contested world in the Mid-Rim, monitoring Sith Empire activity. It had been operational for 3 years without incident. Until Vader arrived. He came not as an obvious threat, but as a refugee, a half-mechanical slave child fleeing Sith territory in a damaged escape pod. When Vigilance's patrol picked up his distress signal, they found a boy barely clinging to life, his breathing apparatus failing, his cybernetics damaged. "Please," Vader wheezed when they brought him aboard, his voice modulated to sound terrified and desperate. "The Sith, they experimented on me. I have to warn the Republic. They're planning." He collapsed, perfectly timed. The station's medical staff rushed him to the medbay. Captain Torval, the station commander, stood over the unconscious child with genuine sympathy. "Poor kid. Sith are monsters to do this to a child." He turned to the medical droid. "Stabilize him. Get intelligence officers ready if he knows about Sith plans, we need that information." What Captain Torval didn't know, Vader's failing breathing apparatus contained sophisticated recording equipment. His damaged cybernetics had hidden slicing tools. His unconscious state was meditation, during which he was using force sense to map every presence on the station. When he woke 3 hours later, he was the perfect witness, traumatized, grateful, eager to help. "They were planning an attack," he told the intelligence officers, his voice shaking convincingly. "On the shipyards at Fonder. Within the month. I heard the generals talking about it. False information. Carefully crafted to be believable but wrong. The Republic would deploy forces to Fonder, leaving other targets vulnerable." While the intelligence officers debriefed him over the next 2 days, Vader worked. During medbay visits, his cybernetic hand interfaced with medical computer systems, uploading spyware that would feed intelligence back to Sith networks. During supervised walks for a recovery exercise, he marked security blind spots and identified patrol patterns. During meals with sympathetic staff who wanted to help the poor traumatized child, he used subtle force suggestion to extract information about station defenses, personnel, and weaknesses. On his third night aboard, Vader made his move. He waited until the 0300-hour shift change patrol rotations were sloppy, then, with tired guards assuming the next shift would handle security. Using the Force and his cybernetic stealth systems, he moved through the station like a ghost. First target, the communications array. He planted a delayed virus that would transmit all future communications directly to Sith intelligence before reaching their intended destinations. It would take Republic slicers weeks to find it. Second target, life support control. He didn't sabotage it, that would be obvious, but he mapped every vulnerability for future reference. If the station ever needed to be destroyed quickly, he now knew how. Third target, personnel files. He downloaded complete records of every officer, analyst, and engineer on the station. Names, families, weaknesses. All useful for future blackmail or targeted assassinations. Finally, Captain Torval's personal computer. Vader sliced it in 90 seconds, planting incriminating evidence that suggested the captain was scheming medical supplies to sell on black markets. Not enough to trigger immediate investigation, but enough to ruin his career if discovered at the right moment. By 0500, Vader was back in medbay, appearing to have never left. 2 days later, a Republic transport arrived to take him to Coruscant for further medical treatment and Jedi evaluation. The intelligence officers thought a Force-sensitive child rescued from Sith should be brought to the temple. Vader departed Vigilance Station with profuse thanks, looking like a grateful rescue victim. 3 weeks later, when Sith forces attacked the station, they knew every defense, every patrol pattern, every vulnerability. Vigilance fell in 40 minutes with 90% casualties. Captain Torval died in the attack. So did the intelligence officers who'd debriefed Vader. So did the medical staff who'd treated him kindly. Vader felt nothing. They were targets. He'd been weapon. The equation was simple. But the mission wasn't complete. He still had to avoid the Jedi Temple evaluation. On the transport to Coruscant, Vader's escape pod was conveniently damaged by micrometeor impact. Life support failed. By the time rescue arrived, the pod was empty. Vader had died in vacuum, his body lost to space. In reality, a Sith infiltration ship had been shadowing the transport. Vader had used the Force to appear dead while actually in deep meditation, then been extracted by the Sith vessel. He returned to Koragar with complete intelligence on Vigilance Station and a template for future infiltrations. Darth Kears reviewed his mission report with something approaching pride. 87 Republic personnel killed. Strategic communications compromised. False intelligence successfully planted leading to misallocation of fleet resources. And you're still listed as deceased refugee in Republic records, available for reuse under new identity. Did I perform adequately? Vader asked. Adequately? Child, you just executed a infiltration intelligence sabotage operation that took most shadow agents years to master. You're 14. She studied him. How do you feel about killing those who helped you? They were kind because I appeared harmless. That's a vulnerability. I exploited it. Emotion is irrelevant to function. Perfect answer. Kears smiled coldly. Your next mission deploys in 1 month. Corporate sabotage on Corellia. We're destabilizing shipbuilding before open war begins. Think you can handle it? Yes. And he did. Over the next year, Vader executed 17 covert operations across Republic space. Sabotaged 3 shipyards through subtle equipment failures, official cause, quality control issues. Assassinated 4 key military analysts through accidents, speeder crashes, elevator malfunctions, environmental system failures. Planted incriminating evidence that led to the court-martial of 6 competent Republic officers. Established 3 false identities as refugee children, each with complete documentation and backgrounds. By age 15, Vader had personally killed 43 Republic personnel and caused infrastructure damage worth billions of credits, and the Republic had no idea the Sith Empire even existed yet. He was the perfect invisible threat. Age 15, Koragar. Vader's private quarters had evolved into something between workshop and intelligence center. The walls were covered with data pads, holographic displays, and physical files, a vast web of information that only he could navigate. Scylla, now also a full shadow agent, visited occasionally. She'd become his closest thing to an ally, not a friend, never that, but someone whose survival served his purposes. "What is all this?" she asked, gesturing at the overwhelming amount of data. "Insurance." Vader was cross-referencing 3 different reports while simultaneously upgrading his lightsaber's power cell. Every Sith in the Empire. Their strengths. Weaknesses. Ambitions. Fears. Secrets. "You're spying on our own people." "I'm being prepared." The Sith Empire operates on power dynamics. Anyone can kill anyone if they're strong enough. Therefore, I need to know who might target me and how to counter them. He pulled up a holographic file. Darth Sever, one of the sector overlords. Sever. Powerful duelist. Politically ambitious. Wants the Emperor's throne eventually. Vader's filtered voice was analytical. Weakness: addicted to Sith alchemy narcotics that enhance force power but cause paranoia. Secret: embezzling resources from his sector to fund private army. Exploitable: confront him during withdrawal period when his force control is compromised, or expose his embezzlement to the Emperor, forcing him to eliminate the threat himself. Another file: Darth Krail, a war master. Krail. Tactical genius. Commands 3 legions. Respected by troops. Vader's cybernetic fingers navigated data streams. Weakness: has a force-sensitive son he's hidden from the Empire, afraid of losing him to training. Secret: son lives on Bakura under assumed identity. Exploitable: threaten the son, Krail becomes controllable, or reveal the son to the Empire, destroying Krail's reputation for hiding a potential Sith. Scylla looked disturbed. You've done this for everyone. 37 Sith with significant rank or power. Plus behavioral profiles on 73 acolytes in training. Vader pulled up more files. The Emperor himself is harder, few weaknesses, many safeguards, but I'm building a profile. Learning patterns. Eventually, even he'll have exploitable vulnerabilities. This is insane. If anyone discovers these files, they won't. The data is distributed across 17 hidden data nodes, encrypted with codes I created. Even if someone finds one piece, it's useless without the others. And I'm the only one who knows where they all are. Why are you showing me this? Vader turned his masked face toward her. Because you're useful. And I want you to know that if you ever become a threat to me, I have leverage. Your secret communications with your family on Realith, the ones you think are secure, I've monitored them for 3 years. I know about your sister who's force-sensitive but untrained. I know you send money to keep her hidden from both Jedi and Sith. If you betray me, I'll reveal her location to the Emperor. She'll be conscripted, probably killed in training. And you'll know it's your fault. Scylla's lavender skin went pale. I trusted you. Trust is a mistake. Mutually beneficial arrangement is sustainable. You don't betray me because I have leverage. I don't betray you because you're useful. It's cleaner than friendship. How can you live like this? Seeing everyone as potential enemies or tools. Because everyone is. You. Kiers. Vex. Every Sith I've met. Vader's filtered voice held absolute certainty. The only difference is I acknowledge it and prepare accordingly." Scylla left without another word. But she didn't report the dossiers. She couldn't. Vader's leverage was real. That night, Vader added another entry to his files. Subject: Scylla. Threat level: low. Loyalty: high, coerced through leverage. Exploitability: maximum. Family vulnerabilities make her completely controllable. Recommendation: maintain as asset. Eliminate only if absolutely necessary. Then he turned to a different file. One he'd been building for 5 years but never completed. Subject: Anakin Skywalker. Current location: Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Rank: Jedi Padawan, approaching knighthood. Master: Obi-Wan Kenobi. Vader had been collecting information on his twin obsessively. Every scrap of intelligence from Republic sources. Every rumor. Every report. Anakin was celebrated. Powerful. Destined for greatness. Everything Vader was supposed to be if he'd been born whole. Combatability: exceptional, considered one of the best duelists in the current generation. Force power: massive potential, unprecedented according to Jedi evaluations. Weaknesses: emotional attachments, particularly to Padme Amidala, Senator of Naboo. Impulsive. Struggles with Jedi code restraints on emotion. Arrogant about his abilities. Exploitable: yes. Emotional manipulation would be highly effective. Attachment to loved ones creates vulnerability. Pride makes him predictable. Vader stared at the incomplete file. He'd met Anakin once through the Force, that distant connection, on the day he left Tatooine. Since then, he'd felt nothing. Anakin had either closed the bond or never thought to reach out again. He forgot me. Just like I predicted. Vader should have closed the file. Should have filed it away with other intelligence and moved on. Instead, he added a final note. Personal objective: eventual confrontation. Prove superiority. Demonstrate that the galaxy chose wrong. He saved the file and closed it. But every night after that, he opened it again. Updated it. Refined his understanding of his brother. Planning for the day they would meet. Planning for the day one twin would kill the other. Age 15, final test. Emperor Darth Malachar summoned Vader to the throne room unexpectedly. Vader arrived to find the Emperor flanked by Darth Kyr's and 3 other overlords, Sever, Krail, and Darth Venom. 5 years since you arrived, Malachar's voice echoed through the chamber. From broken slave child to shadow agent. Your missions have been uniformly successful. 17 Republic operations. 0 failures. 0 compromises. Thank you, Emperor. Don't thank me yet. You've proven competence. Now prove mastery. Malachar gestured, and a hologram appeared, a fortified compound on an ocean world. This is Administrator Grell's fortress on Mainan. Grell is a Republic intelligence coordinator who's gotten too close to discovering our infiltration networks. He must die. His death must appear natural. His security must not be breached obviously. And you must extract his intelligence databases before he's killed, so we know what he knows. The hologram zoomed in, showing defensive turrets, guard patrols, sensor arrays. This is a War Master level mission, Darth Krail interjected. You're assigning it to a 15-year-old. I'm testing whether this 15-year-old deserves advancement to War Master candidate track, Malachar replied. Vader, you have 2 weeks. Succeed, and you'll be the youngest War Master candidate in Imperial history. Fail, and you'll be reduced to expendable asset status. Clear. Perfectly clear, Emperor. Then go. Vader spent 3 days just planning. Mainan was a water world, neutral territory where both Republic and Sith could operate legally as long as they followed local laws. Administrator Grell's fortress was technically private property, but it was guarded like a military installation. Direct assault was impossible. Even indirect sabotage would draw attention. Need to get inside. Need access. Need to be dismissed as non-threatening. The answer came from studying Grell's personnel files. The administrator had a daughter Kira, age 12, who was tutored at home because Grell feared kidnapping. She needed a new tutor after the previous one quit. Vader created a new identity, Dane, a young teacher from Coruscant with impeccable credentials, forged, glowing recommendations, fabricated, and a sad backstory. Entirely fictional. Dane's family had died in a pirate raid, leaving him scarred and dependent on a medical suit. The medical suit explained Vader's mechanical appearance. The teaching background explained why someone so young would apply. The credentials got him through vetting. 2 weeks after applying, Dane was hired. Vader entered Grell's fortress legally, with permission, as a non-threatening employee. Phase 1 took a week, establishing routine. Vader taught Kira mathematics, history, and literature. He was patient, kind, and completely non-threatening. Kira grew to like him. The guards dismissed him as harmless, just a disabled teacher. During that week, Vader mapped everything. Guard rotations. Security system layouts. Grell's schedule. Database locations. Air duct access. Every detail. Phase 2, access the databases. Vader's tutoring sessions were in a room 3 corridors from Grell's personal study, where the intelligence databases were stored on an isolated system. One night, after everyone slept, Vader used the Force to slip past guards, entered Grell's study, and interfaced his cybernetic hand with the database system. 3 hours of slicing, and he'd copied everything. The Republic knew about 9 of their infiltration network's acceptable losses, but not the larger operations. Phase 3, the kill. This had to be perfect. If Grell died violently, the Republic would investigate and find Vader eventually. The solution was elegant. Vader had noticed Grell took heart medication daily for a congenital condition. During one of his friendly chats with the fortress's medical droid establishing rapport, seeming harmless, Vader had learned exactly what medication and dosage. That night, Vader used the Force and his technical skills to access the medical supply storage. He didn't poison the medication that would show up in autopsy. Instead, he replaced it with a compound that was chemically identical except for one molecule. Over the course of 3 days, this near-identical medication would cause gradual heart strain that would appear to be natural progression of Grell's condition. On day 4, Grell had a massive heart attack during a meeting. Completely natural. Expected, even his condition had been known. Medical examination showed nothing unusual. Administrator Grell was buried with honors. His intelligence networks continued operating, unaware they'd been compromised. And Dane the tutor left Manon a week later, having accepted a position on Alderaan that didn't exist. Vader returned to Koragar with the complete intelligence database and 0 evidence of foul play. The throne room was full when Vader presented his report. Every overlord. Every senior war master. Emperor Malachar himself presiding. Explain your methodology, the Emperor commanded. Vader did. Methodically. Showing how he'd infiltrated, accessed, and eliminated the target without leaving evidence. When he finished, silence filled the chamber. Then Darth Venom's chittering laugh echoed. He didn't fight anyone. Didn't use the Force obviously. Just, walked in, stole what he wanted, and made the target die of natural causes. It's beautiful. It's pathetic, Darth Sever sneered. A true Sith demonstrates power. This is cowardice dressed as strategy. A true Sith wins, Vader replied calmly. I completed an impossible mission without losing a single resource or exposing our empire. That's efficiency, not cowardice. You're a child playing spy games. And you're an addict whose paranoia will eventually lead to self-destruction, Vader interrupted. Gasps rippled through the chamber. Everyone knows about your Sith alchemy narcotics, Overlord Sever. You think you're subtle, but you're not. You're a liability waiting to happen. Sever's face went purple with rage. I'll kill you for that insolence. Try, Vader said flatly. I've catalogued 17 ways to kill you using your own addiction as weapon. Please give me excuse to demonstrate. Enough. Emperor Malakir's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He stood, and the chamber went silent. Sever, sit down. Vader, you overstep, but you're not wrong. He descended from his throne, approaching Vader directly. You've completed a War Master level mission using methods no War Master would consider. You've demonstrated intelligence, ruthlessness, and the ability to achieve objectives without anyone knowing you were even there. Malakir placed a hand on Vader's shoulder. You're 15 years old and already more dangerous than Sith twice your age and 10 times your power. He turned to address the full chamber. Vader is promoted to War Master candidate track. He'll begin command training immediately. In 5 years, he'll be eligible for Overlord consideration, the youngest in Imperial history. Murmurs filled the room. Some approving. Some jealous. Some openly hostile. Vader felt none of it. He simply bowed. Thank you, Emperor. As the assembly dispersed, Darth Keers approached. You made enemies today. Sever will try to kill you now. I know. I planned for it. Planned for it. I insulted him publicly because I wanted him to come after me. When he does, I'll have justification to eliminate him and absorb his territory. Efficiently. Keers stared at him, then laughed. You're terrifying, you know that. Yes. Good. Never lose that. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. Your files on other Sith, I know about them. I've known for 2 years. Vader's breathing apparatus hitched. How? Because I taught you everything you know, child. Did you think I wouldn't notice your intelligence gathering? She smiled. I don't care. In fact, I'm impressed. Just know that if you ever use those files against me, I have contingencies too. We understand each other. Perfectly. Then congratulations, War Master candidate Vader. You've become exactly what I hoped you'd be, a monster in human skin who wins through preparation and ruthlessness. She left, and Vader was alone in the throne room. He looked down at his cybernetic hand. Flexing the fingers that could interface with any system, that contained weapons and tools, that had killed dozens without leaving evidence. He thought of Anakin, far away on Coruscant, training to be a noble Jedi Knight. Learning honor and compassion and light. You're becoming a hero, brother. The chosen one. The galaxy's hope. And I'm becoming the nightmare they'll never see coming. When we meet again, only one of us will survive. And it won't be the one the galaxy chose. Vader activated his lightsaber, the damaged crimson blade humming to life, black edges flickering like dying stars. He was 15 years old. He was a War Master candidate. He was a Sith assassin who'd killed 43 people and ruined countless lives. And he was just getting started. The galaxy had no idea what was coming. But it would learn. One body at a time. Age 16, Coruscant, lower levels. The lower industrial levels of Coruscant smelled of ozone, poverty, and desperation. 60 levels below the gleaming Senate district where senators debated policy, the real galaxy lived criminals, refugees, workers, and those the Republic had forgotten. Perfect hunting ground for a Sith infiltrator. Vader moved through the crowds like a ghost, his breathing apparatus modified to look like standard medical equipment rather than sophisticated life support. His appearance a young human dependent on machinery drew sympathy, not suspicion. People saw a disabled youth struggling to survive and dismissed him as harmless. Exactly as intended. He entered a dingy cantina called the Broken Fang, navigating past Rodians, Twi'leks, and humans nursing cheap drinks. In the back corner, a human male sat alone. Senator Orn Free TAA's Chief of Staff, Kevin Maris, who had gambling debts he couldn't pay and vices he couldn't control. Vader slid into the seat across from him without invitation. "You're being watched," Vader said quietly, his filtered voice barely audible over the cantina noise. "3 debt collectors. Armed. They'll kill you within the week unless you pay." Maris's face went pale. "Who are you?" "Someone who can solve your problem. For a price." "I don't have money, that's the whole issue." "I don't want money. I want access." Vader leaned forward. "You work for Senator Taa. You have clearance codes for the Senate District security systems. You can move freely in areas others can't. That's valuable. You want me to commit treason. I want you to survive. The choice is yours: die to debt collectors, or accept help from someone who asks only for occasional access to places you already go." Vader's mask reflected the dim lighting. "I'll clear your debts. Provide protection. Even ensure your recreational habits remain private. All I need is for you to occasionally allow certain people into certain places, and to overlook things you might see." Maris stared at this young man, barely more than a boy, offering him salvation. "Who do you work for? Does it matter? You're drowning. I'm offering a lifeline. Take it or don't." Fear won over patriotism. It always did. "What do you need me to do?" Over the next hour, Vader explained, Maris would provide security clearance codes for Senate auxiliary buildings. He would facilitate entry for maintenance workers who were actually Sith agents. He would report on Senate Intelligence Committee activities. Nothing that seemed like major betrayal, just small compromises that individually seemed harmless. By the time Vader left, he'd secured his first Senate district asset. Maris thought he was dealing with organized crime, some syndicate trying to expand influence. He had no idea he'd just become an agent of the Sith Empire. 1 asset. 17 more to acquire this month. Then the real work begins. Age 17, 18 months of infrastructure. Vader's office didn't exist officially. Located in an abandoned factory complex in Coruscant's industrial sector, it was registered as belonging to a defunct manufacturing company that paid its taxes and bills through automated systems but had no actual employees. Inside, holographic displays covered every wall, showing Vader's growing network. Senate assets, 23. 6 chiefs of staff, various senators. 4 security officers, Senate District. 8 administrative personnel, committee access. 3 analysts, Intelligence Committee. 2 logistics coordinators, military supply chain. Military assets, 17. 9 officers, various ranks, various corruption motivations. 5 technicians, shipyard and weapons research facilities. 3 civilian contractors, prototype development programs. Corporate assets, 31. Shell companies controlling stakes in 12 major corporations. Blackmail on 8 CEOs. Paid agents in 11 weapons manufacturers. Each asset had a complete dossier, motivations, vulnerabilities, exploitation methods. Vader had learned from his time studying Sith the same techniques worked on anyone. Find what they want. Find what they fear. Provide one, threaten the other. Scylla entered the office, now his primary operational partner. She'd become invaluable. Her Twi'lek appearance and medical skills made her an excellent infiltrator in different contexts than Vader's mechanical form allowed. Corellia operation is complete, she reported. CEC shipyard schematics downloaded. 3 engineers recruited as informants. No security breaches detected. Excellent. What about the Fonder situation? The admiral you wanted eliminated Admiral Yularen. He's more careful than expected. No obvious vices, no financial vulnerabilities, strong family values. He's genuinely incorruptible. Vader pulled up Yularen's file. Then we don't corrupt him. We remove him from play. His cybernetic fingers danced across the interface. He has a daughter. 12 years old. Attends private academy on Coruscant. Stage a kidnapping attempt, make it look like separatist sympathizers. He'll be reassigned to protective duty, removed from active command. Achieves objective without assassination. That's surprisingly restrained. Dead Admiral triggers investigation. Traumatized Admiral transferred to safe duty doesn't. Efficiency over brutality. Vader closed the file. Execute it next week. As Sila left, Vader returned to his primary project, mapping the entire Republic military command structure. Every competent officer. Every talented analyst. Every strategic thinker who might pose a threat when the Sith Empire eventually revealed itself. The Republic thinks it's safe. Strong. Protected by the Jedi. They don't know their entire infrastructure is already compromised. That dozens of their key personnel are our agents. That their prototype weapons are being copied before they're even deployed. By the time war begins, we'll have already won. Age 18, the Coruscant infiltration. The mission brief was simple: infiltrate the Jedi Temple, access the archives, and download complete records on current Jedi personnel, training methods, and force techniques. Emperor Malachar wanted intelligence on their enemies before the coming conflict. The reality was considerably more complex. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant was the most secure Force-sensitive location in the galaxy. Jedi Masters walked its halls constantly. Their Force senses alert for threats. Security systems were sophisticated. Unauthorized access was virtually impossible. Which was why Vader didn't try unauthorized access. Instead, he waited for opportunity. It came in the form of a diplomatic incident. A Republic senator's son had been killed in what appeared to be a Jedi training accident. The senator, one of Vader's assets through blackmail, demanded a full investigation and insisted his own security expert be allowed to examine temple training protocols. That security expert was Marcus Dane, a young human specialist who happened to be dependent on medical equipment due to a tragic accident. Sympathetic. Non-threatening. Certainly not Force-sensitive. His cybernetics blocked any such readings. Marcus Dane was, of course, Vader. He entered the Jedi Temple legally, escorted by temple guards, his credentials verified by the senator himself. The Jedi Council had reluctantly agreed to limited access to training facility records as a gesture of transparency. Stupid. Allowing anyone inside because of political pressure. The Jedi have become complacent. Over 3 days, Vader moved through the temple under supervision. He examined training protocols, interviewed instructors, reviewed safety procedures, all legitimate activities supporting his cover story. But during off hours, when his escorts assumed he was resting in assigned quarters, Vader worked. His cybernetic hand interfaced with the temple's systems through maintenance access ports. The Jedi had sophisticated security, but they'd designed it to detect Force-based intrusion and conventional slicing attempts. Vader's approach was different. He didn't slice the systems directly. Instead, he installed microscopic data recorders in terminal connection points, devices so small they appeared to be dust. These recorders would passively copy data whenever anyone accessed the systems, then transmit it through encrypted channels to Vader's receivers. On his third night, Vader took the greatest risk, accessing the Jedi archives themselves. The archives were located in the First Knowledge Quarter, supposedly open only to Jedi but with physical security that was surprisingly lax. The Jedi relied more on Force-based sensing than locks and guards. Vader used the Force to mask his presence, a technique Darth Keers had taught him for exactly this purpose, and moved through corridors during the 0300 hour when even Jedi slept. The archives were vast, thousands of years of accumulated knowledge stored in data stacks and holo records. Vader couldn't download everything that would trigger alarms, but he could access specific records. He searched for one name, Anakin Skywalker. The file appeared instantly. And it was extensive. Anakin Skywalker. Status: Jedi Knight, promoted age 19. Master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Specialization, Lightsaber Combat, Form V Mastery, Starfighter Pilot, Frontline Commander. Mission Record: 47 Successful Operations, 12 Exceptional Valor Commendations, 4 Reckless Disregard for Protocol Reprimands. Known for aggressive tactics, exceptional force power, and heroic leadership. Personal notes, from Council members. Exceptional potential, but struggles with attachment and emotional control, Master Yoda. Powerful but impulsive. His fear of loss makes him vulnerable to darkness, Master Mace Windu. My Padawan has the potential to be the greatest Jedi of his generation. If he can master himself, Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. The file included holographic images. Vader activated 1. His brother appeared grown now, 19 years old, tall and strong. Handsome in the way Vader had never been and never would be. His eyes were bright with confidence and power. He wore Jedi robes like they were made for him, and his presence radiated capability. The Chosen One. The hero. The beloved. Vader stared at the hologram of the brother who'd left him behind, who'd been given everything Vader had been denied. He felt no love. No nostalgic longing for connection. Just cold, analytical assessment. Compatibility, exceptional. Potentially superior to mine in direct confrontation. Force power, significantly greater. The records confirm his midi-chlorian count is unprecedented. Weaknesses, emotional attachments. Impulsive. Struggles with fear and loss. Vulnerable to manipulation. Conclusion, dangerous in fair fight. Must ensure no fight is fair. Vader downloaded the complete file, along with records on 50 other prominent Jedi: Obi-Wan Kenobi, Mace Windu, Yoda, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and others. Strategic intelligence for when the war came. But before leaving, he accessed one more record, his own. Subject, unknown force-sensitive child, Tatooine. Status, deceased, presumed. Notes, Qui-Gon Jinn reported sensing a second force presence during initial contact with Anakin Skywalker. Investigation revealed Skywalker had a twin brother, severely disabled, dependent on mechanical life support. Subject died shortly after Skywalker's departure from Tatooine, likely from complications of medical condition. No further action required. Vader stared at his own death certificate in Jedi records. They never knew I survived. Never checked. Never cared. Just assumed the broken twin died and moved on. For the first time in years, Vader felt emotion beyond cold calculation. Not sadness. Not grief. Rage. Pure, crystalline rage at a galaxy that had written him off before he'd even had a chance. The dark side focusing array in his chest activated automatically, feeding on his hatred. The force around him darkened perceptibly, and somewhere in the temple, a Jedi Master woke suddenly, sensing a disturbance. Vader forced the emotion down. Channeled it. Controlled it. Good. Remember this feeling. Remember that they declared you dead because it was convenient. Remember that Anakin went on to glory while you were presumed to rot on Tatooine. Use it. He deleted his viewing history, closed the terminals, and left the archives exactly as he'd found them. 3 days later, Marcus Dane departed the Jedi Temple with profuse thanks for their cooperation. His report to the Senator praised the Temple's safety protocols and cleared them of negligence. The Jedi never knew they'd been infiltrated. Never suspected that a Sith agent had walked their sacred halls and stolen their secrets. Vader returned to Koragar with complete intelligence on the Jedi Order, their personnel, their methods, their weaknesses. And with absolute confirmation that the galaxy had chosen wrong when they chose Anakin over him. Age 18, 6 months post-Temple infiltration. The war room on Koragar was filled with Sith overlords reviewing Vader's intelligence. Holographic projections showed the complete Jedi organizational structure, their communication protocols, their deployments across the galaxy. Impressive, Darth Krayl admitted grudgingly. You walked into their temple and took everything. They never knew. Because they rely on the Force to sense threats, Vader explained, his filtered voice steady. My cybernetics create interference that makes me difficult to sense. I used that advantage. Emperor Malachar studied the data with burning eyes. This intelligence will be invaluable when we begin open warfare. But that's still years away. First, we continue weakening the Republic from within. He turned to Vader. Your network of assets, how extensive is it now? 73 confirmed agents across Republic space. Another 127 compromised individuals we can activate if needed. Shell corporations controlling or influencing 47 key military contractors and manufacturers. Vader displayed the network holographically. The Republic's military-industrial complex is already partially under our control. When war begins, their weapons production can be sabotaged from within. Darth Sever, who'd hated Vader since the public humiliation years ago, sneered. Pretty tricks and spies. Real Sith conquer through power, not accounting. Real Sith win, Vader replied coldly. Method is irrelevant. You've won how many strategic victories this year, Overlord Sever? I've crushed 3 resistance cells in my sector. I've compromised the Republic Senate's Intelligence Committee, stolen prototype weapons from 6 manufacturers, and arranged the removal of 12 competent military officers from key positions. My work will kill thousands before the war even starts. Your work kills dozens who were already defeated. Vader's mask turned toward the Emperor. Which serves the Empire better? Silence filled the room. No one challenged an overlord so directly it was begging for assassination. But Emperor Malachar laughed. The boy has a point. Sever, your conventional approach has value, but Vader's methods achieve strategic objectives we couldn't accomplish through force. Both are necessary. Sever's face purpled, but he said nothing. Vader noted the expression carefully. The Overlord was planning something. Probably an assassination attempt. Good. Let him try. I've been preparing for this. Age 19, the Corporate Wars. Vader's newest operation was his most ambitious, starting a corporate war between 2 of the Republic's largest weapons manufacturers without them knowing he was involved. Quat Drive Yards and Rendali Stardrive were fierce competitors, but their rivalry had always been professional. Vader intended to change that. Phase 1, he used shell corporations to purchase significant shares in both companies, not enough to control them, but enough to have access to board meetings and corporate intelligence. Phase 2, through his assets, he arranged for Quat Drive Yards to steal Rendali's prototype starfighter designs. Except the theft was so obvious, so clumsy, that Rendali immediately suspected it was corporate espionage. Phase 3, when Rendali retaliated by attempting to steal Quat's ship designs, Vader ensured the attempt failed spectacularly. Security caught them, and the incident went public. The result, a massive corporate lawsuit that tied up both companies' resources for months. Legal battles. Public relations disasters. Key engineers leaving both companies for competitors. Production delays on critical Republic military contracts. All because Vader had orchestrated a conflict where both sides thought they were fighting each other, never suspecting a third party had manufactured the entire war. The Republic military suffered delayed shipments, quality control issues, cost overruns. All because 2 corporations were too busy destroying each other to fulfill contracts properly. And Vader's Sith Empire benefited from every misstep. This is art, Darth Keers told him during a review session. You're not just gathering intelligence or eliminating targets. You're engineering systemic failure. Making the Republic tear itself apart before we even attack. The Republic is corrupt and bureaucratic, Vader replied. Those are structural weaknesses. I'm simply exploiting them. When the war begins, they'll be fighting with delayed ships, compromised intelligence, and leadership that's been systematically weakened. They'll lose before the first battle. And what about the Jedi? Can your methods handle them? Vader pulled up his Anakin file, now comprehensive after years of intelligence gathering. The Jedi are powerful, but predictable. They follow codes, honor, rules. That makes them vulnerable to anyone who doesn't. He highlighted specific sections. My brother, for example. Anakin Skywalker. Powerful but emotional. Attached to Senator Padme Amidala despite Jedi prohibitions on attachment. Close to Chancellor Palpatine despite Council disapproval. He's the chosen one, but he's also a walking vulnerability. You've been tracking him specifically. Yes. Because eventually, we'll meet. And when we do, one of us will kill the other. Vader's filtered voice held certainty. I need to know everything about him before that day comes. Do you hate him? Vader considered. No. Hate implies emotional investment. I simply understand that the galaxy chose him over me, and I need to prove that choice wrong. Definitively. Permanently. By killing him. By becoming more successful than he ever could be. Death is just the final proof. Keers studied him with something approaching concern, rare for a Sith. You're 19 years old and you've already accomplished more than most Sith do in lifetimes. But you're obsessed with your brother. That's a weakness. It's motivation. Without it, I'm just surviving. With it, I'm driven to surpass everyone. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. The galaxy declared me dead and celebrated Anakin as the chosen one. I will prove them wrong. That's not weakness. That's purpose. Keers didn't argue. She simply added a note to Vader's psychological profile, driven by need to prove superiority over twin. Exploitable but also incredibly effective as motivator. Monitor but don't interfere. Age 19, Coruscant, Senate District. Senator Olive Orion was a problem. She chaired the Military Oversight Committee, and she was incorruptible, intelligent, and suspicious. She'd begun investigating irregularities in weapons procurement, the exact irregularities Vader's network had engineered. If she continued, she might uncover his shell corporations. Might trace the connections. Might realize the Republic was compromised. She had to be eliminated. But carefully. Vader watched from a rooftop 500 meters away as the senator's speeder approached her apartment building. His targeting scope, cybernetic, integrated into his mask, provided perfect resolution despite the distance. Shot angle, 47 degrees. Wind speed, 12 km per hour. Speeder velocity, 60 km per hour. The calculations were automatic, his enhanced brain processing trajectories faster than conscious thought. His sniper rifle, custom built, untraceable, was steady in his cybernetic arm. Center mass shot. Instant death. Driver will panic, speeder will crash. Looks like speeder malfunction or driver error. His finger moved to the trigger. Then stopped. Too obvious. A senator investigating corruption suddenly dies? Triggers investigation. Need something more subtle. Vader lowered the rifle and activated his comlink. Sila. Vorian must die, but not tonight. Research her medical history. Find vulnerabilities. Already done, Sila's voice came back. She has a heart condition. Takes medication daily. If the medication were compromised. Time frame. 3 days if replaced with near-identical compound. Appears as heart failure from pre-existing condition. Execute it. I want her dead within the week. No evidence. Understood. Vader dismantled his rifle, packed it into a nondescript case, and left the rooftop. As he moved through Coruscant's upper levels, his mask's sensors tracked security cameras, patrol routes, and thousands of civilians. All of them unaware that the Sith Empire is already here. Already inside their institutions. Already killing their leadership. 4 days later, Senator Vorian died peacefully in her sleep. Heart failure from her pre-existing condition. Tragic but not suspicious. Her investigation was inherited by Senator Gress, one of Vader's assets, who quietly closed it, declaring the irregularities to be innocent accounting errors. Another obstacle eliminated. Another piece removed from the board. The year Vader turned 19 was the most prolific of his career. His mission log read like a catalogue of systematic destruction. January, assassinated 3 Republic military analysts through various accidents. Stole prototype shield generator designs from Rothana Heavy Engineering. February, arranged the court-martial of Admiral Tarkin's most competent rival, through planted evidence of corruption that was entirely fabricated. Compromised Republic intelligence's encryption protocols. March, engineered a scandal that removed 5 senators from key military oversight positions. Replaced with more corruptible individuals. April, sabotaged 3 shipyards through subtle equipment failures. Delayed Republic fleet expansion by 8 months. May, assassinated Jedi Master Klee Rarum, made it look like a speeder accident. First Jedi kill outside of training. June, established deep cover identity as Dane A. Lyon, Republic military contractor with legitimate credentials and security clearance. July, infiltrated Quat Drive Yard's executive board through shell company. Now had direct influence over Republic's largest military supplier. August, arranged assassination of 3 military procurement officers who were too competent and couldn't be corrupted. September, stole prototype hyperspace tracking technology. Gave Sith Empire capability to track Republic fleet movements. October, compromised Republic Senate's secure communication network. Now could monitor all classified Senate communications. November, engineered a trade dispute that destabilized 3 Republic border worlds. Created chaos that would facilitate Sith military operations. December, final tally, 73 Republic personnel eliminated, assassinations or removed from positions. 127 compromised assets activated and functioning. 49 military contracts sabotaged or delayed. Estimated economic damage, 847 billion credits. When Vader presented his annual report to Emperor Malachar, the throne room was silent. "You've crippled them," Darth Krayl finally said, genuine respect in his voice. "Without firing a shot, you've done more damage than 3 of our fleets could accomplish." "The Republic is still strong," Vader cautioned. "But structurally weakened. When we begin open warfare, these weaknesses will become critical failures." "And the Jedi?" Malachar asked. "I've identified 237 current Jedi Knights and Masters. Complete dossiers on 89 of them, including combat capabilities, known techniques, and psychological profiles. Cross-referenced with potential battlefront deployments. When the war starts, we'll know exactly which Jedi will be where, and how to counter them. Including your brother." Vader's mask revealed nothing. "Especially my brother." He displayed Anakin's updated file. Now it included complete combat analysis, Form V mastery, aggressive tactics, tendency to protect others at personal cost. Psychological profile, attachment to Padme Amidala creating vulnerability, relationship with Palpatine showing susceptibility to father figure manipulation, fear of loss from childhood trauma. Known associates, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka Tano if she exists in this timeline, various clone commanders. Tactical patterns, prefers direct assault, excellent pilot, struggles with defensive operations. "You've been obsessed with him for a decade," Emperor Malachar observed. "Why?" "Because he represents everything I was denied. And when we finally meet, I need to be certain of victory." Vader's filtered voice was cold. "He's the chosen one. The galaxy's hero. The Jedi's best hope. I need to prove that none of that matters against preparation and ruthlessness. And if he's stronger than you, then I'll cheat. The Jedi fight honorably. I fight to win. That's the difference." Malachar smiled terrible and approving. Good. Then here are your new orders. The war begins in 3 years. Continue your operations. Continue weakening the Republic. And when the first battle comes, I want you leading covert operations behind enemy lines. You'll be our invisible blade while the War Masters command visible forces. And Anakin. Eventually, you'll face him. When you do, kill him. But not yet. Let him build his reputation. Let him become the Republic's greatest hero. Then when you destroy him, the psychological impact will be devastating. Vader bowed. As you command, Emperor. Age 19, Coruscant, Chancellor's Office. One name appeared repeatedly in Vader's intelligence reports, Palpatine. Chancellor Palpatine had risen to power through seemingly democratic means, but Vader's analysis suggested something more sophisticated. The Chancellor had too many convenient victories. Too many rivals who suffered scandals or accidents at opportune moments. Too much influence over key senators. He's playing a game similar to mine. Manipulation. Long-term planning. Systemic infiltration. Vader decided to investigate personally. Using his Dane alien identity military contractor with legitimate clearance, he arranged a meeting to discuss weapons procurement efficiency. The Chancellor's office agreed. Palpatine was always interested in improving military readiness. When Vader entered the Chancellor's office, he immediately sensed something wrong. The Force felt twisted here. Not overtly dark like Koragar, but subtly corrupted. Like standing near a wound in reality that had been carefully bandaged. Palpatine rose from behind his desk, his grandfatherly smile warm and welcoming. "Ah, Mr. Alien. Thank you for coming. I've read your proposals on procurement streamlining, quite innovative." "Thank you, Chancellor." Vader kept his voice filtered to Dane's patterns. "I believe significant cost savings are possible with minimal restructuring." As they discussed logistics and contracts, Vader studied Palpatine carefully. The Chancellor was Force-sensitive, no question. But he was hiding it masterfully, his presence so muted that even Jedi Masters apparently didn't notice. "He's what I would be if I'd chosen political power instead of direct action. A manipulator in plain sight." "Tell me, Mr. Alien," Palpatine said after 20 minutes of business discussion, "how did someone so young become such an expert in military systems?" "Necessity. I grew up dependent on life support machinery. When you live with technology keeping you alive, you learn how it works. A harsh childhood, I imagine. It taught me valuable lessons. That survival requires intelligence. That the strong make the rules while the weak follow them. That sometimes you must do what's necessary rather than what's moral." Palpatine's eyes sharpened slightly. An interesting philosophy for a Republic contractor. A practical one. The Republic is bureaucratic and inefficient. Those willing to work within that system while understanding its flaws can accomplish much. Indeed. Palpatine leaned back. "I sense we think similarly, Mr. Alien. Most people mistake efficiency for cruelty, pragmatism for immorality. But sometimes difficult decisions are necessary for the greater good." They talked for another hour. On the surface, a discussion of military contracts and procurement reform. Underneath, something else: two predators circling each other, each recognizing the other's nature without naming it. When Vader left, he had secured a consulting contract that gave him regular access to Senate buildings and military planning meetings. And he had confirmation, Palpatine was no ordinary politician. He was something far more dangerous. He's planning something. Something long-term and sophisticated. And it involves the Republic's military structure, because he's too interested in my proposals. Vader filed a classified report to Emperor Malachar, subject, Chancellor Palpatine. Assessment, potential Force-sensitive infiltrator. Unknown allegiance. Recommend monitoring but not confrontation. May be useful or may be threat. Insufficient data. The Emperor's response was cryptic: "Continue monitoring. Do not interfere. Palpatine serves our purposes whether he knows it or not." Vader didn't understand what that meant. But he filed it away, added Palpatine to his dossier collection, and continued his work. "Another player in a game I don't fully understand yet. But I will. Eventually, I'll understand everyone's moves. And then I'll be the one deciding who wins." Age 19, 6 months before the Sith Empire's revelation. Vader stood on a Coruscant balcony, overlooking the endless cityscape. Below, trillions of beings lived their lives, unaware that war was coming. Unaware that the Sith Empire existed. Unaware that their institutions had been compromised from within. His comlink activated. "Dane, we have a situation." Sila's voice was tense. "The Jedi are investigating irregularities in the Senate district. Apparently, someone noticed patterns in the personnel changes you've engineered." "Who?" "Anakin Skywalker and his former Padawan Ahsoka Tano. They're asking questions." "My brother." "Finally, we orbit the same space." "What have they discovered?" "Nothing concrete yet. But Skywalker has good instincts. He senses something wrong even if he can't identify what." Vader calculated quickly. "Misdirect them. Plant evidence suggesting the irregularities are connected to Separatist sympathizers, not an unknown third party. The Jedi expect Separatist infiltration, they won't look for something else." "Understood." "But Vader, he's in the same city as you. If you two encounter each other..." "We won't. I'm careful." "He's not." Vader paused. "But monitor his movements. I want to know where he goes, who he talks to. If an opportunity presents itself." "You'll what? Kill him? The Republic's hero? That would expose everything." "I'll observe. Know your enemy before you fight them. Sun Tzu said that millennia ago. Still true." Over the next weeks, Vader shadowed his brother from a distance. Never close enough to be sensed. Never obvious enough to draw attention. Just watching. He saw Anakin move through Coruscant with easy confidence, people drawn to his charisma and power. He saw him laugh with Obi-Wan Kenobi, showing genuine affection for his master. He saw him slip away to meet Senator Amidala in secret, confirming the attachment Vader had suspected. And he saw Anakin use the Force with casual power that Vader, despite all his training, couldn't match. Raw strength. Overwhelming capability. The chosen one indeed. He has everything. Power. Love. Purpose. Recognition. Everything I was denied. But Vader also saw weaknesses. Saw Anakin rush into danger without planning. Saw him make emotional decisions. Saw him struggle with patience and strategy. He's strong. But undisciplined. Powerful but predictable. He fights like the hero he is, directly, honorably, expecting his enemies to do the same. I fight like the monster I've become from shadows, without honor, exploiting every weakness. When we meet, that will be the difference." One night, Vader was close enough to hear Anakin talking with Obi-Wan after a mission briefing. "I had another nightmare," Anakin was saying. "About someone I knew once. Someone broken and angry. It felt real." "The Force often brings us troubling visions," Obi-Wan replied. "But remember, fear leads to anger, anger to hate. Don't dwell on dark dreams, Anakin." "I know. I feel like I've forgotten something important." "Someone important?" "Me, brother. You've forgotten me. Just like I predicted." Vader withdrew into the shadows, his breathing apparatus the only sound. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. He returned to his hidden office and updated Anakin's file one final time before the war began. Subject: Anakin Skywalker. Assessment: powerful but flawed. Capable of great things but vulnerable through attachment and emotion. When we meet, exploit psychological weaknesses before physical confrontation. Make him emotional, make him rash, make him predictable. Then strike from advantage. Conclusion: he is the chosen one. I am the unchosen. He will fight for the light. I will fight to win. Only one of us will survive our eventual confrontation. Statistics and preparation favor me. Vader closed the file and looked out at Coruscant's glittering skyline. Somewhere out there, his brother was sleeping, dreaming of being a hero. And here in the darkness, Vader planned exactly how that hero would die. 3 years, Anakin. 3 years until the Sith Empire reveals itself and the war begins. 3 years until our paths converge. You've been the galaxy's hope for 10 years. You've been celebrated and loved and everything I never was. I've been patient. I've been thorough. I've been preparing for this since the day you left me behind on Tatooine. When we finally meet, you'll understand what you created by abandoning me. You'll understand that the galaxy chose wrong. And then you'll die knowing it. His cybernetic hand clenched into a fist. The war was coming. And with it, the reckoning between the chosen one and the one who should have been chosen. Between light and shadow. Between Anakin and Vader. Only one would survive. And Vader had spent 19 years ensuring it would be him. Interlude I, the chosen one, age 9 to 12. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, 3 days after leaving Tatooine. Anakin Skywalker stood before the Jedi Council, trying not to fidget. 12 of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy sat in a circle around him, their eyes assessing, judging, deciding his fate. Master Yoda's ancient gaze bore into him. Clouded, this boy's future is. Fear I sense in him. Much fear. He's just a child, Qui-Gon Jinn argued from beside Obi-Wan. Away from his mother for the first time. Of course he's afraid. Mace Windu's expression was severe. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. We've seen what happens when the fearful are trained. But the virgins, Qui-Gon pressed. His midi-chlorian count is over 20,000. He is the chosen one. The prophecy speaks of one who will bring balance to the Force. Anakin barely understood what they were discussing. He only knew he'd left his mother behind on Tatooine, left his brother. Vader. The thought came unbidden, unwanted. His twin brother with the broken body and mechanical breathing. The one Qui-Gon hadn't even looked at twice. The one their mother had been terrified of. Anakin had been relieved to leave, but now guilt gnawed at him. What about my brother? The words escaped before Anakin could stop them. The council members exchanged glances. Brother? Ki-Adi Mundi asked. My twin. Vader. He was sick. Needed machines to breathe. But he's still. The boy on Tatooine who died shortly after you left, Qui-Gon said gently, having received that report from Watto through back channels. I'm sorry, Anakin. Your mother sent word. His condition worsened after we departed. He didn't survive. The lie, though Qui-Gon believed it, truth settled over Anakin like a shroud. His brother was dead. The guilt transformed into grief, then buried itself deep where Anakin wouldn't have to feel it. I see, Anakin whispered. Then, louder, then I have to become a Jedi. For him. For my mother. I have to make their sacrifice worth it. Master Yoda's ears drooped. Train him, we should not. Too old, too afraid. But strong is the pull of destiny. The council debated for hours. Finally, they reached a decision: Anakin would be trained, but only after Qui-Gon Jinn passed the trials to become a Jedi Master. 3 days later, everything changed on Naboo. Naboo, the duel of fates. Anakin watched from the starfighter as the battle raged. He'd accidentally engaged the autopilot and destroyed the droid control ship. Pure instinct and the Force guiding him, but down on the surface, something terrible was happening. Qui-Gon Jinn fell to a Sith Lord's blade. When Obi-Wan Kenobi carried his master's body back to the ship, Anakin saw something in the young Jedi's eyes he recognized: loss. The same loss he'd felt learning about Vader's death. At Qui-Gon's funeral pyre, Obi-Wan knelt beside Anakin. "I promise you, I will train you. I gave my word to my master. You will be a Jedi Knight." Anakin looked up at this man who'd just lost everything. "I'll make you proud. I'll be the best Jedi ever. I promise." It was a promise that would define them both. Years 10 to 12, the difficult Padawan. Training Anakin was nothing like Obi-Wan expected. Where Obi-Wan had been methodical and obedient, Anakin was impulsive and questioning. Where Obi-Wan had studied texts and philosophy, Anakin wanted action and results. "Why can't we help those people?" 11-year-old Anakin demanded after they'd passed a group of refugees on Coruscant's lower levels. "We're Jedi. We're supposed to help. We help by maintaining order across the galaxy," Obi-Wan explained patiently. "We can't save everyone individually. Then what good is power if we don't use it?" The question haunted Obi-Wan. Because he didn't have a good answer. Their early missions were challenging. Anakin's instincts were often right, but his methods were reckless. During a hostage situation on Malastare, 12-year-old Anakin ignored Obi-Wan's careful negotiation plan and simply used the Force to disarm all the captors, simultaneously succeeding brilliantly but giving Obi-Wan a heart attack in the process. "You could have been killed," Obi-Wan shouted afterward. "But I wasn't. And everyone's safe. Isn't that what matters? Following orders matters. Trust matters. Anakin, I can't train you if you won't listen. You sound like you don't believe in me." The accusation stung because it wasn't entirely wrong. Obi-Wan believed in Anakin's power that was undeniable. But he worried about the boy's control, his attachment to outcomes, his fear of loss that manifested as aggression. But slowly, grudgingly, they began to understand each other. Obi-Wan learned that Anakin needed to know why, not just what. Anakin learned that Obi-Wan's caution came from caring, not doubt. By age 12, they'd developed a rhythm. Not perfect, they still argued constantly, but functional. And beneath the arguments, something deeper was forming, a bond that went beyond master and student. Anakin was finding the father he'd never had. And Obi-Wan was learning to be the brother Anakin needed, even as he tried to be the master he was expected to be. Interlude 2, The Hero Rises, age 13 to 16. Age 13, first real combat. The mission to Lanok was supposed to be simple: protect the prince during peace negotiations. It became Anakin's baptism by fire. Terrorists attacked during the talks. Obi-Wan engaged the leader while Anakin protected the prince and his family. The teenage Padawan faced 6 armed terrorists with only his training lightsaber and the Force. He didn't hesitate. Years later, witnesses would describe how the young Jedi moved faster than seemed possible, his blade a blur of blue light, his tactics aggressive but controlled. In 90 seconds, all 6 terrorists were disarmed or unconscious. The prince's family was safe. "You're getting better," Obi-Wan said afterward, pride evident despite his attempts at Jedi detachment. "I learned from the best," Anakin replied, and meant it. But that night, alone in his quarters, Anakin had a nightmare. Not about the terrorists, about his brother. About Vader's twisted body and mechanical breathing. About being chosen while Vader was left behind to die. He woke gasping, reaching out through the Force instinctively. For just a moment, he sensed something, a presence, distant and cold and angry. Then it was gone. Anakin told himself it was just a dream. Just guilt manifesting as Force sensitivity. He never mentioned it to Obi-Wan. Age 14, meeting Padme again. Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo was in danger. Assassination attempts had been made on her life, and the Jedi Council assigned Obi-Wan and Anakin to protect her. When Anakin saw her again, the queen he'd known as a child, now a senator, something shifted in his world. She was beautiful, brilliant, and dedicated to helping people. Everything the Jedi Code said he shouldn't desire, he found himself desiring. Annie. She smiled when she recognized him. You've grown. So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean. For a senator, Anakin stumbled over his words like the child he'd been, not the Jedi he was becoming. Obi-Wan watched the interaction with growing concern. Attachment was forbidden. And he could see Anakin attaching himself to Padme like a star falling into a gravity well. During their time on Naboo protecting Padme while investigating the assassination plot, Anakin opened up to her in ways he couldn't with Obi-Wan or the Jedi. He told her about his dreams, his fears, his mother still enslaved on Tatooine. Sometimes I dream about someone else, Anakin confessed one night. My brother. The one who died. I dream he's alive somewhere, angry with me for leaving. It feels so real. It's natural to feel guilt, Padme said gently. But you can't change the past. You can only honor his memory by being the best Jedi you can be. Honor his memory by being the best Jedi you can be. Anakin clung to those words. And to Padme. When the investigation led them to Geonosis and the beginning of the Clone Wars, Anakin fought like a man possessed, protecting Padme, proving himself, earning his place in the galaxy. And when Padme confessed she loved him, he chose her over the Jedi Code. They married in secret on Naboo, with only R2-D2 and C-3PO as witnesses. Obi-Wan suspected but never asked. Some truths were too dangerous to acknowledge. Age 15 to 16, the Clone Wars begin. War transformed Anakin from promising Padawan to legendary hero. The Battle of Christophsis. The rescue of Jabba's son. The defense of Relith. Anakin's name became synonymous with victory. He led clone troopers with tactical brilliance and personal courage that inspired absolute loyalty. General Skywalker never asks us to do anything he won't do himself, Captain Rex told other clone commanders. He's one of us. The Jedi Council watched with mixed feelings. Mace Windu saw Anakin's aggression and worried about dark side influence. Yoda sensed the boy's growing power and feared where it might lead. But they couldn't deny his results. Anakin won battles that should have been losses. Obi-Wan watched his former Padawan become his equal, then in some ways surpass him. Their relationship shifted from master-student to something more like brothers. They bickered constantly but fought in perfect synchronization, each knowing instinctively what the other would do. Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me? Obi-Wan joked after one particularly reckless maneuver. Don't say that, Master, Anakin replied seriously. You're the closest thing I have to a father. The words hung between them, acknowledging a bond deeper than the Jedi Code allowed but that neither could deny. But there were darker moments too. When Anakin's mother was killed by Tusken Raiders, something in him broke. He slaughtered the entire village, men, women, children, in a rage-fueled massacre. He confessed it to Padme but never to Obi-Wan. Another secret. Another step toward darkness he didn't recognize. And throughout these years, Chancellor Palpatine took increasing interest in the young hero. Offering advice. Providing fatherly wisdom the Jedi Council withheld. Making Anakin feel valued in ways the Jedi never did. The Jedi hold you back, Palpatine would say. They fear your power. I recognize your potential. Anakin listened. And slowly, imperceptibly, Palpatine's influence grew. Interlude 3, The Knight, age 17 to 19. Age 17, knighthood denied, then granted. After 3 years of war, Anakin's power was undeniable. But the council refused to grant him the rank of master, despite his accomplishments. You're too young, Mace Windu said bluntly. Too impulsive. Too attached to outcomes. The rejection burned. Anakin had done everything asked of him and more. He'd saved countless lives, won crucial battles, proven himself again and again. And still they held him back. They don't trust you, Palpatine said sympathetically when Anakin confided in him. They see your strength and feel threatened by it. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm not ready. Or maybe they're afraid of someone who thinks for himself. At 17, Anakin was finally granted the rank of Jedi Knight, a recognition of his combat prowess and war record. But not Master. Never Master. The ceremony should have been a triumph. Instead, it felt hollow. Another reminder that no matter what he achieved, it was never quite enough. That night, Anakin had another dream about his brother. But this time it was different. Vader wasn't dying, he was alive, powerful, and staring at Anakin with mechanical eyes full of hatred. "You left me behind," Dream Vader said. "You were chosen. I was nothing. And you never even looked back." Anakin woke in a cold sweat. Padme comforted him, but the dream lingered. Somewhere, in a part of his mind he didn't want to examine, Anakin knew his brother was alive. And that when they met again, only one would survive. But he pushed the thought away. Vader was dead. The Jedi had confirmed it. The dreams were just guilt. Just guilt. Age 18, the hero of the Republic. By 18, Anakin Skywalker was the most celebrated Jedi in the galaxy. Holonet news segments featured his victories. Children played Jedi and separatists pretending to be him. Senators praised his name in public speeches. He was everything the Republic needed: powerful, charismatic, victorious, and seemingly incorruptible. What they didn't see was the internal struggle. The secret marriage he maintained with Padme. The growing resentment toward the Jedi Council. The nightmares that plagued him. The fear of loss that drove every action. During one campaign, Obi-Wan noticed Anakin taking unnecessary risks. "You're fighting like you have something to prove." "Maybe I do. Maybe I need to prove I deserve to be chosen." "Chosen? Anakin, you're the chosen one." "The prophecy." "I'm not talking about the prophecy." The words burst out before Anakin could stop them. "I had a brother. A twin. He died because I was chosen to come here and he wasn't. Sometimes I wonder if the Force made a mistake. If it should have been him instead of me." Obi-Wan was silent for a long moment. "The Force doesn't make mistakes, Anakin. You're exactly where you're meant to be." But Anakin wasn't sure he believed that. Age 19, everything and nothing. At 19, Anakin Skywalker had achieved everything he'd ever dreamed of on Tatooine. He was a Jedi Knight, respected and feared across the galaxy. He had a wife he loved desperately. He had purpose and power and recognition. He'd freed himself from slavery and made something of his life. But he was also trapped. Trapped by Jedi code he'd violated through his marriage. Trapped by expectations he could never quite meet. Trapped by nightmares of loss, losing Padme, losing Obi-Wan, losing everything he'd built. And trapped by the growing influence of Palpatine, who offered simple answers to complex questions. "The Jedi are holding the Republic back," Palpatine would say. "They're so afraid of the dark side that they can't see practical solutions. Someone with your vision could change everything." "I'm just a Jedi Knight," Anakin would protest. "For now. But imagine what you could become." On Coruscant, surrounded by celebration and praise, Anakin Skywalker was beloved by millions. He was the hero. The chosen one. The Republic's greatest champion. And he was profoundly, fundamentally, unbearably alone. Because no one knew the real Anakin. The one who'd killed Tusken women and children in rage. The one who'd married in secret violation of his vows. The one who had nightmares about a dead brother who seemed to be reaching out from beyond death. The one who was terrified that everything he'd achieved could be taken away in an instant. So he held tighter. Fought harder. Proved himself again and again, trying to outrun the fear that haunted him. He had everything Vader was denied: love, power, recognition, purpose. But he couldn't enjoy any of it because he was too afraid of losing it. Somewhere in the Force, two brothers orbited each other like binary stars, one burning bright with light and fear, the other cold with darkness and calculated rage. They would collide eventually. The Force itself guaranteed it. And when they did, only one would survive. But for now, at 19, they were still separated. Anakin celebrated on Coruscant while Vader schemed in shadows. The chosen one and the unchosen. The beloved hero and the forgotten monster. Brothers divided by a galaxy's choice, bound by blood neither could escape, destined for a confrontation that would reshape everything they knew. The war was coming. And with it, the moment when the galaxy would learn that choosing Anakin over Vader had been its greatest mistake. Because Vader had spent 19 years preparing for this. While Anakin had spent 19 years running from himself. And preparation would always defeat fear in the end. Lantilli's system, Outer Rim, age 20. The Republic garrison on Lantillis had no warning. Commander Breck was reviewing supply manifests when his tactical officer shouted, "Unknown ships dropping out of hyperspace. Multiple contacts, cruisers, destroyers, fighter wings." The view screen filled with warships bearing insignia no one in the Republic had seen in millennia, the angular geometric patterns of the ancient Sith Empire. "Sound general alarm!" Breck ordered. "Get me a COMM line to Coruscant. We need." The first salvo cut through his Corvette like it was made of paper. Turbolaser fire from ships with technology that shouldn't exist, weapons more advanced than Republic designs. Within 90 seconds, the orbital defense platforms were destroyed. Within 5 minutes, the entire garrison fleet was crippled or fleeing. And then the landing craft descended. From the command ship, a Harrower-class dreadnought painted in crimson and black, a single figure emerged. Humanoid, encased in sophisticated armor that was more machine than cloth, breathing apparatus hissing rhythmically through the command channel. "HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. This is War Master Vader of the Sith Empire," the filtered voice announced across all frequencies. "Lantillis is now under Imperial control. All military personnel will surrender immediately. All government officials will report to designated assembly points. Resistance will be met with total annihilation." Commander Breck rallied his remaining ground forces. "We are Republic soldiers. We don't surrender to." His words cut off as an invisible force seized his throat. Through the view screen, they could see Vader standing on the planet's surface 5 kilometers away, his hand raised casually. Breck clawed at his throat as the force choked him. His soldiers watched in horror as their commander's face turned purple, then blue. "I will demonstrate once," Vader's voice echoed. "Obey or die. There is no third option." Breck's neck snapped with an audible crack transmitted across the COMM. His body dropped. "Who wishes to be second?" Vader asked calmly. The garrison surrendered within the hour. Lantillis' capital city, 3 hours after conquest. Governor Trell was forced to his knees in the city's main square. Around him, thousands of civilians had been herded at gunpoint by Sith soldiers, not the clones or droids of other conflicts, but humans, aliens, and cyborgs bearing the Empire's crimson insignia. Vader stood before the governor, his mechanical breathing the only sound in the terrified silence. "You governed this world for the Republic," Vader stated. "You collected their taxes. Enforced their laws. Sent young people to fight their wars. You were their instrument. Please, we're just civilians. We never. You were complicit." Vader's filtered voice held no emotion. "This world supported the Republic military infrastructure. Therefore, this world bears responsibility for Republic actions against the Sith Empire. We didn't even know your empire existed. Ignorance is not innocence." Vader gestured to his soldiers. "Bring the first group." 20 civilians randomly selected from the crowd were dragged forward. Men, women, elderly, young. All terrified. "Watch," Vader commanded the rest of the crowd. "Learn what happens to those who support our enemies." Governor Trell realized what was about to happen. "No. Please. They're innocent. Kill me if you must, but..." Your death serves no purpose. Their deaths serve as lesson. Vader raised his hand. The Force seized all 20 civilians simultaneously, lifting them into the air. Their screams echoed across the square as invisible pressure began crushing them from all sides. It took 3 minutes. 3 minutes of systematic, clinical execution while thousands watched. When the bodies finally dropped, the crowd was silent except for sobbing. "This is mercy," Vader announced. "I could have destroyed this entire city from orbit. Instead, I give you opportunity to survive. Governor, you will broadcast a message to all Republic worlds in this sector. You will describe what happened here. You will explain that any world resisting Sith occupation will suffer complete annihilation. You will tell them that surrender is the only path to survival." Trell's face was wet with tears. I can't." "You will. Or I will execute another 100 civilians every hour until you do." 6 hours later, Governor Trell's haggard face appeared on holonet broadcasts across 3 sectors. His voice shook as he described the massacre, the overwhelming Sith military power, the absolute futility of resistance. "Please," he begged his fellow Republic citizens. "If they come to your world, surrender. Don't make them angry. Don't fight back. It's not worth it. Nothing is worth what I've seen today." The message was exactly what Vader wanted. Not propaganda claiming Sith superiority that would be dismissed. But the genuine terror of a broken man begging others to submit. That would spread faster than any invasion fleet. War Room, Sith Dreadnought Devastation, 1 week after Lant Elise. "You're a monster." Darth Krayle's assessment was blunt as he reviewed the mission reports. Even by Sith standards, executing civilians publicly is excessive. Vader stood before the assembled War Masters, his breathing apparatus steady. "Is it? Let me present analysis." He activated a holographic display showing the sector map. Lant Elise, 20 civilian casualties, full planetary surrender within hours. Since then, 6 neighboring systems have surrendered without resistance upon our arrival. Total casualties across those systems, 0 combat deaths, 0 civilian executions, 0 infrastructure damage. Total strategic gain, 7 star systems with intact industrial capacity now under Imperial control. Another display appeared. Alternative scenario, conventional conquest. Each system requires fleet engagement, ground assault, occupation force deployment. Estimated casualties per system, 3,000 military, 500 civilian collateral damage, significant infrastructure destruction. Across 7 systems, 21,000 dead, economic capacity reduced 40%. Vader's mask turned toward Krayle. "My method, 20 dead, 7 systems intact. Your method, 21,000 dead, 7 systems damaged. Which is monstrous?" Darth Sever, still alive and still hating Vader, sneered. "You're justifying cowardice. Real Sith conquer through power displayed on the battlefield, not terrorizing helpless civilians." "Real Sith win," Vader replied coldly. "I don't care about displays of power. I care about efficiency. Those 20 civilians died so 21,000 wouldn't have to. That's mathematics, not morality." "The Jedi will use this against us," another War Master pointed out. "They'll paint us as monsters. They already think we're monsters. We're Sith. Darkness is our nature." Vader pulled up propaganda footage showing Republic news broadcasts. "Look at their reports. They're not condemning us as monsters, they're warning worlds to surrender immediately because resistance is futile. We're not fighting their propaganda. We're weaponizing their fear." Emperor Malachar had been silent throughout the debate. Now he spoke. "Vader's strategy is sound. Continue the campaign. But diversify tactics. Some worlds will be conquered conventionally to keep Republic forces uncertain. Vader, you will personally lead terror operations. Krayle, you will command direct military assaults. The Republic must face both scalpel and hammer. As you command, Emperor, both replied. After the meeting, Darth Vader approached Vader in the corridor. You're not actually indifferent to those civilian deaths, are you? No, I feel nothing about them. That's different from indifference. That's what worries me. You've become completely detached from consequences. You see only outcomes and efficiency. And that's why my methods work. Vader continued walking. Emotion clouds judgment. I learned that at age 9. The galaxy is a machine. Apply correct inputs, achieve desired outputs. Those civilians were inputs. 7 surrendered systems are outputs. Simple. Nothing about you is simple, Vader. That's what makes you dangerous. Good. Bakura system, 2 weeks later. The Republic had fortified Bakura after Lant Elise fell. 3 cruisers, full garrison, Jedi Knight deployed for morale. They were ready for the Sith. Vader's fleet arrived and immediately withdrew out of weapons range. What are they doing? Captain Hallis asked from the command deck. Why aren't they attacking? Beside him, Jedi Knight Darth Eltanis frowned. I sense wrongness in the Force. Something is. The orbital bombardment began without warning. Not aimed at military targets, aimed at Bakura's agricultural regions. Precision strikes that burned croplands, poisoned water supplies, destroyed food storage facilities. They're attacking farmland. Hallis stared at the tactical display. That makes no strategic sense. But Vader's filtered voice came across all channels. Bakura garrison. You have fortified your military installations admirably. Unfortunately, wars are not won by soldiers alone. You require food, water, supply chains. I am destroying those. In approximately 3 weeks, your supplies will run out. Your population will begin starving. In 6 weeks, mass starvation will cause social collapse. You're bluffing, Hallis transmitted back. The Republic will resupply us. Will they? Do they have the logistics to feed an entire world indefinitely? How many other worlds will I be besieging simultaneously? Vader's tone was clinical. Do the mathematics, Captain. You cannot win. Your options are surrender now, or surrender later after thousands die from starvation. Choose. Dara tried to reach out through the Force, to sense the Sith commander. But she encountered only mechanical interference and a cold, calculating presence that felt more like a computer than a living being. He means it, she told Hallis quietly. He'll really let them starve. Then we fight our way out. Break the blockade, evacuate. And leave the civilian population to die? That's exactly what he wants, for us to abandon the world, proving the Republic can't protect its citizens. They held out for 3 days. Then civilian riots began as people realized food was being rationed. On day 5, the governor demanded surrender to prevent social collapse. Bakura fell without Vader firing a single shot at military targets. Telti system, 3 weeks into campaign. Not every battle was psychological. Some required demonstration of raw military power. Telti had a significant droid manufacturing facility that supplied Republic forces. Vader wanted it intact but under Sith control. The garrison refused surrender despite warnings. Very well. Vader led the assault personally, boarding their orbital station with a strike team. The Republic soldiers were brave, well-trained, and utterly unprepared for what they faced. He didn't use his lightsaber initially. Just the Force. Telekinesis to hurl soldiers into walls at bone-breaking velocity. Force crush to collapse blast doors before defenders could seal them. Mind manipulation to make officers order their own troops to stand down, creating confusion and friendly fire incidents. When the lightsaber finally ignited the damaged crimson blade with black edges, it was almost merciful compared to the systematic terror he'd inflicted through Force power alone. The station fell in 40 minutes. Vader's after-action report was clinical: 17 enemy casualties. Station captured intact. Droid production will resume under Imperial control within 1 week. Estimated value, 12 million credits monthly. What the report didn't mention was the psychological impact on the survivors. The soldiers who'd witnessed a single Sith warrior dismantle their entire defensive position through what seemed like casual force application. They were released, deliberately allowed to return to Republic space carrying stories of the unstoppable War Master Vader. Fear was a weapon. And Vader wielded it with surgical precision. Coruscant, Republic Military Headquarters, 4 weeks after first contact. The strategic briefing room was chaos. Admirals, generals, senators, and Jedi Masters all shouting over each other as holographic displays showed the Sith Empire's advance. 15 systems fallen in 4 weeks. Unknown military capability. Their technology is more advanced than ours. They're using terror tactics that violate every civilized warfare convention. Chancellor Palpatine called for order. Please. One at a time. Admiral Tarkin, your assessment. Admiral Tarkin, competent, calculating, and one of the few officers Vader hadn't managed to compromise, stood. The Sith Empire is real, significant, and extremely dangerous. They're not separatists with droid armies. They're a sophisticated military power that's been preparing for decades. Their initial strikes were surgical. They knew exactly where to hit us. Because they've been infiltrating us, Mace Windu said grimly. We've identified 17 Republic officials who were apparently feeding intelligence to this Sith Empire. All are now in custody. But how many more are hidden? And this War Master Vader, Senator Amidala said, her voice controlled despite obvious distress. The reports describe tactics that are monstrous. Public executions. Deliberate civilian targeting. Psychological warfare on levels we've never encountered. Who is he? Unknown, Master Yoda replied. Sense him, I cannot. The Force itself seems clouded around this one. Strong in the dark side, undoubtedly. But his identity, his origins mystery, they remain. Obi-Wan Kenobi spoke up. I've been reviewing the reports. This Vader fights differently than traditional Sith. Less focused on displays of power, more on systematic destruction of enemy capability and morale. He's not trying to defeat us in battle, he's trying to make us surrender without fighting. And it's working, Tarkin added. 6 systems surrendered without resistance after witnessing what happened to those who resisted. That's unprecedented psychological warfare. Anakin Skywalker had been silent throughout, but now he stood. Then we need to show them that terror doesn't work. We need to hit back. Hard. Make them understand that the Republic won't be intimidated. Reckless, that would be, Yoda warned. Know our enemy, we do not. Charging in blindly. We can't just let them keep taking systems. Anakin's frustration was evident. Every day we debate, more worlds fall. More people suffer under Sith occupation. We need to act. Palpatine nodded thoughtfully. General Skywalker has a point. The Republic must demonstrate strength. Master Windu, I'm placing you and General Skywalker in command of a counter-offensive. Retake one of the fallen worlds. Show the Sith and our own citizens that we can fight back. The decision was made. Within days, a Republic fleet would deploy to liberate Lant Elise. And Vader would be waiting. Sith Dreadnought devastation, receiving intelligence report. They're coming, Scylla reported, her hologram flickering in Vader's command chamber. Mace Windu and Anakin Skywalker. Leading a fleet to retake Lant Elise. ETA, 72 hours. Vader stood motionless for a long moment, his breathing apparatus the only sound. Anakin. Finally. Confirmed force composition. 3 cruisers, 2 destroyer escorts, fighter wings, and ground forces. Significant strength, but they're being cautious after our initial victories. And the Jedi. Windu and Skywalker confirmed. Possibly others. Intelligence suggests they're eager to test their capabilities against Sith forces. Vader pulled up Anakin's file, the one he'd been maintaining for 11 years. Combat patterns. Psychological weaknesses. Tactical preferences. Everything. You're coming to me, brother. Coming to be a hero, to save innocent people from the monster. You don't know the monster is your twin. Alert the fleet, Vader commanded. We're not evacuating Lant Elise. We're turning it into a trap. When the Republic arrives, I want them to think they're winning right up until the moment we destroy them. That's risky. If they actually succeed. They won't. Because they're predictable. Anakin Skywalker will charge in to save civilians. Mace Windu will try to maintain tactical discipline. They'll split their focus, and I'll exploit the division. Vader's filtered voice carried absolute certainty. Prepare the ambush. Position our forces in the asteroid belt. Make our ground forces appear weak and retreating. Let them think they're liberating the world. And when they discover it's a trap, then I'll meet my brother face to face for the first time in 11 years. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. And he'll learn that the galaxy chose wrong when they chose him over me. Sila's hologram flickered out, leaving Vader alone with his thoughts and the rhythmic sound of his breathing apparatus. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. He'd spent 11 years preparing for this moment. 11 years becoming stronger, smarter, more dangerous while Anakin became the Republic's hero. Now they would meet. The chosen one versus the unchosen. Light versus shadow. The beloved versus the forgotten. Only one would walk away. And Vader had already decided it would be him. He pulled up a holographic image of Anakin from recent intelligence, grown, powerful, everything Vader should have been if he'd been born whole. Hello, brother, Vader whispered to the image. Welcome to my war. Welcome to your death. Outside his chamber, the Sith fleet prepared for battle. Weapons charged. Fighters launched. Soldiers readied for combat. The Republic was coming. And Vader was ready to show them exactly why terror was the most effective weapon in existence. Not because it broke bodies, but because it broke hope. And once hope was broken, victory was inevitable. The war's first major battle was about to begin. And with it, the confrontation between two brothers that had been building since the day one was chosen and the other discarded. 3 days, Anakin. 3 days until you understand what you created by abandoning me. 3 days until you learn that monsters aren't born. They're made. By a galaxy that chose wrong. Coruscant, Senate Rotunda, 1 month after first Sith attack. The Galactic Senate was in chaos. 5,000 senators from across the Republic shouted over each other. Their repulsor pods floating in disorganized clusters rather than the orderly arrangement protocol demanded. 15 systems fallen and the Chancellor does nothing. We need military action immediately. The Jedi have failed to protect us. Chancellor Palpatine stood at the central podium, his face grave but controlled. He raised his hands, calling for order. The gesture was ignored until he amplified his voice through the chamber's acoustic systems. Senators. Please. We will accomplish nothing through chaos. The shouting gradually subsided. Palpatine's presence, grandfatherly, reassuring, strong, commanded attention even when his words didn't. The crisis we face is unprecedented, Palpatine continued, his voice carrying the weight of genuine concern. An enemy we didn't know existed has emerged with military capability exceeding our worst projections. They've conquered Republic worlds with tactics that defy every convention of civilized warfare. Then why haven't we mobilized? Senator Bail Organa demanded from his pod. Every day we debate, more citizens suffer under Sith occupation. Because, Senator Organa, our military infrastructure was designed for peacekeeping, not total war. Our command structures require Senate approval for every major deployment. Our procurement systems are mired in bureaucratic oversight. Our response time is measured in weeks when we need to act in hours. Padme Amidala's pod moved forward. Chancellor, surely you're not suggesting we abandon democratic oversight of military. I'm suggesting, Senator Amidala, that democracy is a luxury the Sith will not permit us if we cannot defend ourselves. Palpatine's voice hardened. They executed civilians publicly. They starve worlds into submission. They employ terror as military doctrine. And while we debate procedures, they advance. The Senate erupted again, but this time with a different tone, fear mixed with anger. Senator Mot Notrab from the Trandoshan delegation stood. What do you propose, Chancellor? Palpatine paused, as if reluctant to speak what came next. His hesitation was perfectly calculated, practiced in secret for years, waiting for exactly this moment. The Senate must grant me emergency powers. Not because I desire them, I assure you, the burden of such authority weighs heavily, but because the Republic's survival demands it. With emergency powers, I can streamline military command, bypass procurement delays, mobilize forces without waiting for committee approval, and respond to Sith aggression with the speed this crisis requires. Absolutely not. Bail Organa's voice rang out. Emergency powers have historically been the death of republics. Look at 15 conquered worlds. Senator Orn Free Taa interrupted. His corpulent form quivered with agitation. Look at thousands dead. The Chancellor is right, we're being destroyed by our own bureaucracy. Padme felt sick. This is exactly what the Sith want. They're forcing us to abandon our principles. Our principles won't matter if we're all dead or enslaved, another senator shouted. The debate raged for hours. Padme fought desperately against the motion, supported by Bail Organa, Monday Mothma, and other idealistic senators. But fear was a more powerful motivator than principle. By evening, Senator Jar Jar Binks, filling in for Padme during a brief recess, stood to speak. He'd been coached carefully by Palpatine's aides. Told that desperate times required desperate measures, that the Chancellor only wanted to protect the Republic. Mesa propose, Jar Jar said nervously, that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor. The chamber fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the voting began. Padme returned just in time to see the tally, 3,127 votes in favor. 1,432 against. 441 abstentions. The motion passed. Palpatine stood at the podium, his face appropriately solemn. It is with great reluctance that I have agreed to this calling. I love democracy. I love the Republic. The power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis has abated. The applause was thunderous. Desperate senators relieved that someone was taking charge. Padme watched from her pod, tears streaming down her face. Bail Organa placed a hand on her shoulder. We've just witnessed the beginning of the end, she whispered. Perhaps, Bail replied quietly. Or perhaps we've bought ourselves time to survive. Either way, the Republic we knew is already gone. Palpatine's first act with his new authority was to nationalize military production, placing all weapons manufacturers under direct governmental control. His second was to institute mandatory conscription across 3,000 worlds. His third was to grant himself the power to declare martial law in any system he deemed necessary. And his fourth, presented as a reluctant necessity, was to request that the Jedi Order formally assume military command positions. The Jedi had no choice but to agree. To refuse would appear as abandoning the Republic in its darkest hour. Palpatine watched the Senate disperse from his private office, a slight smile touching his lips. Perfect. The Sith Empire attacks, and I gain absolute power to defend against them. Whether they know it or not, Emperor Malachar is doing exactly what I need. The Republic transforms itself into an empire, and the Jedi become generals, removing them from their actual purpose, making them warriors instead of peacekeepers. When the time comes to eliminate them, the galaxy will already see them as failed military commanders, not spiritual guardians. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Jedi Temple, Council Chambers, the next day. The 12 members of the Jedi Council sat in their traditional circle, but the atmosphere was anything but meditative. Tension filled the Force itself, as if reality was straining under the weight of decisions being made. "Generals, they want us to be," Yoda said heavily. "Generals. Leaders of armies. Commanders of soldiers who kill. We have no choice," Mace Windu replied, his voice hard. "The Chancellor has formally requested Jedi leadership of military operations. If we refuse, we appear to be abandoning the Republic." "Perhaps we should abandon the Republic," Ki-Adi-Mundi said quietly, shocking everyone. "I don't mean betray it, I mean recognize that what it's becoming isn't what we swore to protect. Palpatine has emergency powers that effectively make him dictator. The Senate is paralyzed. The democratic process has been suspended. Is this still the Republic?" "It's the Republic at war," Mace countered. "Desperate times require difficult choices. But do they require Jedi becoming warriors?" Plo Koon asked. "Our purpose is to serve the Force, to maintain balance. How do we do that while commanding clone armies? We do it by ensuring the war is fought with honor," Obi-Wan Kenobi said from his position in the circle. "The Sith employ terror tactics. Public executions. Civilian targeting. Psychological warfare designed to break spirits. If Jedi lead the military, we can ensure the Republic doesn't mirror those tactics. We can fight with integrity." "Noble sentiment," Mace said. "But naive. War changes everyone who participates. We'll be asked to make choices no Jedi should face, sacrificing some to save others, attacking targets that have civilian collateral, authorizing actions that serve military necessity over moral clarity. Then we face those choices as Jedi," Yoda said finally. "Refuse this burden, we cannot. But lose ourselves in it, we must not. Generals we will be, but Jedi we remain. Remember this, all of you must. The moment we forget we are Jedi first and generals second, lost we will be." The vote was unanimous but reluctant. The Jedi Order would assume military command positions. "I'll coordinate overall military strategy from Coruscant," Mace announced. "We need our best tacticians in the field. Obi-Wan, I'm assigning you to investigate the Sith Empire's origins. We need to understand where they came from, how they've hidden for so long, what their true capabilities are." "I'll leave immediately," Obi-Wan agreed. "Anakin Skywalker will command the First Fleet," Mace continued. "His tactical brilliance and force power make him ideal for frontline operations. The troops already love him. He can be the face of our military effort, inspiring confidence in Republic forces." "Too much responsibility for one so young," Yoda cautioned. "Powerful he is, yes. But impulsive. Fear I do that. He's 20 years old and has proven himself in dozens of operations," Mace interrupted. "We don't have the luxury of waiting for him to mature further. The Sith are conquering systems weekly. We need our most capable commanders deployed immediately." Yoda's ears drooped. "Sense something, I do. Great darkness ahead. Connected to young Skywalker, it is. But see clearly, I cannot. Clouded, the future has become. The dark side clouds everything," Plo Koon observed. "The Sith Empire's presence has disrupted the Force itself. We're all feeling it, visions that make no sense, connections that lead nowhere, as if something is deliberately obscuring our perception. Then we proceed carefully," Mace decided. "We fight this war, but we remain vigilant. The Sith are our obvious enemy, but there may be threats we haven't identified yet." The meeting adjourned, but Yoda remained in his chair long after the others left. He reached out through the Force, seeking clarity, seeking understanding. He found only darkness and the distant echo of mechanical breathing. "HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound of something monstrous, something wrong, something that shouldn't exist. But when he tried to focus on it, it vanished like smoke. "Clouded, everything is," Yoda whispered to the empty chamber. Terrified, I am, that by the time we see clearly, too late it will be. The Force offered no comfort. Only the certainty that darkness was rising, and the Jedi were walking blindly toward it. Obi-Wan Kenobi's quarters, that evening. Obi-Wan packed his travel bag methodically, each item selected for efficiency. Datapad with Republic intelligence files. Holographic recorder. Emergency beacon. Lightsaber maintenance kit. Standard Jedi traveling supplies. A knock at his door. Come in. Anakin entered, his face troubled. Master, I mean, Obi-Wan. I heard about your assignment. Investigating the Sith Empire's origins. Yes. Obi-Wan continued packing. Someone needs to understand what we're truly facing. Their technology is too advanced to be newly developed. Their tactics suggest decades of preparation. They knew exactly where to strike us, which means they've been gathering intelligence for years. I should come with you. We work well together. You're needed here. Fleet Command, Anakin. The Council is placing enormous trust in you. This is your chance to prove you deserve that rank of Master you want so badly. Anakin flinched. I'm not doing this for rank. I know. Obi-Wan turned to face his former Padawan. You're doing it because you genuinely want to help people. That's your greatest strength. But it's also your vulnerability. You care so much that you take every loss personally. Every soldier who dies under your command will weigh on you. Better me than someone who doesn't care. Perhaps. But Anakin, promise me something, don't let this war change who you are. Don't let fear of loss drive you to make choices you'll regret. The Sith want us to become like them, brutal, ruthless, willing to do anything to win. If we mirror their tactics, we've already lost. I would never. I know you wouldn't intentionally. But war erodes principles gradually. One small compromise leads to another. Before you realize it, you're doing things that would have horrified you months earlier. Obi-Wan placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder. Stay true to the light, my friend. No matter what. You're talking like you might not come back. I'm investigating a hidden empire that's existed for generations without detection. There's a reasonable possibility I won't survive. Obi-Wan smiled sadly. But someone has to do it. And I trust you to lead the fleet in my absence. You're ready, Anakin. Even if the Council doesn't always show it, I believe in you completely. The words Anakin had wanted to hear for years. But instead of satisfaction, he felt only dread. I've been having dreams, Anakin admitted quietly. About someone I used to know. Someone I thought was dead. Who? My brother. My twin. Vader. He died on Tatooine after I left, but in my dreams, he's alive. Angry. Powerful. It feels so real, Obi-Wan. Like he's reaching out to me through the Force. Obi-Wan frowned. The Jedi confirmed his death. Qui-Gon received word from your mother. I know. But what if they were wrong? What if he survived? And Anakin stopped, unable to articulate the terrible possibility forming in his mind. And what? What if he's with them? With the Sith? The idea hung in the air like poison. Obi-Wan wanted to dismiss it immediately, but something in the Force made him hesitate. That's unlikely. But I'll investigate it. If there's any possibility your brother survived, I'll find evidence. Obi-Wan squeezed Anakin's shoulder. Try not to dwell on dreams, Anakin. Focus on what you can control, protecting the Republic, leading your troops with wisdom and compassion. Leave the investigation to me. After Anakin left, Obi-Wan added another item to his investigation list: Vader Skywalker, Tatooine slave, presumed deceased. Verify death records. If survived, determine current location and allegiance. It was probably nothing. A brother's guilt manifesting as Force visions. But Obi-Wan had learned over the years to trust his instincts. And something about Anakin's dreams felt significant. He departed Coruscant the next morning, heading for the Outer Rim territories where the Sith had first struck. Somewhere in the conquered worlds, there would be clues. Prisoners who could be questioned. Technology that could be analyzed. Patterns that would reveal the Empire's origins. What Obi-Wan didn't know was that the moment his ship left Coruscant's orbit, Sith intelligence operatives reported his departure to Vader. And Vader smiled behind his mask, already planning exactly what information Obi-Wan would discover. "Come investigating, Master Kenobi. Let me show you exactly what I want you to see. Let me lead you precisely where I need you to go. You're a brilliant investigator, which makes you perfectly predictable." Republic First Fleet Flagship Resolute, 3 days later. Anakin Skywalker stood on the bridge of the massive Republic Star Destroyer, watching as 3 cruisers and dozens of support vessels fell into formation around him. 20,000 clone troopers. 500 starfighters. Enough firepower to level a planet. All under his command. General Skywalker, Captain Rex approached, his clone armor immaculate. "The fleet reports ready for deployment. Awaiting your orders." "Thank you, Rex." Anakin studied the tactical display showing the Lant-Elise system their target for liberation. "How are the men?" "Eager to fight, sir. The Sith's terror tactics have the whole army angry. The 501st especially, they're ready to show these Sith what real soldiers can do." Anakin nodded, but unease gnawed at him. The reports from conquered worlds were horrifying. Civilians executed. Soldiers tortured. Entire populations terrorized into submission. And at the center of it all, one name appeared repeatedly: War Master Vader. Vader. His brother's name. But that was impossible. Vader had died. The Jedi had confirmed it. His mother had sent word. Then why do I keep dreaming about him? Why does the Force show me his twisted, mechanical face staring at me with hatred? "General." Rex's voice brought him back to the present. "Are you all right, sir?" "Yes. Just thinking about what we're facing." Anakin straightened, pushing away the doubts. "This War Master Vader who's leading their campaign, what do we know about him?" Rex accessed his datapad. "Limited intelligence, sir. Observed commanding forces at Lant-Elise, Bakura, and Telti. Uses advanced armor and life support systems, some kind of breathing apparatus. Employs Force abilities but doesn't fight like traditional Sith, more tactical, less aggressive. Prefers psychological warfare and systematic terror over dramatic displays of power. So he's smart. Dangerous because he's strategic, not just powerful." "Yes, sir. Intelligence suggests he's been planning these operations for years. Knows Republic weaknesses intimately. Some analysts think he's been infiltrating us long before the war started." The description triggered something in Anakin's memory. A mechanical breathing apparatus. Strategic thinking. Intimate knowledge of Republic systems. No. It can't be. It's just coincidence. Lots of people use breathing equipment. It doesn't mean. "When do we deploy?" Anakin asked, forcing himself to focus. "Mace Windu scheduled the liberation of Lant-Elise for 0600 tomorrow. We'll jump in with full force, overwhelming any Sith defenses." "No." Anakin studied the tactical display more carefully. "The Sith know we're coming. They've been monitoring our fleet movements. Their intelligence network is too good for us to achieve surprise. If we jump in with full force, we're walking into whatever trap they've prepared." "Then what do you suggest, sir?" Anakin's tactical mind, the same brilliance that made him Vader's mirror in capability, analyzed the situation. "We split the fleet. 2/3 jumps to Lant-Elise on schedule. 1/3, including us, waits in hyperspace nearby. When the Sith spring their trap, we jump in at unexpected coordinates and hit them from an angle they're not prepared for." Rex nodded slowly. "Risky. If they're stronger than expected, we might lose the first force before we can reinforce. They're trying to predict us. So we need to be unpredictable. The Sith commander, this Vader, he thinks strategically. That means he expects us to think strategically too. We need to act in ways he wouldn't anticipate. Understood, sir. I'll coordinate with the fleet commanders. As Rex departed to implement the plan, Anakin remained staring at the tactical display. Somewhere out there, beyond the stars, the Sith Empire waited. And at its vanguard was War Master Vader. If you really are my brother, if you survived Tatooine and somehow joined the Sith, I'll find you. I'll save you. I'll bring you back to the light. But if you're not my brother, if you're just someone who happens to share his name, then I'll stop you. I'll protect the Republic from your terror tactics. I'll prove that the light is stronger than darkness. Either way, Anakin felt the Force pulling him toward confrontation. Toward a meeting that felt inevitable, prophesied, as if the Force itself demanded it. He just didn't know yet that when they met, only one of them would survive. Or that the galaxy had already decided wrong when it chose between them. The fleet prepared for battle. Soldiers checked weapons. Pilots ran pre-flight diagnostics. Commanders reviewed tactical plans. And on the bridge of the Resolute, Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight, Fleet Commander, the Chosen One, stood alone with his doubts and his dreams and the terrible certainty that everything was about to change. Tomorrow we go to war. Tomorrow I might face my brother's ghost. Tomorrow the galaxy will learn whether I'm truly the hero they believe I am, or just a scared child playing at being powerful. His hand moved unconsciously to his lightsaber, the weapon that had saved countless lives and taken just as many. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow I'll prove I deserve to be chosen. That Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and the Council were right to believe in me. Tomorrow I'll show the Sith what the light side can do. What Anakin didn't know was that 15 light years away, his twin brother stood on a similar bridge, thinking similar thoughts. Tomorrow I prove the galaxy chose wrong. Tomorrow I show Anakin that being discarded and broken made me stronger than being celebrated and whole. Tomorrow the Chosen One learns what the Unchosen has become. Two brothers. Two fleets. Two sides of the Force. Converging toward a battle that would reshape everything. And neither of them realized they were both dancing to the tune of a third player, Chancellor Palpatine, who watched from Coruscant with satisfaction as Jedi became generals, as the Republic transformed into a war machine, as democracy died with thunderous applause. Excellent, Palpatine thought. The Sith Empire attacks. The Republic militarizes. The Jedi compromise their principles. Anakin becomes a warrior. And I gain absolute power. When the time comes to eliminate them all, they'll have already built the weapon I'll use to destroy them. The Empire is rising. They just don't know it yet. The stage was set. The players were in position. The war that would consume the galaxy had begun. And at its heart was a confrontation between two brothers that had been building since the day one was left behind on Tatooine to die. Tomorrow, the twins would meet. And the galaxy would never be the same. Relith orbit, Republic fleet arrival. The Republic Star Destroyer Resolute dropped out of hyperspace accompanied by 3 cruisers and 2 destroyer escorts. Anakin Skywalker stood on the bridge, studying the tactical display as Relith's green and brown surface filled the view screen. Orbital scan shows Sith ground forces concentrated in the capital, Captain Rex reported. Civilian population appears confined to designated areas. No orbital defenses detected. They withdrew their fleet 2 days ago. They're baiting us, Anakin said immediately. They want us to commit to ground assault while they prepare an ambush. Then what do you suggest, General? Anakin studied the planet's geography, his tactical mind the same brilliance that made him and Vader mirror images in capability, analyzing vectors and possibilities. We don't play their game. Launch fighters to establish air superiority. Deploy LAAT gunships to evacuate civilians from contested zones before we engage Sith ground forces. If they want to terrorize populations, we'll remove their targets. That will take days, sir. The Sith could reinforce. Let them try. Our mission is protecting civilians, not winning quickly. Anakin's voice hardened. I won't let them use innocent people as shields or targets. We do this right. The operation began immediately. Republic fighters screamed through Realitha's atmosphere, establishing patrol patterns while LAAT gunships descended toward population centers. The Sith forces didn't immediately respond. They were waiting, watching, letting the Republic commit. On the ground, Anakin led the 501st personally into the capital's outskirts. The Twi'lek refugees huddled in makeshift shelters, terrified of both the Sith occupation and the Republic liberation. We're here to help, Anakin told them, his presence radiating reassurance through the Force. I promise you no one else will die if I can prevent it. A Twi'lek elder named Cham Syndulla approached cautiously. The Sith commander. War Master Vader, he executed 50 of our people when we resisted. Just lined them up and. The elder couldn't finish. Anakin's jaw clenched. That won't happen again. We're evacuating everyone to safe zones before engaging Sith forces. You have my word. Over the next 3 days, Anakin orchestrated a massive humanitarian operation. 70,000 Twi'lek civilians were evacuated under Republic protection while fighters maintained defensive perimeters. Clone troopers shared rations with refugees. Jedi healers treated the wounded. It was slow, methodical. And exactly what the Jedi Code demanded. And it was exactly what Vader had predicted. Day 4, Vader's counterstrike. From his command ship in distant orbit hidden beyond Realitha's moon, Vader watched the Republic's heroic rescue operation through reconnaissance drones. They've evacuated 73% of the civilian population, Sila reported. Skywalker is personally leading the ground efforts. Troops love him. He's inspirational, self-sacrificing, everything a Jedi general should be. He's also predictable. Vader's filtered voice was clinical as he studied the tactical display. He prioritized civilian safety over military objectives. That's admirable. It's also exploitable. How? He's removed our potential hostages. He's also concentrated Republic forces in defensive positions around evacuation zones. Limited their mobility. Made them reactive instead of proactive. Vader's cybernetic fingers danced across the holographic interface. And he's convinced the civilian population that the Republic will protect them at any cost. That creates dependency. Expectation. Vulnerability. Vader activated his command channel. All forces, execute Operation Broken Shield. Target, evacuated population centers. Method, orbital bombardment. Timing, immediate. Sir, the tactical officer hesitated. Those are civilian zones. Skywalker evacuated them precisely to keep civilians safe from combat. And turned them into concentrated, static targets. Vader's mask turned toward the officer. Those 70,000 civilians are now in Republic-controlled safe zones that can't be moved quickly. Bomb those zones, and we force Skywalker into an impossible choice: maintain defensive perimeter around civilians, or pursue our forces. Either way, we control his movements. That will kill thousands of innocents. No. It will force the Republic to commit resources defending static positions instead of attacking our strategic assets. The civilians are merely the mechanism. Vader's filtered voice held no emotion. Execute the order. The Sith fleet emerged from behind Realitha's moon. Not the entire force, just enough to deliver a devastating orbital strike. Turbolaser fire rained down on the safe zones Anakin had established. Republic command post, under fire. The first bombardment turned a refugee camp into a crater. Anakin felt the deaths through the Force, hundreds of Twi'leks incinerated in seconds, their terror and betrayal flooding his senses. Sith fleet in high orbit. Rex shouted. They're targeting the evacuation zones. Shields up. Get anti-air batteries online. Anakin was already moving, his lightsaber igniting as if it could deflect starship weapons. Evacuate the survivors. Another strike. Another 1,000 dead. The safe zones Anakin had worked 3 days to establish were being systematically destroyed. General, we need to withdraw. We can't defend against orbital bombardment with ground forces. But Anakin saw the trap. If they withdrew, the remaining 50,000 civilians would be slaughtered. If they stayed, they'd be destroyed trying to defend indefensible positions. Get our cruisers in orbital support position. Anakin ordered. We need to engage that Sith fleet. Sir, intelligence suggests it's a smaller force, possibly bait for a larger ambush. I don't care. We're not abandoning these people. The Republic fleet moved to engage, and Vader's trap closed. The moment Anakin's cruisers committed to high orbit, the main Sith fleet emerged from hyperspace at a different vector, cutting off their retreat path. The Battle of Relith became a nightmare. Republic forces were divided, fleet engaging Sith ships in orbit while ground forces tried desperately to protect civilians from bombardment. Anakin fought everywhere at once, defending refugee transports, leading clone charges against Sith ground forces that suddenly reinforced, coordinating fleet movements while dodging turbolaser fire. He saved lives through sheer determination and force-enhanced reflexes. Thousands survived because Anakin Skywalker refused to abandon them. But 30,000 didn't. 30,000 Twi'lek civilians died in the orbital bombardment before Vader's forces suddenly withdrew. Mission accomplished. Aftermath. 3 days later, Relith was liberated. The Sith forces had retreated after inflicting maximum psychological damage. The Republic held the planet. But the cost was staggering. Anakin stood in what had been a refugee camp, now a field of craters and bodies. Clone troopers moved among the dead, searching for survivors. Twi'lek families wept over the remains of loved ones. Cham Syndulla approached, his face hollow. You promised no one would die. I tried. You brought your war to our world. The Sith killed 50 of us to terrorize us. You killed 30,000 trying to save us. The elder's voice broke. Which is worse? The monster who admits he's evil, or the hero who promises safety and delivers death? The words hit Anakin like physical blows. He wanted to protest, to explain that he'd done everything possible, that Vader had exploited every noble choice. But the bodies surrounding them spoke louder than justifications. Captain Rex found him hours later, still standing in the ruins. General, the Holonet is reporting this as a Republic victory. We drove the Sith off, liberated Relith, minimal military casualties. 30,000 civilians died, Rex. I know, sir. But command is framing it as necessary sacrifice. Casualties of war. Sith brutality. Rex's voice was carefully neutral. They're calling you a hero for saving the 40,000 who survived. Anakin looked at his captain, seeing the doubt in his eyes. Do you think I did the right thing? Rex was silent for a long moment. I think you did what Jedi do, sir. You tried to save everyone. The Sith commander understood that and used it against you. You fought honorably. He fought to win. Who's the better general? You are, sir. Without question. But he's more effective. There's a difference. Anakin filed his after-action report that evening. Battle of Relith, Republic victory. Sith forces driven off. Planet secured. Civilian casualties, extensive but unavoidable given Sith tactics. Recommendation: improved orbital defense systems for liberated worlds. Vader filed his report the same day. Relith operation, complete success. Objective achieved, demonstrated Republic inability to protect civilians despite best efforts. Strategic value, minimal. Psychological impact, severe. Republic forces now hesitant to commit to civilian-heavy engagements. Skywalker's command style confirmed: emotional, protective, exploitable. Recommendation: continue forcing him into scenarios where he must choose between tactical advantage and protecting innocents. Both sides claimed victory. Anakin because he'd saved 40,000 lives and driven off the Sith. Vader because he'd proven the Republic couldn't protect those it claimed to defend, even with a Jedi general personally leading the effort. The Republic celebrated Anakin as a hero. The Sith Empire promoted Vader for tactical excellence. And 30,000 Twi'leks were dead because two brothers fought the same battle with opposite philosophies. That night, Anakin had another nightmare about his brother. But this time, Dream Vader stood over a field of bodies and said, "You saved some. I killed many. We both achieved our objectives. Who is the monster, brother? The one who kills without pretense, or the one who kills while claiming to be good?" Anakin woke screaming. Relith orbit, Republic fleet arrival. The Republic Star Destroyer Resolute dropped out of hyperspace accompanied by 3 cruisers and 2 destroyer escorts. Anakin Skywalker stood on the bridge, studying the tactical display as Relith's green and brown surface filled the view screen. Orbital scan shows Sith ground forces concentrated in the capital, Captain Rex reported. Civilian population appears confined to designated areas. No orbital defenses detected. They withdrew their fleet 2 days ago. They're baiting us, Anakin said immediately. They want us to commit to ground assault while they prepare an ambush. Then what do you suggest, General? Anakin studied the planet's geography, his tactical mind the same brilliance that made him and Vader mirror images in capability analyzing vectors and possibilities. We don't play their game. Launch fighters to establish air superiority. Deploy LAAT gunships to evacuate civilians from contested zones before we engage Sith ground forces. If they want to terrorize populations, we'll remove their targets. That will take days, sir. The Sith could reinforce. Let them try. Our mission is protecting civilians, not winning quickly. Anakin's voice hardened. I won't let them use innocent people as shields or targets. We do this right. The operation began immediately. Republic fighters screamed through Relith's atmosphere, establishing patrol patterns while LAAT gunships descended toward population centers. The Sith forces didn't immediately respond. They were waiting, watching, letting the Republic commit. On the ground, Anakin led the 501st personally into the capital's outskirts. The Twi'lek refugees huddled in makeshift shelters, terrified of both the Sith occupation and the Republic liberation. We're here to help, Anakin told them, his presence radiating reassurance through the Force. I promise you no one else will die if I can prevent it. A Twi'lek elder named Cham Syndulla approached cautiously. The Sith commander. War Master Vader, he executed 50 of our people when we resisted. Just lined them up and the elder couldn't finish. Anakin's jaw clenched. That won't happen again. We're evacuating everyone to safe zones before engaging Sith forces. You have my word. Over the next 3 days, Anakin orchestrated a massive humanitarian operation. 70,000 Twi'lek civilians were evacuated under Republic protection while fighters maintained defensive perimeters. Clone troopers shared rations with refugees. Jedi healers treated the wounded. It was slow, methodical, and exactly what the Jedi Code demanded. And it was exactly what Vader had predicted. Day 4, Vader's counterstrike. From his command ship in distant orbit hidden beyond Relith's moon, Vader watched the Republic's heroic rescue operation through reconnaissance drones. They've evacuated 73% of the civilian population, Sila reported. Skywalker is personally leading the ground efforts. Troops love him. He's inspirational, self-sacrificing, everything a Jedi general should be. He's also predictable. Vader's filtered voice was clinical as he studied the tactical display. He prioritized civilian safety over military objectives. That's admirable. It's also exploitable. How? He's removed our potential hostages. He's also concentrated Republic forces in defensive positions around evacuation zones. Limited their mobility. made them reactive instead of proactive. Vader's cybernetic fingers danced across the holographic interface. And he's convinced the civilian population that the Republic will protect them at any cost. That creates dependency, expectation, vulnerability. Vader activated his command channel. All forces, execute Operation Broken Shield. Target, evacuated population centers. Method, orbital bombardment. Timing, immediate. Sir, the tactical officer hesitated. Those are civilian zones. Skywalker evacuated them precisely to keep civilians safe from combat. And turned them into concentrated, static targets. Vader's mask turned toward the officer. Those 70,000 civilians are now in Republic-controlled safe zones that can't be moved quickly. Bomb those zones, and we force Skywalker into an impossible choice: maintain defensive perimeter around civilians, or pursue our forces. Either way, we control his movements. That will kill thousands of innocents. No. It will force the Republic to commit resources defending static positions instead of attacking our strategic assets. The civilians are merely the mechanism. Vader's filtered voice held no emotion. Execute the order. The Sith fleet emerged from behind Relitha's moon. Not the entire force, just enough to deliver a devastating orbital strike. Turbolaser fire rained down on the safe zones Anakin had established. Republic command post, under fire. The first bombardment turned a refugee camp into a crater. Anakin felt the deaths through the force, hundreds of Twi'leks incinerated in seconds, their terror and betrayal flooding his senses. Sith fleet in high orbit. Rex shouted. They're targeting the evacuation zones. Shields up. Get anti-air batteries online. Anakin was already moving, his lightsaber igniting as if it could deflect starship weapons. Evacuate the survivors. Another strike. Another 1,000 dead. The safe zones Anakin had worked 3 days to establish were being systematically destroyed. General, we need to withdraw. We can't defend against orbital bombardment with ground forces. But Anakin saw the trap. If they withdrew, the remaining 50,000 civilians would be slaughtered. If they stayed, they'd be destroyed trying to defend indefensible positions. Get our cruisers in orbital support position. Anakin ordered. We need to engage that Sith fleet. Sir, intelligence suggests it's a smaller force, possibly bait for a larger ambush. I don't care. We're not abandoning these people. The Republic fleet moved to engage, and Vader's trap closed. The moment Anakin's cruisers committed to high orbit, the main Sith fleet emerged from hyperspace at a different vector, cutting off their retreat path. The Battle of Relith became a nightmare. Republic forces were divided, fleet engaging Sith ships in orbit while ground forces tried desperately to protect civilians from bombardment. Anakin fought everywhere at once, defending refugee transports, leading clone charges against Sith ground forces that suddenly reinforced, coordinating fleet movements while dodging turbolaser fire. He saved lives through sheer determination and force-enhanced reflexes. Thousands survived because Anakin Skywalker refused to abandon them. But 30,000 didn't. 30,000 Twi'lek civilians died in the orbital bombardment before Vader's forces suddenly withdrew. Mission accomplished. Aftermath. 3 days later, Relith was liberated. The Sith forces had retreated after inflicting maximum psychological damage. The Republic held the planet. But the cost was staggering. Anakin stood in what had been a refugee camp, now a field of craters and bodies. Clone troopers moved among the dead, searching for survivors. Twi'lek families wept over the remains of loved ones. Cham Syndulla approached, his face hollow. You promised no one would die. I tried. You brought your war to our world. The Sith killed 50 of us to terrorize us. You killed 30,000 trying to save us. The elder's voice broke. Which is worse? The monster who admits he's evil, or the hero who promises safety and delivers death? The words hit Anakin like physical blows. He wanted to protest, to explain that he'd done everything possible, that Vader had exploited every noble choice. But the bodies surrounding them spoke louder than justifications. Captain Rex found him hours later, still standing in the ruins. "General, the Holonet is reporting this as a Republic victory. We drove the Sith off, liberated Relith, minimal military casualties. 30,000 civilians died, Rex." "I know, sir. But command is framing it as necessary sacrifice. Casualties of war. Sith brutality." Rex's voice was carefully neutral. "They're calling you a hero for saving the 40,000 who survived." Anakin looked at his captain, seeing the doubt in his eyes. "Do you think I did the right thing?" Rex was silent for a long moment. "I think you did what Jedi do, sir. You tried to save everyone. The Sith commander understood that and used it against you. You fought honorably. He fought to win. Who's the better general?" "You are, sir. Without question. But he's more effective. There's a difference." Anakin filed his after-action report that evening. Battle of Relith, Republic victory. Sith forces driven off. Planet secured. Civilian casualties, extensive but unavoidable given Sith tactics. Recommendation: improved orbital defense systems for liberated worlds. Vader filed his report the same day. Relith operation, complete success. Objective achieved, demonstrated Republic inability to protect civilians despite best efforts. Strategic value, minimal. Psychological impact, severe. Republic forces now hesitant to commit to civilian-heavy engagements. Skywalker's command style confirmed: emotional, protective, exploitable. Recommendation: continue forcing him into scenarios where he must choose between tactical advantage and protecting innocents. Both sides claimed victory. Anakin because he'd saved 40,000 lives and driven off the Sith. Vader because he'd proven the Republic couldn't protect those it claimed to defend, even with a Jedi general personally leading the effort. The Republic celebrated Anakin as a hero. The Sith Empire promoted Vader for tactical excellence. And 30,000 Twi'leks were dead because two brothers fought the same battle with opposite philosophies. That night, Anakin had another nightmare about his brother. But this time, Dream Vader stood over a field of bodies and said, "You saved some. I killed many. We both achieved our objectives. Who is the monster, brother? The one who kills without pretense, or the one who kills while claiming to be good?" Anakin woke screaming. Republic fleet, 3 weeks after Relith. The crystal world of Christophsis hung in space like a geometric jewel, spires of crystalline architecture jutting toward the sky, reflecting starlight in rainbow patterns. It was beautiful. It was also strategically critical, sitting on a major hyperspace lane that connected 3 sectors. Sith forces have fortified the planet, Admiral Yularen reported as the Republic fleet assembled. They're using it as a staging ground for raids into the Inner Rim. We need to retake it before they can establish permanent infrastructure. Anakin studied the tactical display, still haunted by Relith's failures. What's the civilian population? Minimal. Christophsis is primarily a commercial hub, most inhabitants evacuated when the Sith attacked. Maybe 10,000 holdouts, mostly traders too stubborn to leave. So no civilian shield this time. No, General. This is a straight military engagement. We outnumber their garrison 3 to 1. With our fleet advantage, this should be a relatively clean operation. Anakin didn't believe in clean operations anymore. Not after Relith. What do we know about the Sith commander? Same as Relith War Master Vader. Intelligence suggests he's fortified the capital city but left orbital approaches relatively open. Analysts think he's planning to retreat planetside and force us into urban combat. Something felt wrong. Vader had proven himself a brilliant tactician at Relith. Would he really make this easy? We jump in 3 hours, Yularen continued. The 501st will lead the ground assault once we establish orbital superiority. Master Kenobi sent a transmission. He's investigating Sith supply lines in the Outer Rim but wished you luck. Tell him thanks. Anakin turned to Rex. Get the men ready. Full combat load. I want redundant communication systems and manual backup for all electronic warfare equipment. Expecting trouble, sir. Always. Republic Fleet, 3 weeks after Relith. The crystal world of Christophsis hung in space like a geometric jewel, spires of crystalline architecture jutting toward the sky, reflecting starlight in rainbow patterns. It was beautiful. It was also strategically critical, sitting on a major hyperspace lane that connected 3 sectors. Sith forces have fortified the planet, Admiral Yularen reported as the Republic fleet assembled. They're using it as a staging ground for raids into the Inner Rim. We need to retake it before they can establish permanent infrastructure. Anakin studied the tactical display, still haunted by Relith's failures. What's the civilian population? Minimal. Christophsis is primarily a commercial hub. Most inhabitants evacuated when the Sith attacked. Maybe 10,000 holdouts, mostly traders too stubborn to leave. So no civilian shield this time. No, General. This is a straight military engagement. We outnumber their garrison 3 to 1. With our fleet advantage, this should be a relatively clean operation. Anakin didn't believe in clean operations anymore. Not after Relith. What do we know about the Sith commander? Same as Relith War Master Vader. Intelligence suggests he's fortified the capital city but left orbital approach is relatively open. Analysts think he's planning to retreat planetside and force us into urban combat. Something felt wrong. Vader had proven himself a brilliant tactician at Relith. Would he really make this easy? We jump in 3 hours, Yularen continued. The 501st will lead the ground assault once we establish orbital superiority. Master Kenobi sent a transmission. He's investigating Sith supply lines in the Outer Rim but wished you luck. Tell him thanks. Anakin turned to Rex. Get the men ready. Full combat load. I want redundant communication systems and manual backup for all electronic warfare equipment. Expecting trouble, sir. Always. 3 hours later, the ambush. The Republic fleet emerged from hyperspace in perfect formation, 3 star destroyers in the lead, cruisers and frigates in support, fighter wings deployed and ready. For exactly 90 seconds, everything went according to plan. Then every ship's navigation computer simultaneously crashed. What's happening? Admiral Yularen demanded as alarms screamed across the bridge. All primary systems are offline, the tactical officer reported. Navigation, weapons targeting, shield harmonics, everything's resetting. Switch to manual backups. Backups are infected with the same virus. Sir, we're dead in space. Through the view screen, Sith warships emerged from behind Christophsis's moons, not where intelligence predicted, but positioned perfectly to exploit the Republic fleet's sudden vulnerability. It's a trap. Anakin ignited his lightsaber instinctively, as if that would help against capital ship weapons. They knew we were coming. They knew our approach vector, our formation, everything. The first Sith salvo tore through the Republic formation. 3 cruisers were crippled immediately. Fighters launched but couldn't coordinate without computer assistance. They flew on instinct and visual identification alone. How did they do this? Yularen struggled to maintain control as the ship shuddered from impacts. Our systems are military-grade, encrypted, air-gapped from civilian networks. Anakin's tactical mind raced. They didn't hack us remotely. They infected us beforehand. Something in our maintenance systems, our supply chain, something we uploaded weeks ago that lay dormant until triggered. Another impact. Shields failing. Hull breaches on 3 decks. All ships, emergency scatter. Yularen ordered. Jump to any coordinates. Get out of the kill zone. But jumping required navigation computers. And those were still crashed. Vader's fleet carved through the Republic formation with surgical precision. They weren't trying to destroy the fleet, they were crippling specific ships, targeting engines and hyperdrives, trapping the Republic forces in system. General Skywalker, Vader's filtered voice came across all Republic frequencies. Welcome to Christophsis. I've been expecting you. In fact, I've been preparing for you for 3 months. Every supply shipment you received. Every maintenance update you downloaded. Every system diagnostic you ran. I've been inside your infrastructure, learning your systems, planting my surprises. Anakin stared at the COMM unit, hearing his brother's name Vader spoken by someone who fought like an engineer, not a warrior. Who are you? Anakin demanded. Someone who understands that battles are won before the fighting starts. Your fleet relied on computers. I corrupted those computers. Your tactics assumed technological superiority. I negated that superiority. You fight honorably. I fight to win. Coward. Face me directly if you are so confident. Why? I'm winning. Direct confrontation serves no purpose except satisfying your ego. Vader's tone was clinical, almost amused. This is what effective warfare looks like, General Skywalker. Not heroic last stands or dramatic duels. Just systematic exploitation of enemy weaknesses. You had an advantage. Now you don't. Simple. Another salvo. The Resolute was taking heavy damage. Sir, we've restored partial systems, the tactical officer reported. We can jump. All ships capable of hyperspace. Retreat to Rally Point Orak. Yularen ordered. Damaged vessels, abandoned ship. Fighters provide cover for escape pods. The Republic fleet fled Christophsis, leaving behind 2 destroyed cruisers and hundreds of casualties. Aftermath, Republic medical frigate. Anakin sat in the medbay as medical droids treated his injuries, mostly minor wounds from shrapnel when the bridge took fire. Around him, wounded clones filled every bed. Obi-Wan's hologram appeared, his face grim. I heard about Christophsis. Are you all right? We lost 400 soldiers and 2 cruisers because of a computer virus planted weeks ago. Vader played us like fools. This Sith commander, he's different from anything we've encountered. The Jedi archives have no records of Sith fighting like this, exploiting technology, corrupting supply chains, turning our own systems against us. He fights like an engineer, Anakin said quietly. Like someone who grew up fixing broken equipment and learned to see every system's vulnerabilities. Like someone who had to survive by being smarter than everyone else because he couldn't be stronger. Obi-Wan studied him through the hologram. You sound like you know him. I don't. But I'm starting to understand him. And that terrifies me because... Anakin trailed off. Because what? Because he reminds me of someone. Someone I thought was dead. Someone who had to survive on Tatooine with broken machines keeping him alive, who learned to see the galaxy as systems to be exploited rather than people to be protected. Your brother. Obi-Wan's voice was soft. Anakin, I've been investigating. I haven't found proof he's alive, but I also haven't found definitive proof of his death. The records are suspiciously vague. You think it's him? You think Vader is my twin? I think we need to consider the possibility. A Sith commander named Vader who fights like a technician, who seems to personally target you, who appeared at exactly the moment you became a fleet commander. Obi-Wan paused. It's either a massive coincidence or something more. Anakin felt his world tilting. The brother he'd abandoned. The twin the galaxy had discarded. Alive. Sith. And winning. If it is him, Anakin said slowly, then I did this. I left him to die. The galaxy chose me and rejected him. And now he's proving we chose wrong. That's not. He's beating me, Obi-Wan. At Relith, he forced me into a scenario where saving lives meant losing the battle. At Christophsis, he infiltrated our systems months ago and destroyed us before we even arrived. He's 3 steps ahead because he thinks like a survivor, and I think like a hero. And survivors always beat heroes because heroes follow rules. Then maybe we need to be smarter heroes, Obi-Wan replied. Learn his methods. Anticipate his tactics. Use his predictability against him because if he's really been fixated on you for years, that's a vulnerability too. Anakin filed his report that night. Christophsis engagement, total failure. Enemy demonstrated advanced cyber warfare capabilities suggesting long-term infiltration of Republic systems. Recommendation: complete security overhaul of all fleet computer systems. Secondary recommendation: assume all current intelligence is compromised. Enemy Commander Vader shows intimate knowledge of Republic procedures and technology. Request investigation into his identity and background. Vader filed his report simultaneously. Christophsis operation, complete success. Malware planted in Republic supply chain 3 months ago functioned perfectly. Enemy fleet crippled without engaging in direct combat. Skywalker's forces fled. Strategic value. Demonstrated Republic technological vulnerability. Psychological impact: severe Republic now doubts their own systems. Skywalker personally, increasingly desperate, emotional, making mistakes. Continue pressure. Recommendation: next engagement should be direct combat. He's ready to be broken personally. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, 2 weeks later. The Jedi Council convened an emergency session. Holographic battle reports floated around the chamber. Relith, Christophsis, 6 other engagements where Vader had commanded Sith forces with devastating effectiveness. A pattern, there is, Yoda said heavily. Every battle, this Vader wins. Not through power. Through preparation. Know us, he does. Too well. Mace Windu highlighted specific data points. At Relith, he anticipated Anakin would prioritize civilian protection and exploited it. At Christophsis, he'd infiltrated our supply chain months in advance. At Sovereign, he manipulated communication intercepts to feed us false intelligence. At every engagement, he's demonstrated knowledge of Republic procedures, technology, and command structures that should be impossible for an external enemy. An infiltrator, Ki-Adi-Mundi concluded. He's been inside the Republic for years. Gathering intelligence. Preparing for this war. More than that, Anakin said from his position in the circle. He's been targeting me specifically. Every battle he commands, I'm deployed to. Every tactic he uses seems designed to counter my strengths. At Relith, he forced me to choose between tactics and morality, my biggest weakness. At Christophsis, he exploited technology because he knows I rely on it. Obsessed with you, he is, Yoda observed. Personal, this feels. Not just strategic. Because it is personal. Anakin stood, moving to the center of the circle. Masters, I need to tell you something I should have said weeks ago. When I was 9, leaving Tatooine with Qui-Gon, I had a twin brother. Vader. He was disabled, dependent on life support machines. The Jedi confirmed he died shortly after I left. But I've been having visions, dreams where he's alive, angry, powerful. And this Sith commander is named Vader. Silence filled the chamber. You think he's your brother, Mace stated flatly. That he somehow survived and joined the Sith. I think we need to investigate it. Because if it's true, it explains everything. Why he knows Republic systems, he's been infiltrating us for years. Why he targets me because I was chosen and he was left behind. Why he fights like someone who had to survive by being smarter rather than stronger, because that's exactly what my brother was. Obi-Wan, Mace turned to the hologram of the investigating Jedi. What have you found? Obi-Wan's holographic form looked exhausted. I've interviewed prisoners from conquered worlds. Several mentioned seeing the Sith commander without his helmet during interrogations. Descriptions vary, but consistent elements emerge: heavily cybernetic, extensive necrosis scarring, breathing apparatus integrated into his body. One prisoner, a Republic officer captured at Lantilles, said Vader told him, "I was supposed to die as a slave child on Tatooine. The Republic chose my brother and left me to rot. Now I'm making them regret that choice." The council erupted in discussion. Anakin felt sick. "If it is your brother," Plo Koon said carefully, "and he's been planning this for over a decade, then every move he's made has been calculated toward one goal: proving you wrong. Proving the galaxy wrong for choosing you. Then we need to change the game," Anakin said firmly. "He expects us to react to his attacks. We need to take the initiative. Force him into scenarios he hasn't prepared for. Make him react to us for once." "How?" Mace asked. "We stop defending and start attacking. He's spent years preparing infiltration networks and long-term operations. Those take time to set up. If we strike fast at multiple targets simultaneously, force him to defend instead of attack, we'll catch him off balance." "That's assuming he hasn't prepared for that too," Obi-Wan cautioned. "Anakin, if this is your brother, he knows you. He's been studying you for years. He might be counting on you to do exactly this. Then what do you suggest? We just keep letting him win?" "I suggest we find him. Personally. You and I, Anakin. We go into Sith-controlled space, locate him, and end this. One way or another, we need answers." The council debated for hours. Finally, a decision was reached: coordinated Republic offensives across 6 sectors simultaneously, designed to overextend Sith forces. And parallel to that, Obi-Wan and Anakin would infiltrate enemy territory seeking Vader. One way or another, the brothers would meet. Vader's command ship, receiving intelligence. "The Republic is planning a major offensive," Scylla reported, her hologram flickering in Vader's private chamber. 6 sectors, simultaneous strikes, designed to overextend our forces and force us into defensive posture. Vader studied the tactical projection, his breathing apparatus hissing steadily. "Predictable. Anakin saw that we've been controlling the tempo and wants to seize initiative. It's exactly what I would do in his position. Can we counter 6 simultaneous attacks? We don't need to. We only need to appear vulnerable in 5 locations while setting a perfect trap in the 6th. Vader's cybernetic fingers manipulated the display. "Which sector has the highest strategic value?" "Bothawi. It's a major intelligence hub. If we lose it, we lose a significant portion of our information network." "Perfect. We'll make Bothawi look like our weakest point: minimal defenses, apparently distracted by the other 5 attacks. The Republic will commit heavy forces thinking it's an easy victory. And then I'll be waiting with the full Sith fleet. Not to defend Bothawi, to destroy the Republic force attacking it." Vader pulled up personnel files. "And I'll ensure Anakin is assigned to lead that attack. I've been preparing this confrontation for 11 years. It's time my brother and I meet face to face." "That's risky. Direct confrontation with Skywalker is inevitable. The Force itself is pulling us together. I feel it. He feels it. We've been circling each other since this war started. Better to control when and how we meet than let chance decide." Vader turned to face Scylla's hologram fully. "Alert Emperor Malachor. Tell him the confrontation between the twins is about to occur. Tell him that after Bothawi, the Republic will either have won its first significant victory or lost one of its best generals. There is no middle outcome. And if you die, I won't. Because I've prepared for this moment my entire life. Anakin has been living. I've been planning. When we meet, he'll learn the difference." Coruscant, the same night. Anakin couldn't sleep. He stood on a temple balcony overlooking Coruscant's endless cityscape, feeling the Force swirl around him with unusual turbulence. Padme found him there, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "You're thinking about your brother. How did you know?" "Because you've been thinking about him constantly since Christophsis. Annie, if it really is him, if he's alive and Sith and coming for you, what will you do?" "I don't know. Save him if I can. Stop him if I can't." "But Padme, what if he's right? What if the galaxy did choose wrong? He's beating us. At every engagement, he outthinks me. He's surviving and winning through pure intelligence and preparation, and I'm just reacting. Trying to be the hero everyone expects." "You are a hero. You save lives. You protect people. He kills efficiently. And he wins. Maybe that's what matters in war. Don't let him change you. Don't let him make you believe that ruthlessness is strength. Your compassion is your strength, Anakin. Never forget that." But Anakin wasn't sure he believed that anymore. Not after Relith. Not after watching Vader prove that caring about people was a tactical weakness to be exploited. The Force pulsed with certainty. Soon, the brothers would meet. One final confrontation that had been building since they were born. The Chosen One versus the Unchosen. Light versus Shadow. Everything Vader had become versus everything Anakin tried to be. And only one would survive to prove their path was right. The war was accelerating toward its defining moment. And neither brother was ready for what they'd find when they finally stood face to face. Because they'd both spent years building images of each other, Anakin imagining the broken child who needed saving, Vader calculating the powerful Jedi who needed destroying. Neither image was accurate. And when reality met expectation, everything they thought they knew would shatter. The game was entering its final phase. And the galaxy would never be the same. Koragar, Sith War Council, 3 weeks after Christophsis. The throne room was filled with Sith overlords, war masters, and senior commanders reviewing the war's progress. Holographic displays showed territory gained, Republic losses inflicted, strategic positions secured. By every measure, the Sith Empire was winning. And at the center of every significant victory stood one name, War Master Vader. 15 major engagements, Emperor Malachar announced from his obsidian throne. 14 victories, 1 tactical draw. War Master Vader's campaign has been unprecedented in its effectiveness. Relith, Christophsis, Bothawi, Sovereign, each battle demonstrating superior intelligence gathering, tactical planning, and psychological warfare. Vader stood among the other commanders, his breathing apparatus the only sound during the Emperor's pause. His mechanical body was perfectly still, revealing nothing. For his exceptional service, Malachar continued, "I am promoting War Master Vader to the rank of Sector Overlord, with command authority over the Outer Rim offensive theaters." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Sector Overlord at age 20 was unheard of. Even Vader's previous promotion to War Master at 15 had been controversial. This was revolutionary. "Your Majesty," Darth Sever rose from his position, his scarred face twisted with barely concealed rage. "With all respect, Vader has been War Master for mere months. The rank of Overlord requires decades of proven leadership, political acumen, and victory," Malachar interrupted coldly. "Which Vader provides consistently. Do you question my judgment, Overlord Sever?" "Never, my Emperor. I merely suggest that rapid advancement without proper vetting creates vulnerabilities. We know so little of Vader's background, his origins, his results speak for themselves." Malachar's tone made it clear the discussion was over. "The promotion stands." After the council dismissed, Vader walked through Koragar's corridors toward his private chambers. He sensed Sever following him, not subtly, but deliberately obvious. The Overlord wanted confrontation. Vader led him to an isolated observation deck overlooking the planet's storm-racked surface. When Sever entered, Vader activated privacy shields. "You wished to speak, Overlord." Vader's filtered voice was neutral. "You've risen far, War Master. From nowhere to sector overlord in less than a year of active combat. Most impressive. Sever circled Vader like a predator. I've been wondering how someone so young achieved so much. So I did some investigating. Did you? Not a question. Tatooine. Outer Rim slave world. 20 years ago, a human woman named Shmi Skywalker gave birth to twins. One was taken by the Jedi Anakin Skywalker, now a Republic general. The other, a deformed child dependent on life support, was left behind. Named Vader. Vader's breathing apparatus continued its steady rhythm. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. No change in pattern. No indication of concern. Fascinating research. What do you hope to accomplish with it? Leverage. Sever smiled, showing yellowed teeth. The Great War Master Vader is a former slave. A broken, discarded twin that the galaxy forgot. If that information became public, your mystique evaporates. The terror you've cultivated gone. You become what you are, a cripple who got lucky. And you want your loyalty, your intelligence networks, your tactical innovations. All at my disposal. In exchange, I keep your shameful origin secret. You serve me, and your reputation remains intact. Vader turned his masked face toward Sever fully. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, quietly, you've made several critical errors. Excuse me. Error 1, you assume I care about reputation. I don't. I care about victory. My origins are irrelevant to my capability. The other Sith will. Error 2, you assume exposing my background weakens me. It doesn't. Every Sith who learns I rose from slave to overlord will fear me more, not less. Because it proves I achieved power through pure capability, not privilege. Sever's smile faltered. Error 3, you revealed your information to me directly, confirming you haven't shared it with anyone else yet. If you had, you wouldn't need to blackmail me, you'd simply use the information already distributed. Which means you're the only one who knows. I have safeguards. Error 4, you came here alone, believing I would submit to blackmail. That demonstrates you've fundamentally misunderstood who I am. Vader's cybernetic hand moved with mechanical precision, a small device appearing in his palm. I don't negotiate with threats. I eliminate them. That's a detonator. Sever stepped back, his hand moving toward his lightsaber. Yes. Connected to explosives in your personal chambers. If I activate it, everything you own, including whatever safeguards you've prepared, will be incinerated. You'll have nothing. You're bluffing. You couldn't have. Your chambers on sub-level 9, section Orak. You employ 2 guards, Rothgar and Ven, both of whom accepted bribes 3 days ago to allow maintenance workers access during your absence. Those workers planted 40 kilos of thermal detonite throughout your quarters, concealed in ventilation ducts and behind wall panels. Your security systems never detected it because I designed the concealment specifically to exploit their blind spots. Sever's face went pale. You've been planning this. I've been planning for everyone, Overlord Sever. I have contingency plans for every Sith above the rank of Acolyte. You're not special. You're simply the first to require activation of your protocol. The Emperor will. The Emperor will what? Investigate why an overlord who attempted blackmail against a colleague died in an unfortunate explosion? He'll suspect me, certainly. But he won't care. Sith kill each other constantly. It's our nature. Vader's mask reflected the storm light. Now you have a choice: withdraw your blackmail attempt, publicly apologize for questioning my promotion, and accept my counter-offer, or die within the hour. Choose. Counter-offer. You work for me. Not openly, that would be too obvious. But covertly. You provide intelligence on other overlords, support my initiatives in council, and oppose my rivals. In exchange, I don't activate the detonator and you keep your territory. Mutually beneficial arrangement. Sever's face twisted through rage, fear, and finally calculation. He was trapped and knew it. How do I know you won't kill me anyway? Because you're more useful alive as an asset than dead as an example. I don't kill unnecessarily. But I will kill unhesitatingly if required. Your choice determines which category you fall into. I accept your terms. Wise. Now leave. We'll discuss operational details tomorrow. And Sever? If you attempt to betray this arrangement, you won't see the detonator coming. You'll simply cease to exist. Understood. Understood. After Sever departed, Vader deactivated the privacy shields and walked to the viewport. His reflection stared back the mechanical mask, the breathing apparatus, the body more machine than man. He thought my origins were weakness. He thought being discarded made me vulnerable. He didn't understand that being broken taught me to see everyone's vulnerabilities first. But Vader knew Sever would eventually attempt betrayal. Men like him always did. Which was fine. Because Vader had already planned for that too. Koragar, Sith War Council, 3 weeks after Christophsis. The throne room was filled with Sith overlords, war masters, and senior commanders reviewing the war's progress. Holographic displays showed territory gained, Republic losses inflicted, strategic positions secured. By every measure, the Sith Empire was winning. And at the center of every significant victory stood one name, War Master Vader. 15 major engagements, Emperor Malachar announced from his obsidian throne. 14 victories, 1 tactical draw. War Master Vader's campaign has been unprecedented in its effectiveness. Relith, Christophsis, Bothawi, Sovereign, each battle demonstrating superior intelligence gathering, tactical planning, and psychological warfare. Vader stood among the other commanders, his breathing apparatus the only sound during the Emperor's pause. His mechanical body was perfectly still, revealing nothing. For his exceptional service, Malachar continued, I am promoting War Master Vader to the rank of Sector Overlord, with command authority over the Outer Rim offensive theaters. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Sector Overlord at age 20 was unheard of. Even Vader's previous promotion to War Master at 15 had been controversial. This was revolutionary. Your Majesty, Darth Sever rose from his position, his scarred face twisted with barely concealed rage. With all respect, Vader has been War Master for mere months. The rank of Overlord requires decades of proven leadership, political acumen, and victory, Malachar interrupted coldly. Which Vader provides consistently. Do you question my judgment, Overlord Sever? Never, my Emperor. I merely suggest that, rapid advancement without proper vetting creates vulnerabilities. We know so little of Vader's background, his origins, his results speak for themselves. Malachar's tone made it clear the discussion was over. The promotion stands. After the council dismissed, Vader walked through Koragar's corridors toward his private chambers. He sensed Sever following him, not subtly, but deliberately obvious. The Overlord wanted confrontation. Vader led him to an isolated observation deck overlooking the planet's storm-racked surface. When Sever entered, Vader activated privacy shields. You wished to speak, Overlord. Vader's filtered voice was neutral. You've risen far, War Master. From nowhere to Sector Overlord in less than a year of active combat. Most impressive. Sever circled Vader like a predator. I've been wondering how someone so young achieved so much. So I did some investigating. Did you? Not a question. Tatooine. Outer Rim slave world. 20 years ago, a human woman named Shmi Skywalker gave birth to twins. One was taken by the Jedi Anakin Skywalker, now a Republic general. The other, a deformed child dependent on life support, was left behind. Named Vader. Vader's breathing apparatus continued its steady rhythm. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. No change in pattern. No indication of concern. Fascinating research. What do you hope to accomplish with it? Leverage. Sever smiled, showing yellowed teeth. The Great War Master Vader is a former slave. A broken, discarded twin that the galaxy forgot. If that information became public, your mystique evaporates. The terror you've cultivated gone. You become what you are, a cripple who got lucky. And you want your loyalty, your intelligence networks, your tactical innovations. All at my disposal. In exchange, I keep your shameful origin secret. You serve me, and your reputation remains intact. Vader turned his masked face toward Sever fully. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, quietly, you've made several critical errors. Excuse me. Error 1, you assume I care about reputation. I don't. I care about victory. My origins are irrelevant to my capability. The other Sith will. Error 2, you assume exposing my background weakens me. It doesn't. Every Sith who learns I rose from slave to overlord will fear me more, not less. Because it proves I achieved power through pure capability, not privilege. Sever's smile faltered. Error 3, you revealed your information to me directly, confirming you haven't shared it with anyone else yet. If you had, you wouldn't need to blackmail me, you'd simply use the information already distributed. Which means you're the only one who knows. I have safeguards. Error 4, you came here alone, believing I would submit to blackmail. That demonstrates you've fundamentally misunderstood who I am. Vader's cybernetic hand moved with mechanical precision, a small device appearing in his palm. I don't negotiate with threats. I eliminate them. That's a detonator. Sever stepped back, his hand moving toward his lightsaber. Yes. Connected to explosives in your personal chambers. If I activate it, everything you own including whatever safeguards you've prepared will be incinerated. You'll have nothing. You're bluffing. You couldn't have. Your chambers on sub-level 9, Section Orak. You employ 2 guards, Rothgar and Ven, both of whom accepted bribes 3 days ago to allow maintenance workers access during your absence. Those workers planted 40 kilos of thermal detonite throughout your quarters, concealed in ventilation ducts and behind wall panels. Your security systems never detected it because I designed the concealment specifically to exploit their blind spots. Sever's face went pale. You've been planning this. I've been planning for everyone, Overlord Sever. I have contingency plans for every Sith above the rank of Acolyte. You're not special. You're simply the first to require activation of your protocol. The Emperor will. The Emperor will what? Investigate why an overlord who attempted blackmail against a colleague died in an unfortunate explosion? He'll suspect me, certainly. But he won't care. Sith kill each other constantly. It's our nature. Vader's mask reflected the storm light. Now you have a choice: withdraw your blackmail attempt, publicly apologize for questioning my promotion, and accept my counter-offer, or die within the hour. Choose. Counter-offer. You work for me. Not openly, that would be too obvious. But covertly. You provide intelligence on other overlords, support my initiatives in council, and oppose my rivals. In exchange, I don't activate the detonator and you keep your territory. Mutually beneficial arrangement. Sever's face twisted through rage, fear, and finally calculation. He was trapped and knew it. How do I know you won't kill me anyway? Because you're more useful alive as an asset than dead as an example. I don't kill unnecessarily. But I will kill unhesitatingly if required. Your choice determines which category you fall into. I accept your terms. Wise. Now leave. We'll discuss operational details tomorrow. And Sever? If you attempt to betray this arrangement, you won't see the detonator coming. You'll simply cease to exist. Understood. Understood. After Sever departed, Vader deactivated the privacy shields and walked to the viewport. His reflection stared back the mechanical mask, the breathing apparatus, the body more machine than man. He thought my origins were weakness. He thought being discarded made me vulnerable. He didn't understand that being broken taught me to see everyone's vulnerabilities first. But Vader knew Sever would eventually attempt betrayal. Men like him always did. Which was fine. Because Vader had already planned for that too. Chapter 35, The Deeper Game. 2 weeks later, Vader's private chamber. Scylla entered without knocking, one of the few privileges Vader granted her after years of partnership. She found him studying holographic displays of the entire Sith Empire's political structure. Sever has been asking questions, she reported. Careful questions, but questions nonetheless. He's trying to find who else knows about your background. Expected. He's looking for allies to help him break free of my leverage. Vader manipulated the displays. What else? He's been meeting with Darth Krayl, the War Master. 3 times in the past week, always in private, always using secure channels. Vader's fingers stopped moving. Krayl. Interesting choice. They're both ambitious. Both resent your rapid advancement. Makes sense they'd ally against you. Does it? Vader pulled up Krayl's profile. Krayl commands 3 legions. He's competent, loyal to the Emperor, and has no history of political maneuvering. Why would Sever approach him? Because he needs military support to challenge you. No. Because Sever is smarter than I gave him credit for. He's not planning to betray me directly. That triggers the detonator he believes I have. He's planning to frame someone else for betraying me, causing internal conflict that removes me from the board without him being blamed. Vader smiled behind his mask, a expression no one could see but he felt nonetheless. He's going to frame Krayl. Make it look like Krayl discovered my background and is planning to expose it, forcing me to eliminate Krayl. This accomplishes 2 objectives, removes Krayl as a rival to Sever, and makes me look paranoid and unstable, damaging my reputation with the Emperor. Can we prove it? We don't need to prove it. We need to exploit it. Vader began making modifications to the holographic display. Sever thinks he's manipulating the situation. Let him think that. But we'll manipulate his manipulation. How? First, I'll appear to discover Krayl's investigation into my background, which Sever will plant evidence of. Second, instead of killing Krayl directly, I'll leak information to the Republic about Sever's supply routes. Third, when the Republic attacks those routes, I'll make it look like Krayl provided the intelligence using evidence Sever already planted, modified slightly to implicate both of them. Scylla's eyes widened. You're going to make them destroy each other, while I watch from safety and absorb their territories afterward. Efficient. That's brilliant. And terrifying. It's survival. The Sith Empire operates on power dynamics. Sever and Krayl are both obstacles to my advancement. This removes both while demonstrating to the Emperor that I can handle internal threats without his intervention, proving I'm worthy of higher rank. Higher than Sector Overlord? Vader, the only rank above that is. Precisely. Vader's filtered voice held certainty. The Emperor is ancient. He's testing potential successors. Every overlord is competing for that position. By eliminating 2 rivals simultaneously while securing their territories, I advance significantly. And I do it without personally killing anyone. They'll kill each other. The Emperor will suspect your involvement. Let him. Suspicion without proof is just respect for capability. 3 days later, Republic Intelligence, Coruscant. Commander Thorne of Republic Intelligence stared at the data package that had arrived through anonymous channels. This is too good. It has to be a trap. Admiral Yularen leaned over his shoulder. Complete intelligence on Sith Overlord Sever's supply convoys. Routes, timing, defense strength, cargo manifests. If this is accurate. If. That's a significant if. Thorn highlighted several data points. This level of detail requires someone inside the Sith command structure. Why would they defect? Maybe they're not defecting. Maybe there's internal conflict we can exploit. Or maybe they're luring us into an ambush. Then we prepare for that possibility. But Commander, if even 20% of this intelligence is accurate, we could disrupt an entire sector's worth of Sith logistics. That's worth the risk. They deployed a strike force 2 days later, 3 cruisers and fighter support to interdict Sever's supply convoys. The intelligence was perfect. Every convoy was exactly where predicted, defended exactly as described, carrying exactly what the manifest said. The Republic captured or destroyed 15 supply ships in a single operation, dealing a devastating blow to Sever's sector. And buried in the captured cargo, Republic intelligence found encrypted communications that appeared to show War Master Krail had been the one who leaked the convoy routes. Koragar, Emperor's throne room, 1 week after supply route attack. 15 convoys. Darth Sever's rage filled the chamber. My entire logistical network compromised. And evidence suggests Darth Krail betrayed us. Emperor Malachar sat on his throne, burning eyes studying both accused and accuser. Krail. What say you? This is insanity, my Emperor. Krail's voice was steady but strained. Why would I betray the Empire? I've served loyally for 30 years. And yet the evidence is fabricated. Krail turned toward Vader, who stood observing silently. This reeks of Vader's methods. Convenient that he discovered the evidence. Convenient that Sever's routes were leaked just after Sever began investigating Vader's background. You investigated my background. Vader interrupted, his filtered voice curious. Fascinating. I wasn't aware. Don't play innocent. You knew Sever was asking questions, so you manufactured this entire scenario to remove him. That would be brilliant, Vader admitted. If I had done it. But I didn't need to. Sever's paranoia and your ambition made you both vulnerable. Someone I don't know who simply exploited that vulnerability. Perhaps someone inside either of your organizations betrayed you. Perhaps Republic intelligence is better than we thought. Perhaps it's simple misfortune. But assuming I orchestrated this gives me far too much credit. The humility was perfectly calculated. By denying involvement while acknowledging it would be clever if he had been involved, Vader made himself look simultaneously innocent and competent. The evidence is clear, Emperor Malachar finally said. Either Krail betrayed us, or someone made it appear that way. Either scenario means he's compromised. And Sever's security was breached regardless of who's responsible, meaning his operations are unreliable. My Emperor, I can prove. Silence. Malachar's voice could have frozen stars. Both of you will surrender your commands pending investigation. Vader, you will assume temporary control of both territories until this situation is resolved. Sever and Krail both stared in horror. They'd been played by each other, by Vader, by circumstances beyond their control. And now they'd lost everything. Your Majesty, Vader bowed deeply. I accept this responsibility. I will ensure both territories continue operating effectively during the transition. After the council dismissed, Vader returned to his chambers to find both Sever and Krail waiting separately, each having arrived through different entrances. You did this, Sever hissed. Somehow, you manufactured this entire. Prove it, Vader replied calmly. Show the Emperor evidence of my involvement. Oh wait, you can't. Because I was careful. Or because I wasn't involved and you're paranoid. Does it matter which? Krail stepped forward. If we work together both of us can testify. To what? That you're both incompetent? That your organizations were compromised? That you failed. Vader's mask turned between them. You have no evidence, no leverage, and no time. The Emperor's investigation will take weeks. By then, I'll have consolidated control of your territories, installed my personnel, and secured loyalty. Even if you're eventually cleared, which you won't be, you'll have nothing to return to. Why? Sever's voice broke. Why destroy us? Because you were in my way. You, Sever, tried to blackmail me. You, Krail, commanded resources I needed. Now I have both your territories, and you have nothing. Simple mathematics. The Emperor will see through this. Will he? Or will he be impressed that I managed to eliminate 2 rivals while securing strategic resources for the Empire? You think like politicians. I think like a survivor. And survivors always win because we do whatever is necessary without hesitation. After they left broken, defeated, powerless, Vader stood alone in his chambers. The holographic displays showed his new territories, Sever's sector wealth and Krail's military legions, all now under his control. He'd gone from War Master to Sector Overlord, controlling 3 sectors in less than 2 months. Efficient. Emperor's private chambers, that night. Emperor Darth Malachar sat alone in meditation, reaching out through the Force to understand the situation. The darkness swirled around him, showing possibilities, probabilities, dangers. And at the center of every vision stood Vader, mechanical, cold, impossibly dangerous. Darth Keers entered at his summons. You wished to see me, my Emperor. Tell me about Vader. Truthfully. I've reported extensively. Not the official reports. Tell me what you truly think. Is he loyal? Keers considered carefully. Vader is loyal to himself. He serves the Empire because it serves his purposes. But if that ever changes, he would betray us without hesitation. Yes. But my Emperor, he's also our most effective commander. His methods are unorthodox, but his results are undeniable. He's won us more territory in months than conventional war masters achieved in years. By eliminating rivals internally and enemies externally with equal efficiency. He's becoming too powerful too quickly. At 20 years old, he controls 3 sectors, commands more resources than most overlords, and has personally killed or destroyed every obstacle in his path. Malachar's burning eyes fixed on Keers. He reminds me of myself at that age. Ambitious. Ruthless. Unstoppable. Which means I know exactly how dangerous he is. What do you propose? I'm promoting him. Keers blinked. My Emperor. Vader expects me to perceive him as threat and attempt to curtail his power. If I do that, he'll become my enemy openly or covertly. So instead, I give him exactly what he wants: more power, more responsibility, more visibility. This accomplishes 3 objectives. Malachar began counting on his fingers. First, it keeps him loyal for now, focused on using his new authority rather than scheming to acquire it. Second, it makes him a target for every other ambitious Sith who wants his position. Let them expend energy trying to destroy him while he defends against them. Third, it places him in the spotlight, making his actions more visible and therefore easier to monitor. You're giving him enough rope to hang himself. Precisely. Vader thrives in shadows, manipulating from hidden positions. Put him in overt power, and his methods become obvious. Others will learn to counter him. And when he inevitably overreaches, as all ambitious Sith do, I'll be ready. And if he doesn't overreach? If he continues succeeding? Then the Empire benefits from having an exceptionally capable commander. Either outcome serves me. Malachar smiled darkly. That's what makes this strategy perfect. What rank will you grant him? Supreme War Commander. Authority over all military operations in the Outer Rim. Directly subordinate only to me. It's a position that hasn't existed in 2 centuries, which makes it appropriately grand for someone achieving the impossible. That will make him the second most powerful person in the Empire. Yes. And every other overlord will hate him for it. They'll spend so much energy trying to destroy him that they won't notice I'm using the conflict to identify which of them are disloyal, incompetent, or weak. Vader thinks he's playing everyone else. He doesn't realize he's my instrument for identifying threats to my rule. Kiers nodded slowly. When will you announce this? After Bothawi. Vader has been preparing a trap for his brother, a major engagement where he plans to personally confront Anakin Skywalker. If he survives, he'll have proven he can handle personal combat at the highest level, not just tactical planning. If he dies, the problem solves itself. And if he kills Anakin Skywalker, then the Republic loses its best general and hero, and Vader proves he's valuable enough to keep alive despite being dangerous. Win-win. Vader's new command center severs former territory. Over the next 3 weeks, Vader systematically dismantled and rebuilt the territories he'd absorbed. Every officer was evaluated. Those competent and corruptible were kept. Those loyal to the former overlords were reassigned to suicide missions against the Republic. Either they died, solving the loyalty problem, or they succeeded, providing value before death. It was brutally efficient. You've purged 70% of the senior staff, Sila reported, reviewing casualty lists. That's going to raise questions. Good. Let it raise questions. Those positions will be filled with people loyal to me personally, who owe their advancement to my patronage. In 6 months, these territories will be more effective than under their previous commanders because loyalty will be certain rather than assumed. The other overlords are watching. They see what you did to Sever and Krail. They see what happens to those who challenge me ineffectively. Good. Fear is useful. Vader pulled up strategic displays. But I'm also making them rich. My territories are producing more resources, winning more battles, contributing more to the war effort than before. The Emperor can't complain about success, and the other overlords benefit from my contributions. They'll resent me but tolerate me because I'm valuable. And when you're no longer valuable, then I'll have accumulated enough power that value becomes irrelevant. But that's years away. Vader's filtered voice carried absolute certainty. For now, I focus on Bothawi. On Anakin. On finally proving to my brother that the galaxy chose wrong. Sila studied him carefully. This isn't just about proving yourself anymore, is it? You've become personally fixated on Anakin. That's a vulnerability. It's motivation. Without it, I'm just accumulating power for its own sake. With it, I have purpose. Vader turned his masked face toward her. You think I've become too obsessed with him? I think you're letting emotion drive strategy. That's not like you. Emotion is irrelevant. Anakin represents everything I was denied: love, acceptance, recognition, purpose. By defeating him, I prove that none of those things matter. That survival and capability are superior to being chosen or beloved. It's a philosophical statement as much as a tactical one. Or it's just revenge. Revenge implies injury. I was never injured, I was ignored. There's a difference. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. Revenge is emotional. This is systematic proof of superiority. When I kill Anakin, it won't be because I hate him. It will be because he represents an inferior model of existence that needs to be eliminated. Sila said nothing, but her expression conveyed doubt. After she left, Vader stood alone in his command center, surrounded by holographic displays of territories under his control, fleets at his command, resources he'd accumulated. At 20 years old, he was the second most powerful person in the Sith Empire. He commanded more resources than some planetary governments. He'd eliminated every rival who'd challenged him. He'd won every significant battle he'd commanded. And he was utterly, completely alone. No friends. No allies he fully trusted. No connections that weren't transactional. Just power, strategy, and the singular focus on proving to a brother who probably barely thought of him that the galaxy had chosen wrong. Is this what success looks like? The thought came unbidden, unwelcome. Vader pushed it away with practiced discipline. Success looks like victory. Emotion is irrelevant. Loneliness is the price of survival. And Anakin the Beloved, celebrated chosen one, will learn that love and hope are weaknesses that destroy you in the end. 3 days until Bothawi. 3 days until we meet face to face for the first time in 11 years. 3 days until one of us dies and the galaxy learns which path was right. 3 days until I prove that monsters win because heroes follow rules. His breathing apparatus hissed in the empty chamber. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound of survival. The sound of inevitability. The sound that would soon be the last thing his brother ever heard. And Vader found himself looking forward to that moment with something that might have been anticipation, or might have been the closest thing to joy his mechanical heart could still produce. Soon, Anakin. Soon you'll understand what you created when you left me behind. Soon the galaxy will understand that choosing you over me was its greatest mistake. Soon everything changes. The stage was set. The trap was prepared. The final confrontation approached. And Vader had already planned exactly how it would end. Coruscant, Chancellor's private office, late evening. Chancellor Palpatine stood alone in his office, the city planet's lights glittering beyond the windows like scattered stars. In his hand, he held a Sith holocron, ancient, forbidden, acquired through channels that officially didn't exist. The device activated at his touch, projecting a spectral figure that spoke in a dead language Palpatine had spent decades learning. He listened, his face serene, his presence in the Force carefully masked behind techniques that made him invisible to even Master Yoda's perceptions. Fools. All of them. The Jedi sense nothing. The Sith Empire fights the Republic. And I manipulate both while appearing to be merely a concerned politician. A chime at the door. Palpatine deactivated the holocron with a gesture, concealing it in a hidden compartment, and arranged his face into grandfatherly concern. Come in. Anakin Skywalker entered, his Jedi robes dusty from recent combat, exhaustion etched into his young face. Chancellor, you wanted to see me. Anakin, my boy. Palpatine's warmth was perfectly calculated, genuine enough to be believed. Controlled enough to serve his purposes. Please, sit. You look terrible. The war is taking its toll on you. I'm fine. Just, tired. Anakin slumped into a chair. We lost another 300 soldiers at Felucia. The Sith Commander Vader, he knew exactly where we'd deploy reserves. It's like he can read my mind. Or perhaps he simply understands you. Palpatine poured 2 glasses of expensive Alderaanian wine. You're predictable, Anakin. Not in a bad way. Your honor, your compassion, your desire to save everyone makes you wonderfully heroic. But to an enemy who thinks strategically rather than emotionally, those qualities become weaknesses to exploit. The Jedi Code teaches. The Jedi Code teaches you to suppress your strengths and amplify your vulnerabilities. Palpatine's voice hardened slightly. You could be the greatest warrior in the galaxy, but they constrain you with rules about attachment, emotion, aggression. Meanwhile, your enemies like this Vader operate without such limitations. Anakin took the offered wine, drinking deeply. Are you suggesting I abandon the Jedi teachings? I'm suggesting you recognize their inadequacy in war. The Jedi were peacekeepers, Anakin. Diplomats. They're not designed for total conflict. Look at your losses, Relith, Christophsis, Felucia. Every time you follow Jedi principles of protecting civilians and avoiding aggression, Vader exploits it. How many more soldiers must die before you adapt? What would you have me do? Become like him? Kill civilians to achieve objectives? Of course not. But perhaps, be willing to make harder choices. Sacrifice the few to save the many. Strike first rather than waiting to be attacked. Use every tool at your disposal, including fear and intimidation, if it shortens the war and saves lives overall. Anakin looked troubled. That sounds like the dark side. It sounds like pragmatism. Palpatine leaned forward, his voice gentle but insistent. The dark side, the light side, these are just labels the Jedi use to categorize the Force. But the Force itself doesn't have morality, Anakin. It's energy. How you use it determines outcomes, not the arbitrary rules others impose on you. Master Yoda would say. Master Yoda is 900 years old and has never won a war. I'm not suggesting you become evil, my young friend. I'm suggesting you become effective. There's a difference. The conversation continued for an hour, Palpatine carefully pushing, retreating, pushing again, always leaving Anakin to draw his own conclusions while ensuring those conclusions aligned with Palpatine's designs. By the time the young Jedi left, he was questioning things he'd once considered absolute. Perfect, Palpatine thought, watching Anakin depart. The Sith Empire attacks. The Jedi defend. And I erode both institutions from within, preparing the galaxy for true order, my order. He returned to the holocron, resuming his studies. The Sith Empire was an unexpected complication, but also an opportunity. If he played this correctly, the war would destroy both the Jedi and the Sith, leaving him as the sole Force user of significance in the galaxy. But first, he needed to understand this Sith Empire. To know its leadership. To determine if they could be used or must be eliminated. Senate Rotunda, 2 weeks later. The war demands sacrifice, Palpatine addressed the assembled Senate, his voice carrying to thousands of senators and billions watching via holonet. The Sith Empire shows no mercy. They execute civilians. They employ terror as military doctrine. They will not stop until the Republic is destroyed or they are defeated. Senators listened with rapt attention. Over the past months, Palpatine had transformed from mild-mannered chancellor to wartime leader through small, incremental steps, each seeming necessary, each building on the last. Therefore, I am invoking Emergency Measure 47, granting the executive branch direct control over military deployments without Senate approval. He paused, letting the weight settle. I know this seems extreme. But every hour we debate, the Sith advance. We need speed, decisiveness, and unity of command. Senator Bail Organa stood. Chancellor, with respect, this is the 17th emergency power you've claimed. At what point do we acknowledge we're no longer a democracy? At the point where we survive this war and can return to democratic governance, Palpatine replied smoothly. I give you my word, the moment the Sith are defeated, I will relinquish these powers and restore full Senate authority. Padme Amidala stood beside Bail. And if the war lasts decades? If emergency becomes permanent? Chancellor, history shows that temporary powers rarely remain temporary. Then trust that I love the Republic too much to betray it. Palpatine's sincerity was masterful. He genuinely believed he was saving the Republic by transforming it into something stronger, more efficient, more orderly. Senator Amidala, you've known me for years. Have I ever acted against the Republic's interests? The vote came. Once again, fear triumphed over principle. The measure passed 3,847 to 891. Palpatine accepted the new authority with appropriate reluctance, his face grave but determined. Inside, he smiled. 17 emergency powers. 17 steps toward absolute authority. The Republic transforms itself into an empire, and they thank me for it. After the session, he met privately with carefully selected senators, those ambitious enough to desire power, corrupt enough to accept it through questionable means, and influential enough to shape opinion. The war will last at least 3 more years, he told them confidentially. Perhaps longer. During that time, we must prepare for the aftermath. When the Sith are defeated, the Republic will need restructuring. New territories must be governed. New security measures must be permanent. I'll need loyal administrators to implement these reforms. He promised positions, wealth, influence, all contingent on their support for his expanding powers. One by one, they agreed. Not because they were evil, but because they were practical. Because they believed Palpatine's vision of a strong, safe, orderly galaxy was preferable to the chaos of war. They don't realize they're building their own prison. By the time I've finished, the Senate will be purely ceremonial, and I'll control everything. Jedi Temple, Anakin's quarters, that night. Anakin couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the Chancellor's words from weeks earlier. Be willing to make harder choices. Sacrifice the few to save the many. Use every tool at your disposal. His comlink chimed. Obi-Wan's hologram appeared. Anakin, are you awake? Unfortunately. I've been reviewing your recent mission reports. There's a concerning pattern. Obi-Wan's face was troubled. At Umbara, you ordered orbital bombardment of enemy positions despite civilian presence in adjacent structures. At Jabiim, you authorized enhanced interrogation of Sith prisoners. At Geonosis, you executed wounded enemy soldiers rather than taking them prisoner. These actions are, unlike you. They were necessary, Anakin said defensively. The Sith don't follow our rules. Why should we handicap ourselves? Because we're Jedi. Our principles define us. If we abandon them to achieve victory, we've lost even if we win the war. That's easy to say when it's not your soldiers dying. When you're not the one who has to tell families their sons and daughters died because we were too noble to do what was necessary. Anakin sat up, his frustration boiling over. The Chancellor is right, the Jedi Code is making us lose this war. Vader doesn't hesitate. He doesn't agonize over morality. He just wins. And maybe that's what we need to start doing. Obi-Wan was silent for a long moment. Anakin, you sound like him. Like Vader. Like the enemy you're supposed to be fighting. Maybe the enemy has the right idea about war. Listen to yourself. The dark side is influencing you. I can feel it through the Force, your anger, your fear, your willingness to compromise principles for expedience. This is exactly what Palpatine wants. Can't you see he's manipulating you? Palpatine is the only one who understands. The Jedi Council judges me, restricts me, holds me back. But the Chancellor believes in me. He sees my potential and wants me to use it fully, not suppress it because of ancient rules written by people who never faced real war. Anakin. I'm done with this conversation. Anakin terminated the connection. He sat in darkness, breathing heavily, feeling the anger pulse through him like fire. And beneath the anger, something else, power. When he embraced his emotions rather than suppressing them, the Force felt stronger, more responsive, more right. Is this what Vader feels? This certainty? This strength? A knock at his door. Padme entered without waiting for permission, her face concerned. Annie, I felt your distress through our bond. What's wrong? Everything. The war. The Jedi. My brother. He looked at her desperately. Padme, what if I'm becoming like him? What if trying to defeat Vader is turning me into him? She sat beside him, taking his hands. You're nothing like him. You save lives. You protect people. You fight for the Republic. He fights efficiently. And he wins. Maybe efficiency matters more than morality in war. Don't let him change who you are. Don't let Palpatine change who you are. Annie, I've watched you these past months. You're becoming harder, colder, more willing to accept casualties as necessary. That's not the man I married. Maybe the man you married can't win this war. Then maybe winning isn't worth losing yourself. But Anakin wasn't sure he agreed anymore. Encrypted transmission, origin, Coruscant, destination, unknown space. Palpatine sat in his most secure chamber, shielded against surveillance, warded against force detection, accessible only through biometric locks keyed to his DNA. Here, he could be himself. Here, he could practice the dark side openly, studying Sith techniques without fear of discovery. He activated the long-range communication array he'd had installed through channels even his security detail didn't know about. The signal was encrypted with algorithms that would take Republic intelligence centuries to crack. After several minutes, a response came. Not voice text only, the sender clearly cautious. Who dares contact the Sith Empire through secret channels? Palpatine smiled. I am Chancellor Palpatine of the Galactic Republic. Also known, to those who understand such things, as Darth Sidious, Lord of the Sith, trained in the ancient ways, master of the dark side. I seek communication with Emperor Malachor. The connection went silent for nearly a minute. Then, the text changed. This is Emperor Malachor. Explain yourself, Sidious. Why should I not simply trace this signal and destroy you? Because we share a common goal, the destruction of the Jedi Order. Your military campaigns serve my political agenda perfectly. The more the Jedi fight as generals, the more they compromise their principles. The more the Republic militarizes, the easier my transformation of it into an empire becomes. We are, whether you realize it or not, allies. The Sith Empire requires no allies. We will destroy the Jedi through force. You will try. And you may succeed. But consider an alternative. I control the Republic government. I have emergency powers that effectively make me dictator. I can order the Jedi to deploy wherever I wish, concentrate their forces, make them vulnerable. Meanwhile, I prepare the galaxy psychologically for authoritarian rule. When you finally defeat the Jedi militarily, I will have already defeated them politically. The galaxy will beg for order, for security, for strong leadership. Together, we could rule you in the unknown regions, me in the core worlds. A divided galaxy under Sith control. You speak temptingly. But the Sith do not share power. There is only one Emperor. One Master. One truth. I'm not asking to share power. I'm suggesting we divide it. Two separate empires, two separate domains, cooperating to eliminate our common enemy and then going our separate ways. You want territory. I want order. These goals don't conflict. They conflict because you exist. Another Force user, another Sith, another claimant to the dark side's authority. The rule of two exists for a reason, Palpatine. There cannot be multiple Sith powers. Eventually, one must destroy the other. Then let's postpone that conflict until after the Jedi are eliminated. Surely that serves both our interests more than fighting each other while they still exist. No. Your proposal is rejected. The Sith Empire will conquer the Republic completely. There will be no division of power, no compromise, no cooperation. You will kneel to me or be destroyed. That's unfortunate. I had hoped we could be reasonable. Reasonableness is weakness. Only power matters. This communication is over. If you contact me again, I will consider it an act of war and respond accordingly. The connection terminated. Palpatine sat back, fingers steepled, his face thoughtful. So, Emperor Malachor is a traditionalist. Uncompromising. Absolute in his vision of Sith dominance. That makes him dangerous but also predictable. He began making notes, formulating new plans. If the Sith Empire wouldn't cooperate, they'd have to be destroyed along with the Jedi. But how to accomplish that when they were demonstrably winning the military conflict? The answer: make them fight each other. Not just Republic versus Sith, but Sith versus Sith. Vader is ambitious, powerful, and clearly positioning himself to challenge Malachor eventually. If I can accelerate that conflict, engineer circumstances where they destroy each other. Yes. That's the path. Let the Sith Empire conquer more territory. Let them seem to be winning. Let Vader's ambition grow. Let internal tensions escalate. Then, at the critical moment, I'll provide the spark that ignites civil war within the Sith ranks. The Republic and Sith Empire destroy each other. The Jedi die in the crossfire, their order collapsing from military failure and moral compromise. And I emerge from the ashes as the sole authority, the sole Force user, the sole power in the galaxy. Palpatine smiled an expression of pure satisfaction. Emperor Malachor thinks he's winning. Vader thinks he's positioning himself to overthrow Malachor. Anakin thinks he's fighting for the Republic. The Jedi think they're defending democracy. None of them realize they're all pieces on my board. All playing roles in my game. All dancing to music only I can hear. And when the music stops, when the game ends, I will be the last one standing. Not because I was the strongest or the most powerful, but because I was the only one who understood that the true battle wasn't military or ideological. It was always about patience. About playing the long game. About manipulating everyone while appearing to be nobody. He deactivated his secret communication array and returned to his public persona, the concerned chancellor, the emergency wartime leader, the Republic's salvation. Tomorrow, he'd meet with Anakin again. Continue pushing him toward darkness, one small step at a time. Tomorrow, he'd grant himself another emergency power, perhaps direct control over the Jedi Council's deployment decisions. Tomorrow, he'd plant the seeds for the next phase of his plan. But tonight, alone in his secret chamber, Palpatine allowed himself a moment of honest reflection. The galaxy thinks it's watching a war between Republic and Sith, he whispered to the empty room. They're wrong. They're watching the birth of an empire. My empire. And they're helping me build it, one battle, one compromise, one emergency power at a time. Darth Vader. Emperor Malachor. The Jedi Council. Anakin Skywalker. All of them are merely temporary obstacles in my ascension. Because I am patient. Because I plan in decades, not days. Because I understand that true power doesn't announce itself, it simply becomes inevitable. And by the time anyone realizes what I've done, it will be far too late to stop me. His laughter echoed through the shielded chamber, quiet, controlled, but genuinely amused. The game was proceeding exactly as he'd foreseen. And soon, very soon, it would be time for the endgame to begin. Haruun Kal System, age 22. The jungle world of Haruun Kal hung in space like a green and brown jewel shrouded in toxic mists. Its surface was covered in dense vegetation and volcanic activity that made sensors unreliable and orbital bombardment difficult. It was also home to a significant Force-sensitive population, the Coronae, making it strategically valuable to both the Republic and the Sith Empire. Vader stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Devastation, studying tactical displays as his fleet maintained high orbit. Below, Sith ground forces were dug into defensive positions around the capital. Waiting. The Republic fleet just entered the system, his tactical officer reported. 3-star destroyers, multiple support vessels. General Skywalker is commanding from the Resolute. Vader's breathing apparatus maintained its steady rhythm. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. But beneath the mechanical calm, something stirred: anticipation, calculation, and something else he couldn't quite name. Anakin. Finally, we're in the same battle. Close enough to sense each other. Close enough for the Force to bridge what distance cannot. Maintain orbital position, Vader commanded. Do not engage their fleet unless they attack first. This battle will be won on the ground, not in space. Let Skywalker commit his forces to the surface. Once he's engaged, we'll cut off his retreat and force a confrontation. Scylla appeared on a holographic display from her position commanding ground forces. The Republic is deploying LAAT gunships. Massive troop commitment. Skywalker is leading personally, his shuttle just launched. Perfect. He's predictable to the end. He always leads from the front because he believes personal heroism wins battles. Vader's filtered voice held something like satisfaction. Maintain defensive perimeter. Make him fight for every meter. I want him exhausted, frustrated, and desperate by the time we meet. You're planning to go down there yourself? Yes. Once he's committed and cannot withdraw without abandoning his troops, I'll deploy. This ends today, Sila. One way or another, my brother and I will finally meet. And if you're wrong? If he's stronger than you expect? Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. Then I die proving I was right to try. But that won't happen. I've prepared for this moment for 13 years. Anakin has been living. There's a difference. Haroon Kal surface, Republic landing zone. Anakin's boots hit the jungle floor first, his lightsaber already ignited. Around him, clone troopers poured from LAAT gunships, establishing a defensive perimeter against immediate Sith resistance. Contact. Enemy forces at 200 meters. Captain Rex shouted. Blaster fire erupted through the dense foliage. Anakin deflected bolts instinctively, his senses already stretching out through the Force to understand the battlefield. The Sith had fortified positions throughout the jungle, using the terrain expertly. This would be brutal, close quarters fighting. Advance by squads. Use the trees for cover. Anakin ordered, leading from the front as always. We need to secure the capital before they can reinforce. But as he moved through the jungle, deflecting blaster fire and cutting through Sith soldiers, Anakin felt something else. A presence in the Force familiar yet alien, known yet transformed. It felt like looking at his own reflection in a broken mirror. Vader. He's here. Not just commanding from orbit here, on the planet. The realization sent a chill through him. After 2 years of fighting his brother's forces without ever confronting him directly, they were finally in the same place. The Force itself seemed to pulse with significance, as if reality was holding its breath. General. Rex pointed toward a ridge overlooking their position. Enemy commander spotted. Single figure, mechanized suit. Anakin looked up and saw him. Even at 300 meters, even through the jungle's toxic mist, he knew. The mechanical breathing apparatus. The distinctive armor. The presence in the Force that felt like a wound and a mirror simultaneously. Vader stood on the ridge, perfectly still, his masked face turned toward Anakin. For 3 seconds, neither moved. The battle raged around them, clone troopers fighting Sith soldiers, explosions, screams, death, but the twins existed in a bubble of suspended time. Then the Force erupted between them. The vergence, simultaneous experience. It wasn't like touching minds through meditation or using the Force to sense emotions. This was fusion, 2 Force presences colliding so violently that barriers shattered, memories bled through, and for one terrible, transcendent moment, they experienced each other's entire lives. Anakin felt. Vader at 4 years old, his mechanical breathing drawing stares and whispers. The cursed one. Mother's trembling hands when she touched him. The fear in her eyes that said louder than words, I love you but you terrify me. Vader at 9, watching through the window as Anakin left with Ki gone. No goodbye. No acknowledgement. Just abandonment. The certainty crystallizing in a child's heart, I am worthless because the galaxy said so. Vader at 14, executing his first kill, another acolyte, poisoned during training. The body convulsing. The satisfaction of victory without guilt. The understanding that survival meant becoming something the galaxy would fear because it would never love. Vader at 19, studying intelligence reports about Anakin. Reading about victories, celebrations, love. Feeling nothing but cold analysis, my brother has everything I was denied. Therefore, he must die. Simple mathematics. Vader now, standing on the ridge, looking at Anakin and thinking, the favored son. The chosen one. The beloved. Everything I should have been if I'd been born whole. His existence proves I was right to hate. Vader felt. Anakin at 9, crying himself to sleep after leaving Tatooine. Nightmares about his brother dying alone. Guilt that ate at him despite reassurances. The certainty that he'd abandoned someone who needed him. Anakin at 12, excelling in training but feeling hollow. Being celebrated while wondering if his brother would have been better. The question he never voiced, did the Jedi choose wrong? Anakin at 19, falling in love with Padme. Experiencing joy, connection, purpose. Having everything Vader never could: acceptance, belonging, hope for the future. Not because he was better, but because he was chosen. Anakin at 22, fighting battles with honor and compassion. Saving lives. Protecting the weak. Being the hero everyone needed. Never realizing that his very existence was an indictment of the brother left behind. Anakin now, staring at Vader and thinking, that's my brother. I can save him. I can make this right. The darkness can be redeemed. Love is stronger than hate. The aftermath, perspectives shatter. The Force connection broke as suddenly as it formed, both brothers gasping as their consciousnesses snapped back to their own bodies. Anakin fell to one knee, lightsaber dropping from numb fingers. The weight of Vader's memories crushed him. All that pain, all that rejection, all that calculated hatred built over 13 years of survival. And at the center, you left me. You were chosen. I was nothing. No, Anakin whispered. I didn't know. I would have come back. I would have. But the Force echoed with Vader's response, cold and certain, you would have done nothing. Because you chose to believe I was dead rather than search. Because it was easier to be the chosen one without a broken brother as a reminder of what you might have been. Captain Rex grabbed Anakin's shoulder. Sir! Are you all right? Anakin couldn't speak. Couldn't think. His entire understanding of himself, of his past, of his purpose, had just been shattered. He's alive. My brother is alive. And he's evil. Rex supplied. No. Worse. He's logical. He's right. Anakin looked up at Rex with horror in his eyes. Everything he believes about me, about the galaxy choosing me over him, it's true. I was handed everything while he had to claw for scraps. And I never even looked back to see if he survived. On the ridge, Vader staggered but didn't fall. His breathing apparatus hissed faster, HSSSSCO as he processed what he'd just experienced. Anakin's life. Anakin's loves. Anakin's certainties. The hero thought he could save everyone. Thought love conquered darkness. Thought the Force would provide. Naive. Weak. Delusional. But beneath the contempt, something else twisted in Vader's mechanical chest. He'd felt what Anakin felt: genuine love for Padme, genuine care for his troops, genuine belief that doing good mattered. And for one terrible moment, Vader had understood what it would have been like to be the chosen one. To be loved. To have hope. No, Vader said aloud, his filtered voice harsh. That's not strength. That's vulnerability. He has so much to lose. I have nothing. That makes me superior. Darth Vader appeared beside him. My lord? Are you? I felt him. All of him. His memories, his emotions, his pathetic belief in redemption. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched so hard the servos whined. He thinks he can save me. He thinks love is stronger than hate. He thinks because we're brothers, there's some bond that can overcome everything. Is he right? No. Because he's never understood that I don't want to be saved. I don't want his love or the galaxy's acceptance. I want to prove that all of it, love, hope, being chosen, is meaningless compared to survival and power. Vader turned to Kiers. Deploy all ground forces. Full assault. I want Anakin driven back, exhausted, desperate. And then I want him brought to me. alive. I'm going to show him exactly why the galaxy chose wrong. And if he refuses to come, he won't. I just gave him something he can't resist, hope that he can redeem his fallen brother. He'll come to me trying to save me, and I'll kill him for his arrogance. Republic Forward Command, 2 hours later. The battle was going poorly. Sith forces had counterattacked with unexpected ferocity, driving Republic troops back toward their landing zones. Casualties were mounting. And Anakin couldn't focus. Every time he reached out with the Force, he felt Vader. Not just as an enemy, as his brother. The connection they'd experienced hadn't closed completely. It remained, a bridge between them that carried emotions, fragments of thought, echoes of memory. And through that bridge, Vader's contempt flowed like poison. You think you can save me, Obi-Wan told me through the holographic communicator, appearing mid-battle, his face grave. Anakin, I felt the disturbance in the Force. What happened? It's him. War Master Vader. He's my brother. My twin. I felt his memories. He's alive, Obi-Wan. He survived Tatooine. The Sith found him. And he... Anakin's voice broke. He hates me. Not because I'm his enemy. Because I was chosen and he was left behind. Because the galaxy gave me everything and gave him nothing. Then we need to withdraw. Regroup. Formulate a plan to... No. We can't withdraw. He'll slaughter the civilian population if we leave. That's how he fights. He uses lives as leverage. Anakin's jaw clenched. And he's right. I do want to save him. Not because I'm naive. Because he's my brother and I owe him that. I owe him 13 years of trying. Anakin, from what you've described, he doesn't want to be saved. Then I'll make him listen. Anakin stood, his decision made. I'm going to meet him. Alone. Face to face. Either I bring him back to the light, or... He couldn't finish. Or he kills you, Obi-Wan finished grimly. And the Republic loses its best general, the Jedi lose the Chosen One, and Vader proves exactly what he wants to prove, that he's superior. What else can I do? Every battle, he outmaneuvers me. Every engagement, he wins through methods I won't use. The only advantage I have is that he's wrong about love being weakness, wrong about hope being delusion, wrong about the dark side being stronger. I have to prove that. Not just for me. For everyone he's killed, proving his twisted philosophy. Obi-Wan was silent for a long moment. Then I'm coming with you. No. This is between brothers. Between twins. The Force itself is demanding this confrontation. If you come, you'll just die too. Anakin. Trust me, Master. For once, just trust that I know what I'm doing. The hologram flickered out, and Anakin gathered his determination. He reached out through the Force, through the bridge that still connected him to Vader. I'm coming to you. Alone. Just us. No armies. No tricks. Just two brothers who need to settle what was started the day Qui-Gon chose me over you. The response came immediately, cold and satisfied. Finally. Some wisdom from the Chosen One. Meet me at coordinates I'm transmitting. Come alone or I'll execute every civilian on this planet one at a time and make you watch. Your choice. Anakin checked the coordinates, a clearing 3 kilometers from the Republic lines, deep in Sith-controlled territory. A trap, obviously. But also inevitable. Rex, Anakin turned to his captain. If I don't come back, you're in command. Execute tactical withdrawal, save as many lives as possible, and report to the Council that Vader and I killed each other. Sir, I can't let you. That's an order, Captain. Anakin left before Rex could protest further. Moving through the jungle alone, his lightsaber at his belt but not ignited. Above, through gaps in the canopy, he could see Sith ships maintaining orbital position. Vader's fleet. His brother's power. How did it come to this? How did the broken child I left behind become this? But he knew. The Force had shown him. 13 years of survival through ruthlessness. 13 years of proving himself in a galaxy that had written him off. 13 years of becoming exactly what the galaxy feared so he'd never be vulnerable again. And I get to try to undo all of that in one conversation. Great. The clearing, Haruun Kal. The jungle opened into a clearing that had been burned clear by orbital weapons, leaving scorched earth and dying vegetation. In the center stood Vader, his mechanized form perfectly still, his breathing apparatus hissing in the humid air. Anakin approached slowly, hands empty, showing he wasn't here to fight. Yet. For the first time in 13 years, the twins stood face to face. "Hello, Anakin," Vader's filtered voice was clinical, emotionless. "You've grown." Vader. Anakin couldn't keep the emotion from his voice. "I didn't know. When I left Tatooine, I thought. You thought I died. Because it was convenient to think so. Because a dead brother required no obligation, no guilt, no inconvenient questions about why the Jedi chose you and left me." Vader's mask reflected the dying light filtering through the canopy. "You experienced my memories. You know exactly what happened. So let's not pretend ignorance is an excuse. I was 9 years old. I didn't have a choice. Neither did I. But I survived. And surviving meant becoming something you can't comprehend, someone who sees the galaxy as systems to exploit, people as resources to manage, and morality as an impediment to victory." Vader took a step forward. "You felt my life. I felt yours. You have love, hope, purpose, acceptance. All the things you think make you strong. I have none of them. And I'm winning. What does that tell you? That you're confusing brutality with strength. That you've become exactly what the galaxy feared you'd be." Anakin's voice hardened. "Brother, I felt your pain. I felt your rejection. I felt everything you suffered. And I'm sorry. Truly. But that doesn't justify what you've become. You've killed thousands. You've terrorized populations. You've become a monster. Yes. And the monster is defeating the hero at every turn. Interesting commentary on the Force's priorities, wouldn't you say?" Vader's hand moved to his lightsaber. "You came here thinking you could redeem me. That brotherly love would penetrate 13 years of calculated hatred. How very Jedi of you. How very naive. I came here because you're my brother, and I won't abandon you again. Not to the Sith. Not to the dark side. Not to this twisted version of yourself you've constructed." Anakin's hand moved to his own lightsaber. "If I have to beat sense into you to make you listen, I will." There it is. The aggression beneath the hero's facade. "You're more like me than you want to admit." Vader's damaged crimson blade ignited with its characteristic hiss, black edges flickering like dying stars. "You felt my memories. You know I've been training to kill you since I was 15. You know I've planned this confrontation in excruciating detail. You know every tactic, every technique, every vulnerability I've identified. And you still think you can win." Anakin's blue blade ignited, its familiar hum a counterpoint to Vader's. "I have something you don't. Hope. Love. Purpose beyond survival. That makes me stronger than all your calculations. Then prove it. Because I'm about to demonstrate that the galaxy chose wrong when it chose you over me. I'm going to kill the Chosen One, take his place as the most powerful Force user alive, and prove that broken, rejected, and discarded is superior to chosen, beloved, and celebrated." They stood 10 meters apart, lightsabers ignited, 13 years of divergent paths culminating in this single moment. The Chosen One versus the Unchosen. Light versus shadow. Love versus hate. Brother versus brother. "I don't want to kill you," Anakin said quietly. "I know. That's why I'll win. Vader's filtered voice held absolute certainty. Your compassion is my weapon. Your love is my advantage. Your hope is my opportunity. You fight to save. I fight to survive. And survival always wins. The Force itself seemed to hold its breath as the twins prepared to clash, the confrontation 13 years in the making, the battle that would determine which philosophy was superior, the moment when the galaxy would learn whether choosing Anakin over Vader had been wisdom or mistake. Above them, 2 fleets watched. Around them, 2 armies paused. Between them, the Force itself twisted into knots. And in distant Coruscant, Palpatine felt the disturbance and smiled. Perfect. Let the brothers destroy each other. Let the chosen one and the abandoned twin fight to the death. Regardless of who wins, I win. Because the survivor will be broken, traumatized, and vulnerable. And I'll be waiting to pick up the pieces. But for now, in a scorched clearing on Haruun Kal, 2 brothers stood ready to fight. And only one would walk away. Jedi Temple, Council Chamber, 2 days after Haruun Kal. Anakin stood in the center of the council chamber, surrounded by holographic projections of Jedi Masters scattered across the galaxy. His physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the emotional weight crushing him. A Force bond, Master Yoda said slowly, his ancient eyes troubled. With your twin brother, who is now a Sith War Master. Grave news, this is. It's more than a bond, Anakin explained, his voice raw. When we were in proximity on Haruun Kal, the Force merged us. I experienced his entire life, every moment of rejection, every choice that led him to darkness. And he experienced mine. The connection hasn't closed. I can still feel him, sense his emotions, sometimes even catch fragments of his thoughts. Mace Windu leaned forward. This bond, can you control it? Close it off when needed. I've tried. It doesn't work. It's like we're 2 halves of the same Force presence. When I meditate, I feel him. When I sleep, I dream his dreams. Master Windu, he's my brother. My twin. And he's in so much pain beneath all that cold calculation. Pain he has chosen, Ki-Adi-Mundi interjected. According to your report, he explicitly stated he doesn't want redemption. He wants to prove you wrong, to prove that the galaxy's choice to save you instead of him was a mistake. Because no one ever tried to save him. Because he was written off as broken and disposable. Anakin's frustration boiled over. Masters, I felt what he felt. The fear in our mother's eyes when she looked at him. The Jedi passing him by without even checking if he was Force sensitive. 13 years of surviving through pure ruthlessness because kindness was never shown to him. How can we blame him for becoming what the galaxy forced him to be? Blame is irrelevant, Mace said firmly. The question is, what do we do about this bond? It's a security risk. If he can sense your thoughts as you can sense his, every strategic decision you make becomes compromised. Or, Plo Koon suggested carefully, it becomes an opportunity. If Anakin can sense Vader's thoughts and intentions, we gain unprecedented intelligence on Sith operations. Dangerous, that path is, Yoda warned, his ears drooping. The dark side corrupts. Already, young Skywalker shows signs of darkness aggression in recent missions, willingness to compromise principles. This bond will only accelerate his fall if not careful he is. I'm not falling to the dark side. Anakin protested. Aren't you? Mace's gaze was penetrating. Your after-action reports show increasingly brutal tactics. You've ordered orbital bombardments with civilian proximity. You've authorized enhanced interrogations. You've executed prisoners rather than taking them captive. These are not Jedi actions, Anakin. They're necessary actions in a war we're losing. A war we're losing because we're being outthought, not outfought, Obi-Wan interjected via hologram from his ship. Masters, I've been investigating Vader's background as you requested. Everything Anakin said is confirmed. Vader, his birth name was simply Vader, never given another, survived on Tatooine through technical skill and desperation. The Sith found him when he was 9, the same day Anakin left. They've been training him for 13 years specifically to counter us. Then we must sever this bond, Mace decided. Find a way to close it before. No. Anakin's voice was quiet but absolute. I won't abandon him again. That's what created this monster, everyone abandoning him, writing him off, giving up. If there's even a chance I can reach him, I have to try. Even if it destroys you? Yoda asked softly. Even then? Because he's my brother, and I owe him 13 years of trying. The council debated for hours. Finally, a compromise was reached. Anakin could attempt to reach Vader through the bond, but under strict supervision. Every interaction would be monitored. Any sign that Vader was manipulating the connection would result in immediate severing of the bond through Force techniques, regardless of the cost to Anakin. And what if I can save him? Anakin asked. What if he comes back to the light? Then we will welcome him as we would any redeemed soul, Yoda said, though his tone suggested he believed that outcome impossible. But prepared for his death, you must be. More likely, that is. After the council session, Padme found Anakin in their secret apartment, staring out at Coruscant's glittering cityscape. You're going to try, aren't you? She said quietly, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Despite everything the council said. Despite knowing he'll probably use it against you. I have to. You didn't feel what I felt, Padme. The Force showed me everything a child dependent on machines to breathe, watching his healthy brother get chosen while he was left to die. A 9-year-old learning that survival meant becoming something terrifying because kindness would never be offered. A teenager killing systematically because every person was just an obstacle to staying alive one more day. That's tragic. But it doesn't change what he is now, a mass murderer who's killed thousands. Because no one showed him another way. Everyone who could have helped him failed. Our mother, the Jedi, me, we all failed him. And now I get one chance to make it right. Padme turned him to face her. Annie, what if you can't save him? What if all you accomplish is giving him weapons to use against the Republic? Then I'll die knowing I tried. But Padme, what if I can? What if underneath all that darkness, there's still the boy I left behind? Don't I owe him the chance? She studied his face, seeing the determination mixed with desperate hope. Just promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't let him drag you down with him. I promise. It was a promise he wouldn't be able to keep. Chancellor's office, the next day. Palpatine listened to Anakin's account of the Force bond with carefully concealed satisfaction. This was better than he'd dared hope, a direct connection between the Republic's best general and the Sith Empire's most effective commander, ripe for exploitation. Remarkable, Palpatine said, his voice warm with concern. A Force bond between twins. The Jedi texts mention such things are rare and powerful. And your brother, this Vader, he felt your life as you felt his. Yes, Chancellor. He experienced everything, my training, my friendships, my happiness. And I think it made him hate me more. Because it confirmed everything he believed, that I was given what he was denied. Then you must use this bond to show him he's wrong. Palpatine leaned forward, his expression earnest. Anakin, imagine what it would mean if you could redeem him. The Sith Empire's War Master, turned back to the light. It would be a propaganda victory unlike any other. It would show the galaxy that even the darkest can be saved. It would make you not just a military hero, but a symbol of hope. The Council thinks it's too dangerous. That he'll manipulate the connection. The Council, Palpatine said carefully, is afraid of what they don't understand. They see darkness and immediately want to destroy or contain it. But you, Anakin, you understand that people are more complicated than light and dark. Your brother didn't choose evil because he's inherently wicked. He chose survival because survival was all anyone offered him. Exactly. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell them. Then reach out to him. Use this bond. Send him memories of better times of your mother, of Tatooine before everything went wrong, of the possibility of redemption. Show him love, compassion, the very things the Sith claim are weaknesses. Prove to him that the light side is stronger. Anakin felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Chancellor. The Jedi don't understand, but you do. I understand that saving your brother is not just militarily valuable, it's morally right. The Force gave you this bond for a reason, Anakin. Trust in it. Trust in yourself. And trust that love is more powerful than hate. After Anakin left, Palpatine allowed himself a small smile. Perfect. The young fool would open himself completely to Vader through the bond, and Vader, being a pragmatic Sith, would exploit it ruthlessly. The more Anakin tried to save his brother, the more intelligence Vader would extract, the more Republic forces would die, and the more Anakin would blame himself. And when the guilt becomes unbearable, when the Jedi blame him for the failures caused by his compassion, he'll have nowhere to turn except to me. He'll be vulnerable, broken, and ready for true transformation. Vader's command ship, simultaneous. Vader stood in his meditation chamber, reaching out through the Force bond that still connected him to Anakin. The connection was there, pulsing like a wound, carrying emotions and surface thoughts both directions. Scylla entered, her face concerned. My lord, the Intelligence Division reports unusual Republic fleet movements. They're not following predictable patterns, almost like they're being deliberately erratic. They're trying to compensate for potential intelligence leaks, Vader replied, his filtered voice analytical. They suspect the bond I share with Anakin might compromise their security. Smart? But not smart enough. Because Anakin isn't trying to protect himself from me. He's trying to reach me. Vader pulled up holographic displays showing recent Republic deployments. I can feel it through the bond, his desperate hope, his guilt, his absolute certainty that he can save me. He's preparing to use the bond actively, to send me memories and emotions designed to appeal to my better nature. Do you have a better nature? No. But I'll let him believe I might. Vader began annotating tactical displays. When he reaches out with memories of our mother, I'll respond with carefully calculated vulnerability. Show him just enough pain to make him think he's getting through. Make him believe redemption is possible if he just tries hard enough. And while he's trying to save you, he'll unconsciously broadcast strategic information through the bond. Not intentionally, he's too well trained for that. But emotions carry context. When he's worried about a upcoming operation, I'll feel that worry and intuit the operation's nature. When he's proud of a clever plan, I'll sense the pride and reverse engineer the plan. When he's afraid for specific people, I'll know who's deployed where. Vader's cybernetic hand manipulated data streams. The bond works both directions. He can sense my surface thoughts too. So I'll think things I want him to know: false concerns about supply lines, fabricated worries about troop morale, carefully constructed anxieties about specific sectors. He'll report these as intelligence victories, and the Jedi will deploy forces based on false information. That's incredibly cold. He's your brother. He's a tactical asset who happens to share my DNA. The bond is a weapon. He'll wield it trying to save me. I'll wield it destroying him. Vader paused, then added quietly, it's what I was trained for. What I became. Sentiment is irrelevant to function. But alone later that night, Vader reached out through the bond tentatively. He felt Anakin on the other end, awake, troubled, filled with determination and love and hopeless optimism. For just a moment, Vader wondered what it would be like to accept that love. To let himself be saved. To have the family and connections Anakin took for granted. No. That's weakness. That's vulnerability. That's everything I spent 13 years training myself not to need. He closed off the thought, sealing it behind mental walls Anakin couldn't penetrate. The bond would be a weapon. Nothing more. Even if a small, dying part of him wished it could be something else. 3 weeks after Harun Kal. Anakin meditated in his quarters, reaching out through the Force bond deliberately for the first time. He'd practiced with Obi-Wan supervising, learning to send specific memories and emotions rather than random thoughts. Vader. Brother. Can you feel this? He projected a memory, their mother, young and beautiful, holding both infant twins. In the memory, Shmi looked at both children with equal love of fabrication, since Anakin had been too young to remember accurately, but a truth he wished had been real. This is what should have been. This is what you deserved. Love without fear. Acceptance without condition. Mother loved us both, she was just afraid because she didn't understand. Through the bond, he felt Vader's presence respond cold, analytical, but with something underneath. Pain? Longing? Anakin couldn't tell. Then, faintly, Vader's thoughts came through, she feared me because I was a monster. You were chosen because you weren't. Simple cause and effect. You weren't a monster. You were a child who needed help. If I'd known, if I'd understood, you would have done nothing. Because you were 9 and powerless. Stop blaming yourself for choices adults made. The response was emotionless, but the fact that Vader was responding at all felt like progress. Anakin pressed further, sending more memories, playing in the streets of Mos Espa, sharing food when rations were scarce, the few moments they'd had as brothers before everything went wrong. We were family. We still are. Blood doesn't stop mattering just because we're on opposite sides. Vader's response carried something that might have been bitter amusement. Family is a genetic accident. Loyalty is a choice. I chose differently than you. It's not too late to choose again. Come back with me. Let the Jedi help you. Let me help you. For several minutes, no response. Then, quietly through the bond, do you really believe that? That 13 years of Sith training can be undone by good intentions? I believe love is stronger than hate. I believe. You believe in fantasies. The connection cut off abruptly. But Anakin felt hope surge. Vader had engaged. Had responded. Had even shown a flicker of something other than cold calculation. It was progress. He didn't realize Vader had just learned exactly which sector Anakin was currently deployed in through contextual clues in the shared emotions. Sith Command Center, 48 hours later. The Republic is deploying significant forces to the Bothan sector, Vader's intelligence officer reported. Unusual concentration: 3 Jedi generals, 6 cruisers, substantial ground forces. Vader studied the deployment, cross-referencing it with emotions he'd sensed through the bond. Anakin had been worried about something in that sector. Determined. Hopeful about a major operation. They're planning to retake the Bothan Spinat facilities we captured, Vader concluded. Skywalker was proud of this plan. I felt it through the bond. He thinks he's being clever, attacking while we're distracted elsewhere. How could you know that from emotions? Context. I felt his pride accompanied by thoughts of intelligence gathering and strategic disruption. The Bothans are known for intelligence networks. Simple deduction. Vader began issuing orders. Redirect the Third Fleet to Bothawi. Evacuate all personnel from the Spinat facilities and rig them with explosives. Let the Republic think they're achieving an easy victory. When their forces are inside, detonate the facilities and have our fleet cut off their retreat. We'll lose valuable infrastructure. Infrastructure can be rebuilt. Dead Jedi cannot. Vader's filtered voice was cold. Execute the plan. 3 days later, the Republic strike force arrived at Bothawi expecting minimal resistance. They captured the Spinat facilities with surprising ease, 3 Jedi generals personally leading the assault. Then the facilities exploded, killing hundreds of clone troopers and severely wounding 2 of the Jedi. The Sith fleet emerged from hyperspace, trapping the Republic forces in system. The Battle of Bothawi became one of the worst Republic defeats of the war. Jedi Temple, Emergency Council Session. How? Mace Windu's voice was tight with controlled fury. How did they know we were coming? That operation was classified at the highest levels. Only the Council knew the full plan. Anakin felt sick. He'd felt Vader's presence right before the battle, smug satisfaction mixed with anticipation. His brother had known. Because of the bond. Because of Anakin's attempts to reach him. It's the bond, Anakin said quietly. He's using it. I tried to send him memories of our mother, of better times. I thought I was getting through to him. But he was just extracting intelligence from my emotions. 700 soldiers died, Ki-Adi Mundi stated flatly. 2 Jedi Masters are in critical condition. An entire intelligence network was destroyed. Because you believed you could redeem someone who explicitly told you he doesn't want redemption. I didn't mean. Your intentions are irrelevant. Mace slammed his hand on the armrest. You compromised Republic security because of personal attachment. This is exactly what the Jedi Code warns against. This is why we forbid attachment, because it makes you vulnerable to manipulation. The bond isn't Anakin's fault, Obi-Wan defended. The Force created it, not him. But choosing to use it, choosing to reach out to Vader despite knowing the risk, that was his choice. Mace turned to Yoda. Master Yoda, we must sever this bond before more lives are lost. Sever it, we cannot, Yoda said heavily. Too powerful, it is. Too deeply rooted in the Force. Anakin and Vader, 2 halves of one presence they are. Cutting one from the other, he shook his head. Kill them both, it might. Then what do we do? Plo Koon asked. Anakin stood abruptly. I'll stop using it. I won't reach out anymore. I'll shield my thoughts, guard my emotions, give him nothing to exploit. Can you? Mace challenged. Can you really shut out your own brother while knowing he's in pain, knowing he was abandoned and broken, knowing every word he spoke about being discarded was true? Your compassion is your greatest weakness, Anakin. Vader knows that and he'll use it. Then I'll prove him wrong. I'll show that compassion can coexist with discipline. That love doesn't have to mean vulnerability. But even as he spoke the words, Anakin felt the bond pulse with Vader's amusement. His brother had heard everything through their connection. And he wasn't worried at all. 2 months after Bothawi, Anakin tried. He genuinely tried to shield his thoughts, to keep strategic information separate from the emotions that bled through the bond. He meditated constantly, practiced mental disciplines Obi-Wan taught him, even consulted ancient Jedi texts on severing unwanted Force connections. Nothing worked. The bond was too fundamental, too deeply woven into both their Force presences. And worse, Vader was actively feeding him information designed to seem like intelligence victories. We intercepted Sith communications, Anakin reported to Mace Windu after a meditation session where he'd sensed Vader's concern about supply shortages. They're having trouble maintaining their fleet in the Outer Rim. If we strike now at these coordinates... It's another trap, Mace interrupted. Like the last 3 intelligence victories you reported. Vader is feeding you false information through the bond, knowing you'll report it, knowing we'll deploy forces based on it. I'm being careful. I'm verifying everything through conventional intelligence. And he's smart enough to make the false information verifiable. He's manufacturing evidence, creating false communications, staging supply problems that your intelligence can confirm. Then when we attack, we walk into prepared ambushes. Mace's expression was grim. Anakin, since Bothawi, we've suffered 6 major defeats. 6. Every single one coincided with you reporting intelligence gained through the bond. The pattern is undeniable. Anakin felt the weight of those deaths crushing him. Thousands of clone troopers. Dozens of Jedi. All because he'd believed he could save his brother. I'll stop reporting what I sense. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't consciously report intelligence, your emotional reactions tip him off. When the Council plans operations, you feel anticipation or worry or confidence and he senses those emotions. When key personnel are deployed, you care about their safety and he identifies them as important targets. The bond is a liability we can't overcome. That night, Anakin sat with Padme in their apartment, his head in his hands. I'm killing people. Every day, soldiers die because Vader is using me as an intelligence source and I can't stop it. It's not your fault, Annie. Isn't it? Mace is right, my compassion for Vader, my hope that I can save him, it's getting people killed. Maybe the Jedi Code is right. Maybe attachment is dangerous. Maybe I should be able to just stop caring. If you stop caring, you become like him. Is that what you want? I don't know what I want anymore. I thought love was strength. I thought compassion mattered. But Vader is proving that cold calculation wins. He doesn't love anyone, doesn't care about anyone, sees everyone as tools and he's beating us. Maybe he's right. Maybe the galaxy chose wrong when it chose me. Padme grabbed his face, forcing him to look at her. Don't you dare! Don't you dare let him make you believe that! Yes, he's winning tactically. Yes, he's exploiting your compassion. But Annie, he's also miserable. He's powerful and successful and completely alone. Is that victory? It is if it keeps you alive. She pulled back, hurt. You think I'd rather have you become a monster than lose the war? I think I'd rather become a monster than watch everyone I love die because I was too weak to do what was necessary. The words hung between them, poison in the air. Anakin realized what he'd said, how much he sounded like Vader, and horror flooded through him. Through the bond, he felt his brother's satisfaction. Vader was listening. Always listening. And he was pleased with Anakin's slow corruption, his gradual acceptance that maybe compassion was weakness after all. Is this what you wanted? Anakin thought toward the bond. To break me? To prove I'm no better than you? Vader's response came clearly, I wanted to prove the galaxy chose wrong. You're doing that for me. Every day you fail, every soldier who dies, every principle you compromise, you prove it. The chosen one is broken by simple manipulation. The hero falls through his own compassion. The light side loses to basic psychology. I won't become you. You already are. You just haven't admitted it yet. Vader's mental voice was almost gentle. The difference between us isn't darkness versus light, brother. It's honesty versus delusion. I acknowledge what I am. You pretend to be something you're not. But underneath the Jedi robes and noble words, we're the same survivors willing to do whatever it takes. You just haven't accepted it yet. Anakin severed the connection violently, gasping. Padme was looking at him with concern. What did he say? The truth, Anakin whispered. He said I'm already becoming like him. And I think he might be right. In distant space, on his command ship, Vader stood before tactical displays showing 6 more Republic positions he'd identified through the bond. 6 more traps he could set. 6 more victories built on his brother's compassion. And despite everything, despite the efficiency, despite the strategic brilliance, despite proving his philosophy superior, Vader felt hollow. I'm winning. So why does it feel like I'm losing something I can't name? He pushed the thought away and returned to planning. Sentiment was irrelevant. Victory was everything. Even if victory tasted like ashes and left him more alone than ever. The bond pulsed between the brothers, a weapon both wielded, a wound neither could heal, a bridge connecting 2 people who were destroying each other one manipulation at a time. And in Coruscant, Palpatine smiled. Everything was proceeding exactly as he'd foreseen. Vader's private chambers, Koragar, 3 months after exploitation campaign. Vader stood before holographic tactical displays showing the war's progress. The Sith Empire controlled 43 Republic systems. The Republic was fractured, demoralized, bleeding resources. And at the center of every major victory stood one name, Supreme War Commander Vader. The door chimed. Enter. Darth Vader stepped inside, her crimson robe swirling. But something was different. Her usual confidence was replaced with tension. She activated privacy shields without asking permission, sealing them from all surveillance. "We need to talk," she said quietly. "About the Emperor." Vader's breathing apparatus maintained its rhythm, but he turned his full attention to her. "What about him?" "He's planning to kill you." The words were blunt, direct. "Within the month. Possibly sooner." Vader was silent for 3 seconds. Then, "Evidence. I was summoned to his private chambers 2 days ago. He wanted to know if you were loyal, truly loyal, not just strategically cooperative." I told him what he wanted to hear, "But Vader, he suspects you're positioning yourself to challenge him. And he's right to suspect it. I've given him no cause. You've given him every cause. You're 22 years old and command more resources than overlords twice your age. You've eliminated every rival who challenged you. You've won battles conventional war masters couldn't. You're brilliant, ruthless, and popular with the troops. In short, you're exactly what he was at your age, which means he knows exactly how dangerous you are." Vader turned back to his displays, his cybernetic hand manipulating data streams. "How does he plan to do it?" "I don't know specifics. But he mentioned removing ambitious elements before they become problems. You're the most ambitious element in the Empire, Vader. He'll make it look like an accident or frame someone else for it, but you'll be dead either way. Why warn me? You serve the Emperor. I serve the Empire. There's a difference." Kiers moved to stand beside him. "Malachar is ancient, powerful, but stagnant. He's ruled for 2 centuries through paranoia and elimination of threats. The Empire hasn't grown under him, we've just survived. You, though, you think differently. You innovate. You win through intelligence and preparation, not just force power. If you replaced him, the Empire might actually become something more than a hidden remnant. You're asking me to commit treason. I'm telling you that if you don't act, you'll die. Malachar will strike when you're vulnerable during a battle, perhaps, where your death can be blamed on Republic forces. Or through poison that looks like natural complications of your medical condition. Or through an unfortunate accident with your life support systems." She turned to face him directly. "You know I'm right. You've probably been planning for this possibility since you became War Master." Vader was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled up different displays, not tactical deployments, but political maps of the Sith Empire. Power structures. Loyalty networks. Resources controlled by different overlords. "I've been planning since I was 15, he admitted. "The moment I understood how the Empire works, survival of the strongest, elimination of threats, constant competition for power, I knew this confrontation was inevitable. Either Malachar kills me, or I kill him. There's no third option." "Then what's your plan?" "I don't challenge him openly. That's what he expects, what he's prepared for. Instead, I make him challenge me. I force circumstances where he has to act against me publicly, where his paranoia becomes obvious to other overlords. Then when I defend myself, it's not treason, it's survival." "How?" Vader manipulated the displays, showing troop deployments and supply routes. "I've been feeding intelligence to my brother through our force bond. The Republic thinks they're losing because of strategic failures. But I've been selective about what intelligence I extract, ensuring the Republic loses battles but never catastrophically. Keeping the war balanced." "Why would you keep it balanced?" "Because a quick Sith victory means Malachar consolidates power and eliminates internal threats me before anyone can challenge him. But a prolonged war keeps him dependent on successful commanders. Keeps me valuable enough that killing me would weaken the Empire at a critical moment. Vader's filtered voice held cold satisfaction. I've been making myself indispensable while preparing for the moment Malachar decides indispensable is less important than dangerous. Kiers studied him with something approaching awe. You've been planning your coup for years while pretending to be a loyal war master. I've been surviving. That's what I do. Vader closed the displays. When does he plan to strike? I estimate 2 weeks. He's positioning loyal forces in key locations, reassigning commanders who respect you, creating circumstances for your accidental death. Then I have 2 weeks to ensure his attempt fails and turns into his death instead. Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. Thank you for the warning, Kiers. Your loyalty will be remembered when I'm Emperor. If you become Emperor. Malachar has survived 2 centuries of ambitious subordinates trying to kill him. Don't underestimate him just because you've been successful against the Republic. I don't underestimate anyone. That's why I'll win. Vader turned to face her fully. Will you support me openly when the time comes? I'll support whoever survives. That's how the Sith work. But her slight smile suggested she was betting on Vader. After she left, Vader stood alone in his chambers, surrounded by tactical displays and power maps. The confrontation he'd been preparing for since age 15 was finally coming. Emperor Malachar, ancient and powerful, versus Vader, young and calculating. Only one would survive. Good. I've been getting bored with just defeating the Republic. Defeating an emperor who's ruled for 2 centuries, that's a challenge worthy of my capabilities. He began making plans, pulling up files on Malachar's capabilities, known techniques, psychological patterns. 13 years of gathering intelligence on everyone in the Sith Empire was about to pay off. You taught me well, Emperor. You taught me that survival requires ruthlessness. That power demands sacrifice. That the strong eliminate threats before they become problems. Now I'll demonstrate that I learned the lesson too well. You created a monster to fight the Republic. Now the monster is coming for you. Imperial Throne Room, 1 week later. Supreme War Commander Vader, Emperor Malachar's voice echoed through the vast chamber. Approach. Vader walked forward, his mechanical breathing the only sound. Around the throne room stood 20 Sith overlords, war masters, and senior commanders, an audience for whatever judgment was about to be pronounced. He's making this public. That means he either plans to humiliate me before killing me, or he wants witnesses to my supposed crimes. Either way, he's overplaying his hand. Your campaign against the Republic has been unprecedented, Malachar continued from his obsidian throne. 43 systems conquered. 12 major Republic defeats. The Jedi Order demoralized. By every measure, you've exceeded expectations. Thank you, my Emperor. However, the word fell like a blade. Recent intelligence suggests your methods have been questionable. You've been using a force bond with your twin brother, a Republic Jedi general, to extract tactical intelligence. Is this true? Ah. That's the angle. Accuse me of having a dangerous connection to the enemy, make it look like I'm compromised, then eliminate me for security reasons. Yes, my Emperor. The bond was created by the Force during our confrontation on Harun Kal. I've been using it to manipulate my brother, feeding him false intelligence while extracting real information. Every Republic defeat I've engineered has involved exploitation of this bond. Or, Malachar suggested softly, you've been compromised by your brother. This bond makes you vulnerable to Republic manipulation. Perhaps your loyalties are divided. Perhaps you're more Skywalker than Vader. Murmurs rippled through the assembled Sith. Vader felt the shift. Malachar was planting doubt, making others question his allegiance. If enough overlords believed he was compromised, his elimination would seem justified. My loyalties are to the Empire, Vader stated firmly. I've proven this through victory after victory. The bond with my brother is a weapon I wield, not a weakness he exploits. Then prove it. Malachar leaned forward, his burning eyes fixed on Vader. I'm ordering you to sever the bond. Completely. Use whatever force techniques necessary, even if it causes you significant harm. Demonstrate that your loyalty to the Empire exceeds your attachment to your twin. Clever. Either I sever the bond and lose my intelligence source, proving I can be controlled, or I refuse and confirm his accusation that I'm compromised. He's forcing me to choose between strategic advantage and political survival. My Emperor, Vader said carefully, severing a force bond of this magnitude could be fatal to both participants. It would also eliminate one of our most valuable intelligence sources. Surely there are better ways to demonstrate loyalty. I've given you an order, War Master. Obey or face consequences for insubordination. The threat was clear. Vader's breathing apparatus hissed steadily while his mind raced through possibilities. He could refuse and trigger immediate confrontation, but surrounded by 20 Sith, even he would be overwhelmed. He could comply and lose the bond, but that removed his leverage over Anakin and his intelligence advantage. Or, I have a counter-proposal, my Emperor. Vader's filtered voice carried across the chamber. Rather than sever the bond, use it as a test of loyalty. Give me 30 days to exploit it one final time. I'll arrange circumstances where my brother walks into a trap so perfect, so devastating, that it breaks him completely. I'll deliver you Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, the Republic's greatest hero, defeated, captured, and ready for execution. If I succeed, my loyalty is proven through results. If I fail, you can eliminate me for incompetence. Malachar studied him silently. Vader felt the Emperor's force presence probing his thoughts, seeking deception. Vader didn't resist. He let Malachar see his determination, his calculation, his absolute certainty that he could defeat Anakin. What Malachar didn't see were the deeper layers, the plans within plans, the contingencies Vader had prepared for exactly this scenario. 30 days, Malachar finally agreed. Deliver your brother or die yourself. Those are your only options. Dismissed. As Vader left the throne room, he felt multiple Sith presences watching him, some with satisfaction at seeing him forced into an impossible task, others with speculation about what would happen if he succeeded. Darth Vader caught up with him in the corridor. That was risky. It bought me time. 30 days to prepare, to position resources, to ensure when Malachar finally moves against me, I'm ready. Vader's filtered voice was calm despite the death sentence hanging over him. Besides, I wasn't lying. I can defeat Anakin. I've been preparing for that confrontation since we were 9 years old. And if defeating him means you can't use the bond for intelligence anymore, then I'll have eliminated the Republic's best general and removed my own vulnerability simultaneously. Either way, I win. They walked in silence for a moment. Then Kiers asked quietly, do you ever regret it? What you've become? No. Regret implies I had better options. I didn't. The galaxy gave me a choice, die as a broken slave, or survive as a dangerous Sith. I chose survival. I'll always choose survival. Vader's mask turned toward her. Even if it means killing my brother. Even if it means challenging an emperor. Even if it means becoming exactly what everyone feared I'd be. What if you could have both? Survival and connection? Power and family? That's a Jedi delusion. You can't have both, not really. Love makes you vulnerable. Connection creates weakness. Family becomes a hostage to fortune. I learned that watching my mother fear me, watching the Jedi choose Anakin, watching everyone who could have helped me choose not to. Better to be alone and powerful than connected and weak. Kiers didn't argue. She simply nodded and left him alone in the corridor. Vader continued to his chambers, his breathing apparatus hissing steadily. 30 days to defeat Anakin. 30 days to survive Malachar's assassination attempts. 30 days to position himself to become emperor. Perfect. Let them all think they're predators and I'm prey. Let Malachar think he's cornered me. Let Anakin think he can save me. Let the Republic think they're finally winning. They're all wrong. I'm not cornered. I'm exactly where I need to be. The endgame approaches. Soon, everything I've planned for 13 years will culminate. Emperor Malachar will die. Anakin will die. The Sith Empire will be mine. And the galaxy will learn that the broken, discarded twin was always the stronger one. They just never gave me the chance to prove it. Until now. His mechanical breathing echoed through the empty corridor. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound of survival. The sound of inevitability. The sound of an emperor being born from darkness and rejection. 30 days until everything changed. 30 days until the galaxy learned that choosing Anakin over Vader had been its fatal mistake. The war was entering its final phase. And only one twin would survive to see its end. Vader's command ship, Day 1 of 30. Vader sat in his meditation chamber, surrounded by darkness save for the faint glow of status indicators on his breathing apparatus. He reached out through the Force bond deliberately, carefully, sending not thoughts but emotions, exhaustion, doubt, a flicker of something that might have been regret. Anakin would feel it. Anakin was always monitoring the bond, hoping for signs of redemption. Perfect. Over the next 3 days, Vader carefully constructed a psychological profile of someone breaking under pressure. Through the bond, he projected weariness with endless killing. Disgust at Sith brutality, manufactured, of course. Fleeting memories of their mother, carefully edited to emphasize love, not fear. Doubt about whether power was worth the isolation. Nothing obvious. Nothing dramatic. Just subtle emotional undercurrents that suggested a man reconsidering his choices. On day 4, he sent actual words through the bond for the first time in months, "Brother. Are you there?" The response was immediate, desperate, "Vader. Yes. I'm here. What's wrong?" "Everything. Nothing. I don't know anymore." Vader infused the words with manufactured confusion. "The Emperor suspects me. Wants me dead. I've done terrible things to survive, and now survival itself is uncertain. Then come back. Let us help you. The Jedi can protect you from." "The Jedi?" Vader let bitter amusement color the thought. "The ones who passed me by on Tatooine? Who chose you and left me to die? Those Jedi? That was different. They didn't know. They didn't care." Vader paused, then sent carefully, "But you did. You came back for me at Harun Kal despite knowing it was dangerous. You tried to reach me despite knowing I'd use it against you. That's more than anyone else ever offered." He felt Anakin's hope surge through the bond like a tidal wave. "Then let me help you now. Really help you, not just try from a distance. It's too late. I've done too much. Killed too many. Even if I wanted redemption, which I'm not sure I do, the Jedi would never accept me." "They would. Master Yoda always says it's never too late to return to the light. Please, brother. Just tell me what you need." Vader let several minutes pass. Let Anakin's desperation build. Then, with perfect timing. "There's a place. Neutral territory. The abandoned mining station at Hyperi. If I could meet you there, just you, maybe Obi-Wan, I could at least explain. Help you understand why I became this. Maybe hearing it aloud would help me understand too." "Yes. When?" "I'll come immediately." "No. Not immediately. Malachar is watching me. I need time to arrange circumstances where my absence won't be noticed." 2 weeks. "Meet me in 2 weeks at Hyperi Station. Come quietly. If the Empire suspects, they'll kill us both. I'll be there. I promise." We'll figure this out together. Perhaps. Vader infused doubt into the word. Or perhaps I'm still the monster you left behind, and this conversation is just me manipulating you again. You should consider that possibility. I don't care. Even if it's a trap, you're my brother. I'm coming. Vader severed the connection and allowed himself a small smile behind his mask. Perfect. Anakin's heroic nature would make him ignore warnings, override caution, walk directly into capture because saving his brother mattered more than personal safety. Predictable. Exploitable. Doomed. Jedi Temple, Council Chamber, Day 6. Absolutely not. Mace Windu's voice echoed through the chamber. It's obviously a trap. Anakin stood in the center, facing the assembled council both physically present and via hologram. He'd known this wouldn't be easy, but the vehemence of their opposition still stung. Masters, I felt his emotions. This wasn't manipulation, it was genuine doubt. My brother is breaking under the pressure of being hunted by his own emperor. If we don't help him now, he'll either die or harden further into darkness. Felt his emotions, you did, Yoda said softly. But tell emotions from deception, can you? Trained Sith he is. Manipulating through the Force, his specialty is. I've been monitoring the bond for months. I know when he's lying. Do you? Obi-Wan interjected gently. Anakin, you want to believe he can be saved so badly that you might be seeing redemption where there's only strategy. We've seen this pattern before. Vader feeds you information, you act on it, people die. Why would this be different? Because he's reached out first. 4 months. I've been trying to reach him and he's pushed me away or used it against me. But now he initiated contact. That means something. Ki-Adi-Mundi leaned forward. Or it means he's escalating his manipulation. Perhaps he's realized that subtle exploitation through the bond isn't enough. Perhaps he needs you physically present to achieve whatever his true objective is. His true objective is survival. The Sith Emperor wants him dead. I felt that fear through the bond. Real, genuine fear. Vader is brilliant at manipulation, yes, but he's also 22 years old and cornered by someone who's ruled for 2 centuries. He's desperate. Then let him be desperate alone, Mace said firmly. We're not risking one of our best generals on the slim possibility that a Sith War Master suddenly developed a conscience. Anakin's frustration boiled over. He's not a Sith War Master, he's my brother. My twin. We shared a womb, shared a childhood, share a Force bond that connects our very souls. If I abandon him now when he's finally reaching out, I'm no better than everyone else who abandoned him. Clouded by attachment, your judgment is, Yoda said sadly. Love your brother, you do. Admirable, that is. But blind you, it does. See the trap, you cannot, because seeing requires accepting he might be beyond saving. I won't accept that. I can't accept that. Anakin's voice broke. Masters, what if it was you? What if your twin was drowning in darkness and asking for help? Would you refuse because it might be dangerous? Plo Koon spoke, his tone gentle. We would mourn. We would remember them as they were. But we would not throw away our lives on false hope. That's not wisdom, Anakin. That's desperation disguised as compassion. The debate continued for 2 hours. Finally, a compromise was reached. Anakin could go to Hyperi, but not alone. Obi-Wan would accompany him, along with Ahsoka Tano and OC Padawan Anakin had trained for the past year and a full company of clone troopers. If it was genuine, the backup wouldn't matter. If it was a trap, they'd have the Force to fight their way out. And Anakin, Mace's final warning was dire: if this goes wrong, if Vader captures you or extracts information or in any way uses this meeting against the Republic, the Council will hold you personally responsible for every death that results. Is that understood? Understood, Master. After the session, Obi-Wan found Anakin in the temple gardens. You're really going to do this? I have to. Even knowing it's almost certainly a trap. Especially knowing that. Because Obi-Wan, what if it's not? What if this is his one moment of genuine doubt, and I refuse to help because I'm afraid? I'd be proving him right that the galaxy abandoned him, that love is conditional, that he was right to choose darkness because light was never offered. Obi-Wan sighed. Your compassion is your greatest strength, Anakin. But in this case, I fear it's your greatest weakness. Vader knows exactly how to exploit it. Let him try. I'm not the naive boy I was at Harun Kal. I know what he's capable of. But I also know he's my brother, and brothers don't give up on each other. Even when they should. Especially then. That night, Anakin lay beside Padme in their secret apartment. She was asleep, but he couldn't quiet his mind. Through the Force bond, he felt Vader's presence distant, troubled, emanating that same doubt and weariness. What if I'm wrong? The thought came unbidden. What if everyone's right and I'm walking into a trap that will get good people killed? But then he remembered the Force vision from Harun Kal feeling Vader's entire life, all that pain and rejection. If there was even a chance of saving the broken child underneath the Sith War Master, wasn't it worth the risk? Yes, he decided. Even if it kills me, it's worth trying. Through the bond, he felt Vader's satisfaction so brief it might have been imagination. Hyper-Eye System, Day 14. The abandoned mining station orbited Hyper-Eye like a metallic corpse decades old, stripped of valuables, left to decay in the void. Anakin's shuttle approached slowly, sensors scanning for threats. Multiple ship signatures, Captain Rex reported from the co-pilot seat. Most are dead Hulk's old mining vessels. But there's one active signature. Small craft. Sith design. That's him, Anakin said quietly. That's Vader's ship. Beside him, Obi-Wan studied the tactical display with suspicion. Strange place for a defection. Isolated. No witnesses. Easy to ambush. Or safe from Imperial surveillance, Anakin countered. If Malachar is hunting him, Vader would want somewhere with multiple escape routes and no Sith presence. Behind them in the passenger bay, Ahsoka checked her lightsaber for the third time. The young Togruta was nervous. She'd heard the stories about War Master Vader, the unstoppable Sith commander who won through intelligence and ruthlessness. Master Anakin, she asked, what if he really does want to defect? What do? We bring him back to Coruscant. Put him through the Jedi healing and rehabilitation programs. Give him what he should have had 13 years ago: acceptance, training, family. And if he doesn't want to defect? Anakin's hand moved to his lightsaber. Then I do what I should have done at Harun Kal. I stop him. Permanently. The shuttle docked with the station's main airlock. Rex deployed his clone troopers in defensive positions, half stayed with the shuttle, half accompanied the Jedi into the station. The interior was dark, life support minimal. Emergency lighting cast everything in crimson shadows. Their footsteps echoed on metal grating as they moved deeper into the facility. He said to meet in the central control room, Anakin said, following directions Vader had provided through the bond. They reached the control room to find it empty except for one figure standing before the large observation windows. His mechanical breathing was unmistakable. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. Hello, Anakin, Vader's filtered voice carried across the room. You came. I wasn't sure you would. I'm here. Anakin stepped forward, hand near but not on his lightsaber. You said you wanted to talk. I said many things. Vader turned slowly. In the dim light, his masked face looked even more inhuman. Some were true. Some were necessary lies. Can you tell which is which? Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber immediately. It's a trap. Anakin, get back. The doors slammed shut, magnetic locks engaging. The emergency lighting shifted from red to blinding white. And from the shadows emerged 24 Sith soldiers, weapons trained on the Jedi. Vader's breathing continued its steady rhythm. Not a trap. An inevitability. I told you I would use the bond against you. I told you compassion was weakness. I told you everything you needed to know to avoid this moment. And you came anyway because you couldn't help yourself. Anakin felt betrayal crash through him like a physical blow. You lied. All of it, the doubt, the fear, the reaching out, all lies. Not all of it. Vader's filtered voice carried something that might have been regret. I am hunted by my Emperor. I am cornered and desperate. Those parts were true. But I'm not looking for redemption, brother. I'm looking for leverage. And you, the chosen one, the Republic's hero, my twin, you're the perfect leverage to prove my loyalty to Malachar while securing my position. You're going to give me to him. Yes. In exchange for not just survival but promotion. By delivering the chosen one captured, I'll prove I'm too valuable to eliminate. I'll buy myself time to prepare my actual coup while appearing utterly loyal. Vader gestured to his soldiers. Your friends can leave. This is between brothers. I have no quarrel with Obi-Wan Kenobi or your Padawan. Just you. Like hell, we're leaving. Ahsoka ignited her lightsaber, her young face fierce with determination. Then you'll die pointlessly. Vader raised his hand, and the Sith soldiers raised their weapons. Anakin is coming with me regardless. The only question is whether the rest of you survive to report my treachery. Choose quickly. Anakin looked at Obi-Wan, at Ahsoka, at Rex, and the clone troopers positioned defensively. They were outgunned, outmaneuvered, and trapped in a station Vader clearly controlled. He planned this perfectly. Every detail. Every contingency. He knew exactly how I'd react, who I'd bring, where we'd position ourselves. And I walked right into it because I wanted so badly to believe he could be saved. Obi-Wan, Anakin said quietly, take Ahsoka and the troops. Get back to the shuttle. Report to the council. I'm not leaving you. That's an order, Master. Anakin's voice cracked. If you stay, he'll kill all of you to prove a point. If you go, you live to fight another day. Please. Don't let my mistake cost more lives than it has to. Vader nodded slightly. Wise. See, brother? You can learn. The doors will open. Take your people and leave. You have 60 seconds before I change my mind and kill them all anyway. Obi-Wan's face was anguished. Anakin. Go. The doors opened. Obi-Wan grabbed Ahsoka, who was protesting violently, and pulled her toward the exit. Rex's troops covered their retreat, backing out with weapons raised. The last thing Anakin saw before the doors closed was Obi-Wan's face, grief, guilt, and helpless rage mixed together. Then he was alone with Vader and 24 Sith soldiers. Now what? Anakin asked, his hand still on his unignited lightsaber. Now I make you an offer. Vader stepped closer. You can resist. Fight. Try to escape. You might even kill several of my soldiers before they overwhelm you. Or you can surrender peacefully, and I'll ensure your treatment is humane. You'll be a prisoner, yes. But alive. Unharmed. Potentially useful for future negotiations. You're asking me to surrender to my brother turned Sith. To become a prisoner of the Empire I've been fighting for 3 years. I'm asking you to choose survival over pride. Isn't that what you wanted me to do? Choose life over death, even if life means compromising principles. The parallel was intentional, cruel, perfect. Anakin had spent months trying to convince Vader to choose redemption over pride. Now Vader was asking him to do the same, surrender rather than fight pointlessly. If I surrender, you win everything. Malachar's favor. Proof that I'm a failure. Validation that your philosophy is superior. Yes. But you'll be alive. And alive means there's still possibility of escape, of future confrontation, of eventually proving me wrong. Dead means you're just one more person who underestimated me. Anakin looked at his brother, the mechanical mask, the breathing apparatus, the body more machine than man. The twin who'd been left behind, who'd survived through pure ruthlessness, who'd become exactly what everyone feared. I did this. By leaving him on Tatooine. By believing he was dead. By not looking back. I created this monster. I surrender, Anakin said quietly, releasing his lightsaber and raising his hands. Wise. Vader gestured, and soldiers moved forward with force-suppressing restraints. As they secured Anakin, Vader stepped close enough that only his brother could hear his filtered whisper. Thank you for coming. For trusting me despite knowing better. For giving me exactly what I needed to survive. That's what brothers do, isn't it? Sacrifice for each other. You're welcome, Anakin replied, his voice empty. And when I escape, and I will escape, I'm going to make you regret this. I'm counting on it. A confrontation between us was always inevitable. This just ensures it happens on my terms, in my time, when I'm ready. Vader's mask turned away. Take him to my ship. Handle him carefully. He's valuable. As Anakin was led away, he reached out through the Force bond one last time. Was any of it real? Did you ever actually doubt? Did I ever reach you at all? The response came faintly, does it matter? The outcome is the same. You tried to save me. I used you. The galaxy chose wrong. You're wrong. Love isn't weakness. Hope isn't naivety. And I will prove that to you. I look forward to your attempt. Vader's mental voice was cold. But brother? Next time we face each other, one of us dies. There won't be a third chance. The bond pulsed once more, then Vader shielded his thoughts completely. The connection remained, but communication was severed. Anakin was alone with his captors, his failure, and the terrible certainty that he'd just given the galaxy's most dangerous Sith exactly what he wanted. Hyperai Station, 30 minutes after capture. Obi-Wan's shuttle was barely clear of the station when he made his decision. Turn around. Sir. The pilot looked confused. Master Skywalker ordered. I don't care. Turn around. We're going back. Master Obi-Wan, Captain Rex said carefully, with respect, if we return, Vader will kill us all. We barely got out the first time. Then we'll have to be smarter the second time. Obi-Wan pulled up tactical displays of the station. Vader said we could leave because having witnesses served his purposes. Will report to the Council that Anakin was captured through treachery. That makes Vader look dangerous and Anakin look foolish. It's perfect propaganda for demoralizing the Republic. So he's counting on us doing exactly what he predicted, fleeing to Coruscant with news of failure. He's not prepared for us to immediately counterattack. Obi-Wan highlighted weak points in the station's structure. There. The docking bay where Vader's ship is moored. If we breach that section, explosive decompression will force them to seal off multiple decks. In the chaos, we extract Anakin and jump to hyperspace before Vader can respond. Ahsoka's Montrals twitched with concern. Master, that's incredibly risky. Everything about this situation is risky. But I'm not abandoning my former Padawan to Sith capture without trying everything possible to save him. They came in fast, weapons hot, targeting the docking bay's structural weak points. Explosive charges detonated in sequence, ripping open the bay's exterior hull. Atmosphere vented explosively, alarms screamed, an emergency bulkhead slammed shut throughout the station. Obi-Wan's shuttle fired a magnetic grapple, attaching to Vader's ship. Clone troopers cut through the airlock within seconds, boarding the Sith vessel before its crew could mount defense. But the prisoner hold was empty. He's not here. Rex reported. Sir, Vader's already moved him. Through the Force, Obi-Wan felt Vader's satisfaction. He'd anticipated this too. The escape attempt was expected, prepared for another move in a game Vader was winning. "Fall back!" Obi-Wan ordered. It was worth trying. They disengaged seconds before Sith reinforcements arrived, a full squadron of fighters that had been hiding in the asteroid field. If they'd delayed 30 seconds more, none would have survived. As they jumped to hyperspace, Ahsoka asked quietly, "What do we tell the Council?" "The truth. That Vader outplayed us at every turn. That Anakin is a prisoner. That the Republic just lost one of its best generals to Sith treachery." Obi-Wan's voice was hollow. "And that I failed my brother, just as he failed his." Koragar, Imperial Throne Room, 3 days after capture. Emperor Darth Malachar sat on his obsidian throne, surrounded by every Sith overlord, war master, and senior commander in the Empire. They'd been summoned for what the Emperor called a demonstration of loyalty and capability. Vader stood before them, his breathing apparatus hissing steadily. Behind him, flanked by Sith guards, stood Anakin Skywalker, restrained, force suppressed, but unharmed. "Behold," Vader's filtered voice carried across the chamber, "Anakin Skywalker. The Chosen One. The Republic's greatest general. The hero with no fear. The Jedi's best hope for winning this war. Captured. Delivered to you, my Emperor, as proof of my absolute loyalty to the Sith Empire." Murmurs rippled through the assembled Sith. Several overlords who'd doubted Vader's allegiance looked shocked. Darth Keers, who'd warned him of assassination, looked impressed despite herself. Malachar descended from his throne slowly, studying Anakin with burning eyes. "The twin. The favored brother. The one chosen while you were left to die." He circled Anakin like a predator. "Tell me, Skywalker, did you really believe he wanted redemption? Or did some part of you know it was a trap and come anyway?" Anakin met the Emperor's gaze defiantly. "I came because he's my brother. Because family doesn't abandon family, even when they should." "Noble. Foolish. Predictably Jedi." Malachar turned to Vader. "How did you accomplish this? The Jedi Council would never have authorized." "I used the Force bond we share. I projected doubt, fear, vulnerability, everything Anakin wanted to believe I was feeling. I claimed you were hunting me, that I was desperate and breaking. I offered him exactly what he couldn't resist, a chance to save his fallen brother." Vader's filtered voice held no triumph, just cold analysis. "He brought back up Obi-Wan Kenobi and his Padawan. But I'd prepared contingencies for that too. Released them to carry word of my treachery back to the Republic, ensuring Anakin's capture demoralizes their forces while proving my loyalty to you." "And the Force bond? It still exists?" "Yes, my Emperor. Which means as long as I hold Anakin prisoner, I have potential access to Republic strategic planning through his surface thoughts. Another advantage of keeping him alive rather than executing him immediately." Malachar smiled terrible and approving. "You've exceeded even my elevated expectations, War Master. I accused you of divided loyalties, of being compromised by your twin. You responded by delivering that twin to me in chains. This is loyalty demonstrated through action." He returned to his throne, gesturing broadly. "Let it be known throughout the Empire, War Master Vader is not only cleared of all suspicion, but promoted. Henceforth, he shall be Grand General of the Sith Empire, commander of all military operations, subordinate only to me. And as his first act in this new position, he will personally oversee the interrogation and eventual execution of Anakin Skywalker, proving once and for all that blood means nothing compared to power." The assembled Sith erupted in applause, some genuine, some reluctant, all acknowledging that Vader had just solidified his position as the second most powerful being in the Empire. Vader bowed deeply. "Thank you, my Emperor. I will not fail you." After the ceremony dismissed, Vader personally escorted Anakin to a detention cell deep in the palace. As the guards sealed the door, Vader remained outside, looking at his captured twin through the force-resistant transparisteel. Was it worth it? Anakin asked quietly. Betraying your brother, destroying whatever chance you had at redemption, cementing yourself as a monster? Was it worth your promotion? Yes. Because I survive. Because I'm now positioned to challenge Malachar when the time comes. Because I used your compassion as a weapon and it worked perfectly. Vader's filtered voice was emotionless. You tried to save me. I used you to advance. The galaxy chose you over me. I've just proven it chose wrong. You proved you're willing to betray anyone for power. That's not strength, it's emptiness. Call it what you want. The outcome is the same. You're a prisoner. I'm a Grand General. And the Republic is about to learn that hope is just another word for vulnerability. I still believe I can save you. Then you're more deluded than I thought. Vader turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, brother. Enjoy your cell. Study it carefully. Because when I'm finished using you as leverage, when Malachar finally decides you're more valuable dead than alive, this is where you'll spend your last moments. Knowing that the brother you tried to save was the one who orchestrated your death. I'll escape. You won't. But I admire the optimism. It's very Jedi. Vader walked away, his breathing apparatus echoing through the corridor. Behind him, Anakin slumped against the cell wall, feeling the weight of his failure crushing him. Through the Force bond, he felt Vader's satisfaction. And underneath that satisfaction, buried so deep it might have been imagination, a tiny spark of something that might have been guilt. Or might have been wishful thinking from a prisoner desperate for hope. Jedi Temple Council Chamber, Emergency Session. Captured. Mace Windu's voice was flat, emotionless. The Republic's best general, the Chosen One, captured through a trap we explicitly warned him about. And you, Master Kenobi, let it happen. Obi-Wan stood in the center of the chamber, exhausted and grief-stricken. I tried to stop him. The entire council tried. But Anakin was convinced he could save his brother. Convinced love would triumph over darkness. He was wrong. Wrong. Ki-Adi-Mondi's voice rose. Wrong? Because of his stubborn belief in redemption, we've lost our most capable commander, given the Sith a propaganda victory, and potentially exposed Republic strategic planning through that Force bond he shares with Vader. The bond can't be severed without killing them both, Yoda said heavily. But worry about intelligence leaks, we must. Know this, Vader does. Use Anakin's surface thoughts against us, he will. Then we change all our codes, rotate all our strategies, assume everything Anakin knows is compromised, Mace decided. And we pray he's strong enough to shield his deepest thoughts from his brother's probing. There's something else, Obi-Wan said quietly. When we tried to rescue him when I boarded Vader's ship and found him already gone, I felt something through the Force. Vader wasn't just prepared for our escape attempt. He was disappointed we only tried once. It was like he wanted us to fight harder. To prove we valued Anakin enough to risk everything. Testing us, Yoda concluded. Testing whether Anakin's belief in love and loyalty was shared by others, or unique to him alone. And we failed that test by retreating. No, Plo Koon interjected. We succeeded in surviving. There's a difference between loyalty and suicide. Vader would have killed everyone who returned for Anakin. That serves no one. The debate continued, but they all knew the terrible truth, the Republic had suffered a devastating blow. Morale would plummet. The Sith would be emboldened. And somewhere on Koragar, Anakin Skywalker was a prisoner of his own brother. What do we tell the public? Ahsoka asked, her young voice trembling. Master Anakin was a hero. People loved him. If they learn he was captured through treachery, they'll lose hope, Mace finished. Which is exactly what Vader wants. So we don't tell them. Not yet. We say General Skywalker is on a classified mission. Buy ourselves time to mount a rescue operation. Can we rescue him? Obi-Wan asked desperately. Is it even possible to penetrate Koragar's defenses, locate him, and extract him alive? The council was silent. They all knew the answer. We have to try, Obi-Wan insisted. He's Anakin, the chosen one. Our brother. We can't just abandon him. Give up on him, we will not, Yoda agreed. But foolish risks, we cannot take either. Time we need. Planning. Resources. Patience. Patience. Obi-Wan's voice cracked. Every day he's a prisoner is another day Vader tortures him, interrogates him, breaks him. We need to act now. And do what? Mace challenged. Storm Koragar with our entire fleet? We'd lose thousands trying to save one man. Is that wise? Is that Jedi? It's what Anakin would do for any of us. Which is why he's a prisoner and we're not. The words hung in the air, cruel and true. Anakin's compassion had led him into a trap. His love for his brother had been weaponized against him. And now the Jedi faced the impossible choice between risking everything to save one man or abandoning him to his fate. We'll find a way, Obi-Wan said finally, his voice hollow. Somehow, we'll find a way to bring him home. Because that's what Jedi do. We don't abandon our own. But even as he spoke, he felt doubt. Because Vader had proven he was always 3 steps ahead. And rescuing Anakin from Koragar might be exactly what Vader wanted them to try: another trap, another manipulation, another victory for the Sith Empire. The meeting adjourned with nothing resolved, nothing decided, just the weight of failure crushing everyone present. In her apartment, Padme Amidala collapsed in tears when Obi-Wan told her the news. Her husband, married in secret, loved in silence, was a Sith prisoner. And she was helpless to save him. In the Galactic Senate, Chancellor Palpatine expressed grave concern, promised to dedicate resources to rescue efforts, and privately smiled. Perfect. Anakin is exactly where I need him: vulnerable, desperate, beginning to understand that his compassion is exploitable. And Vader is exactly where I need him: powerful, proven, positioned to challenge Malachor. All the pieces are moving into place. Soon, very soon, the endgame begins. And when it does, I'll be the only one left standing. On Koragar, in a detention cell, Anakin meditated, reaching out through the Force for hope, for strength, for any sign that his belief in redemption wasn't just naivety. And in his command chambers, Vader stood before holographic displays of the galaxy, planning his coup against Emperor Malachor, while his captured brother provided the perfect leverage to make it happen. 2 brothers. 2 prisoners, one behind bars, one behind a mask. Both trapped by circumstances of their own making. Both convinced they were right. Only one would survive to prove it. The final confrontation was approaching. And the galaxy would burn in its wake. Koragar, Sith Imperial Palace, Detention Level 7. The cell was small, dark, and utterly silent except for the hum of force-suppressing field generators. Anakin sat on the bare metal bench, his hands bound with energy restraints, his connection to the Force reduced to a whisper. 3 days since capture. 3 days of isolation, minimal food, no communication. The Sith were softening him up, breaking down his mental defenses before interrogation began. Through the Force bond weakened but not severed, he felt Vader's presence somewhere above, moving through the fortress with mechanical precision. Always working. Always planning. Never sleeping. Does he ever stop? Does he ever just exist without calculating his next move? The cell door opened with a pneumatic hiss. Anakin looked up, expecting guards, interrogators, perhaps Emperor Malachor himself. Instead, Vader stood in the doorway, his mechanical breathing filling the small space. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. Hello, brother, Vader's filtered voice was emotionless. We should talk. Anakin stood slowly, his bound hands making balance difficult. About what? How you betrayed me. How you used my love for you as a weapon. How you've become exactly what everyone feared. About why? Vader entered the cell, the door sealing behind him. You wanted to understand me at Harun Kal. You tried to reach me through the bond for months. Now I'm here. Ask your questions. For a long moment, Anakin just stared at his brother. Even through the mask. Even with the mechanical breathing, he could sense something. Not regret. Vader didn't do regret. But perhaps acknowledgement that this conversation was necessary. Why did you do it? Anakin asked finally. Why betray the one person who actually tried to help you? Because your help was based on false premises. You wanted to save me from darkness, redeem me to the light, make me into something I'm not. That's not help, that's erasure. You wanted to fix the broken thing, not accept what I'd become. What you became is a monster. Yes. And the monster survives. The monster wins. The monster has power while you sit in a cell, captured through your own compassion. Vader's mask tilted slightly. Tell me, brother, which of us chose correctly? Anakin felt tears burning his eyes. I chose love. Family. Hope. Those aren't weaknesses. They are when I can weaponize them. Which I did. Repeatedly. With complete success. Vader's filtered voice was clinical, stating facts without malice. You experienced my life at Harun Kal. You know why I became this. And yet you still think love conquers all. That's either profound faith or profound delusion. I haven't decided which. It's neither. It's truth. Anakin stepped closer despite his restraints. Vader, I'm sorry. For leaving you on Tatooine. For not checking if you survived. For believing what the Jedi told me instead of searching for myself. I was 9 years old and didn't know better, but that doesn't excuse it. I abandoned you when you needed me most. Vader was silent for several seconds. Then, I know. Then let me make it right. Come back with me. We can. No. The word was absolute. You don't understand. I don't want to be saved. I don't need your apology or your redemption or your love. Those things are irrelevant to what I am now. How can you say that? You're my brother. My twin. I'm a biological accident who shares your DNA. That's genetics, not destiny. You chose the light because the light chose you first. I chose darkness because darkness was the only thing that didn't abandon me. Anakin shook his head desperately. That's not true. Mother loved you. Mother feared me. Vader's interruption was sharp. You felt it through the Force bond. Don't lie to make yourself feel better. Every time she looked at me, she trembled. Every time she touched me, her hands shook. Love mixed with fear isn't love, it's obligation. She cared for me because I was her child, but she never stopped being terrified of what I was. She was afraid for you, not of you. She saw you suffering and didn't know how to help. Semantics. Vader turned away, his breathing apparatus hissing steadily. The outcome was the same. I learned early that being broken made me frightening. That needing machines to survive made others uncomfortable. That the galaxy didn't have space for someone like me except as a footnote to someone like you. That's not. The Jedi proved it. Vader's mask turned back toward Anakin. Qui-Gon Jinn sensed 2 Force presences on Tatooine. He chose to test only one. He took you and didn't even check if I was Force sensitive because broken things aren't worth the effort. The galaxy made its choice, Anakin the whole versus Vader the broken. And I've spent 13 years proving that choice wrong. Anakin felt the weight of that truth crushing him. If I'd known if Qui-Gon had told me you were Force sensitive too, I would have insisted they train both of us. Would you? A 9-year-old boy insisting the Jedi change their minds. Vader's filtered voice carried something like bitter amusement. Or would you have been told that your brother was too old, too damaged, Too dependent on machines, and you would have accepted it because accepting meant you got to be a Jedi. I would have fought for you. You say that now. But you didn't then. You left without looking back. I was told you died. Mother sent word. Mother lied. Or was lied to. Or simply never checked. Does it matter? Vader's cybernetic hand clenched. The result is 13 years of me surviving while you thrived. Me becoming dangerous while you became beloved. Me learning that power comes from making people fear you because they'll never love someone like me. Anakin stepped forward until he was face to face with his brother, as close as the breathing apparatus allowed. I love you. Despite everything you've done. Despite how you've used me. Despite you being my captor right now. You're my brother, and I love you. Vader was completely still for 5 seconds. Then, quietly, I know. I felt it through the bond at Harun Kal. I've felt it every time you reached out to me. And that's precisely why I can exploit it. Your love makes you predictable. Your love makes you vulnerable. Your love makes you weak. No. My love makes me human. I'm not interested in being human. I'm interested in being powerful. In being feared. In proving that the broken, discarded twin was always superior to the chosen one. Vader turned toward the cell door. You want to understand why I don't want redemption? Because redemption means admitting I was wrong. Admitting that 13 years of survival through ruthlessness was somehow inferior to your path of compassion and honor. I won't admit that. I can't admit that. Because if I do, then everyone who abandoned me was right to do so. That's not how it works. Redemption isn't about proving anyone right, it's about choosing to be better. Better according to whose definition? Yours? The Jedi's? Better is subjective. Powerful is objective. I'm more powerful than you. Therefore, my path is superior. Simple logic. Anakin felt desperation clawing at him. Vader, please. Remember Mother. Remember how she held us both when we were infants. Remember her voice singing us to sleep. Remember that before everything went wrong, we were brothers who cared about each other. Vader stopped at the door but didn't turn around. I remember. I remember every moment. I have perfect recall, the benefit of a partially mechanical brain. I remember her fear. I remember your relief when you could leave me behind. I remember 13 years of clawing my way up while you were handed everything. And I remember deciding that memories are chains that hold you to a past that doesn't serve you. So you just cut yourself off? From everything? From everyone? Yes. Because attachment is vulnerability. Connection is a weapon others use against you. Love is just a complicated form of manipulation. Vader's filtered voice was absolutely certain. You demonstrated this perfectly. I used your love for me to capture you. Emperor Malachar uses loyalty to control his subordinates. Chancellor Palpatine uses concern to manipulate the Senate. Everyone who has power understands this. Only fools like you believe love is strength. It is strength. It's the only thing worth fighting for. Then why are you in a cell while I command armies? Vader finally turned back. You had love. You had hope. You had compassion. And I have you. What does that tell you about which philosophy is superior? Anakin had no answer. Because Vader was right in the cold mathematics of their confrontation, ruthlessness had defeated compassion. Calculation had beaten love. The monster had captured the hero. I had a dream once, Vader said quietly, his filtered voice dropping to barely audible. When I was 15. I dreamed of what it would be like if you'd come back for me. If the Jedi had realized their mistake and sent you to find me. If the galaxy had given me a second chance. What happened in the dream? You found me. You apologized. You offered to bring me to Coruscant, to train me, to make me a Jedi like you. And I said no. Because even in my dreams, even in my subconscious hopes, I knew that accepting your help meant admitting I needed saving. And I don't. I never did. I just needed the galaxy to stop standing in my way. So you'll never let anyone help you? You'll never trust anyone? You'll never be anything except alone. Alone is safe. Alone is powerful. Alone means no one can betray you because there's no one to trust in the first place. Vader's mask reflected the cell's dim lighting. You think I'm lonely? I think I'm liberated. We'll never agree on this, brother. Because we're fundamentally different despite sharing DNA. You need connection. I need survival. You fight for others. I fight for myself. You're a hero. I'm a monster. And the monster always wins because the hero follows rules the monster ignores. Anakin felt tears streaming down his face. Mother would be heartbroken to see what you've become. Mother is heartbroken. She's still alive on Tatooine, you know. I've had agents check. She's 50 now, worn down by years of slavery, but alive. I could free her whenever I want. But I don't. Because freeing her serves no strategic purpose. How can you? She's our mother. She's a woman who gave birth to me then feared me. Genetics doesn't create obligation. But something in Vader's filtered voice wavered just for a moment. Just enough for Anakin to sense through the bond that this wasn't entirely true. You do care. Beneath all the machinery and darkness and calculated ruthlessness, you still care. That's why you're here talking to me instead of having subordinates handle interrogation. That's why you monitored the bond for months. That's why you brought me here alive instead of killing me. You want connection. You're just too afraid to admit it. I'm not afraid of anything. You're terrified. Terrified that if you let yourself care, you'll be vulnerable. Terrified that if you trust someone, they'll abandon you like everyone else did. Terrified that maybe, just maybe, the galaxy was right and you really are broken beyond fixing. Vader's breathing apparatus accelerated. HSSSSCO HSSSSCO HSSSSCO. For the first time in the conversation, his absolute control slipped. Get out of my head. I'm your twin. I'm already in your head. We share a force bond that can't be severed. Like it or not, we're connected. You can't be truly alone as long as I exist. Then perhaps I should kill you. Sever the bond through death. End this connection permanently. You won't. Because then you'd have no one left who remembers Vader the child instead of Vader the War Master. No one who knew you before the Sith. No one who still believes, despite overwhelming evidence, that somewhere underneath all the machinery and darkness, there's still a boy who just wanted to be loved. Vader stood absolutely still for a long moment. Then he moved with sudden violence, crossing the cell in 2 strides and grabbing Anakin by the throat, not with his hands, but with the Force. Lifting him off the ground, cutting off air, demonstrating absolute power. Listen carefully, brother. Vader's filtered voice was cold with rage. I don't want to be loved. I don't need to be saved. I don't care about your compassion or your hope or your desperate belief that everyone can be redeemed. I am Darth Vader. I have killed thousands. I have engineered the deaths of tens of thousands more through strategic planning. I have become the Sith Empire's most effective weapon. And I did it all by myself, through pure capability, without anyone's help or love or acceptance. He dropped Anakin, who collapsed gasping. You think you understand me because we shared a womb? You understand nothing. Every choice you made was easy because you were chosen. Every choice I made was survival because I was discarded. You became a hero because that's what the galaxy expected. I became a monster because that's what the galaxy forced. And now after 13 years of proving myself superior through results, you dare suggest I need redemption. Vader's breathing apparatus was screaming now, HSSSSCO HSSSSCO, his rage overwhelming his mechanical control. I don't want your love. I want your fear. I want you to understand that the broken child you abandoned became something more dangerous than the chosen one ever could be. I want the galaxy to know that writing me off as worthless was their fatal mistake. I want everyone who chose you over me to die knowing they chose wrong. The force pressure in the cell was crushing. Anakin felt his ribs creaking under invisible weight. And most of all I want you to admit it. Admit that compassion is weakness. Admit that love is vulnerability. Admit that I was right to become this and you were wrong to try to save me. Admit it. No. Anakin's voice was barely a whisper, but absolute in its certainty. I won't. Because you're wrong. You're powerful, yes. You're dangerous, yes. You've won battles and captured me and proved you can manipulate people through their feelings. But you're also the loneliest person I've ever met. You've cut yourself off from everything that makes life worth living. You've become so afraid of vulnerability that you've made yourself invulnerable and utterly alone. That's not strength. That's tragedy. The force pressure vanished. Vader stepped back, his breathing apparatus slowly returning to its normal rhythm. You're right, he said finally, his filtered voice calm again. I am alone. Completely. Absolutely. And I prefer it that way. Because alone means no one can hurt me. Alone means no one can abandon me. Alone means I answer to no one except myself. And when you die, who'll remember you as anything except the monster? Who'll mourn you? Who'll care that Vader once existed? No one. And that's perfect. Because being forgotten is better than being remembered as the broken child everyone pitied. Vader moved to the door. This conversation is over. You've said your piece. I've said mine. We'll never agree because we're operating from incompatible philosophical frameworks. You believe in redemption. I believe in survival. One of us will be proven right when this war ends. I'm confident it will be me. Vader, wait. Interrogators will arrive tomorrow. They'll extract every strategic detail you know. Then you'll be executed publicly to demoralize the Republic. That's your future. Not escape. Not rescue. Not redemption. Just death, proving that the Chosen One was fallible and the galaxy's hope was misplaced. He opened the door. Goodbye, Anakin. It was instructive talking to you. I still believe I can save you. Vader paused in the doorway. I know. That's what makes you weak. He left. The door sealed. And Anakin was alone in the cell with his thoughts, his failures, and the terrible certainty that his brother might actually be right. Through the Force bond, he felt Vader's emotions so carefully controlled, so thoroughly suppressed. But beneath the control, buried so deep it was nearly imperceptible, Anakin sensed something. Grief. Profound, crushing grief for the childhood he'd never had, the love he'd never known, the brother who'd left him behind. He does care. He just can't admit it because admitting it means acknowledging that he's spent 13 years building walls that didn't need to exist. But recognizing that grief didn't help Anakin escape. Didn't change the fact that he was a prisoner. Didn't alter the reality that Vader had won this round completely. Anakin slumped against the cell wall, exhausted and heartbroken. He'd tried. He'd reached out with love and compassion and hope. And Vader had rejected it all, choosing power and fear and isolation. Was I wrong? Is love really weakness? Is Vader right that survival requires becoming what he's become? No. He had to believe that wasn't true. Had to believe that even now, even after everything, there was still a chance. Because if there wasn't, if Vader was truly beyond saving, then the galaxy really had chosen wrong 13 years ago. And that possibility was too terrible to accept. In his command chambers, Vader stood before tactical displays, his breathing apparatus steady once more. The conversation with Anakin had been difficult. More difficult than anticipated. Because Anakin had been right about one thing, beneath all the machinery and darkness, there was still grief. Still pain. Still a child who'd wanted to be loved and had learned that wanting made him vulnerable. But acknowledging that grief changes nothing. It doesn't undo 13 years of survival. It doesn't make compassion superior to ruthlessness. It just means I have weaknesses I need to eliminate. And eliminating weakness meant killing the one person who could see through his masks. Meant killing his brother. Meant proving once and for all that the broken twin had been stronger all along. Soon, Vader promised himself. Soon this ends. One way or another, only one of us survives. And I've spent 13 years ensuring it will be me. His mechanical breathing filled the empty chamber. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. The sound of survival. The sound of a monster who'd forgotten how to be anything else. The sound of tragedy neither brother could escape. Republic War Room, Coruscant, 5 days after Anakin's capture. The holographic display showed Koragar in all its storm-racked horror, a world of obsidian spires, perpetual lightning, and dark side energy so concentrated it registered on sensors as physical mass. It's suicide, Admiral Tarkin stated flatly. The planetary defenses alone could repel an entire fleet. The Sith have had centuries to fortify that world. We'd lose thousands trying to breach orbit, and even if we succeeded, extracting one prisoner from the Imperial Palace? Impossible. We have to try, Obi-Wan insisted, his voice raw from days without sleep. Anakin is the chosen one. The Republic's best general. We can't abandon him. Mace Windu studied the tactical display with grim determination. Master Kenobi is right. But Tarkin is also right. Conventional assault would fail. We need something else. Something unexpected. Yoda's ears twitched. A small team. Infiltration, not invasion. While the Sith expect grand rescue, slip in quietly, we will. How? Ki-Adi-Mundi asked. Their sensors would detect any ship approaching. Not if we use captured Sith vessels, Mace interrupted. We have 3 intact fighters from recent battles. We outfit them with proper codes that Anakin provided before his capture and approach as returning patrol craft. Once inside their perimeter, we use stealth and speed. The plan took shape over the next hours. A strike team of 5 Jedi Masters Obi-Wan, Mace, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and Shaak Ti would infiltrate Koragar using captured Sith fighters. They'd land at a maintenance bay Anakin had identified through intelligence gathering months ago. From there, they'd fight their way to the detention levels, extract Anakin, and escape before Sith reinforcements could respond. It was desperate. It was dangerous. It was their only chance. One more thing, Obi-Wan said as the meeting concluded. Through the Force bond, I can feel Anakin's presence. He's different. Colder. More guarded. Whatever Vader has done to him these past days, it's affecting him deeply. We may not be rescuing the same man we lost. Then we'll help him heal, Mace replied. But first, we have to get him out alive. Koragar, 3 days later. The 3 Sith fighters approached Koragar with perfect formation, their transponders broadcasting legitimate Imperial codes. Obi-Wan piloted the lead craft, his hands steady despite the terror coiling in his gut. Patrol Echo 79er returning from sector sweep, he transmitted in flawless Sith military protocol. Requesting landing clearance, Bay Orek 3. The response came immediately, Echo 79er, you're early. We weren't expecting you for another 6 hours. Obi-Wan's heart raced, but his voice remained calm. Encountered Republic scout. Eliminated threat but took damage. Need immediate maintenance. A pause. Then, understood. Bay Orek 3 is clear. Proceed. They landed without incident, the bay's automated systems guiding them to docking positions. As the Jedi emerged from their fighters, maintenance droids approached and were quickly disabled by Force techniques before they could register the intruder's presence. We have maybe 10 minutes before someone notices the maintenance reports aren't being filed, Mace whispered. Move fast. Stay quiet. Kill only when necessary. They moved through the fortress like shadows, Obi-Wan using the Force bond to track Anakin's location. The connection was stronger here, close enough that he could feel his former Padawan's emotional state. And what he felt made his blood run cold. Anakin wasn't afraid. Wasn't desperate. Wasn't hoping for rescue. He felt resigned. Like he'd already accepted his fate. What did Vader do to you? They reached detention level 7 without encountering significant resistance. Too easy, Obi-Wan realized with growing dread. This felt less like successful infiltration and more like being allowed to penetrate. It's a trap, he warned the others. Of course it is, Mace replied, igniting his lightsaber. But we're here. We're committed. Anakin is 50 meters ahead. We finish this. The detention level erupted in alarms. Blast doors slammed shut. And from every corridor, Sith soldiers emerged, not charging, but forming defensive positions. Corralling the Jedi toward specific paths. They're hurting us, Kit Fisto observed, deflecting blaster fire. Toward Anakin's cell, Obi-Wan realized. Vader wants us to reach him. But why? They fought through 3 squads of Sith soldiers, losing none of their team but expending precious time and energy. Finally, they burst into the corridor containing Anakin's cell. And found Vader waiting. He stood before the cell door, his breathing apparatus hissing steadily. Behind him, the door was already open, Anakin visible inside, unrestrained, watching. Master Kenobi, Vader's filtered voice was almost welcoming. Punctual as always. I calculated your arrival within a 15-minute window. You're actually 3 minutes early. Impressive. We're taking Anakin, Mace stated, his purple blade humming. You can die trying to stop us, or step aside and live. Neither. Vader's damaged crimson blade ignited. I'm going to let you take him. In fact, I'm going to help you escape. All I ask in return is that you hurry. I need the chaos your escape creates. I have an emperor to overthrow. The Jedi exchanged glances, confused. This was your plan all along, Obi-Wan said slowly. You captured Anakin to prove loyalty to Malachor, earning promotion and trust. But you always intended to use our rescue attempt as cover for your coup. Yes. I've been preparing to challenge Malachor for years. But direct confrontation would fail. He's too powerful, too entrenched. I needed a distraction. Your rescue provides that distraction. While Sith forces are responding to Jedi infiltrators, I'll strike at the Emperor himself. And you expect us to just leave? To abandon our mission to help you commit treason? Your mission is rescuing Anakin. I'm offering him to you. What I do after you leave is my concern, not yours. Vader's mask turned toward his brother. Go with them, Anakin. You've served your purpose. You were the leverage I needed to secure my position. Now that position is secure enough to attempt my coup. You're free. Anakin stepped out of the cell slowly, his eyes never leaving Vader. You planned this from the beginning. The capture. The interrogation. The rescue. All of it. Yes. Why tell us? Why not just let us think we'd outsmarted you? Because I want you to know. I want you to understand that every move you've made, every hope you've had, every plan you've formulated, I anticipated all of it. You tried to save me. I used you. The Jedi tried to rescue you. I'm using them. Everyone is a piece on my board, brother. And I'm the only one who sees the full game. Mace moved forward, his lightsaber raised. Enough philosophy. We're leaving. And if you try to stop us, I won't. I told you I need you to escape successfully. The more chaos you create on your way out, the better for me. Vader gestured down the corridor. Bay Orec 7 has a shuttle prepared. Minimal guards. You'll reach orbit before significant pursuit can be organized. Now go. I have a throne to claim. As the Jedi began moving, Anakin lingered. You're going to lose, you know. Malachar has ruled for 2 centuries. He's survived countless challengers. You're powerful, but you're not that powerful. I'm aware. But I've learned that power alone doesn't win. Preparation, tactics, and willingness to fight dirty, those win. And I've been preparing for this moment since I was 15. Vader's breathing apparatus hissed. Goodbye, Anakin. When next we meet, one of us dies. But not today. Today, we each have more important battles to fight. The Jedi fled, pulling Anakin with them. Vader watched them go, then turned and walked deeper into the fortress. Toward the Imperial throne room. Toward his destiny. Toward Emperor Malachar. Imperial throne room, 20 minutes later. The throne room was in chaos. Alarms screamed throughout the fortress as Jedi infiltrators battled their way to the landing bays. Sith overlords shouted conflicting orders. Communications were jammed. And in the center of it all, Emperor Darth Malachar sat on his obsidian throne, watching it unfold with ancient, knowing eyes. You orchestrated this, he said as Vader entered the chamber. The Jedi rescue. The chaos. All to create circumstances where you could challenge me without interference from others. Yes, my Emperor. Vader's breathing apparatus was steady as he walked forward. No guards moved to stop him, they were all deployed responding to the Jedi threat. Just as planned. You intended to kill me. I'm simply acting first. I trained you better than I thought. Or perhaps I didn't train you, Darth Keers did. And she's always been fond of schemes within schemes. Malachar stood slowly, his presence in the Force expanding to fill the chamber. Very well. You've challenged me for the throne. Under Sith law. I must respond. But understand, boy, I've ruled for 2 centuries. I've defeated 50 challengers. You're just another ambitious fool who thinks youth and cleverness can overcome raw power. I'm aware you're more powerful in the Force. That's why I'm not relying on the Force alone. Vader's cybernetic hand moved to his breathing apparatus, adjusting something. I fight with every advantage available. That's how the weak survive against the strong. Malachar's laugh was terrible. The weak? You've commanded armies. You've defeated the Chosen One. And you still think of yourself as weak. I am weak. My body is failing. My Force connection is compromised by machinery. In a fair fight, dozens of Sith could defeat me. But I don't fight fair. I fight to win. Then show me. Vader attacked. Not with his lightsaber, with the Force, pulling heavy debris from the walls and hurling it at Malachar with brutal efficiency. The Emperor deflected it easily, Force lightning arcing from his hands to disintegrate the projectiles mid-flight. But while Malachar was distracted, Vader's breathing apparatus released its payload compressed neurotoxin that dispersed throughout the chamber in an invisible cloud. Malachar felt it immediately, his Force barriers snapping up to protect against the poison. Clever, Malachar acknowledged. But ultimately futile. The real fight began. Malachar moved with impossible speed for someone his age, his crimson blade flashing in intricate patterns that spoke of centuries of mastery. Vader fought defensively, his damaged blade meeting each strike but never pressing attacks of his own. Because he wasn't trying to defeat Malachar through lightsaber combat. He was buying time for the toxin to work. You can't outlast me, Malachar said, pressing his advantage. I'm more skilled. More powerful. More experienced. You're just a broken child playing at being Emperor. Yes. Vader deflected a strike that would have taken his head. But broken children learn to survive through methods masters never consider. He triggered the second trap explosives he'd planted in the throne room's support columns days ago, during his regular audiences with the Emperor. The detonations weren't meant to kill, just to create chaos, dust, and structural instability. The chamber shook. The throne toppled. And in the confusion, Vader struck not at Malachar, but at the environmental controls. Superheated steam from the fortress's geothermal systems began venting into the throne room. Malachar was powerful enough to protect himself. But protection required constant force concentration. Concentration that couldn't simultaneously be used for offense. "You're not fighting me," Malachar realized. "You're fighting the environment while I happen to be present." "Yes. Because I can't beat you in direct confrontation. But I can make you expend energy protecting yourself from a dozen simultaneous threats while I only have to survive." The duel continued, brutal and ugly. No grand displays of force power, just desperate survival tactics against overwhelming superiority. Vader used poison gas, environmental hazards, hidden explosives, and pure dirty fighting, while Malachar methodically dismantled every trap and advantage. Because ultimately, Malachar was simply stronger. A force push sent Vader crashing through a wall, his armor cracking. Force lightning seared through his defenses, damaging his breathing apparatus. A lightsaber strike severed his cybernetic arm at the elbow. Vader collapsed, his suit sparking, his breathing becoming erratic gasps as the damaged apparatus struggled to provide oxygen. Malachar stood over him, barely winded. "Impressive attempt. Truly. You came closer than most. But close isn't enough. You gambled everything on your brother's rescue, providing enough distraction for you to strike. You lost." He raised his lightsaber for the killing blow. And Vader triggered his final contingency, the one he'd hoped he wouldn't need. Every explosive he'd planted throughout the fortress detonated simultaneously. Not enough to destroy the structure, but enough to cause catastrophic systems failures. Life support. Power. Communications. Artificial gravity in some sections. The throne room floor collapsed beneath both combatants. In the chaos of the fall 3 levels down through broken masonry and twisted durasteel, Vader used the force to cushion his landing while Malachar was momentarily disoriented. And then Vader ran. Not fought. Not continued the duel. Just activated his damaged suit's emergency systems and fled through maintenance tunnels he'd mapped years ago for exactly this scenario. Behind him, he felt Malachar's fury. The Emperor had won the duel but lost his prey. Sith forces were scattered, responding to multiple crises. The fortress was in chaos. And Vader was escaping into the labyrinthine depths of Koragar's Undercity. Undercity of Koragar, 6 hours later. Vader huddled in an abandoned factory complex, his suit catastrophically damaged. The breathing apparatus was barely functional, each breath was agony. His cybernetic arm was gone, severed at the elbow. His armor was cracked in a dozen places, circuits sparking, systems failing. He was dying. No. Not dying. Temporarily compromised. There's a difference. Darth Keers found him 3 hours after nightfall, bringing emergency medical supplies and a small team of loyalists. "You look terrible," she observed clinically. "The Emperor disagreed with my proposal for new management." Vader's filtered voice was weak, distorted by the damaged apparatus. "Repairs. I need repairs. You need a miracle. Half your systems are fried. Your breathing apparatus is held together by the Force at this point. You can't fight. Can barely move. Vader, you lost. Malachar is consolidating power even as we speak. Every overlord is swearing renewed loyalty. You're being declared a traitor. There's a death warrant with your name on it. Expected. Prepared for." Vader's remaining hand moved weakly. "I have caches. Supplies. Loyal cells scattered throughout the Empire. This isn't defeat, it's tactical withdrawal. I'll rebuild. Repair. Return stronger." "When? In a month? A year? Malachar won't wait. He'll hunt you. He'll find these caches. He'll eliminate your supporters. You challenged an emperor and lost. The penalty for that is death, Vader. Not delayed death. Immediate death. Then I'll hide where he can't find me. where no Sith would think to look. Vader's damaged mask turned toward her. The Republic. I'll hide in Republic space. They think I'm their enemy. They'll never suspect I'm seeking refuge there. That's insane. That's survival. I've been studying Republic intelligence networks for years. I know their blind spots. I know where the Jedi don't look. I know how to disappear into a population of trillions. Vader began struggling to his feet. Help me or don't. But I'm not dying in a Koragar gutter after coming this close to the throne. Kier studied him for a long moment, the broken, barely functional war master who'd almost overthrown an emperor through pure audacity. Then she made her decision. I have a ship. Unregistered. Untraceable. It can get you to Republic space. After that, you're on your own. Acceptable. Over the next 72 hours, Kier smuggled Vader off Koragar aboard a civilian transport. The fortress was in lockdown, but she'd been preparing escape routes for years. Every competent Sith had contingencies for when political winds shifted. They parted ways at a neutral space station in the mid-rim. One more thing, Kier said before he departed. Your brother. Anakin. He's alive. The Jedi extracted him successfully. He's back in the Republic, probably already back in the war. Good. I need him alive for the final confrontation. Vader's damaged apparatus hissed erratically. Tell Malachor, tell him I'll return. Tell him that the boy he should have killed will be his death. Tell him that I don't need the throne, I just need him dead. And I will achieve that. Eventually. I'll tell him nothing. I'm officially joining his loyalists, condemning you as a traitor. It's the only way I survive. But her expression suggested she wasn't entirely committed to that loyalty. But Vader, if you do survive. If you do rebuild. If you do return, the Empire will be watching. And some of us will be waiting to see if the boy who challenged an emperor has one more impossible victory in him. She left. And Vader was alone with his catastrophically damaged suit, his failing body, and the burning determination to survive long enough to prove everyone wrong. Malachor thinks he won. He's wrong. This wasn't defeat, this was learning. Learning exactly how powerful he is. Learning his tactics. Learning what it takes to kill an emperor. Next time we meet, old man, I'll be ready. Next time, I won't lose. Because I'm Vader. And I always survive. Always. His damaged breathing apparatus hissed in the empty transport bay. HSSSS Ku, HSSS, Ku. The sound of survival against impossible odds. The sound of a monster refusing to die. The sound of a war that was far from over. Anakin lay in the medical bay, physically healthy but emotionally shattered. The rescue had succeeded. He was free. But victory felt hollow. Obi-Wan sat beside him. You're safe now. Am I? Vader let you rescue me. He used me as a pawn in his coup attempt. Even my rescue was part of his plan. Anakin's voice was empty. He was right, Obi-Wan. About everything. Love is weakness. Compassion is vulnerability. He exploited both and won. He didn't win. He challenged Malachor and lost. He's a fugitive now, hunted by his own empire. But he's alive. He survived challenging an emperor. He survived all his plans failing. He always survives. And I. Anakin trailed off, unable to finish. You what? I don't know if I'm strong enough to face him again. He broke something in me during my captivity. Not through torture, through truth. He showed me that everything I believe in can be weaponized against me. And I don't know how to fight someone who turns my greatest strengths into my greatest weaknesses. Obi-Wan had no answer. Because he suspected Anakin was right. Vader had proven that ruthless calculation could defeat heroic compassion. And that lesson couldn't be unlearned. The war continued. The Sith Empire consolidated under Malachor's absolute rule. The Republic fought on, now missing both their captured general and the Sith defector threat simultaneously. And somewhere in Republic space, hidden among billions of civilians, a broken monster plotted his return. The galaxy thought it had seen the worst. It was wrong. The worst was still coming. And it would wear Vader's mask. Koragar, Imperial Palace, 2 weeks after Vader's failed coup. Emperor Darth Malachar stood before the assembled Sith overlords, his presence in the Force like a black sun consuming all light. The throne room bore scars from his duel with Vader: cracked walls, scorched floors, a new throne hastily constructed to replace the toppled original. War Master Vader is declared traitor to the Empire, Malachar's voice echoed with absolute authority. His assets are forfeit. His territories are to be redistributed. His supporters are to be executed. Any Sith who aided his coup will face the same fate. Silence. Then Darth Keers spoke, her voice carefully neutral. My Emperor, Vader commanded significant forces. 3 sectors worth of military assets. Eliminating all his supporters means executing thousands of soldiers, officers, and administrators. That weakens us considerably while the Republic is launching offensives. Then those who wish to survive will renounce him publicly and swear renewed loyalty to me. Malachar's burning eyes swept across the assembled overlords. But understand, Vader's attempt to usurp my throne cannot go unpunished. He nearly succeeded through treachery and preparation. That means some of you helped him, knowingly or unknowingly. I will root out that corruption. The paranoia was intentional. Malachar was using Vader's coup as justification to eliminate rivals, consolidate power, and purge anyone whose loyalty was questionable. Classic Sith politics elevated to empire-wide purge. But it had unintended consequences. 3 days later, Overlord Darth Vader, who commanded 2 sectors in the Outer Rim, refused to comply with Malachar's redistribution orders. These territories were conquered by soldiers loyal to me, not the Emperor. I will not surrender them because Vader failed his coup. Then you declare rebellion. Malachar's holographic projection towered over Vader. I declare independence. The Sith Empire is fragmenting regardless. I choose to secure my position now rather than wait for your purge to reach me. The hologram cut off. And the Sith Empire's civil war began. Within a week, 4 overlords had declared independence or challenged Malachar's authority. Darth Vader in the Outer Rim. Darth Raxus in the Mid-Rim. Darth Tyrell controlling key shipyards. And most significantly, Darth Keers herself, who announced she was remaining neutral until legitimate Imperial authority is restored. Code 4: I'm waiting to see who wins before picking a side. The Empire fractured along lines of personal loyalty, strategic interest, and pure opportunism. Overlords who'd resented Malachar's absolute rule saw Vader's failed coup as proof the Emperor was vulnerable. Those who'd supported Vader saw a chance to continue his agenda. Those who supported neither saw opportunity to carve out their own domains. And somewhere in Republic space, hidden and broken, Vader watched through intelligence networks he'd maintained and smiled behind his damaged mask. Perfect. I failed to kill Malachar directly. But I succeeded in proving he could be challenged. Now they tear each other apart while I rebuild. Exactly as planned. Coruscant, Republic War Room, 3 weeks after Vader's coup attempt. The Sith Empire is collapsing, Admiral Tarkin reported, barely containing his excitement. Intelligence confirms 4 major factions fighting for control. Malachar's loyalists. Vader's remnant forces. And 2 independent warlords. They're bleeding resources fighting each other. Anakin studied the tactical displays, his expression grim despite the apparent good news. 3 weeks since his rescue. 3 weeks of debriefing, recovery, and trying to process everything Vader had shown him about the weakness of compassion. This is our chance, Mace Windu said firmly. The Sith are divided. We strike now with overwhelming force, we can end this war within months instead of years. Agreed, Obi-Wan added. We've identified 6 critical systems that, if captured, would cripple all Sith factions simultaneously. Cut their supply lines, isolate their territories, force them to choose between fighting us or each other. Yoda's ears drooped. Concerned, I am. Too convenient, this seems. The Sith fight each other exactly when we're ready to strike? Suspicious, that is. Sometimes we get lucky, Anakin said quietly. And we'd be fools not to take advantage. Master Yoda, I know you're worried this is a trap. But I've seen the Sith Empire from inside. I've felt their politics. This infighting is genuine, it's how they operate. Vader's coup broke something in their command structure. We can use that. And what of Vader himself? Ki-Adi Mundi asked. Intelligence suggests he survived. Where is he? Unknown. He could be dead. He could be hiding. Either way, he's not a factor anymore. His suit was catastrophically damaged. Even if he survived, it'll take months to repair. Anakin's voice was hollow. The Sith are destroying themselves. We just need to help them along. The offensive was planned over the next 48 hours. Anakin would lead the assault on the Bothawi sector, cutting Venker's supply lines. Obi-Wan would strike at Raxus's shipyards. Mace Windu would coordinate simultaneous attacks across 8 systems. Ki-Adi Mundi would lead a diversionary assault to draw Malakir's forces away from critical positions. It was the largest Republic military operation since the war began. 20 star destroyers. 50 cruisers. Hundreds of support vessels. 50,000 clone troopers. And 15 Jedi Masters coordinating Force-enhanced tactics. One more thing, Chancellor Palpatine said via hologram, his expression grave but determined. The Senate has authorized unlimited resources for this offensive. This is our moment to end the Sith threat permanently. Spare no effort. Accept no half-victories. We finish this war now. The Jedi bowed. The admirals saluted. And the Republic war machine mobilized for total victory. None of them noticed Palpatine's slight smile as his hologram disconnected. Perfect. The Sith destroy each other. The Jedi overextend. And I position myself as the savior who ended both threats. Soon, very soon, the galaxy will be mine. Battle of Bothawi, Republic Assault Fleet. Anakin stood on the bridge of the Resolute, watching as his fleet dropped out of hyperspace. Before them, Bothawi hung in space, and beyond it, a substantial Sith fleet bearing Venker's colors. They're not running, Captain Rex observed. Expected them to be too busy with the Civil War to mount serious defense. Venker is smarter than that. He knows if the Republic takes his territory, he loses leverage in the Civil War. Anakin studied the tactical display. All ships, attack formation Beta 7. Fighter wings, engage their screen. We're going through them, not around them. The battle was brutal but brief. Venker's forces were competent, but they were also distracted by the threat of Malakir's forces potentially attacking from a different vector. Within 3 hours, the Republic had established orbital superiority. Within 6, they'd landed troops and begun securing key installations. Anakin led the ground assault personally, his lightsaber carving through Sith resistance with methodical efficiency. No flourishes. No heroics. Just systematic elimination of enemy forces. Vader was right about one thing, efficiency matters more than style. But he was wrong about compassion being weakness. I'm fighting efficiently because it saves lives, mine and my soldiers. That's not ruthlessness. That's practical compassion. But even as he told himself this, Anakin felt something cold taking root in his heart. The detention on Koragar had changed him. Vader's words echoed constantly, love is weakness. Compassion is vulnerability. You fight for others, I fight for myself. And I always win because I don't hesitate. When a Sith commander tried to surrender, Anakin's first instinct was to strike him down before he could be a threat. He caught himself at the last second, accepted the surrender, but the instinct remained. What's happening to me? Bothawi fell within 2 days. Venker's fleet was scattered. His territory was occupied. And the Republic had won its first major victory of the offensive. Similar victories cascaded across the front. Obi-Wan captured Raxus's shipyards after a daring starfighter assault that destroyed their orbital defenses. Raxus himself was killed in the fighting. His command ship destroyed when Obi-Wan led an infiltration team that sabotaged its reactor. Mace Windu's coordinated strikes captured 6 systems simultaneously, each falling within hours as divided Sith forces couldn't mount cohesive defenses. Ki-Adi-Mondi's diversionary assault succeeded beyond expectations. Malachor's loyalist fleet engaged fully, allowing Republic forces to slip past and secure critical hyperspace routes. Within 3 weeks, the Republic had recaptured 18 systems and inflicted devastating losses on all Sith factions. Coruscant, Victory Celebration, 1 month into offensive. The Galactic Senate erupted in applause as Chancellor Palpatine announced the latest victories. Holographic displays showed liberated worlds, retreating Sith fleets, captured territories marked in Republic blue. For 3 years, the Sith Empire has terrorized our citizens, Palpatine's voice carried to billions watching across the galaxy. They emerged from darkness wielding terror and technology. They seemed unstoppable. But today we prove that unity, courage, and dedication to democratic values can overcome even the darkest tyranny. The applause was deafening. Senators who doubted the war effort now celebrated. Civilians who'd feared Sith conquest now dared to hope. The Sith Empire is fracturing. Their leaders fight each other like animals. Their territories fall to our brave soldiers and Jedi commanders. Within months, perhaps weeks, this war will end. And the galaxy will know peace again under Republic protection. More applause. Padme Amidala clapped along with others. But her smile didn't reach her eyes. Something about this felt wrong. Too easy. Too convenient. She found Bail Organa after the session. Does this feel right to you? The Sith suddenly imploding exactly when we're ready to strike. You're worried it's a trap. I'm worried it's too good to be true. And in my experience, things that are too good to be true usually are. Padme glanced around, ensuring privacy. Bail, Palpatine has been accumulating power for 3 years using this war as justification. What happens when the war ends? Does he really relinquish his emergency powers? He promised. He's promised a lot of things. How many has he kept? She lowered her voice. I think we need to prepare for the possibility that Palpatine isn't planning to restore the Republic. I think he's planning to transform it permanently. That's a serious accusation. I know. But watch him during these victory announcements. He's not celebrating like someone relieved the war is ending. He's celebrating like someone whose plan is succeeding. Bail studied her carefully. What do you propose we do? For now? Nothing. We let the offensive continue. We hope I'm wrong. But we also prepare, gather allies, document his accumulation of power, be ready to act if he refuses to restore democratic governance. They parted ways, both carrying the weight of suspicions they couldn't quite prove but couldn't quite dismiss. Jedi Temple, Council Chamber. The Jedi Council met in emergency session, reviewing battle reports from across the front. Unprecedented success, Mace Windu reported. 23 systems recaptured. 4 Sith overlords killed or captured. Malachor's forces reduced by 40%. If this continues, we'll have complete victory within 2 months. But at what cost? Obi-Wan asked quietly. We've lost 3,000 clone troopers in 3 weeks. That's acceptable by military standards, but we're talking about sentient beings dying. And Anakin's reports concern me. How so? He's becoming more aggressive. More willing to accept casualties. More ruthless. I've known him for 13 years, and I've never seen him like this. It's like Vader's imprisonment changed something fundamental in him. Yoda nodded slowly. Feel it too, I do. Darkness growing in young Skywalker. Not fallen, he is but stepping toward that edge, he approaches. Concerning, that is. Should we pull him from active duty? Plo Koon suggested. Give him time to recover from what Vader did to him. No, Mace decided. We need his tactical abilities. And pulling him now would demoralize troops who see him as invincible. We monitor closely, but we don't remove him from command. Not yet. There's something else, Ki-Adi-Mondi interjected. Our victories are coming too easily. Yes, the Sith are divided. But they're still formidable warriors with advanced technology. Yet they're falling like dominoes. It feels orchestrated. By whom? Mace challenged. Vader is hiding somewhere unable to fight. Malachor is trying to maintain his empire. The other overlords are focused on survival. Who would orchestrate Sith defeats? That's what worries me. I don't know. The debate continued, but no consensus emerged. The victories were too significant to question too deeply. The opportunity to end the war was too valuable to waste on paranoia. So they continued the offensive, unaware that every victory was bringing them closer to exactly the situation someone wanted. Vader's hidden facility, unknown location in Republic space. Vader sat in a makeshift medical bay, his damaged suit slowly being repaired by stolen equipment and black market components. His breathing apparatus still malfunctioned occasionally, causing agonizing gasps. His severed arm was being fitted with a crude replacement. His armor was held together by welds and desperation. But he was alive. And through carefully maintained intelligence networks, he watched the war unfold. The Republic is winning, Scylla reported via encrypted hologram. She'd managed to extract herself from Koragar before Malachor's purges reached her. Your faction, what's left of it, is being systematically destroyed. Malachor's forces are being driven back. The independent overlords are falling one by one. Good. Vader's filtered voice was weak but satisfied. Good? You're watching your empire collapse. It was never my empire. It was Malachor's. I simply commanded part of it. Vader manipulated holographic displays with his remaining hand. I've been bleeding the Sith Empire of resources for months through the Civil War. Forcing them to fight each other. Forcing them to expend ammunition, troops, ships fighting internally instead of against the Republic. Every loss they suffer now is one fewer obstacle when I return. If you return, your suit is barely functional. You're hiding in Republic space where you could be discovered any day. You have maybe 24 loyal operatives left. Vader, you've lost. No. I've withdrawn. There's a difference. Vader pulled up tactical projections. The Republic thinks they're winning. They're wrong. They're overextending. They're committing forces to occupying conquered territory. They're spreading themselves thin while celebrating victory. And when they're at their weakest, exhausted from conquering the Sith Empire, that's when the real threat strikes. What real threat? Palpatine. He's been manipulating this entire war. I felt it when I met him years ago, a hidden Force user playing both sides. The Republic and Sith Empire destroy each other, and he'll emerge as the power that saved the galaxy. Classic strategy. That's speculation. It's pattern recognition. I've been watching him accumulate emergency powers for 3 years. He's transforming the Republic into something else while everyone is distracted by the war. When the Sith are defeated and the Jedi are exhausted, he'll reveal himself. And then... Vader's breathing apparatus hissed. Then I'll have a new enemy to defeat. A more worthy one than Malachor. Scylla studied him through the hologram. You're planning to challenge Palpatine? After barely surviving Malachor? Yes. Because Palpatine is like me, he thinks strategically, manipulates from shadows, turns enemies against each other. Fighting him will be interesting. Fighting Malachor was just survival. Fighting Palpatine will be art. You're insane. I'm ambitious. There's a difference. Vader closed the tactical displays. For now, I heal. I repair. I rebuild my resources. I let the Republic and Sith bleed each other dry. And when the moment is right, I'll return. Not to reclaim what I lost. To take everything. Koragar, Imperial Palace, 6 weeks into Republic offensive. Emperor Darth Malachar stood in his war room, surrounded by holographic displays showing the military situation. It was catastrophic. We've lost 40 systems, his war coordinator reported. 30% of our fleet. Half our ground forces. 4 overlords are dead. 3 have defected to the Republic. The Empire is hemorrhaging territory and resources. And Vader. Malachar's voice was controlled fury. No confirmed sightings. Intelligence suggests he's hiding in Republic space, possibly dead from complications of his injuries. My Emperor, with respect, Vader is not our problem. The Republic is destroying us while we're divided. Vader is our problem. He broke something when he challenged me. He proved the Emperor could be defied. That's why overlords are rebelling, because he showed it was possible. Malachar's burning eyes fixed on the war coordinator. But you're right that the Republic is the immediate threat. So we adapt. How, my Emperor? We reunify the Empire through force. Any overlord who doesn't swear absolute loyalty within 48 hours will be eliminated. Their forces will be absorbed. Their territories will be placed under direct Imperial control. No more semi-autonomous regions. No more divided command. Either they're loyal to me or they're dead. That will cause more defections. Let them defect. Better to command a smaller, absolutely loyal empire than a large, divided one. The Republic is overextending. They're trying to occupy too much territory with limited forces. We'll let them conquer what they think they can hold, then strike at their overextended supply lines. Turn their victory into defeat. Over the next 2 weeks, Malachar's purge was brutal and absolute. 3 overlords who refused to submit were killed, their entire command structures eliminated. 2 more defected to the Republic with their forces. The Sith Empire shrank to half its former size, but what remained was fanatically loyal and cohesive. And then Malachar launched his counter-offensive. He struck at the Republic's most overextended positions, systems they'd captured but couldn't adequately garrison. Using hit-and-run tactics and overwhelming local force, he recaptured 6 systems in a single week. Republic forces that had been celebrating victory suddenly found themselves besieged, cut off from supply lines, fighting for survival. The Battle of Felucia became legendary. Republic forces had occupied the world with minimal resistance, establishing a major forward base. Malachar's counterattack came without warning, his entire remaining fleet dropping out of hyperspace and bombarding the base from orbit. 5,000 Republic soldiers were killed in the initial assault. Another 3,000 died in the fighting withdrawal. Anakin led the evacuation personally, holding the line while transports lifted off. His lightsaber was a blue blur of desperate defense, cutting down Sith soldiers while his troops fell back. Captain Rex took a blaster bolt meant for him. Anakin felt the clone's death through the Force, and something inside him shattered. Enough. Enough retreating. Enough losing people I care about. Enough fighting honorably while they use every dirty tactic available. When a group of Sith soldiers tried to surrender, Anakin didn't accept. He killed them where they stood. When Sith wounded called for mercy, he cut them down. When he finally boarded the last transport, his robes were soaked with blood, enemy blood, but the distinction felt meaningless. Obi-Wan found him in the medical bay afterward, staring at his hands. Anakin. I killed prisoners. Wounded soldiers. People trying to surrender. Anakin's voice was empty. I did exactly what Vader would do. Exactly what I swore I'd never become. The battle was desperate. You made difficult choices. Don't rationalize it. I became the monster while trying to fight monsters. Vader told me compassion was weakness. I tried to prove him wrong. And at Felucia, I proved him right. I abandoned compassion because it was the efficient choice. The survival choice. The winning choice. Obi-Wan had no answer. Because Anakin was right, he'd crossed a line. And neither of them knew if he could cross back. The Republic's offensive stalled. Malachor's counterattack had shocked them, proving the Sith Empire wasn't broken yet. The war that seemed nearly won now stretched indefinitely. Casualties mounted. Resources depleted. And the Jedi found themselves leading a military campaign that was slowly corrupting everything they stood for. "We're losing ourselves," Master Yoda said in council meeting. "Win the war, we might. But lose what makes us Jedi, we will. Acceptable, that trade is not. Then what do we do?" Mace challenged. "Stop fighting? Let the Sith win." "No. Fight with honor, we must. Fight without becoming what we fight. Difficult, that is. Perhaps impossible. But try, we must." But it was too late for Anakin. The line had been crossed. And in the depths of Republic space, Vader felt it through the Force bond, his brother sliding toward darkness, one compromised principle at a time. Finally he understands. Compassion is weakness. Survival requires ruthlessness. I've been trying to teach him this for 3 years. Felucia taught him in 3 hours. Soon, brother. Soon we meet again. And this time, you'll be ready to understand what I've always known: the galaxy rewards monsters, not heroes. And you're finally becoming the monster you were always meant to be. The war continued. The Sith Empire survived. The Republic's victory transformed into grinding stalemate. And in the shadows, Palpatine smiled, watching both sides destroy each other exactly as he'd orchestrated. The endgame was approaching. And when it came, no one would be prepared for what emerged from the ashes. Vader's hidden facility, unknown location, 3 months after failed coup. The breathing apparatus failed for the 17th time that day. Vader gasped, his remaining hand clawing at the emergency manual override as his lungs spasmed. Black spots danced across his vision. His heart, more machine than organ, now stuttered irregularly. After 30 seconds that felt like eternity, the apparatus restarted. Air flooded back into his dying lungs. HSSSSQ. HSSSSQ. That's the 3rd failure today, the medical droid reported with mechanical detachment. Your suit's life support systems are operating at 23% efficiency. Compensatory systems are failing faster than I can repair them. Prognosis: catastrophic systemic failure within 2 to 4 weeks. Unacceptable. Vader's filtered voice was weak, distorted. Solutions? There are none. Your body is rejecting the cybernetic integration. The necrosis is spreading. Your remaining organic tissue is dying faster than artificial systems can compensate. You need a complete biological reconstruction, which is medically impossible. Medically impossible for conventional medicine. What about unconventional? The droid paused, processing. Define unconventional. Sith alchemy. Dark side techniques. Ancient rituals. I've heard whispers throughout my years in the Empire methods that defy conventional understanding of biology and the Force. I am a medical droid. I cannot advise on Force-based healing. Then find me someone who can. It took 3 days. 3 days of Vader's condition deteriorating rapidly, each breath more difficult than the last, each movement more agonizing. His skin had turned grey where necrosis was winning. His remaining arm trembled constantly. He was dying, and dying fast. Finally, Sila returned with someone, Dr. Varath, an ancient Chiss who'd served the Sith Empire as a researcher for decades. His red eyes studied Vader with professional interest rather than sympathy. You're dying, Varath confirmed unnecessarily. Your body is rejecting itself. Fascinating from a medical perspective. Tragic from a personal one. Can you help me? Vader's breathing apparatus wheezed. Conventional methods? No. Your condition is too advanced. But... Varoth pulled up holographic displays showing ancient Sith texts. There are other methods. Forbidden techniques that the Jedi destroyed records of, but that the Sith preserved. One in particular might apply to your situation. The hologram showed intricate diagrams, biological schematics overlaid with force energy patterns. Text in ancient Sith script scrolled beside them. Force essence transfer, Varoth explained. The ability to transfer your consciousness, your very essence, into another body. Not possession, complete transformation. Your mind in a new vessel, abandoning your dying one. Vader leaned forward despite the pain. Explain the requirements. First, immense connection to the dark side. You have that, your years as War Master prove it. Second, a suitable host body. This is more complex. The host must be alive, force-sensitive, and ideally genetically compatible to reduce rejection. Third, the ritual itself, performed at the moment of death when both your essence and the host's are most vulnerable. What happens to the host? Their consciousness is destroyed. Obliterated. You don't coexist, you replace them entirely. Their body becomes yours, rebuilt by the Force to accommodate your essence. Varoth's red eyes gleamed. The host dies so you can live. It's the ultimate expression of Sith philosophy, survival through consuming others. Genetic compatibility, Vader said slowly. How compatible? Ideally? Identical DNA. A clone would be perfect, but growing one to adulthood takes decades you don't have. The next best option would be. Varoth stopped, realization dawning. You're a twin. You have an identical twin. Anakin Skywalker. Through the damaged breathing apparatus, Vader's laughter was terrible and broken. Yes. My brother. The chosen one. The hero the galaxy celebrated while I was dying in shadows. He has everything I was denied: health, strength, a body that works without machines. And he's genetically identical. Perfect compatibility. The ritual would have near certain success with him as the host. Varoth manipulated the holographic displays. But acquiring him would be difficult. He's a Republic general, protected by Jedi, constantly surrounded by troops. And you're barely functional. I've overcome worse odds. Vader's remaining hand clenched. Show me the ritual. Teach me what I need to know. I'll handle acquiring the host. Over the next week, Varoth taught Vader the ancient technique. It was complex, requiring precise force manipulation at the moment of death. The host had to be alive but weakened, their force connection disrupted just enough to prevent resistance. The transfer occurred in a single moment, consciousness leaping from dying body to living one, rewriting the host's cells with the invader's essence. One warning, Varoth said during their final session. The host's memories and personality fragments may linger. Most practitioners experience echoes of who their host was: thoughts, feelings, even physical reflexes that aren't theirs. You'll be you in Anakin's body, but traces of Anakin will remain. Can you handle that? I've spent 23 years being a broken thing everyone feared. I'll gladly take traces of my brother if it means survival in a body that works. Vader's filtered voice was absolute certainty. When I take his body, I take everything: his health, his force power, his strength. I become what I should have been if the galaxy hadn't written me off as defective. And your brother dies, his consciousness destroyed, his body stolen. Yes. Exactly. Perfect poetic justice. The galaxy chose him over me. Now I choose his body over mine. He wanted to save me so badly. He'll get his wish, just not the way he expected. Republic space, Coruscant, simultaneously. Anakin stood before the Jedi Council, delivering his report on the latest engagement. 3 more systems recaptured from the Sith. 400 more casualties. Another step toward ending the war. But Mace Windu wasn't listening to tactics. He was studying Anakin's Force presence, and what he sensed disturbed him deeply. After the session, he pulled Anakin aside. "We need to talk about your recent decisions. Specifically, your treatment of prisoners. What about them? You're not taking any. 8 battles in the past month. 0 prisoners. You're executing everyone who tries to surrender." Anakin's jaw clenched. "They're Sith. They've committed atrocities. Why should I risk my soldiers guarding prisoners who'll be executed anyway? Because we're Jedi. We don't execute helpless prisoners regardless of what they've done. We believe in justice, not revenge." "Anakin, you're becoming what you're fighting against." "I'm becoming effective." "There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because from where I'm standing, you're one step away from being Vader in Jedi robes." Mace's voice was hard. "Your brother corrupted you during your imprisonment. He showed you that ruthlessness works. And now you're proving him right by becoming ruthless yourself." Maybe he was right. Maybe the Jedi Code is too idealistic for actual war. We've been fighting for 3 years following rules while the Sith use every dirty tactic available. How many more soldiers have to die before we admit that honor is a luxury we can't afford? It's not about afford, it's about who we are. If we abandon our principles to win, we've lost regardless of military victory." Mace stepped closer. "Anakin, I'm recommending to the Council that you be removed from active duty. You need time to heal from what Vader did to you." "You're benching me? Now? When we're finally winning?" "I'm trying to save you from yourself. Because right now, you're on a path that ends with you becoming exactly what your brother is: powerful, effective, and utterly lost." Anakin stormed out of the temple, rage burning through him. Mace was wrong. The Council was wrong. Vader wasn't right about everything, but he was right that survival required hard choices. That compassion could be weaponized. That sometimes you had to become the monster to defeat monsters. He found Padme in their secret apartment, and she saw immediately that something was wrong. "The Council wants to bench me," he said bitterly. "They say I'm becoming too aggressive. Too ruthless. That Vader corrupted me." "Did he?" Padme asked quietly. "What? Did Vader corrupt you?" "Because Annie, I've watched you change over the past months. You're harder. Colder. Less, you. The man I married believed love was the answer to everything. The man standing here now believes efficiency matters more than compassion. People change. War changes people. You can't expect me to stay the naive boy I was after everything I've seen, everything I've done. I don't expect you to stay naive. I expect you to stay good. There's a difference." She took his hands, her eyes pleading. "Don't let him win. Don't let Vader prove that his way is superior. Please." But before Anakin could respond, his comlink chimed. "Urgent. Priority 1. Obi-Wan's voice, "Anakin, we have a situation. Sith intelligence suggests Vader is still alive. And he's planning something. We need you." Anakin looked at Padme, torn between her concern and duty. "Finally, I have to go." "I know." But her voice carried profound sadness. "Just, come back to me. The real you, not the monster Vader is making you become." He left without promising. Because he wasn't sure he could keep that promise anymore. Vader's hidden facility, final preparations. Vader stood before a holographic tactical display, his deteriorating body barely functional. 2 weeks. Dr. Varath had given him 2 weeks maximum before complete systemic failure. That meant he had 2 weeks to capture Anakin, prepare the ritual, and transfer his essence. 2 weeks to steal his brother's body and become what he'd always deserved to be. "The ritual site is prepared," Varath reported. "An abandoned Sith temple on Malachar Vs, named for the Emperor but predating him by millennia. The dark side is strong there, which will amplify the transfer. But getting Anakin there will be challenging. I've been preparing for this my entire life. I know exactly how to get him there. Vader pulled up intelligence on Anakin's recent activities. He's compromised already. I felt it through our bond. The imprisonment broke something in him. He's questioning the Jedi Code, doubting compassion, becoming more aggressive. He's halfway to the dark side already. I just need to push him the rest of the way. How? By offering him exactly what he can't resist, a chance to save me one final time. Vader's damaged breathing apparatus hissed. I'll reach out through the Force bond. Tell him I'm dying, which is true. Tell him I've realized I was wrong about everything, which is a lie. Tell him there's a place where ancient Sith healing techniques are stored, techniques that could save both of us, also a lie. He'll come because he can't help himself. Because despite everything, he still believes he can redeem me. And when he arrives at the temple, I'll be waiting. Weakened, yes. Dying, yes. But I've spent years preparing for this moment. The temple is rigged with traps, with fail-safes, with contingencies. Even if he brings backup, which he will, I'll separate him from them. Get him alone. And once he's alone with me in the ritual chamber, I'll strike. Vader pulled up the ritual schematics. The moment of transfer, I'll induce a force stasis in both of us. Our bodies technically dying simultaneously. In that moment between life and death, my essence jumps to his body. His consciousness is destroyed. I rebuild his cells with my own essence. And when we both wake up, it's me in his body and him, gone. Forever. What about the Force bond? Won't the Jedi sense something wrong? The bond transfers with me. Because it's connected to our souls, not our bodies. The Jedi will sense Anakin's presence because I'll be Anakin, at least physically. By the time they realize something's wrong, I'll have consolidated control. I'll have his memories, his reflexes, his force power. I'll be able to impersonate him perfectly. And then I return to the Republic as Anakin Skywalker, Hero General. I continue fighting the war, but with my intelligence directing it. I'll sabotage the Republic from within while appearing to be their greatest champion. And when the moment is right, when both the Republic and Sith Empire are exhausted, I'll reveal myself and take control of both. Not as Vader, the failed war master. As something new. Something that combines the best of both brothers. Varoth studied him. You've thought about this for a long time. Since Harun Kal, when I first felt his full life through the Force bond. Since I experienced what it was like to be him, healthy, strong, beloved. I wanted it. All of it. And I always get what I want eventually. I just had to be patient and wait for the right moment. And if the ritual fails? If something goes wrong? Then we both die, and the galaxy is rid of both the monster and the hero. Either way, the story ends. Vader's filtered laugh was bitter. But it won't fail. I've prepared too thoroughly. Studied the ritual for weeks. Chosen the perfect location. Waited until I'm desperate enough that the dark side will respond to my need. This works. It has to work. Because I refuse to die as the broken, discarded twin while my brother lives on, celebrated and whole. He began the transmission through the Force bond carefully, subtly, projecting dying desperation and genuine remorse. Making Anakin feel his pain, his fear, his supposed willingness to finally seek redemption. Brother. I'm dying. Truly dying this time. The suit is failing. I have days, maybe hours. But I found something. An ancient Sith temple on Malachar V with healing techniques older than the Empire. Come alone. Or with Obi-Wan if you must. But come. Let me die seeing you one last time. Let me tell you I was wrong. Let me try to make amends before the end. Through the bond, he felt Anakin's response, hope mixed with caution, suspicion mixed with desperate desire to save his brother. Exactly as predicted. I'm coming. I'll be there in 2 days. Hold on. Please. Vader smiled behind his damaged mask. 2 days. In 2 days, he'd kill his brother and steal his body. In 2 days, the broken twin would become the chosen one. In 2 days, everything he'd worked for would culminate. Prepare the temple, he ordered Varath. Activate all the traps. Ready the ritual chamber. In 48 hours, Vader dies and something new is born. Something the galaxy has never seen, a being who combines Skywalker power with Vader's ruthlessness. The perfect synthesis of light and dark. And what will you call yourself? When I'm in Anakin's body, living his life, commanding his forces. I'll call myself Anakin. At least until the moment I'm ready to reveal the truth. Then. Vader's breathing apparatus hissed. Then I'll take a new name. One that reflects what I truly am, neither Vader nor Anakin, but something forged from both. But that's for later. First, I take what's mine. First, I prove the galaxy chose wrong. First, I kill my brother and become him. And if he fights back during the transfer, he won't know what's happening until it's too late. By the time he realizes I'm stealing his body, his consciousness will already be dissolving. He'll die confused, betrayed, and knowing that his compassion, his desperate need to save his brother was what killed him. Vader's filtered voice was absolutely cold. Perfect ending for a hero. Destroyed by his own goodness. Proving once and for all that I was right about everything. The transmission was sent. The trap was set. The stage was prepared for the final confrontation between brothers. Only one would walk away. And it would be Vader in Anakin's body, with Anakin's power, living Anakin's life. The ultimate victory. The ultimate proof that survival matters more than morality. The ultimate demonstration that the broken twin had been the superior one all along. 2 days until everything changed. 2 days until the galaxy learned what happened when you chose wrong between twins. 2 days until Vader became the chosen one. And Anakin Skywalker ceased to exist. Coruscant. Jedi Temple, late night. Anakin woke from meditation with a gasp, the Force bond burning through his consciousness like fire. Vader's presence was overwhelming, not aggressive, but desperate. Dying. Brother. Can you feel it? My suit is failing. Days, perhaps hours left. I need to see you one final time. Anakin reached out through the bond, feeling past Vader's words to the truth beneath. The desperation was real. The dying was real. His brother's life was measured in heartbeats now, each one potentially the last. Where are you? Mustafar. The word came with images of volcanic world of fire and ash, a planet where the dark side was strong. There's an ancient temple here. Sith healing techniques are stored in its archives. I came seeking salvation. I found only death approaching faster. I can help you. Let me bring medical teams. No. Just you. Brother to brother. Let me see you one last time. Let me tell you I was wrong. About everything. Let me die knowing you heard me say it. Anakin felt tears streaming down his face. Through the bond, he sensed Vader's genuine pain, his fear of death, his desperate need for connection before the end. This wasn't manipulation, this was his brother, broken and dying, reaching out for the only family he had left. I'm coming. Hold on. Meet me at the temple ruins. Coordinates attached. Come alone, Anakin. Or with Obi-Wan if you must. But no armies. No grand rescue. Just, brothers. The way it should have been from the beginning. The connection faded, leaving Anakin alone with his decision. He knew what everyone would say. Knew it was probably a trap. Knew that Vader had manipulated him before and could be doing so again. But he also knew that if he didn't go, if his brother died alone on that volcanic hellscape, believing to the end that no one cared, Anakin would never forgive himself. I have to try. One last time. Even if it kills me. Padme's apartment, 2 hours before dawn. Anakin found Padme awake, as if she'd sensed through their bond that something terrible was coming. She took one look at his face and knew. You're leaving. Not a question. Vader is dying. He asked to see me one last time. He says he wants to admit he was wrong, to make peace before. It's a trap, Annie. I know. Probably. But what if it's not? What if this is his one genuine moment of vulnerability and I refuse to answer? What if he dies alone believing no one ever cared about him? Padme stood, her hands shaking as she gripped his shoulders. And what if you die? What if this is exactly what he wants, to lure you somewhere isolated where he can kill you? Annie, you have a choice. You can choose us, our life together, our future, or you can choose him. Your brother who's used you, betrayed you, captured you. He's dying, Padme. So let him. Let him die alone the way he's lived alone. Let him face the consequences of 13 years of choosing darkness over light, ruthlessness over compassion, isolation over love. Her voice broke. Annie, I'm begging you. Don't go. Don't throw away everything we have for someone who's proven repeatedly he doesn't want to be saved. I can't. Anakin's voice was hollow. I can't abandon him again. Not when he's dying. Not when there's even a chance. A chance of what? That he'll have some deathbed redemption? That saying I was wrong erases 13 years of atrocities? That's not how it works. People don't change at the last second just because they're dying. Maybe not. But I have to know. I have to hear him say it. I have to. Anakin couldn't finish. Because he didn't know what he needed. Just that he needed it. Padme stepped back, tears streaming down her face. If you go to Mustafar, you might not come back. And if you do come back, you might not be you anymore. Vader has been changing you for months, making you harder, colder, more like him. This could be the final step. This could be when you become the monster he's always wanted you to be. Or it could be when I save him. When I prove that love is stronger than hate. When I demonstrate that the Jedi way, compassion, redemption, hope is superior to Sith philosophy. And if you're wrong, then I die proving something I believe in. That's not a bad death. It is to me. Padme's voice was barely a whisper. Because I have to live without you. Because our child. She stopped, hand moving to her stomach. Anakin froze. What? I'm pregnant, Annie. 4 weeks. I was going to tell you tonight, but then you came in looking like you were already gone. So here it is, you're going to be a father. And you're about to abandon your family to save a brother who spent his entire life proving he doesn't want to be saved. The words hit Anakin like physical blows. A child. His child. Growing inside Padme right now. A future. A family. Everything he'd ever wanted. And Vader, dying alone on Mustafar, believing to the end that he was worthless. I'm sorry, Anakin whispered. I have to go. But I promise I'll come back. To you. To our child. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. Padme turned away, unable to watch him leave. Just, if you're going to do this, do it quickly. Don't make me wait wondering if you're dead or captured or worse. Anakin left without another word. If he stayed, he'd never go. And if he didn't go, he'd never know if he could have saved his brother. Jedi Temple, Council Chamber, dawn. The Jedi Council assembled in emergency session when word spread that Anakin was preparing to leave Coruscant. Obi-Wan had alerted them, hoping collective wisdom could prevent what he knew was coming. You cannot go to Mustafar, Mace Windu stated with absolute authority. I'm ordering you, as your superior on the council, to stand down. I'm going, Anakin replied quietly. With or without permission. Then you're committing insubordination. You'll be expelled from the order. If that's what it takes. The council chamber erupted in arguments. Obi-Wan stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. Anakin, please. Listen to me. I've known you for 14 years. I trained you. I fought beside you. I've seen you make brilliant decisions and terrible ones. This is a terrible one. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You think you can save everyone, fix everything, redeem the unredeemable through pure force of will and compassion. It's what makes you a great Jedi and a terrible strategist. Vader is using that against you. He knows you can't resist one last chance to save him. What if he's genuine? Anakin challenged. What if he really is dying and wants to make peace? What if this is the Force giving us one final opportunity? Then the Force is crueler than I thought, Obi-Wan replied. Because it's offering you an impossible choice, save yourself or save someone who's proven repeatedly he doesn't want salvation. Anakin, if you go to Mustafar, you will die or be captured or corrupted. There's no happy ending here. I don't need a happy ending. I need to know I tried. Yoda's ancient voice cut through the debate. Anakin! Come here. The young Jedi approached the ancient master, who studied him with eyes that had seen centuries of tragedy. Feel the future, I do, Yoda said softly. Clouded it is, but clear enough. Go to Mustafar, you do consume you, the darkness will. Return you might, but not as yourself. Lost to us, you will be. Lost to love. Lost to light. Your brother's final victory, your corruption will be. Or his final defeat, if I save him. Save him, you cannot. Accept this, you must. Some battles cannot be won. Some people cannot be redeemed. Hard truth, that is. Necessary truth. I don't accept it. I won't accept it. Anakin's voice was steel. Every Jedi text, every teaching, every principle says that no one is beyond redemption. That light can overcome darkness. That love is the most powerful force in existence. If I don't believe that, if I give up on my own brother, then what am I? What are we? Just soldiers who abandoned our principles when they became inconvenient. We're survivors, Mace said bluntly. We survive by making hard choices. By knowing when to fight and when to withdraw. By understanding that some losses must be accepted. Your brother made his choices. He became what he is through his own decisions. You don't owe him death or corruption as payment for compassion. I owe him a chance. One last chance. That's all. Ki-Adi-Mundi spoke, his voice heavy with resignation. If we cannot stop you, we can at least prepare. Take backup. A full strike team. Make it difficult for Vader to. No. He said to come alone or with Obi-Wan only. If I bring an army, he'll know I didn't trust him. He'll close off. This only works if I meet him on his terms. Which means walking into a trap. Plo-kun interjected. Yes. But it's a trap I choose to enter with open eyes. That's different from being deceived. The debate continued for an hour, but everyone knew the outcome was predetermined. Anakin had made his decision. Nothing they said would change it. Finally, Obi-Wan spoke again. If you're determined to do this, then I'm coming with you. Brother to brother, you said. Fine. But you're not facing him alone. Master. Don't argue. Either I come or I alert Republic forces and turn this into a military operation. Your choice. Anakin nodded reluctantly. Having Obi-Wan there was better than an army. And if things went wrong, at least his former master could escape, could warn the order. Then it's decided, Mace said, his voice carrying profound disappointment. You're both going. And we're preparing for the worst. Because that's what's coming. As the council dismissed, Yoda caught Anakin's arm. One more warning, young Skywalker. Your brother feel his presence, you can through the bond, yes. Yes, Master. What you feel desperation, dying, need for connection, ask yourself, are these his true emotions, or what he wants you to feel? Vader is master manipulator. Trust your feelings, you cannot. Not with him. See through deception, you must. Or consumed by it, you will be. I understand, Master Yoda. Understand, you do. Accept, you do not. That is why doomed you are. Yoda's ears drooped. May the Force be with you. Because nothing else can save you from what comes. Coruscant landing platform, noon. Anakin's ship was prepared. Obi-Wan stood beside him, checking weapons and supplies with methodical precision. Around them, clone troopers stood at attention. Captain Rex had insisted on seeing them off, though he couldn't accompany them. Sir, Rex said quietly. I don't like this. Feels like a suicide mission. It might be, Anakin admitted. But it's necessary. Nothing's necessary if it gets you killed. The 501st needs you. The Republic needs you. Sir, with respect, your brother made his choices. You don't owe him your life. Maybe not. But I owe him a chance. That's not negotiable. Rex saluted, his face grim. Then good luck, General. I'll see you when you return. When? Not if. Anakin managed a smile. I like your optimism. As they boarded the ship, Anakin reached out through the Force bond one last time, feeling Vader's presence. Still dying. Still desperate. Still waiting on Mustafar. I'm coming, brother. Hold on just a little longer. The response was faint, I'll wait. I've waited 13 years. A few more hours won't matter. But underneath the words, Anakin sensed something else. Not deception exactly, but anticipation. Like someone who'd been planning something complex and was finally seeing it come together. For a moment, he considered turning back. Considered that everyone was right and he was walking into certain death. Then he thought of Vader dying alone, and the moment passed. Ready? Obi-Wan asked from the pilot's seat. No. But let's go anyway. The ship lifted off, climbing through Coruscant's atmosphere toward space. Toward the hyperspace jump that would take them to Mustafar. Toward whatever fate awaited there. Obi-Wan set the coordinates, his hands steady despite the fear Anakin could sense through their master-student bond. Last chance to turn back. No one would blame you. I'd blame me. And Vader would die thinking I abandoned him again. I can't live with that. You might not live regardless. Then at least I'll die trying to do the right thing. That's more than most people get. The ship jumped to hyperspace, stars elongating into streaks of light. They had 6 hours before arrival. 6 hours to prepare. 6 hours to accept that one or both of them might not return. Anakin, Obi-Wan said after a long silence. If this is a trap, if Vader tries to kill you, I won't hesitate. I'll strike him down to save you. Understand that. I know he's your brother, but you're my brother too. And I choose you. I know. And I'm grateful. But Obi-Wan, if he really is dying, if he really wants redemption, don't let me miss that chance. Don't let my last memory of him be killing him when he was trying to come back to the light. And if he's faking? If it's all manipulation? Then you were right, everyone was right, and I was a fool. But at least I'll be a fool who tried rather than a wise man who gave up. They traveled in silence after that, each lost in their own thoughts. Obi-Wan preparing for combat. Anakin preparing for reconciliation or death or both. Through the Force bond, Vader's presence grew stronger as they approached. Anticipation. Readiness. And underneath everything, a terrible certainty, like someone who'd planned every move and was watching the game unfold exactly as predicted. I'm walking into a trap, Anakin realized with crystalline clarity. Everyone was right. This is suicide. And I'm doing it anyway because I can't help myself. Because abandoning him feels worse than dying. But knowing it was a trap didn't change his decision. It just meant he'd die with open eyes. The ship dropped out of hyperspace, and must have far filled the viewport, a world of fire and ash, of lava rivers and volcanic eruptions, of dark side energy so thick it registered as physical pressure. There, Obi-Wan pointed to coordinates Vader had provided. Ancient Sith temple ruins. Naturally. Of course. He'd never choose somewhere convenient. Anakin tried for humor, but it fell flat. As they descended through the ash-choked atmosphere, Anakin felt the Force bond pulse with Vader's presence. His brother was close. Waiting. Ready for whatever came next. This is it. No turning back now. Whatever happens, at least I tried. At least I answered when he called. That has to count for something. The ship landed on a scorched plateau overlooking a lava river. The temple ruins were visible half a kilometer away, obsidian spires rising from molten rock, ancient Sith architecture that had stood for millennia. Anakin and Obi-Wan disembarked, lightsabers ready. The heat was crushing even through their robes. The air tasted of sulfur and ash. This was a world where life wasn't meant to exist, a perfect place for a confrontation between brothers where only one would survive. He's inside the temple, Anakin said, sensing Vader through the bond. Alone. Dying. Or perfectly healthy and waiting with traps. Obi-Wan's hand never left his lightsaber. Stay alert. Trust nothing. And Anakin, if I say run, you run. Understood. Understood. They walked toward the temple ruins, two Jedi approaching a meeting that would change the galaxy. Above them, Mustafar's volcanic sky churned with ash clouds and lightning. Beneath them, lava bubbled and hissed. And ahead, in the darkness of the ancient temple, Vader waited to steal his brother's body and prove once and for all that the galaxy had chosen wrong. The final confrontation was about to begin. And only one brother would walk away. Mustafar, Sith temple ruins. The facility clung to the cliff face like a metallic parasite, suspended over rivers of molten lava by ancient supports that groaned with every tremor. Obsidian walls rose from volcanic rock, covered in Sith glyphs that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. The air itself felt wrong, thick with dark side corruption so concentrated it made breathing difficult. Anakin and Obi-Wan entered through the main archway, lightsabers ignited, senses stretched to their limits. The interior was a maze of corridors lit by the orange glow of lava visible through cracks in the walls. Heat radiated from every surface. Ash drifted through the air like snow. He's deeper inside, Anakin said, following the Force bond. In a chamber, underground. Near the lava. Of course he is. Obi-Wan's grip on his lightsaber tightened. Anakin, last chance. We can leave. Call for reinforcements. Do this properly. He's dying, Obi-Wan. By the time reinforcements arrive, he'll be dead. Maybe that's the Force's will. Anakin didn't answer. He just walked deeper into the temple, following the pull of his brother's presence. They descended through ancient corridors, past chambers filled with Sith artifacts and hollow records. Past meditation chambers where dark side energy was so thick it left physical residue on the walls. Past torture chambers where the screams of millennia dead victims seemed to echo still. Finally, they reached a massive chamber suspended over a lava flow. The floor was transparent steel, allowing a view of molten rock churning beneath. In the center of the chamber stood Vader, his damaged suit sparking, his breathing apparatus wheezing erratically. HSSSS. Ku, HSSSS, Ku. Hello, brother, Vader's filtered voice was weak but clear. You came. I wasn't sure you would. I'm here. Anakin stepped forward, Obi-Wan flanking him. You said you wanted to make peace. To admit you were wrong. So admit it. Say it, and we'll take you somewhere you can heal. I lied. Vader's damaged breathing apparatus released a sound that might have been laughter. Not about dying, that's real. My suit is failing. My body is rejecting itself. I have hours, maybe less. But I didn't call you here for redemption. I called you here for survival. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber fully. It's a trap. Anakin, we need to. The chamber doors sealed with a metallic crash. Emergency lighting activated, bathing everything in blood-red illumination. And from hidden alcoves, automated defense turrets emerged, their weapons trained on the Jedi. Of course it's a trap, Vader said. Everything I do is a trap. You knew that. You came anyway. Because you can't help yourself, brother. Because abandoning me feels worse than dying. I've been counting on that weakness for years. Then you've already lost, Anakin replied, his lightsaber humming with barely controlled fury. Because love isn't weakness. Compassion isn't vulnerability. And I'm about to prove it by saving you despite yourself. Try. Vader's damaged crimson blade ignited black-edged, flickering, barely stable. And the duel began. Anakin struck first, his blue blade a blur of aggressive offense. Form V at its finest, each strike designed to overpower, to break through defense. To end the fight quickly. And it was working. Because Vader was dying. His suit's servomotors were failing. His cybernetic arm responded sluggishly. His breathing apparatus kept cutting out, leaving him gasping. In pure lightsaber combat, weakened as he was, Vader was no match for Anakin at full power. But Vader wasn't trying to match him. As Anakin's blade came down in a killing strike, Vader triggered his suit's emergency jets, crude things meant for short bursts of mobility. They fired, launching him sideways in an uncontrolled tumble that barely avoided the strike. Anakin's blade carved through where Vader had been, scoring the floor. Stand and fight. Anakin demanded. Why? Fighting fair means I lose. I don't fight to prove myself, I fight to survive. Vader's breathing apparatus wheezed. Lesson 1, honor is for those who can afford it. Obi-Wan joined the attack, his Form 3 defense adapting into surgical strikes aimed at Vader's damaged suit. Together, the two Jedi were overwhelming two of the Order's finest against a dying War Master. Vader triggered the facility's defenses. The automated turrets opened fire, forcing the Jedi to divide their attention between him and the blaster bolts. While they were deflecting, Vader used the Force to collapse part of the ceiling not on them, but between them, separating Obi-Wan from Anakin. Anakin! Obi-Wan's voice came from the other side of falling debris. I'm fine. Just Anakin ducked as a turret fired where his head had been. Busy. Vader moved through the chaos like a ghost, using his mechanical advantages to compensate for his failing biology. Suit jets for mobility. Hidden blades that extended from his gauntlets for surprise strikes. Magnetic boots that let him walk on walls and ceiling, attacking from unexpected angles. But it wasn't enough. Anakin was too good. Too powerful. Too fast. Each exchange ended with Vader barely escaping death. His damaged blade was severed at the hilt. He force-pulled a training saber from a wall mount. That broke within minutes. He triggered environmental hazards, lava vents that sprayed molten rock across the chamber. Anakin deflected them with the Force. You can't win. Anakin shouted over the sounds of combat. You're dying. Your suit is failing. Just stop. Let me help you. Never. Vader's breathing was agonized gasps now, the apparatus more off than on. I'd rather die than accept help from the brother who abandoned me. They fought across the chamber, Vader retreating toward a specific section, the ritual chamber, prepared days ago with Sith glyphs carved into the floor. Anakin didn't notice the pattern. He was too focused on not killing his brother, on subduing him without dealing lethal damage. That restraint was his weakness. Vader triggered another trap, explosive charges planted in the chamber's support columns. Not enough to destroy the facility, just enough to create chaos. The floor buckled. Lava vents erupted. The transparent steel cracked, revealing churning magma below. In the chaos, Vader made his move. He didn't attack Anakin. He attacked himself using the Force to rupture his own breathing apparatus completely. He collapsed, gasping, dying for real now. No air. No functioning life support. Just seconds left. No. Anakin rushed to him, dropping his lightsaber, trying to help. Hold on. I can. And that's when Vader struck. His mechanical hand hidden behind his dying body extended a vibroblade from his gauntlet. As Anakin knelt beside him, trying to restart the breathing apparatus, Vader thrust upward with every ounce of remaining strength. The blade pierced through Anakin's back, through his heart, protruding from his chest. Anakin's eyes went wide with shock. Through the Force bond, Vader felt his brother's disbelief, his betrayal, his anguish. You were really dying. Anakin gasped. I was trying to save you. I know. Vader twisted the blade. That's why this worked. Your compassion. Your desperate need to save everyone. Your inability to accept that some people don't want saving. Thank you, brother. For your body. For your power. For proving me right about everything. Anakin collapsed, the blade still impaled through him. Not dead yet, the wound was precise, designed to inflict mortal injury without immediate death. Because the ritual required both participants alive at the moment of transfer. Vader pulled himself up, his own death seconds away now without functioning life support. With his remaining strength, he dragged Anakin into the center of the ritual chamber, positioning him on the Sith glyphs that pulsed with dark power. What are you doing? Anakin's voice was barely a whisper, blood bubbling from his lips. Surviving. What I always do. What you never understood I'd do. Vader's voice was barely audible without the apparatus, each word agonizing. Force essence transfer. Ancient Sith technique. Your consciousness dies. Your body becomes mine. I steal everything, your health, your power, your future. And you get nothing. Perfect justice. No. Obi-Wan, will stop. Obi-Wan is on the other side of tons of collapsed debris. By the time he digs through, this will be finished. Vader placed his remaining hand on Anakin's chest, feeling his brother's heartbeat weakening, but still present. Any last words, chosen one? Any final wisdom before your consciousness is obliterated? Anakin's eyes met Vader's mask, and through the Force bond, he projected one final thought: I forgive you. For everything. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Pathetic. Vader began the ritual. The Sith glyphs ignited, channeling dark side energy through both bodies. Vader spoke words in ancient Sith, a language of power and consumption, of survival through devouring others. The Force itself seemed to scream in protest as reality was forced to bend to forbidden will. Both bodies seized simultaneously, locked in Force stasis. Technically dying, technically alive, existing in the threshold state the ritual required. And then the transfer began. Vader felt his essence, consciousness, memories, identity begin separating from his dying cybernetic body. It was agony beyond description, like being flayed alive at a cellular level. His mechanical flesh screamed in protest. His dying organs released their final failures. The suit that had kept him alive for 23 years finally gave its last spark and went dark. But his essence didn't disperse. The dark side caught it, channeled it through the ritual glyphs, and forced it into Anakin's body. Anakin felt it coming, an invasion, a violation, darkness pouring into his soul like poison. He tried to resist, to use the Force to push back, but the wound in his heart made resistance impossible. His own essence was leaking away with his blood. No. 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 Vader's consciousness crashed into Anakin's like a tidal wave. Not possession replacement. Vader's memories overriding Anakin's neural pathways. Vader's personality dominating Anakin's identity. Vader's hatred burning through Anakin's love like acid through paper. Anakin's essence fought. Fragments of who he was tried to hold on, memories of Padme, of Obi-Wan, of his mother, of every good thing he'd ever experienced. But they were dissolving, burning away in the face of Vader's absolute will to survive. "I'm sorry, Padme. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. I'm sorry our child will never know me. I'm sorry." The thought cut off. Anakin Skywalker's consciousness ceased to exist. The ritual didn't just transfer essence, it rebuilt the host body at a cellular level, rewriting DNA with the invader's patterns. Anakin's body spasmed as it was reconstructed. His heart, pierced by the vibroblade, regenerated, cells knitting back together using dark side energy as fuel. His lungs, perfect and healthy, were coated with Vader's essence. His brain was rewired, neurons forming new pathways that matched Vader's thought patterns. The mortal wound healed. The dying body revitalized. And when the reconstruction was complete, what remained was neither Anakin nor Vader. It was Vader's consciousness in Anakin's body, a fusion that shouldn't exist but did because the dark side demanded it. The ritual chamber's glyphs faded. The dark side energy dissipated. And in the center, surrounded by the broken remains of Vader's discarded cybernetic suit, someone sat up. It was Anakin Skywalker's body, young, healthy, powerful. No cybernetics. No breathing apparatus. No mechanical limitations. Just flesh and blood and force power unlimited by machinery. But the eyes were wrong. Where Anakin's eyes had been blue and warm, these were cold and calculating. Where Anakin's expression had been open and hopeful, this face was closed and suspicious. He, Vader, though the body was Anakin's, stood slowly, feeling the sensation of a body that worked. Lungs that filled with air without mechanical assistance. A heart that beat strongly. Legs that moved without servos. Arms that were flesh, not metal. Perfect. It worked. The ritual worked. He flexed his hands, Anakin's hands, but responding to Vader's will. Took experimental steps, adjusting to the lack of mechanical weight. Breathed deeply, tasting air without filtration for the first time in 23 years. The sensation was overwhelming. This was what he should have been. What the galaxy had denied him by allowing him to be born broken. And now, through ruthlessness and calculation and willingness to commit the ultimate fratricide, he'd taken it. Vader walked to where Anakin's lightsaber had fallen during the duel. He picked it up, ignited it, blue blade humming in his hand. It felt right. Powerful. This was Anakin's weapon, but it was his now. Everything was his now. He caught his reflection in a polished metal surface. Anakin Skywalker stared back, but the expression was all Vader. The cruelty. The calculation. The absolute certainty that he'd won. I am Vader. I wear Anakin's face. I have Anakin's power. And the galaxy will never know the difference until I'm ready to reveal it. Anakin. Obi-Wan's voice echoed from beyond the collapsed debris. Anakin. Can you hear me? Vader in Anakin's body smiled. Time to test the deception. He reached out through the Force, projecting exhaustion and relief. Obi-Wan. I'm here. I'm alive. The sound of frantic digging intensified. Vader, no. He had to think of himself as Anakin now, had to maintain the illusion, walked toward the debris. He used the Force to help clear it from his side, revealing Obi-Wan on the other side, covered in ash and blood from minor wounds. Thank the Force. Obi-Wan pulled him through the gap. I felt through our bond, I felt something terrible. I thought you were dying. I almost did. Vader modulated his voice to match Anakin's patterns. He had all of Anakin's memories now, knew exactly how his brother spoke. Vader triggered a trap. The facility started collapsing. He tried to kill me at the end. But I managed to escape. Barely. Where is he? Obi-Wan looked past him into the chamber. Vader led him back inside. The ritual chamber was in ruins. The collapsed suit lay in pieces, empty and lifeless. A body charred beyond recognition from lava exposure lay near where the ritual had occurred. Dr. Varatha's body, actually, killed earlier and positioned for this exact purpose. There. Vader pointed. The facility collapsed on him. His suit failed. He's dead, Obi-Wan. My brother is dead. Obi-Wan approached the corpse cautiously, studying it. The suit fragments. The burns. The size roughly matching what Vader should be. Are you certain? I felt him die through the Force bond. It's gone now. The connection we shared. It went silent when he died. This was a lie. The bond remained because it had transferred with Vader's essence. But Vader suppressed it, hid it beneath mental shields Obi-Wan couldn't penetrate. He's really gone. Obi-Wan placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I know you wanted to save him. I tried. He refused. He'd rather die than accept help. Then admit he was wrong. Vader let genuine emotion color his voice, though it was Vader's triumph, not Anakin's grief. Let's go. This place is unstable. I want to get off this world. They made their way back through the collapsing facility, the lava rivers rising as seismic activity increased. The planet itself seemed to be rejecting what had occurred here. By the time they reached their ship, entire sections of the temple were collapsing into the molten rock below. As the ship lifted off, Vader, wearing Anakin's face, carrying Anakin's lightsaber, about to return to Anakin's life, looked back at Mustafar one final time. Goodbye, brother. Thank you for your body. For your power. For proving that I was right all along. The galaxy chose you. I killed you for it. And now I am you. Perfect ending. Perfect justice. Are you all right? Obi-Wan asked from the pilot's seat, concern evident. No. But I will be. Eventually. Vader's performance was flawless. He had every one of Anakin's memories, could mimic his speech patterns perfectly, knew exactly how to behave. Vader is dead. The war continues. We have to keep fighting. For everyone he killed. For everyone he can't hurt anymore. That's very practical of you. I expected you to be more emotional. A slip. Vader adjusted. I'm too tired for emotion. Too exhausted. When we get back to Coruscant, when I see Padme, I'll fall apart. But right now, I need to function. Need to be strong. That's what Vader would want for me to break. I won't give him that satisfaction. Not even in death. Obi-Wan accepted this, turning his attention to piloting. And Vader closed his eyes, reaching inward to explore his new body's full capabilities. Anakin's force power raw and overwhelming. Anakin's midi-chlorian count unprecedented. Anakin's physical capabilities superior to anything Vader's broken body had ever achieved. And Anakin's position: Republic General, Jedi Knight, hero of the war. I've won. Completely. Absolutely. I have everything he had. And he has nothing but oblivion. But underneath the triumph, buried so deep even Vader barely noticed it, something else stirred. Fragments of Anakin's personality that hadn't been completely erased. Echoes of love for Padme. Respect for Obi-Wan. Memories of compassion and hope. They were weak. Easily suppressed. But they were their ghosts in the machine of Vader's stolen existence. Irrelevant. I am Vader. This body is mine. This life is mine. And I'll use it to destroy everything Anakin stood for while wearing his face. The ultimate revenge. The ship jumped to hyperspace, carrying 2 Jedi back to Coruscant. Only one was who he appeared to be. The other was a monster wearing a hero's skin. And the galaxy had no idea what had just been unleashed upon it. The broken twin had won. The chosen one was dead. And Darth Vader in Anakin Skywalker's body was about to inherit everything his brother had built. The real war was just beginning. The ship settled onto the platform with a hydraulic hiss. A crowd had gathered: Jedi Masters, Council members, Republic officials, and media hovering at a respectful distance. Word had spread: General Skywalker had confronted his Sith twin brother in single combat. Only one had returned. Vader, wearing Anakin's face, moving with Anakin's body, carrying Anakin's lightsaber, descended the ramp with Obi-Wan beside him. He'd rehearsed this moment during the journey back, accessing Anakin's memories to perfect every gesture, every expression. Grieve. Show grief. Heroes grieve for fallen brothers, even when those brothers were monsters. Anakin. Padme broke through the crowd, running to him. She threw her arms around him, and Vader forced himself to return the embrace. To hold her the way Anakin would have. To project warmth he didn't feel. Through Anakin's memories, he knew everything about her. Knew she was pregnant, though she'd only told Anakin hours before Mustafar. Knew she loved Anakin with desperate intensity. Knew she would be his first problem. I was so worried, Padme whispered against his chest. When you left, I thought you wouldn't come back. I almost didn't. Vader's voice, Anakin's voice, was perfectly modulated. Raw emotion carefully controlled. Vader, he was beyond saving. We fought. The facility collapsed. He's dead, Padme. My brother is dead. She pulled back, studying his face. And for a terrible moment, Vader thought she saw through the deception. Her eyes searched his, looking for something. You're different, she said quietly. Harder. Like something inside you broke. I killed my brother. My twin. The other half of my soul. Vader let Anakin's guilt flow through him. It was easy, because fragments of Anakin's personality still echoed in the stolen body. How am I supposed to be the same after that? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She held him again, and Vader felt her tears soaking through Anakin's robes. But you're home. You're safe. That's what matters. For now, Vader thought. But you won't live long enough to discover what I really am. Mace Windu approached, his expression grave. General Skywalker. The Council requires your full report. Of course, Master Windu. Jedi Council Chamber, 1 hour later. Vader stood in the center of the circle, surrounded by 12 Jedi Masters who'd known Anakin for years. This was the true test. Deceiving Padme was one thing, deceiving Yoda was another entirely. Walk us through what happened, Mace instructed. Every detail. Vader recounted the story. He'd prepared a mixture of truth and carefully constructed lies. The duel. Vader's desperation. The facility collapse. The final moments where his brother had chosen death over redemption. I tried to save him, Vader said, letting Anakin's genuine grief color his words. Even at the end, I tried. But he wouldn't let me. He'd rather die than admit he was wrong. Then accept that compassion could have saved him. Yoda's ancient eyes studied him. Feel different, you do. Through the Force, sense change in you, I can. Vader had prepared for this. I killed my brother, Master Yoda. My twin. We shared a womb, shared a childhood, shared a Force bond. When he died, something in me died too. How could I not be changed? The bond, Ki-Adi-Mundi leaned forward. You said you felt it sever when Vader died. Yes. It was like losing a limb. Suddenly gone. Just emptiness where his presence used to be. This was partially true. Vader had suppressed the bond so thoroughly that even he could barely sense it. But it was still there, connecting him to himself in a strange loop of Force energy. Obi-Wan spoke, his voice heavy with concern. Anakin, during the battle, when I was separated from you, I felt something through our bond. Something wrong. Dark. It was like you weren't you for a moment. Careful. He's more perceptive than I expected. I was dying, Vader replied. Vader impaled me with a hidden blade. I was bleeding out, using the dark side to stay alive long enough to trigger an emergency beacon. You probably felt that me touching darkness to survive. I'm sorry if it worried you. This explanation was perfect. It accounted for any dark side energy Obi-Wan might have sensed during the ritual, framing it as desperate survival rather than what it truly was: Vader consuming his brother's essence. You were wounded. Mace's eyes narrowed. Where? Show us. Vader lifted Anakin's shirt, revealing smooth, unblemished skin where the wound had been. The blade went through my chest. Through my heart. I should have died. But the Force, something happened. The temple was built on a dark side vergence. The energy there was overwhelming. When I fell, it healed me. Rebuilt tissue. Saved my life. Technically true. The ritual had used dark side energy to rebuild tissue. Just not in the way they thought. Dark side healing, Plo Koon said skeptically. That's extremely rare. And dangerous. There's always a cost. The cost was my brother. The cost was becoming someone harder. Colder. More willing to do what's necessary. Vader met their eyes one by one. Masters, I'm not the same naive boy who thought love could redeem anyone. Vader proved that wrong. Some people are beyond saving. Some darkness can't be overcome by light. I understand that now. And I'll use that understanding to fight more effectively. To win this war. The council exchanged glances. Vader could feel their uncertainty, their concern. But they wanted to believe. Wanted their hero to have returned victorious, changed but uncompromised. Troubled, I am, Yoda said finally. But lost you are not. Changed, yes. Hardened, yes. But still Jedi. You remain. Still Anakin Skywalker, beneath the scars. Wrong, old fool. Anakin Skywalker is dead. I'm wearing his corpse. Thank you, Master Yoda. One more thing, Mace said. Your relationship with Senator Amidala. We've suspected for years that it goes beyond friendship. The way you rushed to her when you landed. The way she held you. Anakin, have you violated your vows? Vader felt Anakin's panic surface, a fragment of personality echoing through the stolen body. He suppressed it ruthlessly. Yes. We're married. Have been for 3 years. I'm sorry I kept it secret, but the code forbids attachment and I loved her too much to give her up. Gasps around the chamber. Obi-Wan looked stricken, betrayed that Anakin had hidden this from him. But Vader pressed forward. I know this violates everything the Order stands for. I know I should be expelled. But Master Windu, Master Yoda, I'm asking you to overlook this. Because I need Padme right now. After killing Vader, after everything I've done, she's the only thing keeping me from falling to darkness completely. Please. Let me have this one thing. The council deliberated. Finally, Mace spoke. The war has changed many things. Jedi die daily. The Order itself may not survive. So we'll make an exception, not because we approve, but because we need you. You can keep your marriage. But Anakin, if this attachment compromises your judgment, if it makes you vulnerable the way your bond with Vader did, we'll revisit this decision. Understood. Thank you. As the council dismissed, Vader allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He'd passed the test. They believed the lie. Anakin Skywalker had returned from Mustafar, and no one suspected the truth. Phase 1 complete. Now comes the hard part, eliminating anyone who might discover what I really am. 3 weeks after Mustafar. Padme was the first problem. And therefore, she had to be the first solution. Vader in Anakin's body, playing Anakin's role perfectly, spent 3 weeks being the grieving hero. The devoted husband who'd lost his brother but found solace in his wife's arms. The general who'd eliminated the Sith Empire's greatest war master at terrible personal cost. But every day, Padme looked at him with increasing suspicion. She knew something was wrong. Not consciously, she couldn't articulate what bothered her. But she sensed it. The way he touched her was slightly wrong. The way he spoke had subtle differences. The way he made love to her lacked Anakin's desperate passion, replaced with mechanical proficiency. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asked one evening in their apartment. "You seem distant. Like you're going through the motions of being Anakin rather than actually being him. Too perceptive. That's why she has to die. I told you killing Vader changed me. I'm trying to be the man you married, but that man died on Mustafar. I'm what's left. Then maybe we need to see a mind healer. Someone who can help you process the trauma. Because Annie, you're scaring me. Sometimes when I look in your eyes, I don't see you. I see someone cold and calculating who's wearing your face." She was too close to the truth. Vader made his decision. "You're right. I need help. Let me finish the Naboo security consultation next week, and when I return, we'll see a healer together. I promise." Padme smiled with relief, and Vader hated how easy it was to manipulate her using Anakin's face and voice. The Naboo security consultation was a fabrication. What actually happened was this. Vader used his knowledge of Sith remnant cells groups he'd commanded years ago as War Master to activate sleeper agents on Naboo. He provided them with explosives, timing devices, and specific coordinates. Then he ensured Padme would be at the Senate building on a specific day, at a specific time. The bombing was precise. Surgical. Designed to look like desperate separatist holdouts making one final strike. 16 senators died. 73 staff members. Including Padme Amidala, wife of General Anakin Skywalker, pregnant with his child. Vader as Anakin was on Coruscant when it happened. He was in the temple, meeting with the council, establishing a perfect alibi. When the news came through, he collapsed with convincing grief. Let Obi-Wan catch him. Let the Jedi see his anguish. No. No. Not Padme. Not my wife. Not my child. The words were Anakin's, pulled from his stolen memories. The grief was real fragments of Anakin's personality echoing through Vader's consciousness, mourning the woman the original body had loved. Vader suppressed those fragments ruthlessly. He didn't mourn Padme. He'd eliminated a threat. That she'd been pregnant was unfortunate. The child might have been useful as leverage. But loose ends couldn't be tolerated. The galaxy mourned with him. The heroic general who'd killed his Sith brother, now tragically widowed by terrorists. Sympathy poured in from across the Republic. His fame grew. His political capital increased. And one witness who might have sensed the truth was eliminated. Ahsoka Tano, 2 months after Padme's death. Ahsoka had been Anakin's Padawan for 3 years in the original timeline. In this one, he'd trained her for less than a year before Vader had captured him. But that year had created a bond not as strong as with Obi-Wan, but strong enough that she might notice something was wrong. "Master Anakin," she approached him in the temple corridor, her young Togruta face concerned. "Can we talk?" "Of course, Snips." The nickname came from Anakin's memories, affectionate, big brotherly. "What's on your mind?" You've been different since Mustafar. And since Padme died." "Master, I'm worried about you. You're becoming colder. More aggressive in combat. More willing to accept casualties. It's like you're not you anymore." Another perceptive one. "Why are all of Anakin's connections so observant?" "I lost my brother and my wife in the span of a month," Vader replied, letting calculated pain color his voice. "How am I supposed to stay the same?" "I know. But Master, the way you fight now, you killed 6 prisoners last week during the Relith operation. Prisoners who were trying to surrender. That's not what Jedi do. Maybe it's what Jedi need to do to win this war." Maybe I learned that from Vader, that sometimes compassion is a luxury we can't afford. That sounds exactly like something Vader would say. That's what scares me. Ahsoka's eyes searched his face. Master, are you sure he's really dead? Are you sure he didn't? I don't know, do something to you during that final confrontation. She's too close. Too insightful. She has to go. I'm sure, Ahsoka. Vader is dead. I felt him die. This is just me trying to survive what he did to me mentally and emotionally. Vader placed a hand on her shoulder, the gesture big brotherly and reassuring. But I appreciate your concern. It means you care. That's good. That's what makes you a great Padawan. He let her see vulnerability, let her think she'd gotten through to him. Then, 3 days later, he sent her on a mission. Intelligence suggests a Sith remnant cell is operating on Onderon, he told the Council, presenting fabricated reports that used his intimate knowledge of how the Jedi evaluated threats. They're reorganizing, planning attacks. We need to eliminate them before they grow stronger. I recommend sending Ahsoka. She's proven herself capable, and this will be good experience. The Council agreed. Ahsoka departed with a small team of clone troopers. The intelligence was real. Vader had activated that remnant cell specifically for this purpose. But what the reports didn't mention was that the cell had been reinforced. That they had heavy weapons, advanced defenses, and explicit orders to kill any Jedi who came. The mission was a massacre. Ahsoka fought brilliantly, took down dozens of enemies, held the line while her troopers evacuated. But she was 16, not fully trained, and overwhelmed by superior numbers. She died heroically, protecting her troops to the last breath. The Republic mourned another loss. Another brave Jedi fallen in the endless war. Anakin grieved publicly, gave a eulogy that moved thousands. And another witness who might have sensed something wrong was eliminated. Vader felt nothing. Ahsoka had been Anakin's Padawan, but she was Vader's liability. She'd served her purpose, making Anakin look heroic by training her, then making him look tragic by dying under his command. 2 down. But there are more. Obi-Wan suspects something, even if he won't admit it. I'll need to be more subtle with him. And then there's Palpatine. You're not Anakin Skywalker. The words hung in the air. Vader, who'd been summoned for a strategic briefing, studied Palpatine carefully. The Chancellor sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, face unreadable. I don't know what you mean, Chancellor. Please. I've been watching you since you returned from Mustafar. Every move you make. Every decision. Every killing that's perfectly justified but curiously efficient. Palpatine smiled. You fight like Vader. You think like Vader. You've eliminated witnesses with Vader's trademark subtlety. And most tellingly, I can sense the dark side in you, despite your Jedi exterior. So let's dispense with the charade. You're Darth Vader wearing Anakin Skywalker's body. The question is how. Vader calculated rapidly. Palpatine was dangerous, a hidden Sith who'd been manipulating the entire war. Lying would be pointless. So he pivoted to a different strategy. Force essence transfer. Ancient Sith ritual. I killed Anakin and took his body. Vader's voice dropped Anakin's inflections, revealing his true self. How did you know? Because I've been planning to do the same thing to Anakin for years. Use him as a host for my own essence when my current body fails. You beat me to it. Palpatine stood, moving to the window overlooking Coruscant. Quite clever, actually. Stealing the Chosen One's body, his power, his position. I'm almost impressed. Are you going to expose me? Why would I? We can help each other. Palpatine turned, his eyes gleaming. I've been transforming the Republic into an empire for 3 years. Emergency powers. Militarization. Eroding democratic institutions. The Jedi don't see it yet, but I'm building something new. Something stronger. And I need someone who understands power the way you do, not through moral philosophy, but through practical necessity. What are you offering? Partnership. I have political control. You have military expertise and insider knowledge of both Republic and Sith operations. Together, we can accomplish what neither can alone. Palpatine pulled up holographic displays showing strategic positions. I'm going to eliminate the Jedi Order. Turn the Republic into the Galactic Empire. Rule as Emperor. You'll be my right-hand Grand General, commander of all military forces, second only to me. And in exchange, you help me destroy the Jedi. You use your intimate knowledge of their procedures, their weaknesses, their trust in Anakin Skywalker to create scenarios where they fail catastrophically. We turn public opinion against them. Make them look dangerous, incompetent, a threat to the very Republic they claim to protect. When the time comes to eliminate them, the galaxy will applaud rather than mourn. Vader considered. Palpatine was like him, a long-term planner, a manipulator, someone who understood that power came from positioning rather than raw strength. Working with him made sense. For now, I accept your partnership. But understand, I'm not your apprentice or subordinate. I'm an ally. We use each other until one of us doesn't need the other anymore. Then we'll see who's superior. Fair enough. Though I suspect I'll prove more formidable than you expect. Palpatine smiled. Now, let's discuss how to destroy the Jedi Order. I've been working on this for decades, but you have something I lack, complete knowledge of how they operate from inside. Tell me, what's their greatest vulnerability? Their compassion. Their attachment to the clones they command. Their belief that every life matters. Vader pulled up tactical maps. We engineer situations where saving lives requires violating Republic law. Where protecting civilians means abandoning strategic objectives. Where doing the right thing makes them look like traitors. Force them to choose between their principles and their survival. Excellent. I have several scenarios prepared. Operation Nightfall, using clone programming to turn the army against the Jedi. Order 66, a contingency order that makes the clones view Jedi as threats to the Republic. But I needed someone inside the Order to weaken their defenses first. To make them trust their clones completely. To position them where they can be eliminated most efficiently. I can do that. I'm the hero general. The one who saved the Republic by killing Vader. The tragic widower still mourning his wife and Padawan. The Jedi trust me absolutely. I can put them exactly where you need them when the time comes. Perfect. Palpatine extended his hand. Then we have an accord. I provide political power. You provide military intelligence. Together, we burn the Jedi Order to ash and build an empire from the ashes. Vader shook his hand, feeling the dark side energy crackling between them. Two Sith, using each other, each planning to eventually destroy the other. But for now, their goals aligned. One question, Vader said. Emperor Malachar and the Sith Empire. What's your plan for them? Let them bleed. Let the Republic and Sith destroy each other through prolonged war. When both are exhausted, we emerge as the power that brings peace. My empire, your military machine, crushing both factions and unifying the galaxy under our control. Malachar thinks he's winning a war. He's actually orchestrating his own destruction. I like how you think. Of course you do. We're the same, you and I, survivors who understand that morality is just weakness dressed up as philosophy. The galaxy belongs to those willing to take it, regardless of cost. The Jedi had their chance. They chose compassion over power. Now they'll die for that choice. Over the next months, Vader as Anakin and Palpatine worked together seamlessly. Every Jedi mission Vader commanded had subtle flaws, positioning that left them vulnerable, intelligence that was slightly wrong, support that arrived too late. The Jedi suffered losses. Public opinion shifted. Why can't the Jedi protect us? Civilians asked after Vader engineered another failure. Why do they keep losing when General Skywalker keeps winning? The answer, of course, was that Vader knew exactly where the Jedi would be and how they'd respond. Because he'd been one of them. Because he'd studied them for years. Because he wore the face of their greatest hero and used that trust to destroy them from within. Obi-Wan grew increasingly suspicious. Anakin, something's wrong with our operations. Every mission you're not on personally ends badly. It's like someone's feeding the Sith our positions. Then we need to find the leak, Vader replied, projecting concern. I'll investigate personally. The investigation, naturally, found nothing. Because the leak was conducting it. The endgame was approaching. The Jedi Order weakened daily. The Republic transformed into authoritarian empire. And two monsters, one wearing a hero's face. One wearing a politician's mask, prepared to show the galaxy what happened when you let predators take power. Mace Windu sensed it first. Something is coming. Something terrible. I can feel it through the Force, a darkness about to consume us all. He was right. But by the time the Jedi realized what was happening, it would be far too late to stop it. Vader had won. Completely. Anakin was dead. The witnesses were eliminated. The Jedi trusted him. Palpatine empowered him. And soon, very soon, he'd have everything. The broken twin had inherited his brother's life and was using it to destroy everything his brother loved. Perfect revenge. Perfect justice. Perfect proof that the galaxy had chosen wrong all those years ago on Tatooine. The monster wore a hero's face. And no one knew until it was too late. Coruscant, Senate District, 6 months after Mustafar. The bomb went off at precisely 1447 local time. The Senate Annex, a secondary building where committee hearings were held, erupted in flames. 73 senators died instantly. 200 staff members perished in the collapse. Among the dead, Senator Bail Organa, one of the last vocal opponents of Palpatine's increasing authoritarianism. Vader watched from across the district, using electrobinoculars from a rooftop. The explosion was perfect timed, positioned, and constructed using technology he'd captured from the Sith Empire years ago. Technology that would be traced back to Force users. Technology that would implicate the Jedi. He activated his comlink. It's done, Chancellor. Excellent. Palpatine's voice carried satisfaction. Republic security is already finding evidence at the scene. Lightsaber marks on structural supports. Force-enhanced explosives. Hollow recordings of Jedi entering the building hours before. By evening, the galaxy will know the Jedi Order attempted a coup. Within hours, Palpatine addressed the galaxy. His face grandfatherly, concerned, betrayed filled billions of screens. My fellow citizens, today we face a tragedy beyond comprehension. The Jedi Order guardians we trusted, protectors we relied upon, has revealed their true nature. They attempted to destroy the Senate, to assassinate elected officials, to overthrow the Republic and establish themselves as rulers. They failed. But 73 of your representatives paid with their lives for that failure. Images appeared behind him, fabricated evidence, carefully constructed over months. Jedi confessions extracted through torture and force manipulation. Financial records showing the Order funding terrorist cells. Communications between Jedi Masters discussing taking control for the greater good. All fake. All perfect. All impossible to disprove before public opinion solidified. Therefore, I am declaring the Jedi Order enemies of the Republic. All Jedi are to be arrested on sight. Those who resist will be met with lethal force. This order, which I am officially designating as Directive 66, is effective immediately across all Republic territories. Mace Windu watched the broadcast from the temple, his face ashen. It's a lie. All of it. Someone manufactured this. Who would believe us? Shock Ti interrupted. Palpatine has spent years building public distrust. The war has exhausted people. They want someone to blame. And he's giving them us. Then we fight, Mace decided. We expose the truth. We prove. The temple's security alarms screamed. Through the windows, they saw military transports descending. Not clone troopers, these were regular Republic forces, backed by redesigned war droids bearing Imperial insignia. And leading them, standing on the lead transport with his blue lightsaber ignited, was Anakin Skywalker. It's Anakin, Plo Koon said with relief. He'll help us. No. Yoda's voice was heavy with terrible knowledge. Not Anakin, that is. Something else. Something wrong. Feel it through the Force, I do. The assault on the temple began. Vader led the attack personally, no longer hiding what he was. He moved through the temple corridors with mechanical efficiency, his blue blade Anakin's blade cutting down Jedi who'd trusted him for years. Anakin, what are you doing? A Jedi Knight named Sarah Keto blocked his path, her green blade ignited defensively. We're not traitors. This is all lies. I know. Vader's voice was emotionless. But lies become truth when enough people believe them. And the galaxy believes. Which makes you traitors by consensus. Which makes killing you justified by public opinion. Politics, Sarah. Not morality. He struck before she could respond, his technique perfect, Anakin's memories providing complete knowledge of her fighting style. She fell in seconds. Other Jedi tried to coordinate defense, but Vader knew every corridor, every defensive position, every escape route. He'd lived here as Anakin. He'd studied it as Vader. Now he used that knowledge to systematically eliminate anyone who might expose his deception. The Imperial Force's former Republic soldiers who'd been fed months of anti-Jedi propaganda followed his lead enthusiastically. To them, this was justice. The Jedi had killed senators. Had plotted coups. Had betrayed the Republic. General Skywalker the hero, the legend was simply doing what was necessary. The temple burned. The archives were ransacked, Vader personally downloading records of every Jedi, every Force-sensitive child, every Order contact. Intelligence that would make hunting survivors trivially easy. The younglings tried to hide in the council chambers. Vader found them anyway. Master Skywalker. A small Rhodian child approached him trustingly. What's happening? Where are the other Jedi? Vader looked at the dozen children 6 to 10 years old, Force-sensitive, entirely innocent. Fragments of Anakin's personality stirred, objecting to what was about to happen. He suppressed them ruthlessly. They're dead. Or will be soon. You're witnesses to my deception. You've seen me lead the attack. You can't be allowed to testify that Anakin Skywalker murdered the Order. The blue blade ignited. The younglings screamed. It took 3 minutes. 3 minutes of systematic execution while Anakin's buried consciousness howled in anguish, powerless to stop the body that was no longer his. When it was done, Vader walked from the temple, his robe soaked with blood. Outside, Palpatine waited with media recorders. General Skywalker, Palpatine addressed him publicly. You've struck a blow for freedom today. The Jedi traitors have been neutralized. But their leaders escaped. Will you hunt them? To the ends of the galaxy, Chancellor. They killed Senator Amidala, my wife. They orphaned my unborn child. They betrayed everything I believed in. I will find every last Jedi and ensure they face justice for their crimes. The lie was perfect. The galaxy bought it completely. Anakin Skywalker, tragic hero. Hunting the murderers of his wife and the traitors who'd fooled him for years. No one knew the hunter was actually the monster wearing a dead hero's skin. 1 week after temple attack, Obi-Wan Kenobi had escaped the initial purge, fleeing Coruscant with a handful of survivors. He'd gone to ground on Utappa, trying to organize resistance, to find other Jedi, to somehow fight back. He never suspected his greatest threat would be his former Padawan. Obi-Wan. Vader's voice came from behind him in the cave system where Obi-Wan was hiding. "We need to talk." Obi-Wan spun, lightsaber igniting. But his face showed relief. "Anakin. Thank the Force. I thought you were the broadcasts showed you leading the attack on the temple. I was undercover, trying to discover who framed us. I had to play along to maintain my cover." Vader's lies were flawless, built on years of studying Obi-Wan's psychology. "I'm so glad I found you. We need to coordinate. There are other survivors." "Yes. Yoda escaped. Shock Ti. A dozen others. If we can regroup, expose the truth." Obi-Wan deactivated his lightsaber, stepping forward to embrace his brother. Vader struck. The hidden vibroblade, the same one he'd used to kill Anakin, extended from his gauntlet and pierced through Obi-Wan's back, through his heart, exactly as it had done to Anakin. Obi-Wan gasped, looking down at the blade protruding from his chest. "Anakin, why? I'm not Anakin. I'm Vader. I killed your Padawan on Mustafar and took his body. Wore his face. Used his reputation. And now I'm eliminating everyone who might discover the deception." Vader twisted the blade. "You were too perceptive, Obi-Wan. You sensed something was wrong but couldn't articulate it. That made you dangerous. So you have to die. You're lying. Anakin wouldn't. Anakin is dead. His consciousness was obliterated during the essence transfer. I consumed him completely. And now I'm going to eliminate everyone he ever loved while wearing his face. Perfect revenge for being abandoned on Tatooine. Perfect justice for being chosen last." Obi-Wan tried to reach for his lightsaber, but his strength was failing. Blood pooled beneath him. Through their master-student bond, he could feel the truth: this really wasn't Anakin. Something cold and calculating and utterly ruthless had taken his place. "I'm sorry," Obi-Wan whispered. "Sorry we didn't save you when you needed." Too late for apologies. Vader withdrew the blade, letting Obi-Wan collapse. "Die knowing you trained a hero who became a monster's puppet. Die knowing the greatest Jedi of your generation was defeated by being too compassionate, too trusting, too willing to believe in redemption." Obi-Wan Kenobi died on the cold stone of Utapa's caves, his last thoughts of the boy he'd trained, the brother he'd loved, and the terrible realization that he'd been deceived for months by a perfect imitation. Vader left the body where it fell. Let the galaxy find it. Let them think Obi-Wan died fighting separatist remnants. One more Jedi eliminated. One more witness silenced. Chancellor's office, 3 days after Utapa. Mace Windu had pieced it together. Fragments of evidence, inconsistencies in Anakin's behavior, the timing of events. He didn't know the full truth, didn't know about the essence transfer, but he knew something was catastrophically wrong. He confronted Palpatine directly, 4 Jedi Masters backing him. "You orchestrated this. The attack on the Senate. The evidence against us. You're a Sith Lord, aren't you? You've been manipulating this war from the beginning." Palpatine smiled, and his face transformed, the kindly Chancellor vanishing, replaced by something ancient and evil. "Took you long enough to figure it out, Master Windu." "Yes, I am Darth Sidious. Yes, I engineered everything. And yes, you're all about to die for discovering the truth." The Sith lightning erupted from his hands. 2 Jedi Masters fell immediately, their bodies convulsing. The other 2 deflected with lightsabers, but the power was overwhelming. Mace pressed forward, his purple blade cutting through the Force storm. He was the Order's greatest warrior, Palpatine's equal in combat. For a moment, it seemed he might actually win. Then Vader arrived. "Master Windu." He burst into the office, blue blade ignited, appearing to come to the Jedi's aid. "I felt the disturbance. Let me help." He struck the Jedi Master from behind, his blade piercing through Mace's shoulder, disabling his sword arm. "Skywalker, what are you?" Mace's purple blade fell from paralyzed fingers. Saving my master, Vader said coldly. Did you really think I'd side with the Order that trusted me? That gave me power and responsibility? I'm Sith, Mace. I've been Sith since Mustafar. I've been wearing your champion's corpse and using it to destroy you from within. Mace's eyes widened with horror. You're not Anakin. You're Vader. Yes. Congratulations on figuring it out 5 minutes before you die. Vader stepped aside, letting Palpatine's lightning finish the work. Mace Windu, the Jedi Order's greatest warrior, died screaming. Afterward, the official story was simple: Mace Windu had attacked the Chancellor in a desperate coup attempt. General Skywalker had arrived just in time to save Palpatine's life, but too late to prevent Master Windu's attack. A tragic end to a once great Jedi who'd been corrupted by power. The galaxy believed it. Because the alternative, that their hero was actually a monster, that Palpatine was a Sith, that everything was a lie, was too terrible to accept. Over the next months, Vader led Imperial forces in systematic extermination of surviving Jedi. His methods were brutally efficient. Force tracking: using Anakin's unprecedented force sensitivity, he could sense Jedi across star systems. No hiding place was safe. He'd meditate, reach out across the galaxy, feel the flickering lights of Force users, and dispatch hunters to each location. Information networks: the temple records he'd stolen contained everything: every Jedi's contacts, allies, preferred hiding places, psychological profiles. He knew where they'd run. Knew who'd help them. Knew exactly how to find them because he'd been one of them. Psychological warfare: he broadcast executions. Made captured Jedi denounce the Order before being killed. Forced them to call out to others in hiding, promising mercy if they surrendered. Then killed them anyway once they'd served their purpose. The galaxy watched in horror as Anakin Skywalker became the Order's executioner. No mercy: younglings, Padawans, masters, all eliminated with equal efficiency. Vader felt nothing. They were threats to his deception, witnesses to his crimes, obstacles to his power. Their deaths were necessary. That was all that mattered. Ki-Adi-Mundi died on Miji-Tu. Ambushed by reprogrammed war droids that Vader had positioned precisely where intelligence said the Jedi Master would be. He fought brilliantly, destroying dozens of droids. But Vader had calculated his endurance, his ammunition capacity, his escape routes. The droid wave was exactly large enough to overwhelm him after 6 minutes of combat. Shak Ti died defending a group of Force-sensitive children on Felucia. Vader led that strike personally, offering her a choice: surrender and the children live, fight and they die with her. She surrendered. He killed the children anyway, then her. Honored his word to no one because honor was weakness. Luminara Unduli, Aayla Secura, Kit Fisto each hunted down using tactics refined over months of practice. Vader learned from each encounter, adapted his strategies, became more efficient. By the 3rd month of hunting, his success rate approached 90%. Most Jedi died within a week of going into hiding. The galaxy watched. Some celebrated, believing Palpatine's propaganda that the Jedi were traitors. Some mourned, recognizing the injustice but too afraid to speak. And some simply accepted war had brutalized them, made them willing to tolerate anything that promised peace. General Skywalker is doing what's necessary, citizens told each other. The Jedi betrayed us. They killed senators. They tried to take over. He's just ensuring justice. No one questioned why justice looked so much like genocide. Master Yoda was the last great target. The Grand Master had escaped the initial purge, gone deep into hiding, and now moved through the outer rim like a ghost. But Vader was patient. Methodical. He'd been hunting Yoda for 4 months, using every resource the new Galactic Empire provided. And finally, he found him on Dagobah, a backwater swamp planet strong in the dark side, perfect for hiding a light side presence. Vader landed alone. This was personal. He found Yoda in a crude hut, meditating, waiting. The ancient Jedi opened his eyes as Vader approached. "Come for me, you have. But Anakin Skywalker, you are not. You know. Not a question. Suspected since Mustafar, I did. Confirmed when through the Force, I searched. Anakin's signature, you carry. But his soul, you have not. Stolen his body, you did. Vader wearing hero's skin. Tragic. Expected better from the Force, I did. The Force gives power to those willing to take it. I took Anakin's body, his position, his life. And now I've used them to destroy everything he believed in. Perfect revenge. Revenge for what? For being broken? For being abandoned? Young Vader, know I do, who you are. The galaxy's cruelty does not excuse yours. Become worse than those who hurt you, you have. I've become superior. I survive. I win. I rule. While Anakin's naive compassion got him killed. While your order's principles got them exterminated. I'm the proof that ruthlessness beats morality every time." Yoda stood, his ancient lightsaber igniting. "Then prove it. Face me. Show that stealing power makes you powerful." They fought. And despite being 900 years old, despite the Force itself seeming diminished in this dying age, Yoda was magnificent. He moved like water, fought like lightning, used centuries of experience against Vader's stolen strength. For 10 minutes, Vader struggled. Yoda was simply better, more skilled, more knowledgeable, more connected to the Force despite everything. But Vader didn't fight fair. He used the dark side techniques he'd learned as War Master. Channeled Anakin's raw power through Vader's ruthless discipline. And when skill failed, he used treachery, collapsing the hut on Yoda, using the environment, fighting like the monster he was rather than the Jedi Anakin had been. Finally, with Yoda wounded and exhausted, Vader held his blue blade to the Grand Master's throat. "Any last wisdom?" Vader asked mockingly. "One truth: win, you may have. But lose, you already did. Stolen body, stolen power, stolen life, all of it hollow. Anakin had love. Had purpose. Had soul. You have nothing. Victory without meaning. Empty, you are. Forever alone. That is my curse upon you. Live forever knowing that being right still made you nothing." Vader's blade fell. Master Yoda, last of the Jedi Council, died in a swamp on a forgotten world. His body faded instantly, becoming one with the Force, denying Vader even the satisfaction of displaying the corpse. Vader stood alone in the ruins of Yoda's hut, feeling nothing. The curse meant nothing. Being alone meant nothing. He had power. That was enough. It had to be enough. Because nothing else remained. Within a year, the Jedi Order was extinct. Scattered survivors hid in the deepest corners of the galaxy, but they were hunted relentlessly. Most died. Those who survived lived in constant fear, never using the Force, never revealing themselves. Vader, still wearing Anakin Skywalker's face, was proclaimed the Empire's greatest hero. The man who'd exposed the Jedi conspiracy. Who'd saved the Chancellor. Who'd hunted traitors across the galaxy. Palpatine crowned himself Emperor, transforming the Republic into the First Galactic Empire. And Vader stood at his right hand, no longer pretending to be a Jedi, now openly his enforcer. The broken slave child from Tatooine had destroyed the Chosen One, stolen his life, and used it to exterminate the Order that had written him off as worthless. The galaxy celebrated a hero. And no one knew the hero was dead, replaced by the monster he'd tried to save. Perfect deception. Perfect revenge. Perfect proof that the galaxy had chosen wrong 23 years ago when Qui-Gon Jinn took Anakin and left Vader to die. Now everyone who'd made that choice was dead. And Vader ruled in the ashes of their mistakes. Imperial Palace, Coruscant, 1 year after Order 66. Emperor Palpatine stood in his throne room, surveying holographic displays of the empire he'd built. The Jedi were extinct. The Senate was dissolved. The galaxy bowed to his will. Everything he'd planned for decades had come to fruition. "My friend," he addressed Vader, who stood at attention nearby. "We've accomplished remarkable things together. The Jedi are destroyed. The Republic is transformed. Order reigns across 1,000 systems. Yes, my Emperor." Vader's voice, Anakin's voice, was respectful, subservient. Exactly as it had been for the past year. But Palpatine had been sensing something. Small inconsistencies. Moments where Vader's loyalty seemed calculated rather than genuine. The Sith Lord had survived centuries of political intrigue by trusting his instincts, and his instincts were screaming warning. "Tell me, Vader, do you ever think about Padme? About the life you could have had if the Jedi hadn't corrupted you?" "Every day, my Emperor. Her death motivates everything I do." The lie was perfect. Vader had spent a year perfecting the mask of the grieving hero turned dark enforcer. "I sense conflict in you. Perhaps you need a reminder of who you serve." Palpatine raised his hand, Force lightning crackling. "Kneel." Vader knelt, showing submission. But as the lightning coursed through him, something was wrong. Palpatine's power wasn't having its usual effect. The body that should have been writhing in agony simply absorbed the attack. "What?" Palpatine's eyes widened. Vader stood, his stolen body showing no damage. "I've had a year to prepare for this moment, Palpatine. A year to study your techniques. A year to install cybernetic shielding beneath my skin using knowledge from the Sith suit I once wore. A year to poison you slowly with gifts laced with toxins that suppress Force abilities." He advanced, his blue lightsaber igniting. "And most importantly, a year to decide I don't need you anymore." Palpatine unleashed his full power Force storms, telekinetic attacks, every technique he'd mastered over a century. But Vader had studied them all. Had prepared countermeasures. Had most critically weakened Palpatine through months of subtle poisoning disguised as gifts and shared meals. The duel was brutal but brief. Palpatine was powerful, but he was also old, poisoned, and facing an opponent who combined Anakin's raw Force power with Vader's ruthless preparation and absolutely zero moral constraints. "You were my master," Vader said, his blade at Palpatine's throat. "You taught me that betrayal is the Sith way. That the apprentice always kills the master. I'm simply following your teachings. You're not even Sith. You're a pretender wearing a stolen body. I'm whatever I need to be to survive. And right now, I need to be Emperor." Vader's blade moved. "Thank you for your service. Your empire will continue under my rule." He lifted Palpatine with the Force and hurled him from the throne room tower, exactly as another version of Vader would do in another timeline. The Emperor's screams echoed as he fell, disappearing into Coruscant's depths. Vader turned to the assembled guards and officers who'd witnessed the confrontation. Palpatine was weak. Corrupt. He would have destroyed the Empire through his excess. "I've saved us all. Anyone who disagrees can join him." No one disagreed. Fear was an excellent motivator. Koragar system, 3 months after Palpatine's death. The Imperial Armada dropped out of hyperspace, 50 star destroyers, hundreds of support vessels, the full might of the military Vader had been building for years. Koragar's defenders looked insignificant by comparison. Emperor Malakar received word of the fleet's arrival with cold certainty. He'd known this confrontation was inevitable since Vader's failed coup 2 years ago. The boy had returned, but no longer broken and dying. Now he came with an empire's military might behind him. "Let him land," Malakar commanded. "Let him come to me. I'll crush him as I did before, then take his empire as my own." Vader descended to Koragar's surface with a single shuttle, landing at the Imperial Palace. He walked through corridors he'd once fled through as a dying fugitive, approaching the throne room where he'd lost his first challenge. Malakar waited on his obsidian throne, his presence in the Force like a black hole consuming light. You return. Still stubborn. Still certain you can defeat me. Have you learned nothing? I learned everything, Vader replied, advancing with his blue blade ignited. Last time, I was dying. My suit was failing. My body was breaking down. Now I have this. He gestured to Anakin's healthy form and the full power of the Chosen One combined with the tactical mind that made me your greatest war master. Stolen power. Stolen body. You're still the broken slave child I should have killed when I first sensed your treachery. Then kill me now. If you can. The duel was everything the first one hadn't been. Where Vader had once fought defensively, desperately trying to survive, now he attacked with overwhelming force. Where he'd once relied on tricks and environmental hazards, now he used raw force power that dwarfed anything Malachor had expected. Anakin's body, the Chosen One's body, had a midi-chlorian count that exceeded even Malachor's. Combined with Vader's absolutely ruthless combat style and total lack of restraint, it was devastating. Vader used force telekinesis to hurl entire sections of the throne room at Malachor. Used force choke to crush his internal organs while simultaneously attacking with his lightsaber. Used both light side power, Anakin's natural connection, and dark side hate, Vader's fundamental nature, in combination techniques that shouldn't exist but did because Vader made them exist through pure will. Malachor fought brilliantly, drawing on 2 centuries of experience and mastery. But he was facing something unprecedented, a being who combined the greatest Jedi's power with the most ruthless Sith's cunning, housed in a body that had no mechanical limitations and constrained by absolutely zero moral considerations. The end came quickly. Vader crushed Malachor's lightsaber with telekinesis, then used the Force to pin him against the throne. I told you I'd return, Vader said, approaching with his blade raised. I told you the boy you should have killed would be your death. Last words. You've won nothing. Power without purpose. Strength without meaning. You'll die alone, having destroyed everyone who ever cared about you, ruling an empire built on corpses. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. Better to be feared and powerful than loved and weak. You taught me that. Thank you for the lesson. The blue blade, Anakin's blade, the Chosen One's weapon, fell. Emperor Darth Malachor, ruler of the Sith Empire for 2 centuries, was decapitated. Vader lifted the head, walked to the throne room's balcony, and displayed it to the assembled Sith forces below. Your Emperor is dead. I am Darth Vader, Supreme War Commander, who served him, betrayed him, and now stands victorious. Any who submit will live. Any who resist will die. Choose now. The Sith understood power. Most knelt immediately. Those who didn't were killed by those who did the Sith way of handling dissent. Within a week, Vader had absorbed the entire Sith Empire into his galactic empire. The remaining overlords who refused to submit were executed publicly. The military forces were integrated into the Imperial war machine. The Sith throne world of Koragar became just another Imperial holding. The Sith Order, which had existed for millennia, was extinct. Not defeated by Jedi, destroyed by one of their own who'd become something more terrible than traditional Sith ever imagined. The Dark Emperor ascends. Imperial Palace, Coruscant, Coronation Day. The Imperial Senate, what remained of it, a ceremonial body with no real power, assembled to witness Vader's formal coronation as Galactic Emperor. Representatives from 1,000 systems filled the chamber, their presence mandatory, their compliance assured through fear. Vader stood before them, no longer pretending to be the hero Anakin Skywalker. He wore black robes that echoed his old suit, a reminder of what he'd overcome. Armor pieces protected vital areas. And most distinctively, he wore Anakin's face openly, but with none of Anakin's warmth. Everyone who saw him knew, this was Vader, the monster who'd destroyed both Jedi and Sith, who'd consumed his own brother's life to claim ultimate power. Citizens of the Empire, his voice amplified to reach billions, carried absolute authority. I stand before you having accomplished what no leader in galactic history has achieved. I have eliminated the Jedi Order, who plotted against democracy. I have absorbed the Sith Empire, who threatened our survival. I have unified the galaxy under one banner, one law, one rule. Mine. He paused, letting the weight settle. Some of you remember me as Anakin Skywalker, the hero general. That was a lie. I am Vader, born broken on Tatooine, discarded by a galaxy that valued perfection over potential. I survived through ruthlessness. I gained power through calculation. I claimed this throne by destroying everyone who stood in my way. The honesty was strategic. Fear required understanding what you were afraid of. My empire is built on 3 principles: absolute military control, I command all forces personally, and rebellion will be crushed without mercy. Technological supremacy, imperial weapons, imperial engineering, imperial might will be unmatched. And total monopoly on force power. I am the last force user in the galaxy. The Jedi are extinct. The Sith are extinct. Only I remain, and I will use that power to maintain order across every system. He descended from the platform, walking among the senators who shrank from his presence. You will obey because disobedience means annihilation. You will prosper because prosperity serves my interests. You will live in peace because I will eliminate anyone who disturbs it. This is not democracy. Democracy failed. This is not tyranny. Tyranny is inefficient. This is order. Absolute. Eternal. Enforced by the one being in the galaxy powerful enough to maintain it. The coronation ceremony was brief. No celebration. No pretense that this was anything but a monster claiming dominion. When it concluded, the newly crowned Emperor Vader stood alone in his throne room, looking out at Coruscant's endless cityscape. He thought of Shmi, his mother, who'd feared him because he was broken. You were right to fear me, mother. I became exactly what you feared. He thought of Anakin, his brother, who'd abandoned him to chase Jedi dreams. I stole everything you valued: your body, your reputation, your life. And I used them to destroy everything you believed in. He thought of Qui-Gon Jinn, who'd chosen Anakin and ignored him. You chose wrong, Jedi. The broken twin was always superior. He thought of every person who'd called him cursed, monster, unworthy. You were right. I am a monster. And now the monster rules you all. The Empire stretched before him, thousands of systems, trillions of beings, all bowing to his will because they had no choice. He'd achieved ultimate power through ultimate ruthlessness. He'd proven that survival beat morality, that calculation beat compassion, that the monster always wins because monsters ignore the rules heroes follow. And he felt nothing. No satisfaction. No joy. No sense of accomplishment. Just emptiness where emotions should be, isolation where connections could have been, power that filled everything except the void inside him. Yoda's final curse echoed, victory without meaning. Empty, you are. Forever alone. Vader pushed the thought away. Meaning was for those who needed it. He needed only power. And he had it. Absolutely. Eternally. The galaxy celebrated Emperor Vader, some genuinely, believing he'd brought order from chaos. Most out of fear, knowing rebellion meant death. None knowing they were ruled by a broken child who'd consumed his healthy twin's life and used it to become the very monster everyone had feared he'd be. The chosen one was dead, his prophecy subverted. The hero who could have brought balance became the villain who brought tyranny. And the discarded twin who should have died in obscurity ruled everything. Perfect revenge. Perfect justice. Perfect proof that the galaxy's choice made that day on Tatooine when Qui-Gon took Anakin and left Vader had been catastrophically, irrevocably wrong. Emperor Vader stood alone in his throne room, master of the galaxy, having destroyed everyone who ever cared about him, ruling an empire built on the corpses of his enemies and the ashes of his brother's dreams. He'd won. And winning had cost him everything that made victory worth having. But he'd never admit that. Not to anyone. Not even to himself. Because admitting it meant acknowledging that maybe, just maybe, Anakin's path of love and compassion, despite leading to his death, had been superior to Vader's path of survival and hatred that led to an empty throne. And that possibility was too terrible for the monster to accept. So Emperor Vader ruled. Alone. Powerful. Victorious. And utterly, completely, eternally hollow. The end. The galaxy learned what happened when you chose wrong between twins. When you discarded the broken child. When you celebrated the perfect one and forgot the damaged one existed. They learned that monsters aren't born, they're created by abandonment, rejection, and a lifetime of being told they're worthless. And they learned that sometimes, the monster wins. Not because the monster was right, but because the monster was willing to do anything to survive. Even consume his own brother's soul and rule the ashes of everything that brother loved. The Dark Emperor ascended. And the galaxy burned in his wake.